Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 801, Ending the War. Berenger sat on a sofa inside the Palace of Krakow. After defeating the Kingdom of Hungary, he had rapidly transported his army to his empire's eastern border with Poland via the Reich's National Railway. After arriving at the border, he marched his army to his last remaining enemy's capital. The King of Poland and his eldest son were dead, leaving a small child with the position. As for the Grand Duke of Lithuania, he was a member of the Jagiellonian dynasty, which was the same dynasty which ruled over Poland. Because of this, he was present in the Krakow palace, sitting across from Berenger with a nervous expression on his face. Currently, Berenger glared at the Grand Duke while stating his demands. The war is over, your armies are drowned in the Mediterranean. Your king is presumed dead, and Germany now occupies your capital without the slightest resistance. You have no power to resist my demands. Which is good, because they are quite simple. Princess Natalia is to marry my son Hans when the two of them come of age. The heir of their union shall become the next king of Poland. The Grand Duchy of Lithuania is to be annexed by the Kingdom of Poland and form a single kingdom under the rule of my grandson. In the meantime, I will place a man that I trust as the steward of Poland who shall rule until the next king comes of age to succeed the throne. There is no room for negotiations. You are all completely at my mercy, and I intend to make the most of it. The Grand Duke of Lithuania grimaced when he heard the extent of the German demands. It was utterly humiliating. Not only had they suffered unimaginable losses in this war, but the dynasty that had ruled over Poland for centuries would be removed from power. In its place, a German prince would become king and the von Kufstein dynasty would reign for the foreseeable future. Though Berenger was right, he could not very well refuse, or else the German army would unleash hell upon Krakow, just as they had done to Warsaw years prior. This was something that the Grand Duke had to avoid at all costs. Thus, he begrudgingly signed Berengar's horrendous peace treaty. After seeing the man sign away the rights to his kingdom, Berenger wore a cruel smile as he stood up and prepared to return to the borders of the Reich. With the surrender of Italy, Burgundy, Hungary, and Poland-Lithuania, there was only one kingdom left who was foolish enough to side with the papacy in this brutal conflict. Upon exiting the door to the room in which they had negotiated the treaty in, Berenger halted his steps and looked back one last time before giving a sinister warning to the Grand Duke of Lithuania. Twice in 1 decade I have had to send my armies into Poland. If I have to do so again, I will burn this wretched backwood to the ground. Do I make myself clear? The Grand Duke of Poland turned pale when he heard this threat before nodding his head in obedience. Upon seeing this, Berenger departed from the palace and regrouped with his army. When his officers gathered around him, he dispatched his orders. We will march back to the closest railway station. From there, we can send home the men in our army. The war is nearly over. All that is left is for me to cross via a train into Hamburg and set sail for Windsor, where I will force whatever pitiful prince has succeeded that fool Lawrence into a similar treaty that Poland must endure. Upon hearing these orders, the German officers quickly relayed them to the soldiers who began the short trek back to the fatherland. They were all relieved to hear that after months of fighting, they would return home. As for Berenger, the moment he found the nearest train station, he rode all the way to Hamburg, where he boarded a frigate and sailed the 6th Fleet across the North Sea and into the River Thames, where the men disembarked into the palace at Windsor. The Germans had already wiped out the English army on the Sinai Peninsula, and what few troops remained as a garrison did not dare engage the German Marines in combat. Berenger marched his soldiers through the streets until they entered the courtyard of Windsor Palace, where he entered the building along with a company of his Reichsguard. The current king was a teenage boy by the name of James. It petrified him when he saw the Germans enter his home unannounced. He had not been expecting them to so boldly land on the shores of England. James stared at the one-eyed Kaiser in disbelief as he struggled to find the words to speak. Berenger merely scoffed when he saw that the teenage boy was practically wetting himself in fear. He immediately motioned for the kid to sit down at a nearby table. James' legs were about to buckle in terror, and he was thankful that he was allowed to sit. Once the boy had taken his seat, Berenger sat across from him and glared in silence for several moments before uttering the words in his mind. I wonder, do I need to kill you and replace you with someone who will accept my demands, or will you be wise enough to do as you're told? Let me make this abundantly clear to you. Your king is presumed dead. What remains of your army is being picked clean by jackals and carrions as we speak, and you have no ability to continue this fight. If you resist, I will order my warships to bombard the city until nothing remains. Since you have no ability to resist my demands, I will state them outright, and if you refuse, I will shoot you in the head and drag out one of your siblings to sign my words into law. Am I understood? At this point, James could not contain his bladder anymore and wet his pants. When Berenger saw this, he felt enraged as if the boy's actions were the ultimate disrespect. He grabbed the young man by the nape of his neck and slammed his head into the puddle he had left on the floor. You fucking cunt, do you have any idea how much these boots cost? You dare to dirty my feet with your urine? Clean it up now. James whimpered and cried as he was forced to lick up his own mess. He wanted to throw up but resisted the urge to do so, fearing that he might be forced to clean up such a mess himself. After literally licking Berengar's boots clean, Berenger released his hold over the boy and sat him down once again while letting him off with a warning. Do that again and I will shoot you in the head. Now where were we? Oh, right. My demands. As of this moment, the House of Lancaster shall cede all titles and holdings to the von Kufstein dynasty. Specifically to my son Christopher. Until he comes of age, I will act as regent of England and leave a steward to clean up this shithole of kingdom and the mess that your father made. As for your dynasty, I really don't care what you do, but should you dare to raise your banners in rebellion against my son, or even so much as make a drunken claim over England, I will obliterate every member of your family and all of your cadet branches. Do I make myself clear? James was crying profusely, but he managed to nod his head and spoke up in agreement. Yes? Upon saying this, Berenger smiled and pat the boy on the head before reassuring him everything will be fine. Good, do not fret, clearly by the way you are acting, you would have never made a good king. You should take solace in the fact that a proper ruler will be guiding your people in the future. After saying this, Berenger departed from Windsor and made the long voyage back to Kufstein. On this day, he had forced the last two of his remaining enemies into submission. He chuckled to himself when he realized the Scots were the only Catholic kingdom that had been wise enough to stay out of the war. However, they would be dealt with in the coming years by his son, who would unify the British Isles into a single kingdom. As of this moment, the war with the papacy was over and the German Empire held hegemony over all of Europe. After 10 years, Berenger had finally finished his lifelong goal. Now he could spend the rest of his life in peace and prosperity. Or so he thought. Unfortunately for Berenger, another threat lay in the Far East, one that would demand his attention for many years to come. Chapter 802, The Ming Prince's Tour of the City Part LL. While Berenger was on his way back home after putting an end to the war he was fighting against the Catholic world, Hans was taking the Ming Prince Zhu and the Anangpur Emperor Daria Tamara on a tour of the city. The first noticeable difference from this tour, and the last one that Daria had taken part of, were the streetlights which were on every corner, though they were inactive due to it being daytime. The next surprising change was the streetlights which hung in the air and provided traffic signals to those who drove vehicles. Daria gazed with shock upon these devices, and Zhu was even more astonished, quickly asking what the source of the streetlight's flame was. Tell me something. How do you provide fire to these lights that are strung in the air? Are they replaced daily? I'm curious how they function. Hans took a sip from his milk before responding to the man's question with an innocent expression on his face. I don't believe they use fire, but some new technology that my father invented. I could not tell you exactly how they function, but they are powered all day and night. We use these lights to direct traffic and avoid vehicular accidents. Anyway, we should be arriving at the trade district soon. Once we get to our destination, we will continue on foot. Zhu and Daria continued to gaze in disbelief at the streetlights which operated nonstop until they arrived in the trade district. Immediately after stepping out of the vehicle, Zhu noticed that the men who walked the streets parted ways for the young Prince of Germany and his guests, giving the boy a crisp nod as they walked on. The women, on the other hand, would give a slight bow to Hans before quickly scurrying out of his way. The level of respect the German people gave their prince differed from what was expected in the Ming dynasty. In the East, the people practically worshipped the royal family and would stand on ceremony to kiss their asses. However, the Germans were a far more utilitarian people. If they had to clear the entire street simply to allow the prince and his party to walk by, nothing would ever get done. Thus, they made room for him and showed their respect in a far more subtle approach. Hans could tell the Ming prince was flabbergasted and quickly inquired what was wrong, seeking to remedy the situation. Is there something wrong, Prince Shi? Zhu naturally expressed his confusion as he watched the people of Kufstein walk by without incident. I'm just a little surprised that the commoners are not clearing the way for our group. Should they not make the streets open for us to walk upon? Hans looked at Zhu as if he were an idiot once more before expressing the differences in German and Ming culture. We have no such rules. From our perspective, if we were to clear the streets every time a member of the royal family walked by, it would cause inefficiency. We don't even legally require the people to show respect to our house. They do it of their own accord. Naturally, we have bodyguards to prevent any harm from befalling us, however such a thing is very unlikely within the borders of the Reich and especially within the capital. 10 years ago, this city was a small agricultural town owned by my father's family. In the last decade, my father has built everything you see before you. Most of these people are immigrants from other cities in Austria. The quality of their lives is thanks solely to my father and his efforts. They know this is the truth and willingly show their respect from the bottom of their hearts and not out of some legal mandate. Now let's go and have a treat. There's a desert parlor around here that has the best cookies and ice cream that money can buy. After saying this, Hans took his guests to a local dessert shop where there were goods laid out in glass containers. Yuji gazed in shock at how many confections were for sale. Baked goods, especially sweets, were reserved for the most wealthy people in the Ming dynasty, and yet there were commoners sitting among the tables dining on these delectable treats with wide smiles on their faces. Hans quickly sent one of his bodyguards to stand in line and ordered a plethora of treats. He handed the man a silver thaler to pay for the goods and then found a table to sit down at. Hans and his party stood out from the rest. He himself was dressed in imperial attire patterned after the dress uniform of the German Cadet Corps, while his compatriots were a teenage Indian boy and a full-grown Chinese man, both dressed in their native attire. Naturally, people in the desert parlor knew who Hans was and maintained a respectable distance. Despite this, Hans did not abuse his position as prince to cut to the front of the line and instead sent his bodyguard to secure their order. Eventually, the man returned with a variety of treats and some fresh milk for the trio to enjoy. Hans gladly took out the hazelnut, walnut, and chocolate strudel from the cardboard box and split it into thirds, handing off a section to his two guests before commenting on the dessert. "This is my favorite dessert. You guys will enjoy it, trust me." After saying this, he did not hesitate to bite into the pastry where a natural smile formed on his lips as he washed down the treat with some milk. Yuji was skeptical at first as he had no idea what chocolate was, but the moment he tasted the pastry, he fell in love with it. He truly believed the finest chef had to have made such a thing and that it should cost a fortune, but he could not understand how commoners could afford it, thus he was quick to inquire about this point. "This is truly divine, but how can your commoners afford such a luxury?" Hans looked over at the man with an innocent look on his face before answering the man's question in earnest. "We have a dozen bakeries like this spread throughout the city. There is an ample supply of the raw materials needed to create these dishes and plenty of talented bakers whose sole occupation is to make them. It really isn't that expensive. You can buy a whole box of these pastries for less than a single thaler." The Ming prince looked at his German counterpart with shock. He did not know how much a thaler was worth, but from the sound of it, it was not that expensive, thus he quickly inquired about the German currency system. "Explain to me your currency so that I might have a better understanding." Hans thought about it for a second before explaining in greater detail just how inexpensive it was to buy these treats. "So we have 3 coins in our currency system. A small copper coin called a pfennig. This is the most common coin used to purchase goods. Then there is a medium-sized pure silver coin called the thaler. This is used in larger transactions but nothing significant. Finally, there is the gulden, which is a large solid gold coin, and it is rarely used in transactions unless it is for something significant. 1 gulden is worth 100 thalers and 1 thaler is worth 100 pfennigs. So for about 15 to 20 pfennigs you can get a box of these pastries. To put this in perspective, the average person in the Reich is paid roughly 2 thalers a day for their labor. So most people can afford to eat such desserts regularly if they so desire. That's why you see so many common people enjoying the treats here in this establishment." When Zhuji and Daria realized just how inexpensive the treats they ate were, they stared at their desserts in awe. It was truly unbelievable that a luxury such as sweets were readily available to the average German citizen year-round. The Ming prince was actually having a hard time believing it. In all honesty, Hans had chosen this spot because he had a hankering for some strudel. It wasn't even the main point on his tour that would truly show off the overwhelming wealth of the German Empire. However, even with something as simple as this, he had completely stunned the Ming prince and the Anangpur emperor. All this time, Daria had thought that the treats he ate in the palace every day with coffee were a supreme luxury afforded only to the nobility of the Reich. In reality, it was a common treat eaten by most households. Berenger had made sure early on to set the example of paying his employees well, and with the wealth that was in his hands, all the other corporations that had risen over the years followed his example. Because of this, there was significant wealth in the hands of the average German citizen. Far more than most first-world countries from Berengar's past life. With polygamy becoming a more common practice in Germany, there was an increase in the workforce as only 1 or 2 women were needed to stay home and look after the kids. The other wives would go out and work just like the man of the house, providing a significantly higher quality of life for families. With the strict divorce laws in place that only permitted the dissolution of a marriage through means of fault, such as cheating or abuse, this wealth was rarely split apart, creating stable households for the German youth. Though Hans had done a good job describing the wealth of the fatherland, he still did not quite do it justice when these factors were taken into account. However, as this tour of the city continued, Zhuji and Daria would get a much better idea of just how wealthy and prosperous the Reich truly was. Chapter 803, Returning Home at Last. Berenger sat in line waiting for one of the many trains to take him home to Kufstein. The war was over and Berenger was now waiting along with his troops to return home. The trains were running nonstop, taking hundreds of thousands of men from one end of the Reich to the other. Despite being Kaiser and desperately wanting to return home to his family, Berenger did not abuse his position as the Kaiser to take the first train out of Hamburg. He was the Reichsmarshal, and as always, he lived and breathed under the same conditions as his soldiers. It was first come, first served for the railcars, and as the man who had traveled to England and back to the fatherland, he was among the last in line. Luckily for him, his national railway project was completed and thousands of rail cars existed to transport the soldiers across the Reich. Thus, after waiting several hours in silence, he could finally get on a railcar that was headed towards Kufstein. Berenger sat on the train as he watched it rapidly propel through the borders of the fatherland. It was no longer just the Kingdom of Austria, which was an industrialized state. Hamburg was an important port city with one of the Reich's major shipyards. The surrounding areas had fully mechanized agriculture, and the city itself had many factories. The train passed through the individual kingdoms, principalities, and grand duchies which formed the German Empire, and each major city appeared to have developed substantially over the years. Though electricity was a new feature that was unique to Austria, the era of steam prevailed across the major cities of the Reich. The rapid urbanization of Germany was not as disastrous as one might expect. With relatively modern technology, houses and tenements could be rapidly constructed, and the cities were individually designed to complement these shifts in the population in the most efficient manner. Berenger had set up an entire department of the state to achieve the most desirable results in the fatherland's industrialization. Corruption was purged at the highest levels with lethal force, and criminal behavior was simply not tolerated. The harsh punitive justice of the Reich had deterred crime to a large degree, and because of this, the prison population dwindled in comparison to the overall population growth. After a long trek to the capital of his empire, Berenger finally arrived in the city that had been built around the lands of his ancestors. He quickly stepped off the train, where he was greeted by several members of the Reichsguard who stood outside of an armored car designed to transport the Kaiser to his home. The door was opened by one of these men, and Berenger quickly took a seat inside its fine leather interior. He gazed in astonishment at the vehicle. For the first time in 10 years, he was finally reunited with the quintessential means of travel from his past life. Though this car's aesthetics were designed after those used in Germany during the 30s and 40s, it had a significantly more powerful engine, allowing it to achieve much greater speeds. Despite this, his professional driver, who had received hundreds of hours of training with the vehicle since its creation, smoothly progressed through the streets and informed Berenger of what had happened in his absence. "Your Majesty, things have been calm in the capital, however you should know a guest from the Far East has arrived and has been waiting for your return. He appears to have something important he wishes to discuss with you." Berenger sighed heavily when he heard this, before pulling out his flask which was filled with whiskey and drowning his fatigue in the savory substance. "Of course. I just have to endure visitors upon my arrival home. Not a moment of rest for the Kaiser." "Very well. I will entertain him when I return to the palace. Is there anything else I should be made aware of?" The driver scratched the back of his head awkwardly before making a suggestion to his Kaiser. "My Kaiser, in all honesty, you would be best asking your wife. The Empress knows far more about the happenings of the Reich than a simple soldier like myself. I just drive the royal family throughout the city, and not exactly aware of what goes on behind the scenes." Berenger nodded his head in silence and took what little time he had to relax before he arrived at the palace. As the automobile pulled into the driveway, he stepped out of its doors and slowly walked up the steps towards his palace. Linda was standing in her most beautiful state, ready to greet her husband. The other wives were nowhere to be seen, which Berenger thought was odd. However, when Linda ran up to him and wrapped her arms around him, she whispered something in Berengar's ears that made him understand why they were alone. "There has been some trouble in the east. Come to the study and I will inform you of everything that has happened in your absence." Berenger sighed heavily before following his wife to the study, where he sat down in his seat. The red-headed beauty shut the door behind her before sitting down across from her husband. "Berenger, there is another reincarnator in the east." After saying this, Linda did not wait for his reaction and handed him all the intelligence that her agents had gathered in India and the Ming dynasty since she had first learned of Itami's existence. A nation known as the Japanese Empire has appeared with wooden steamships, single-shot bolt-action rifles, revolvers, and Gatling guns. The Japanese have already invaded the Joseon kingdom and annexed its southern shores. Its army is marching north as we speak in an attempt to secure the iron deposits in the north. I believe the reincarnator is the young Empress of Japan, Itami Ryo. Approximately 5 years ago, she rose to prominence in Japan by succeeding her father and introducing new technologies that are in many ways similar to your own. Since then, she defeated the Ashikaga shogunate and slaughtered the royal family, claiming the title of Empress for herself. She appears to know of your existence and has armed the Bengal Empire with weapons to act as proxies in the Indian subcontinent. I believe she hopes to buy herself some time so that she can conquer large swaths of East Asia and industrialize her nation so that it can compete with the Reich militarily. You can thank the Prince of the Ming dynasty for this information. His father, the Emperor, appears to be worried about his Japanese neighbors and their aggressive expansion. I used my authority as Director of Intelligence to broker a non-aggression pact and a trade agreement. I also have convinced the prince to allow our agents to smuggle weapons into the Korean peninsula to arm peasants in a fight against the Japanese invaders. These plans are not yet fully agreed upon by the Ming Emperor, but the prince is confident that he can convince his father to accept to our terms. As we speak, Hans is taking him on a journey throughout the city to show off the wealth and prestige of the Reich. Berenger silently looked over the information for several minutes before cursing under his breath. Fucking hell, I knew something was suspicious when I drank from the well of WIRD and saw no information regarding East Asia in any of the potential timelines I gazed upon. I convinced myself that I never went that far, but it must have been blocked out by the existence of another reincarnator. What gods brought her here, and what is their purpose in doing so? Is this Itami Ryo even aware of the supernatural presence in this world? Linda lowered her head in defeat as she admitted she was truly ignorant regarding these questions. I'm afraid I don't have the means to answer those questions. However, I need clarification on what our plan is to deal with this bitch. Berenger chuckled as he placed the dossier on the table before breaking out the bottle of whiskey he kept inside his desk. He poured himself and his wife a stiff drink before answering the question. This Itami Ryo has already shown her hostility by creating a proxy in Indian subcontinent. We have no choice but to retaliate. I will send 5,000 JAG commandos to the Korean peninsula to arm and train the local peasant rabble into a capable guerrilla force. That ought to give the bitch a proper headache. As for India, it appears we have no time to waste. We must secure the throne for Daria and establish an armed presence in the region to act as a deterrence for the Bengal Empire. Now that we have the combustion engine available to us, it is about time I introduce a new form of warfare to this world. I had initially planned to defeat the Catholic world and take a step back from military advancements for the next decade. However, it appears that is no longer an option. If Itami Ryo seeks to buy time to modernize her forces, she has another thing coming. It appears we are at the dawn of a new arms race. With the blessing of the gods, we will emerge victorious. When the Ming Prince returns from his brief tour with our little boy, I would very much like to have a word with him. In the meantime, I intend to relax. So the question is, Linda, how are you going to treat my stress? The busty red-headed beauty had a sultry smirk on her face as she walked around the desk and got down on her knees in front of her husband before responding to his question. I can think of a few ways. Chapter 804, A New Era of Land Warfare. After making love to his favorite wife, Berenger realized that time waits for no man and that he was currently in an arms race with a hostile reincarnator. Thus, rather than use what little time he had to relax, he quickly got to work designing a whole line of new weapons and vehicles that would completely change the way warfare was fought around the globe. After years of industrialization efforts and the control over massive deposits of raw materials, Berenger now had the means to create armored vehicles, submarines, aircraft, and other modern weapon systems. However, first and foremost, he needed to equip his infantry with capable semi-automatic and automatic weapons that would prove vital in the wars that would be fought in the Eastern world. Though Berenger could design a proper assault rifle to use as his armed forces' standard-issue rifle, he was hesitant to do so. For starters, he believed the extended range of a full-power cartridge would prove vital in the islands of the Pacific, as Itami was likely to entrench her forces and fire upon him with bolt-action rifles. However, the history of his past life had proven that select-fire battle rifles were generally uncontrollable on full auto, with a few noticeable exceptions. During the Second World War of Berengar's past life, the German paratroopers had requested a rifle that was capable of fulfilling both the role of a light machine gun and an infantry rifle. After years of development, the FG-42 was created. The FG-42 was a select-fire battle rifle that was unique for its use of both a closed bolt and an open bolt system. The closed bolt was utilized on semi-automatic fire, which improved the accuracy of the single shots, while the open bolt was used for automatic fire. Interestingly enough, the device made use of a detachable 20-round box magazine which fed from the side of the weapon. The FG-42 was arguably one of the best infantry weapons of the war. Despite this, it had served in limited numbers. It made use of the 7.92 by 57mm Mauser cartridge and yet was surprisingly controllable in the automatic setting. Berenger knew with the size of his military, it would take many months to replace the current issue G25 bolt-action rifles, and because of this, he would give priority to his Reichsguard and Special Operations units. The G25 had played a pivotal role in the massacre of the Catholic forces during the Crusade, but it was already obsolete when Berenger introduced it. The only reason he had not gone with an automatic weapon system earlier was because he felt it was simply too much of an expense to warrant the cost. After all, until now, all of his enemies were using black powder muzzleloaders. However, the threat that Itami and her Japanese empire posed to the Reich was enough to warrant the development and manufacture of automatic infantry weapons. Naturally, with the FG-42, or as he would call it, the STG-27 as the standard-issue rifle, Berenger would need to develop machine guns to accompany such weapons. There were two designs Berenger had in mind to replace the Vickers, and each fulfilled a different role. The ZB-30 was a top-fed, light machine gun chambered in a variety of cartridges during the interwar period of Berengar's past life. It was a Czech weapon. However, after the annexation of Czechoslovakia by the Reich, the ZB-30 was widely used by the Waffen-SS in the early days of the war, largely because of internal politics that prevented them from using the standard Wehrmacht supply chains. The weapon was the inspiration for the Bren gun used by British armed forces as well as several Japanese light machine gun designs. In this life, Berenger would call the light machine gun the MG-27T, and it would make use of 30-round box magazines designed to feed 7.92 by 57mm cartridges into the weapon's action. The idea behind Berengar's new doctrine for warfare was to issue a light machine gunner to every squad while doing the same with a dedicated machine gunner to every platoon. This dedicated machine gunner would make use of a general-purpose machine gun known as the MG42 in his past life or the MG27 in this life. This MG42 would be an improved design that made use of the safety features issued in the later MG3 machine gun, which replaced the MG42 from active service in the armed forces of Western Germany. The MG42 was an improvement over the MG34 design, which implemented a quick barrel change feature. Berenger intended not only to issue this weapon to his infantry but with armored vehicles as well and in fortifications. It could fulfill the role of both a static weapon and an infantry weapon. The MG42 or MG27 as it would be known as in this life had a rate of fire of roughly 1,200 rounds per minute and made use of 50 round 7.92 by 57 mm belts which could be linked together to form a belt that carried 250 rounds. After designing the MG42 to be used across his armed forces, Berenger moved on to a sniper rifle. Naturally, the first weapon that came to mind that used the 7.92 by 57 mm cartridge was the G43 semi-automatic rifle. This weapon had a built-in scope mount, a detachable 10-round magazine, and was capable of firing 1 round per each pull of the trigger. It was also fairly accurate and an excellent designated marksman rifle. The only problem with the G43 or the G27 as it would be known as in this life was that the original rifles were overgassed and poorly finished as a result of war exhaustion. This resulted in an increased wear of the parts. Because of this, some re-engineering needed to take place to fix the gas system and ensure that the parts were properly constructed. In reality, Berenger already had a basis for this system as a post-war modification was made in America to make the rifles that were brought back from the conflict more shoot-able. So, after some fine-tuning, he believed he came up with the perfect design for long-term military use. Finally, Berenger needed a weapon to issue to vehicle crews, rear echelon troops, and officers. The immediate weapon that came to mind was the MP40, or the MP27 as he would call it in this life. The MP40 was a submachine gun that made use of 32 round 9 by 19 mm box magazines. It had a folding stock for ease of transport and was made of stamped sheet metal, making it not only easy to produce but an inexpensive product. After finishing designing these blueprints and stamping his approval for them to go through thorough development, testing, and manufacture, Berenger set his eyes on his next target. The Second World War in his past life was in reality a proving ground for various ideas that were good and bad for the battlefield. It was the dawn of a new style of warfare and many nations came up with different ideas on how an army should function. Berenger naturally knew the advantages and disadvantages of these systems and had decided upon a series of armored vehicles that took inspiration from modern American doctrine. The first vehicle that came to mind was an infantry fighting vehicle. The infantry fighting vehicle was a concept that came out in the post-war era. Essentially, it was a vehicle designed to transport troops into battle and provide direct fire support. The main difference between an infantry fighting vehicle and an armored personnel carrier was the size of its primary weapon. An infantry fighting vehicle had a main gun that fired at least a 20 mm projectile. Berenger intended to create a large infantry fighting vehicle capable of carrying an entire squad of infantry into battle. Because of this, he actually designed something relatively unique. The overall shape of the IFV that Berenger created took the form of the West German Schützenpanzer SBZ 112 Kurs. However, its size was increased to that of an M2 Bradley IFV. With the increase in size of the vehicle, it needed a better engine, and because of that, Berenger made use of the same engine which powered his 5 trucks, which incidentally was the same engine used in the M2 Bradley and its most modern variants. After ensuring that this beast of a vehicle was properly armored, he redesigned the rear so that it replicated that which the M2 Bradley used. The final modification Berenger made to this vehicle was to ensure that it had amphibious capabilities, something he felt he would need if he was going to war in the Pacific. He named this vehicle the Schützenpanzer SBZ 27 Lynx. After designing the IFV that would carry his troops into battle, Berenger decided on a tank design that he was able to build at this moment. Any design that originated after the Second World War would be difficult to achieve if simply because of their reliance on more modern sighting systems. Because of that, Berenger selected what he believed to be the best tank of the Second World War, and that was the Panzerkampfwagen V Panther, also known simply as the Panther. The Panther tank was a medium tank that saw extensive use in the Second World War by the forces of the Wehrmacht and Waffen SS. It made use of a 7.5 cm KWK-42 main gun and was a decent compromise between armor, firepower, and mobility. Some historians would say it was one of the leading inspirations for the post-war main battle tank concept. Berenger intended to name this vehicle the Panzerkampfwagen I Panther since it was the first of the Reich's tank designs in this world. Berenger suspected that in a year, or maybe 2, his Reichsguard would be fully mechanized and in the following years his army would catch up. These weapons would be gradually introduced to his forces over time, and he intended to use the Indian subcontinent not only as a proving ground for his new weapons but also as a means to give his army some experience in modern combat. These armored vehicles and automatic weapons were but the first of the new inventions Berenger intended to design. It was a bold new era. With access to combustion engines and materials such as aluminum, he could design new naval vessels and a dedicated air force. Hell, from the looks of it, his first ever airship was nearing completion. Once such a thing was constructed, his people would rule the skies. Thus, while Hans continued to show off the wealth of the Reich to his guests, Berenger was fast at work designing an entirely new generation of weapons that the Reich's armed forces would be equipped with in the coming years. Chapter 805 Expansion of the Kriegsmarine. After finishing his work on the new weapons systems for his army, Berenger realized he still had time left before his son returned home with his guests. Because of this, he quickly got to work on a new naval advancement, one that would guarantee German supremacy over the waves. The newest generation of ships were being constructed at every port across the Reich, and they were more than capable of dealing with whatever steel beast Japan decides to unleash on the seas in the coming years. If there was one thing that Berenger was missing in his fleets, it was dedicated torpedo boats. However, when facing the level of technology that Berenger currently had access to, torpedo boats were already obsolete. Instead, he was now capable of creating submarines. A talented naval engineer in his employ had previously introduced the designs of torpedoes, which were already being outfitted on his warships. With this in mind, Berenger had decided he would create the first U-boat of the Reich. Labeled the Type 1 U-boat, Berenger quickly got to work designing the magnum opus of U-boats, which forever changed the way submarines functioned in his past life. Modeled after the Type XXI U-boat, Berenger had designed a submarine that was capable of staying submerged throughout the majority of its mission. How did he achieve this without nuclear power? By using a powerful diesel-electric engine which made use of an ample supply of batteries to maintain its submersion. These batteries could be recharged via a simple snorkel at periscope depth, allowing it to keep a minimal visual presence in the seas. This vessel had a range of 15,500 nautical miles at a speed of 10 knots, meaning it could travel all the way to the coasts of Japan before needing to be refueled. Assuming Berenger established naval bases in Madagascar, Sri Lanka, and Oceania in the upcoming years, he would be able to maintain a proper route of these underwater predators between him and his enemies. Unlike earlier weapons designs, this U-boat did not make use of cannons. Instead, it had 6 torpedo tubes and could carry a grand total of 23 G7 torpedoes. It also made use of 2 twin 2 cm anti-aircraft guns. Though Berenger did not expect to fight for supremacy in the skies with the Japanese anytime soon, it was an eventuality he was preparing for. The Type XXI U-boat was a design that the Nazis had made at the end of their 6-year-long war against the world. Only 2 ever actually saw service. However, because it was a last-ditch effort, there were some serious problems with the initial design that Berenger had studied extensively during his spring break in the U.S. Naval Academy's library. Luckily, several countries designed their own submarines after the war, which were heavily based upon the Type XXI submarine, including the USA. Thus, he could use the improvements made by the U.S. Tang-class submarine as a basis for fixing the flaws with the Type XXI U-boat. In fact, Berenger had spent a few hours experimenting with an improved Type XXI in his past life while he was researching the topic at the Naval Academy. This design was the basis for his current blueprint, which, because of his advancements in engineering knowledge since then, he had made several key improvements at this time. Other than torpedoes, the naval engineers under his employ had recently been working on radar and sonar systems which, along with the improvements to radio communications, came together to create the perfect vessel. Berenger used what little knowledge he had on such subjects to improve their performance, but there wasn't much he needed to do. After designing the Type 1 U-boats, Berenger decided to go back to the ship designs he had made a couple years prior and modify them to make use of radar, sonar, radio communications, and anti-aircraft guns. Such improvements needed to be made across the board for the expansion of his Kriegsmarine. Having applied all of these changes, Berenger quickly got to work on his next ship design. With the recent improvements in technology, Berenger now had the ability to manufacture aircraft. This meant he would need aircraft carriers to prove effective in naval warfare abroad. One of the critical weaknesses of German military in the Second World War of Berengar's past life was its lack of capable warships. This was because of the Treaty of Versailles and the limitations it placed on Germany. Though some vessels were developed in secret, it was difficult to hide an aircraft carrier from the view of the Reich's enemies. Berenger did not have these limitations, and because of that, he intended to introduce such vessels as quickly as possible. With this in mind, he began drawing the blueprints to a naval vessel that was proposed and laid down but never completed in his past life. It was known as the Graf Zeppelin-class aircraft carrier. However, Berenger would simply refer to it as the Kaiser-class aircraft carrier. Having designed a new aircraft carrier, Berenger sighed in relief. He had planned to immediately get to work on his blueprints for the aircraft. However, before he could do so, he was interrupted by a knock on the door, followed by a meek voice. "Can I come in?" Berenger immediately recognized who the voice belonged to and was a little bewildered. However, he quickly responded with a friendly voice as he did so. "Sure, you may enter, Priya." The doors opened to reveal the Anangpur princess, who was dressed in a green and gold silk sari, which matched her emerald eyes perfectly. Berenger immediately noticed that she seemed a bit embarrassed to be alone in a room with him, and thus he quickly called out to her to sit down. "Please, Priya, sit and speak of what you need from me." Priya was no fool. She had been cautiously observing Berengar's actions since her arrival in Kufstein and could tell he wanted something from her and her brother. Though he appeared nice and loving to the people he cared about, she knew better than to believe he was helping the two siblings out of the kindness of his heart. While Daria may be enjoying the peaceful life that he currently lived, she was internally anxious about her position in the imperial palace and whether she would be used as a bargaining chip or not. Thus, she was practically sweating as she sat down across from the Kaiser, who in her eyes seemed like a living deity in comparison to the men she had known to hold power. Berenger reached into his ice chest and pulled out a cold beer for himself and a bottle of sparkling cider for Priya. After handing it over to the girl, he waited for her to gain the courage to speak her mind. It took several seconds for Priya to gather her thoughts, but she eventually asked the question she had been curious about for some time now. "What exactly do you want from me and my brother?" Berenger chuckled when he heard this question. He leaned back in his chair and sipped on his beer before spinning the globe that sat on his desk. After a few seconds of letting it spin, he placed his index finger on the exact spot where India lay before answering the girl's question. "It is not a matter of what I want, but what your brother wants. Your brother has asked me to help him regain his throne, but to do so would require me to march my forces into your family's land and oust the current self-proclaimed emperor. After all, though Daria may be the rightful heir to the throne, he has few, if any, real supporters. He has no army nor soldiers to call upon to support his claim. Meaning, if I honor his request, the blood that will be shed to place him on the throne will not be that of his supporters, but the men of Germany. I consider every man, woman, and child who belongs to my empire to be an invaluable part of my realm. Because of this, the spilling of German blood has an extraordinarily high price that must be paid. Your brother has yet to find out how he can afford to buy such a noble sacrifice. You ask me what I wanted by letting you stay here in the Reich. Well, if I'm being honest, until today, I wanted nothing more than to create a friendly ally in the Indian subcontinent. Someone who I could gain favorable trade deals with. However, I hate to be the one to inform you of this, but things have changed. Upon my return home from the battlefield, I was immediately met with reports gathered by my agents that a great power in the east, one that rivals the Reich, is arming the Bengal Empire in an attempt to support their emperor's grand plans to conquer the Indian subcontinent. Now, you and I both know that your uncle is barely keeping your declining state together. The moment the Bengal army reaches his doors, he will capitulate or cause untold suffering across your lands. Either way, in the end, without the support of the Reich, the Anangpur Empire will fall to its neighbor. If the Anangpur Empire falls, then you and your brother will serve no purpose to me. So, your brother wants my support, and now he has it. Here is what I will do for you. In the following months, I will sail my armies to the Anangpur Empire and put your brother on the throne that is rightfully his. Then I will rebuild his army into a force that can defeat the Bengal Empire. After your empire is capable of contending with its neighbors, I will provide combat support until your brother has united the Indian subcontinent under his banner. Once the entire region is under the control of your dynasty, you two siblings can find a proper way to repay me." Priya blushed slightly when she heard Berengar's proclamation. There was no hesitation in his voice, no doubt in his plan. He would emerge victorious, and there was nothing the enemy could do to stop him. That was the level of confidence that was oozing from this man's indomitable aura. It did not matter that a foreign power was arming his enemies with the weapons that could prove to be the undoing of the German army. There was only one path forward in his vision, and that was total conquest. The young girl had never met a man who was so determined to achieve his goals. Even her own brother, who she cared for deeply, failed to live up to the respect and admiration she had for Berenger at this moment. After several moments of awkward silence, Priya nodded her head before responding to Berengar's claim. "I understand. I will work hard to think of some way to repay you for everything you have done and everything you have yet to do." Berenger scoffed when he heard this before taking another sip of his beer. After a few large gulps, he responded to the girl's statement with a warm tone in his voice. "That is for your brother to decide. You are still young. Enjoy your time here in Kufstein to the best of your ability. One day in the future you will be looking back on these days where you did not have to worry about a thing with a sense of fondness that I can't accurately describe. Oh, and if Hans gives you any trouble, let me know and I'll set him straight." Upon hearing this, Priya wore a pretty smile before bowing her head to Berenger. After doing so, she left one last remark before departing from his office. "I thank you for your benevolence." After she had left the room and closed the door behind her, Berenger sighed heavily before shaking his head and expressing his thoughts aloud. In a few years, that girl is going to be a little heartbreaker. After saying that, he quickly finished his beer before getting back to his task at hand. Chapter 806, The Ming Prince's Tour of the City Part LLL. After sharing some sweets with his guests, Hans began the real portion of the tour. As a way to show off the wealth and prestige of the Reich, he intended to head into a nearby residential district whose citizens were of the middle class. Despite having a household with a middle-class income, the people in this neighborhood lived in rather large houses which were a minimum of 500 square meters in size. After all, polygamy was the norm, and they needed large homes with many bedrooms to house these families. Upon walking through the cobblestone streets of this neighborhood, Daria and Zhu were astonished by the level of architecture these common houses were designed with. The impressive thing about Kufstein was that it was a city whose buildings made use of a variety of architectural styles, but they segregated these styles into their own sectors of the city. In the old quarter of Kufstein, the houses were largely constructed in the earlier Fratchwork design. These were the first buildings established in the city after it had transformed from a small agricultural village to a thriving metropolis. They had been renovated over the years to keep up with the newest advancements in living standards. This neighborhood that Hans was showing off to his guests was built with Baroque architecture. The large houses were more like noble villas than common homes, with opulent balconies and elaborate entryways that made use of steel gates to keep intruders out. Zhu and Daria alike were quick to express their awe at the stunning visuals. "I can't believe your nobility live in such extravagant villas. I never knew Kufstein had such a wealthy district." Hans gazed over at the two foreign men and scoffed before enlightening them on just what kind of families lived in this neighborhood. "The people who live here are part of the middle class. The villas that the wealthy elite live in are substantially larger and more extravagant than these houses." The Ming prince and the Anangpur emperor slowly shifted their gazes over to the young German prince, who had a haughty smirk on his face. They could not believe that the middle class of the German Empire lived in such wealth and opulence. Zhu in particular was quick to question how this was even possible. How can they afford such luxury? Surely one would have to work for decades to achieve the amount of fortune that is required to buy such a lively villa? Hans nodded his head as he heard this before explaining the economic principle of mortgages to the Ming prince and the Anangpur emperor. Of course they would, which is why the bank buys the house for them and they pay off the bank over the next few decades with interest. This ensures that a citizen's money is constantly flowing into the economy rather than being stashed away in vault for 30 years waiting to buy a house. Not everyone is as wealthy as my father, who could afford to buy this entire neighborhood for himself as if it were a mere pittance. The concept of mortgages was completely foreign to Zhu and Daria. It was something Berenger had implemented some time ago and helped boost the economy to a significant degree. It still shocked these men that a middle-class family could afford such a large and opulent house, so much so that they barely comprehended what the boy prince had said. Hans ended up taking the two men through an open house of one of the buildings that was for sale. Though the realtor did not understand why the prince or the two men were visiting, she made sure that they were well accommodated. The furniture inside the building was rather luxurious: plushy sofas, soft beds, silk sheets, and curtains, ceramic bathtubs with glass showers, granite countertops, etc. It was definitely something that the lower end of the middle class would not easily afford in Berengar's past life. However, to Hans, who literally grew up with a solid gold spoon in his mouth, such trappings were a symbol of the poor. Or at least from his privileged perspective. Still, Hans did not look down on such homes with an arrogant attitude because he was well aware of the state that the feudal nobility of foreign kingdoms lived in. A house like this was far superior to the living conditions that even the neighboring monarchs suffered through. Zhu was beginning to understand just how wealthy the Reich was in comparison to the rest of the world. As an imperial prince of the Ming dynasty, he lived a life of luxury that few people in this world could ever experience. However, a middle-class German citizen was not far off from the lifestyle he lived back in the palace. He dreaded the idea of how Germany's wealthy elite lived. The Ming prince had been astonished by the extensive use of gold and other fine minerals in Berengar's palace, but he had thought that the man used his nation's entire wealth to build such a magnificent palace. Instead, it appeared as if the man had spent a small fraction of his personal treasury to construct his home. Daria, who was used to living in the German palace for close to a year now, was actually not as shocked as Zhu when he saw the luxury of this home that was for sale. He was more astounded that this was how the middle class of the Reich lived. After bumbling around a few residential districts, the sun began to fade and Zhu was convinced it was time to return home. After all, there was no point staying out after dark. However, before he could express these thoughts, he was immediately greeted with the lighting of the street lamps, which illuminated the entire city. He gazed in astonishment at the miracle of electricity before asking what it was. "Sweet merciful Buddha. What is this?" Hans smirked when he heard this before explaining to the man what he was seeing. "It's the same technology that is being used to power the streetlights. I don't know much about it, but it is a recent invention. The only reason you haven't seen such things in the palace is because father is concerned about the safety of his family during the extensive renovations that would be required. The summer palace is currently being constructed in Berlin with this technology and is nearing completion. Father intends to move us there in the next few weeks while the main palace here in Kufstein is retrofitted to accept this technology. Come, our tour is not over. Every evening there is a concert in the city where people are able to purchase tickets. Naturally, there is a spot reserved for the royal family." After saying this, Hans led the Ming prince and the Anangpur emperor to the Grand Concert Hall, which was capable of seating 2,500 people. The Grand Concert Hall was modeled after the Grosser Saal in Vienna from Berengar's past life. However, it was extended in size for a superior seating capacity. Naturally, there was a private booth above all other seating arrangements which were reserved for the royal family and their guests. When the young Prince Hans arrived, a beautiful blonde woman in a cocktail dress quickly greeted him. She was the aid that was provided for the evening to him and his compatriots. She wore a friendly smile on her pretty face as she knelt down so that she could be at the same level as Hans. Your Highness, Prince Hans, it is my honor to be looking after you tonight. If there is anything you need, you just let me know and I will be happy to assist. Hans was not the only one staring at the woman's bountiful cleavage. Zhuji and Daria struggled to take their gazes away from the woman's hefty bosom. She noticed this and continued to smile gracefully before leading the trio to their seats. After sitting down, the Kufstein Orchestra began to play an eloquent piece, which Hans greatly enjoyed. It was actually a song that Adela had written with the help of Berenger. Berenger knew little of music or the arts, but he had a love for orchestra, especially that which came in the 21st century of his past life by way of video game soundtracks. This song was the theme for the 10th installment of a popular JRPG that he had played in his youth during his life as Julian Weber. It was a melancholy theme that played at the starting intro and later on in the game at its depressing climax. However, there was something deeply beautiful about the song that Berenger truly loved. Naturally, Adela had recreated the music by listening to his humming, and it was truly a work of art. Daria felt a tear form in his eye from the moment the piano intro began. By the end of the song, he was practically soaked in tears. He did not know why he was moved so much by the song, but he was monumentally happy that he had run away from home with his sister at this moment. Though the music was vastly different from what was traditionally played in the East, even Zhuji found himself enjoying not just the first song, but the entire concert, which lasted for nearly 2 hours. He was enthralled with the music and the artists who played it so perfectly from the moment it began. After the concert was over, Hans and his guests departed, where they witnessed a large gathering of people in the center of the city holding candles in their hands. A band had gathered and was playing the German national anthem, whose words paid homage to the Kaiser. Every member of the crowd knew the words by heart and sang along in a joyous celebration. The sight dumbfounded Hans and his guests, and the boy quickly asked one of his bodyguards just what had occurred while they were at the concert. "What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here to celebrate?" The bodyguard quickly asked around to find out what was happening. After several minutes, he returned to the prince and gave him some shocking news. "The war is over. Our enemies are defeated and the heroes of the Reich have returned home, including your father. The people have gathered to celebrate and pay homage to the men who fought and bled for our victory." This news instantly filled the boy's heart with joy as an excited smile formed on his lips. Hans was glad that his father had returned home safe and sound. He gazed around at the crowd and noticed a lot of young men in military uniforms regrouping with their lovers, wives, and children, all while singing the national anthem of the Reich and praising the Kaiser for his victory. Undoubtedly, in the coming days, a national celebration would be organized, but for now, the people of Germany were having their own minor celebrations like these throughout every city and town in the Reich. Hans was swept up in the moment and sang along to the lyrics of the national anthem known by the title of Hail to the Invictor's Crown. The celebration continued for some time, where beer and food were served by local taverns and restaurants free of charge. It was only after a while did the people notice their prince was standing among them, where they immediately knelt in front of him with the utmost respect. Upon seeing such a random celebration taking place, Zhuji and Daria were certain that Hans had planned all of this, but after seeing his bewildered expression, they knew this event was spontaneous. After being noticed by so many people, the Reichsguard swiftly led Hans and his guests back to the palace. Zhuji and Daria alike felt a bit more humble when they finally returned to their lodgings. They were glad they had been taken on the tour and were completely stunned at the state of the German Empire. As great as their homes may be, the fatherland was like a utopia, or at the very least, its capital was. Zhuji now understood why his interpreters were so eager to visit Kufstein when he initially set out on this journey. Chapter 807. The Ming Prince pays his respects. By the time Hans and his guests returned to the palace, Berenger was sitting on his imperial throne. Gone were the days where he had a throne made of granite with intimidating skulls carved into its surface. No, since Berenger had risen to the position of a king and later an emperor, he had improved his royal seat with many luxuries to display the status that he held as the Emperor of Germany. The fluffy seat cushions and armrests were made of quilted black velvet and were surrounded by gold fittings. Below the armrests were 2 golden angels. Their figures were curvy and their bodies naked. This theme of nude angels and pagan deities was intricately carved throughout the golden frame of the chair until finally it reached the neckrest. Above the black velvet neckrest was a golden headboard which had a carved symbol of Berenger, though he had the wings of an archangel and a radiate crown upon his head. He was dressed in nothing but a loincloth and his arms were outstretched as if he were a deity himself, while the rays of the sun erupted from his body. Atop this elaborate headboard was the statuette of a golden double-head eagle whose wings were outstretched. Its arms perched upon a golden iron cross which proudly displayed the German roots of the emperor. Berenger himself was dressed in his imperial regalia. It was a black military uniform with golden trimming and white adornments. This uniform was based upon that which Berenger had issued to the German army in years prior. Military honors were pinned to his chest, while a golden sash stretched from shoulder to waist, symbolizing the man's outstanding achievements on the battlefield. Around the Kaiser's neck was a golden chain, which bore the symbols of the Order of St. George, one of the several chivalric orders that existed in the Reich. At the same time, a grand cross of the Iron Cross dangled gracefully from his collar while his black leather eye patch was embellished with an Iron Cross First Class embedded in its center. There was also a pair of golden epaulets on his shoulders. On Berengar's lap was the beloved princess of the Reich, Henrietta, whose head rested on her precious big brother's shoulder. The dress she wore was a shimmering pink and was cut thigh-high, allowing her ease of movement but also showing off her incredible thighs when she sat in such a shameful manner on her brother's lap. She wore platinum jewelry which was encrusted in rare pink diamonds, both of which were recent imports from the South African colony. Clinging to Berengar's left side was his favorite wife Linda. The red-headed beauty was dressed in a stunning and elegant sky blue dress with her white gold and blue topaz jewelry dangling gracefully from her neck and ears. She wore a pretty smile on her face as she saw her beloved firstborn son return from his brief journey throughout the city. On Berengar's other side was the young Empress Adela, who was garbed in a white silk dress with platinum jewelry that was encrusted with diamonds. She had a pretty smile on her face as she stood by her husband's side with the grace of a woman befitting her position. Honoria was dressed in a mint green gown which matched her eyes perfectly. Her jewelry was made of gold and emerald and she knelt at her husband's feet with a submissive look on her face. Naturally, she rested on the side Linda was on with the ever-watchful gaze of the red-headed beauty keeping an eye on her. On the other side of Berengar's feet was Yasmin, who was garbed in a Tyrian purple dress. Her jewelry was made of gold and had amethysts encrusted within it. She obediently knelt before her husband, the Kaiser, and had a pretty yet stoic expression on her face as she witnessed the newcomers enter the scene. Finally, on Berengar's left armrest sat the leopard cub Genseric, who rested beneath the palm of the Kaiser as he scratched behind the little kitten's ears. The beast had unnatural intelligence in its keen eyes as it stared at the newcomers with a fierce glare. Upon witnessing the sight of the Kaiser and his lovely pets, Hans instantly knelt on the floor and lowered his head within his esteemed father's presence, causing his guests to do the same. After several moments of silence, Berenger smiled before speaking to his son, who had been absent throughout the entire day. "It is good to see you are doing well, Hans. I missed you while I was away. Have you been a good boy to your mother while I was gone?" Hans silently nodded his head when he heard his father speak to him. He truly believed he had been well behaved during the man's absence. The approving look on his mother's face showed that he was correct in this assessment. However, his father simply nodded his head in response to his gesture before addressing the elephant in the room. "Prince Zhuji of the Ming Dynasty, I heard quite a bit about you from my wife. She seems to believe you have the ability to foster relations between the Reich and your homeland. I look forward to working with you. No doubt I can attest that everything Linda has agreed to will be fulfilled so long as you do your part. However, I am also willing to offer you additional support. As of next week, we shall replace the current ships in my first fleet with the next generation of naval vessels that are nearing completion as we speak. I have 10 shipyards across my empire diligently working on modernizing my navy, which seems to be lagging behind my army. When my old ships are decommissioned, I shall retrofit them and sell them to your empire if you are willing to buy. You are free to reverse engineer the technology behind them if you can so manage. Assuming your father is unwilling to purchase the munitions required to operate the ship's guns, you can replace them with the more primitive muzzle-loading cannons that your empire already has access to. Though for the sake of competing with the Empire of Japan, I highly suggest you buy from us. With these 10 ironclad frigates and more to come in the next few years, I can assure that for a while, you can successfully deter the Japanese Navy from messing with your territorial waters. However, if this Empress Atami has the capabilities I think she has, they will become obsolete within the next decade. So, I suggest you think of long-term strategies to protect your trade on the high seas." Zhuji was astonished to hear that Berenger was willing to sell him his old ships. He had no idea how big of an improvement the new vessels would be, but he had seen one under construction. Linda was most shocked at all. She did not expect Berenger to so easily give away such valuable ships to a state that was not directly under his control. The reality was that Berenger needed to buy some time of his own. He had to fight a proxy war with the Bengal Empire as well as prepare for the eventual conflict with Japan. By selling the Ming these ironclad frigates, which were far more advanced than the wooden steamships Atami was currently using, he could threaten her expansion. It also sent a message that he knew of her existence as well as her plans and would counter them in his own ways. Zhuji could only bow his head and accept this gift with as much enthusiasm as he could muster. "I am sure that my father will not have an issue with the Reich supplying the munitions needed to operate the weapons aboard these ships. On behalf of the Ming Dynasty, I thank you for your generosity." Berenger smiled when he heard this before responding to the man's statement. "I am sure your father is a wise enough man to see the opportunity one am giving him. Anyway, the journey back to my home has been a long one and I am dreadfully tired. We shall speak more about our plans for countering the Japanese Empire tomorrow morning at breakfast. In the meantime, enjoy your stay in my palace." After saying this, Berenger carried Henrietta off of him before motioning for his girls to follow him back to the royal bedchamber. He planned to taste every one of them on this night. After the 5 beauties obediently chased after their man, Zhuji gasped in astonishment before looking Hans in the eyes and asking the question of his mind. "Are all of those beautiful women your father's wives?" Hans looked up at Zhuji with a stupefied expression on his face. To him, it was only natural that the most beautiful women in the world flocked to his father, thus he simply nodded his head in silence. However, after a few seconds he quickly corrected one thing. All of them except for Henrietta, the one in pink. She's his sister. Zhu sighed in relief when he heard this. It would be simply unfair for the gods to bless one man with so many top-tier beauties at his side. However, Han's next words shattered all the faith the man had in his gods. But she is his concubine, so I suppose, in a way, she is akin to his wife. At this moment, Zhu did not know how to react. Though his father had plenty of wives and concubines, the man was more of a fan of quantity over quality. In the Ming prince's entire life, he had seen a handful of women who were as beautiful as those that belonged to Berenger. However, for all of Berengar's lovers to be at the highest tier of beauty was simply too enviable. Chapter 808, Establishing the Luftwaffe. The next morning, Berenger rose from his bed with a wide smile on his face. It had been some time since he could partake in the flesh of his lovers, and in one night he had experienced pleasure with them all. However, an emperor's work was never truly fulfilled, and because of this, he was quick to rise with the dawn and get to work. Berenger had several important tasks he needed to do over the coming days. Though he had expanded his army and naval capabilities by designing new weapons and vehicles, his work in modernizing the German military was not yet complete. He had advanced his navy into the new age, and soon he would see the fruits of his labor. However, there was one last aspect of warfare that until now mankind had never managed to conquer. Berenger was not an aerospace engineer, but he understood the basic concepts behind early planes. He also had done extensive research into the aircraft used by the Luftwaffe during the Second World War of his past life. Thus, Berenger would be able to piece together some blueprints for pre-jet engine aircraft. With the aid of the brilliant minds that he had fostered over the years, these designs could be perfected and expanded upon until something combat-capable was seen soaring in the skies. The first aircraft design that Berenger made use of was a multi-role fighter that was capable of fulfilling the roles of fighter interceptor, fighter bomber, ground attack, and reconnaissance. The Germans in his past life had already made a plane that was capable of performing all of these functions at the highest level with slight variations specializing in each task. This plane was called the Focke-Wulf Ta-152. It was a late war plane design that was developed from the earlier Focke-Wulf 190. It was a turbopropeller aircraft that was among the best in its class, easily capable of competing with all similar Allied aircraft. In terms of pre-jet engine technology, there were few planes as capable as the Ta-152. This plane was designed to be the workhorse of Berengar's Air Force. Aside from the basic design of the plane itself, Berenger also designed an aircraft engine and the individual weapons needed for the plane to be combat-ready, as he would do for all of the aircraft he would implement. With the introduction of aircraft, Berenger did not just need fighters, he needed transport planes that could be used for both cargo and personnel. The existence of paratroopers was essential to Berengar's plans against Itami's Japanese Empire, and because of this, he developed the Ju-290 as his plane of choice. The Ju-290 was a large, long-range military transport used by the Luftwaffe during the Second World War. It was exactly the kind of transport plane that Berenger had in mind. Capable of extensive flights at high altitudes with a spacious cargo capacity, it was the most ideal choice for both troop transport and cargo. With the cargo and troop transport taken care of, Berenger needed a long-range strategic bomber, and he knew exactly what he wanted. Based upon blueprints he had seen on the internet, Berenger redesigned the Me-264, which was pretty much the German equivalent of the B-17. It was an exceptional plane, but in his past life, only 3 prototypes were built before the project was scrapped so that the company which manufactured them could focus on producing fighters. Finally, Berenger wanted to design a dive bomber that could act as both a land bomber and a torpedo bomber. In his past life, the Germans had experimented with several of these designs to put on their proposed aircraft carrier. Naturally, the one that immediately came to mind was the infamous Ju-87 Stuka. This was an aircraft that was the dread of the Allies in the Second World War. Its siren was usually a sign of impending death and made the enemies of the Reich quake in their boots. Berenger wanted to recreate this fear in his own enemies, and because of that, he was more than happy to design the Stuka. In reality, Berenger knew only the basics of how to design aircraft. Because of this, he would leave the completion of these blueprints and their actual construction up to his talented team of engineers. Specifically, those who were already experimenting on flight with the rigid airship. He did not expect to have aircraft in active service for at least another year or perhaps 2. After completing the basic designs for his future fleet of aircraft, Berenger let out a heavy sigh and thought about what his military would look like in the next 5 years. Now that the war with the Catholic Church was over, Berenger wanted nothing more than to relax with his family and oversee the development of the Reich. However, just when he was about to gain some semblance of peace in his life, a new threat had risen in the fog of war. The Japanese Empire was not a peer to the Reich, but it was a near peer. Berenger knew from what little information he had about his rival that, undoubtedly, when they finally came to arms, his military would be superior. However, unlike all of his previous enemies, Japan would have the ability to inflict untold casualties among his troops. Especially if their empress was smart and committed to a campaign of entrenched island battles. He honestly did not know what era this reincarnator came from or what were her capabilities, but from the information he had been provided by his agents dispatched to the east. The Japanese Empire was on the cusp of widespread industrialization, while his society had already advanced beyond such an era. During this train of thought about the most efficient ways to counter his enemies, a knock resounded on his door, followed by a familiar voice. "Big brother, breakfast is ready. Come join your family for a meal now that you are home." The Kaiser wore a warm smile on his face as he rose from his seat and opened the door to reveal the radiant figure of his precious little sister. Henrietta quickly wrapped her arms around him before kissing him on the lips. After doing so, she grabbed hold of his hand and led him to the dining room, where Berengar's family and all of his guests were gathered. Berenger entered the room and looked upon how large his family had grown and grinned from ear to ear. He still was not yet finished creating children. He knew that his family would grow even more in the coming years, but to see those who currently existed as both happy and healthy, it was truly a warming sight. Hans and his younger brother Joseph were being fawned upon by their mother while Helga was waiting patiently for the food to arrive. All differed from her older sister. She was a vibrant and lively child while Helga was far more quiet and reserved. While Anuria was looking after her young daughter, Helena, her son, Alexandros, was glaring at his rival, Gazi. The two young boys were of a similar age and were both being schooled in how to rule at a young age, where they developed a friendly sibling rivalry. Unlike Berengar's children with Adela, Linda, and Henrietta, these two boys were guaranteed the thrones of their mother's kingdoms. Thus, they were given special educational courses in politics, economics, and other important subjects. Yasmin was looking over her young daughter Zara while Gazi and Alexandros were having a fierce debate over their political lessons and their respective views on what was being taught. All in all, it was a lively environment. Yuji and Daria could only gaze in envy at the sight of Berengar's family and how they immediately became silent when the man entered the room. Berenger tried to be a major part of his children's lives despite his many responsibilities, and because of this, there was much love and respect for him as the head of the household. The moment he sat down at the table, the entire crowd shifted their gaze towards him, where he simply smiled and gave out the order for the food to be brought forward. "Let us eat." Once this was said, the household servants rushed from the kitchen into the dining hall with platters of breakfast food to be served to the royal family and their guests. All of his favorites were present, and even some lunch food was mixed in. After all, it was a grand occasion. Like every time he marched off to war, the morning after he came back, they would always have a large family feast and talk about what had happened in the Kaiser's absence. Berenger sat and had a conversation with each and every one of his children about what they had been up to while he was away, and while some would ask him what life was like on the battlefield, he could only force a smile and pass it off with some vague notion of being happy to be home with the people he loved. This was how the Kaiser spent the morning after his return home. After all, now that the war was over, he would need to work closely with Adela to create a large celebration ceremony, one he intended to use to raise the German spirits and warn them about foreign threats to the east. However, that could wait until after the meal was over. Chapter 809, Planning the Victory Day Celebration. After finishing his morning meal, Berenger met with Adela in his office. He sat upon his chair while Adela took her seat across from him with a large oak desk separating the couple. Adela was actually a bit nervous. She was rarely called to Berengar's office, and when she was, it was usually because the man was upset with her. His stoic expression did no favors in this regard. She held her head low while Berenger gazed at her with curiosity. "Is something the matter, Adela? Are you perhaps unwell? If so, we can have this conversation when you are feeling better." Adela's eyes widened in disbelief when she heard this. Was she not about to be scolded? Berenger could see the confusion in her eyes and quickly clarified his reason for asking for her attendance. "I don't know what you had in mind, but I asked you here to help me organize a massive celebration for the victory we achieved over the Catholic world. Though we have defeated our enemies and they have all agreed to submit to our demands, there is more than one kingdom who has yet to sign an actual treaty with the Reich. It is my hopes to invite all the national heroes and cultural icons of Germany to witness the signing of the treaties and to celebrate the end of the papacy's tyranny. As my Minister of Cultural Affairs, I figured I would get your input on this matter." Adela sighed in relief when she heard she was not in trouble with her husband and wore a pretty smile as she nodded her head in agreement to his terms. "Oh, if that's the case, I'd be more than happy to help. What exactly did you have in mind?" Berenger grabbed a few beers from his ice chest and popped open their caps before handing one to his wife. After the young woman had taken a sip, he leaned back in his chair and followed suit, where he then expressed the ideas he had in mind for the celebration. "For starters, I want a military parade to show off the might and valor of our nation's soldiers. I think that we can display some of our newest weapons in this parade, to show the future of warfare is closer than people think. I have recently designed some shocking new weapons since my return, and I want to see at least a few functional prototypes on the streets for this massive event. After the parade is over, I will personally accept the surrender of the European monarchs in front of the German people on a grand stage. Though most of the old kings died in the war, they have heirs who have yet to formally abdicate their thrones in favor of our puppets. I will use this event as a way to show the people of the Reich that the old powers have all capitulated to me and will be replaced with new monarchs who will ensure the power and prestige of the Reich will never wane." After the signing of the treaties is over, I want there to be a massive feast in each city for the German people to participate in. Much like the local Oktoberfest celebrations we have thrown in previous years. I expect all of our cultural delicacies to be served to the people at the expense of the crown and plenty of beer to be provided. Ultimately, I intend for this monumental occasion to become known as Victory Day, which I plan to establish as a national holiday to be celebrated annually within the borders of the Reich. This is what I had in mind, but I am open to suggestions from my lovely wife. Adela blushed slightly when she heard her husband's shameless remarks before thinking about the general situation for several seconds. After a few moments of silence, she came up with a few ideas of her own which she was quick to express. How about we host a major sporting event like a special tournament for kickboxing or camp? The victor receives a special championship belt and a monetary prize of significant value. We can call it the Victory Day Tournament, and it will be an annual event where our nation's best fighters compete for eternal glory. Berenger nodded his head when he heard this suggestion and smiled warmly before taking a sip of his beer. After doing so, he was quick to compliment his wife for her expertise in this area. That's an excellent idea. I did not even think about that. We can host a large tournament, larger than anything we have ever done before, and make it open weight so that we don't limit high-level fighters based upon their weight class. I think we should aim for at least 32 fighters in a single elimination bracket, all fighting one another on a single night. Hell, we can even air it out to the public via radio so that people in beer halls across the country can listen to the fight live. You are a genius, Adela. Adela blushed with embarrassment when she heard her husband's kind words. She had worked hard over the years to be the ideal wife to him, however, her petty jealousy had always gotten in her way of pleasing him. Now that she had put those issues behind her and embraced her role as one of his many partners, she was quickly gaining points. Thus, she was unafraid to voice her next idea. I was thinking we could have a special theme to this tournament, something truly epic that is played before the event, something that embodies the pride of the German people and its warriors. The words pride and theme song immediately played a very specific tune in Berengar's mind. He knew exactly what theme he should recreate for the purpose of this event and was quick to agree to Adela's suggestion. I like this idea more and more. I have just the song in mind. Now that we have settled for a military parade, a series of nationwide feasts, and a large-scale tournament to show off the prowess of our fighters. Is there anything else we should do? Adela thought about this question for a few moments before coming up with one final idea which she expressed with a pretty smile on her face. We can get a photo of the European kings capitulating to you and print it in our newspapers, which we can then distribute across the territory of the Reich. We can also take photos of the other events so that people who are not fortunate enough to be in Kufstein at the time can understand the grand scale of the celebration. Berenger quickly nodded his head in agreement with this suggestion. The more he thought about the event, the more eager he was to be a part of it. Though he did not have the means to produce functional aircraft for at least another year, he could get some functional prototypes of the Panther tanks and his so-called Lynx IFVs onto the streets for the parade. Along with trucks towing his artillery pieces, Berenger was certain that this was shaping up to be a monumental occasion for the Reich. After exhausting all possibilities with Adela, Berenger sat back and sighed in relief. It was good to know that his wife was extremely capable at her job. Now that their business was concluded, Berenger figured he would dismiss his wife, that is, until she approached him for a favor. Berenger, my love? Upon hearing this, Berenger raised his brow in curiosity before responding with a stoic tone in his voice. Yes? Adela instantly began fidgeting with her fingers as if she was too embarrassed to ask the question on her mind. After several moments, she ultimately spitted out the thoughts that plagued her. I want another baby. Berenger chuckled when he heard this before responding with a coy tone in his voice. Oh really? Is there any particular reason for this? Adela could hardly look her man in the eyes as he forced her to explain just why she wanted another child after practicing safe sex for some time. However, she was determined and quickly voiced her reasons for desiring yet another child. I'm your first wife, and yet you only have 3 children with me. Meanwhile, you have 4 with Linda. It isn't fair. I want another child. Berenger savored the girl's appearance as he forced her to admit her petty jealousy still had some sway over her heart. Her face was beet red and she averted her gaze, too embarrassed to look upon his reaction. In the end, he sighed heavily before responding to the woman with what she wanted to hear. Fine, I have no problems with that. Shall we start now? Before Adela could even react, Berenger had stooped up from his seat and approached her. She did not even have time to register what was going on before her lips were assailed by her husband's. However, she did not fight it and instead enjoyed every second of the man's loving embrace. Thus, after concluding his business with his wife Adela, Berenger spent the rest of the afternoon trying to get her pregnant. Chapter 810, The Colony of Barenwald. Some time had passed since the initial meeting of new Vienna colonists took place in a local tavern. Since then, 250 families had set out from the safety of the German colony and made a perilous trek north through lands currently occupied by native tribes until they settled in the region once known as Ontario in Berengar's previous life. These men and women were deeply upset with the laws that the colonial governor had enacted, which heavily favored the native tribes over the German colonialists. Because of this, these men and women sought to establish a new colony of their own, one loyal to the vision of the Kaiser. By now, homes were constructed and fields were sown. The small colony was protected by a timber star fort and was beginning to show signs of civilization. However, this colony was not settled peacefully. Instead, bloodshed had occurred in the conquest of the region. The Algonquin tribes had fought fiercely against the German settlers, yet it was not enough. Armed with superior weapons, the colonists quickly put down the local tribes with their firearms and claimed the land for themselves. It was only now that word of this incident had reached Arnulf's ears. He was aware that a small portion of his population had set out north, but he did not know that they would disturb the peaceful coexistence he had established in New Vienna and the surrounding regions. Kawita acted as a translator for the Algonquin chieftain who had visited New Vienna with the intent to gain Arnulf's support in the reclaiming of his people's hunting grounds that the colony of Barenwald currently sat upon. He was an elderly man who had seen the power of the German army firsthand. The chieftain greatly respected Arnulf and his diplomatic solutions to every crisis they had come across. However, this recent incident with the settlers of Barenwald had crossed his bottom line, and now he was out for blood. Thus, he spoke in a respectful yet stern tone as he requested Arnulf's aid in this dispute. "O great peacemaker, I know it is a lot to ask you to go against your people, but they have violated the treaty you established with our tribe. In doing so, they have stolen our lands and murdered our people. We demand justice." Arnulf sighed heavily as he heard this. Before looking at the map his scouts had drawn for him pertaining to the contested region. With every wave of colonists who reached the New World, their pride in the fatherland and their sense of superiority increased, as if they had completely forgotten that they were mere peasants toiling the fields a mere decade ago. This pride had driven the colonists to invade the lands that Arnulf had guaranteed to the natives and protest when they were punished accordingly. If that was not bad enough, a small faction of these dissenters now acted in open rebellion by leaving the confines of the colony and staking a claim somewhere else at the expense of his allies. In truth, he had sent envoys to coerce the colonists of Barenwald to comply with his demands. However, they merely spat in the messenger's face and called Arnulf a traitor to the crown. The problem was that the crown lay across the Atlantic, and though the ships in the harbor were equipped with radio telegraphs allowing near-instant communication between New Vienna and the fatherland, he was largely left on his own to rule over the territory of New Vienna. It was true that he had the military might to conquer and expel the native tribes from the lands they occupied, but that was not Arnulf's style. The delicate balance of peace he had created allowed for New Vienna to rapidly develop into a desirable area. However, it also came at the expense of their natural expansion. Kawita could see the worry in his eyes and grabbed hold of his hand with a warm smile on her face, reassuring the man that it was all right to bring these criminals to justice. Thus, after a heavy sigh, Arnulf stood up from his seat and reassured the Algonquin chieftain that the colony of Barenwald would be taken care of. "It is my greatest lament to give this order, however the peace I have established in these lands must be maintained, and because of that I have no choice but to dispatch the colonial expeditionary forces to put down this insurrection. I assure you, I will do everything in my power to bring these criminals to justice and restore the lands these rebels have stolen from your people." The Algonquin chieftain had a wide smile on his face when these words were translated into his native tongue by the beautiful Mohawk woman who stood next to the white man's side. After expressing his thanks, he departed from the governor's villa and made the long journey back to his home. He would wait for Arnulf to deal with these matters himself. After the Algonquin chieftain left, Arnulf was quick to summon the commander of the expeditionary forces in New Vienna to his home. The commander was a tall and strong middle-aged man who had the charisma of a knight. Evidently, he had fought most of his life on the medieval battlefields of Europe only to be incorporated into the Imperial German army as an officer. Since he and his forces had first landed in New Vienna, they had little in terms of combat experience. After all, Arnulf's negotiating skills were truly masterful. Most of the time, they acted as gendarmerie rather than actual soldiers. Thus, when he received his newest order, he was actually quite surprised. "Colonel Barthold von Tettingen, we have a problem. A large group of rebels have journeyed north and conquered the lands of our allies for themselves. I need you to march your army to their settlement and bring them to justice by whatever means necessary. Do you understand?" This command disturbed the colonel. He was being ordered to march his army upon a German settlement which, by a decree of the Kaiser, had the right to exist. After all, the philosophy of German settlement to the New World was manifest destiny. The entire continent of North America was free real estate to the German people, and they were allowed to establish colonies anywhere they pleased. This order to bring these settlers to justice was something the colonel immensely disagreed with. However, he would not reject the demands of the local colonial governor. Thus, he nodded his head in agreement before responding in the affirmative. "As you command, Governor?" After saying this, the colonel was dismissed, where he immediately returned to his office and met with his officer cadre. There was a cold expression on his face as he relayed the orders he had been given. "The governor has gone mad. He wants us to actually march our forces north and eliminate the colonists in Barenwald, all because they were following the Kaiser's orders. I have no intention of spilling the blood of Germans for such a petty reason. Claus, I want you to go to the docks and relay this information to the captain of the SMS Emmerich. Have him dispatch a telegram to the fatherland informing the Kaiser of these developments and requesting further support. You are to wait for a proper response from the Kaiser and then return to us with that information." The rest of us will march north in a show of force. However, you are not to open fire on the colonists unless they attack you first. The last thing we need is this already tense situation to escalate into a full-blown war. This news deeply disturbed the officers of the Expeditionary Corps. The governor had truly gone mad if he wished to force the German colonists out of their settlement. It was simply insane to think about. Because of this, they could not help but mutter under their breath. Fucking traitor. The officer named Claus quickly did as he was instructed and relayed the information back to the fatherland. Whereas the rest of the men quickly gathered their weapons and supplies. They intended to head north into the savage frontier in a show of force to the German settlers of the region. Many of the men dreaded this operation, fearing that their very presence would act as provocation to the settlers. These men were used to dealing with minor scuffles between unarmed groups, while some of the more veteran members were accustomed to fighting savages armed with sticks and stones. However, the settlers they would be provoking had access to single-shot bolt-action rifles, mortars, and breech-loading artillery. If they came to arms, they would be walking into the meat grinder. Despite the sentiment, the men of the Colonial Expeditionary Corps had their orders, and because of this they began the long trek north, praying that the Kaiser would order them to back off from the conflict and leave the colonists be. Chapter 811, Battle of Barenwald. Berenger sat in his office with a stern expression on his handsome face and a disturbing telegram in his hand. Arnulf von Thiersee, a man who had been by Berengar's side since he was first reincarnated into this world, had ordered his troops to commit the unthinkable, to open fire on German citizens. Luckily for him, the colonel in charge of the 1st Colonial Expeditionary Brigade had enough sense to request further orders from the highest authority of the Empire, the Kaiser himself. Otherwise, this situation would turn into an unforgivable act of treason. Berenger knew little about the ongoing conflict between Arnulf and the people he ruled over. Reports from the colonies were regular, but they usually included concerns about internal development rather than external threats. After all, in this world, the Reich needed to fear only one army, and that was Japan's. However, in his misjudgment, Arnulf had disobeyed the primary colonial protocol, which was to conquer territory and spread the German nation across undeveloped lands. He made petty alliances with the savage tribes of New Vienna and had guaranteed their lands at the expense of German growth and prosperity. These actions were borderline treasonous, however, they were still tolerable no matter how much Berenger may be enraged by them. Why were they tolerable by a man who usually treated treason with a bullet to the brain? Because Arnulf was a war hero second only to the likes of Eckhard and himself. Not only was Arnulf involved in every major campaign leading up to the formation of the Kingdom of Austria. However, he was also regarded as the general most famous for the early days of the Iberian Campaign, where Germany and its allies achieved victory after victory rather than the current mess that existed in the region. Because Arnulf was a war hero who was beloved by the people, it would not be easy, nor wise, to get rid of him. Especially now when Germany was more united than ever before. However, one thing was certain, Arnulf's native wife was influencing him poorly and that needed to stop. Thus, Berenger was quick to put an end to this troublesome matter. He quickly spoke into his microphone, which sent a radio message to his personal aide, whose office was nearby, and issued his orders. Claudia, I need you to send a telegram to the SMS Emmerich, which is stationed in New Vienna. The message is as follows: by order of the Kaiser, all colonial expeditionary forces are to belay the commands they have received from the colonial governor regarding the colony of Barenwald and return to their posts immediately. Any attack on Barenwald and its citizens shall be seen as an act of treason and shall be punished accordingly. As for Arnulf von Thiersee, he is to be formally summoned to Kufstein, along with his native wife, to explain his actions. There was only static on the other end of the line for some time until a sultry feminine voice responded in the affirmative. Of course, my Kaiser, I will relay your message to the New World immediately. Is there anything else I can help you with? Berenger shook his head with a smile on his face before responding to the woman's question in a gentle tone. No, that will be all, Claudia. I thank you for the assistance. Upon hearing this, the woman known as Claudia quickly got to work fulfilling this task on behalf of her Kaiser. Meanwhile, Berenger sighed in relief as he thought about how much help his secretary had been to him these past few weeks. He really should have hired sufficient help a long time ago. In truth, he had been doing far too much work himself these past few years. Now he had an entire staff to help him with his many responsibilities and relieve the pressure of looking after the Reich's executive affairs by himself. After receiving a notice from the woman named Claudia that the telegram was sent, Berenger sat back and relaxed in his office. He could not believe the words he had read and was immediately concerned about the direction New Vienna was heading in. Hopefully, his orders would reach the colonial troops before bloodshed occurred. If not, he would have to severely punish Arnulf for his crimes. Meanwhile, in the New World, the crew of the SMS Emmerich received their orders and relayed to the field where the colonial expeditionary forces were approaching their target. Deep in the woods outside Barenwald, the colonial soldiers marched forward with their heads on a swivel. They were now marching into hostile territory where the enemy was equipped with semi-modern weaponry. Though the G-22 was obsolete by the standards of the German army and had largely been replaced in frontline service, it was still a deadly weapon in the hands of those who knew how to wield it. And make no mistake, the colonists of Barenwald knew how to use these rifles as they were the primary means of hunting across the colonies and the fatherland. As far as the citizens of Barenwald were concerned, these soldiers were traitors to the crown, and because of that they had no intentions of standing by and waiting to be attacked. They had been anticipating an armed invasion from the south for some time and had been preparing for the eventuality. Thus, before the Kaiser's orders could reach the colonial forces, they had walked right into a trap. At the front of the colonial army's lines, a young man carelessly stepped forward and triggered a tripwire which was connected to a cluster of grenades. The explosion blasted the poor lad to bits and claimed the lives of his nearby comrades. This booby trap was the first domino to fall. Immediately after it went off, smoke and thunder filled the woodlands as the Barenwald citizens opened fire on the advancing army without a hint of mercy. Though they were severely outnumbered, they hid well within the woods. Dressed in makeshift camouflage, these men fled through the smoke of their gunfire deeper into the woods after firing their first shot, forcing the inexperienced colonial troops to rush after them and into another trap. It was only after this initial exchange of gunfire had occurred, claiming the lives of several dozen German soldiers, did the orders to retreat come over the wire. The telegraph operator, who used a portable device, gazed in horror as he read the message. He quickly searched for the colonel, where he handed off the message with a guilty look on his face. "Sir, these are the orders from the fatherland. The Kaiser has commanded that we return to New Vienna and leave Barenwald be." Colonel Barold von Tettingen immediately cursed in response to this news. He could not believe he had marched his brigade north and into an ambush. Several dozen of his soldiers were dead and 100 more were wounded. Though a few men had survived the attack relatively unharmed, mainly because of the advanced body armor that they wore, others were unlucky and were either killed or wounded by shots to the head or other unprotected regions of the body. Those who were struck on the plate could count their lucky stars that the Kaiser had invented a body armor capable of protecting them against such advanced munitions. Normally the colonel would obey the orders of the Kaiser and withdraw at this time, however several hundred of his soldiers had chased after the obvious feigned retreat. At this very moment, they were likely suffering from booby traps and ambushes placed in advance by the insurgents. He did not have the nerve to leave the poor sods behind and quickly made up his mind. The colonel gritted his teeth before giving the order that would sour relations between Barenwald and New Vienna for decades to come. "We have no choice. We have already been engaged by the enemy and our boys have chased after them. I will not leave a man behind, and because of that we must engage the enemy. After retrieving those lads we will return to New Vienna with our heads held high. For Kaiser and fatherland." With this said, the German soldiers roared their battle cries as they rushed into the woods to support their comrades who had foolishly chased after the feigned retreat. At the front lines of the colonial dust-up, the colonial soldiers fired their shots towards the fleeing enemy before racking their bolts back and chambering another round. This was the advantage of the G25 rifle. It had a built-in 5-round magazine and allowed for rapid follow-up shots. The colonial forces would chase the fleeing enemy, then kneel and fire a shot before chasing after them again and racking their bolts at the same time. It did not take long before the overwhelming volume of fire began to claim the lives of the fleeing insurgents. However, they were too spread out and easily able to blend into the environment. Thus, it was unexpected when the German soldiers rushed forward and found themselves engaged by men hidden in the bushes with their bayonets affixed. A wall of bayonets rushed into the unarmored necks of the colonial soldiers, claiming their lives and tossing their fresh corpses aside. By luring out these few hundred men, the colonists had evened the odds and were quick to take advantage of it. Unfortunately for the colonial soldiers, they had rushed ahead without attaching their bayonets, and because of this, they immediately fell at a massive disadvantage. The battle continued for some time, killing plenty of men on both sides. However, in the end, the German reinforcements arrived and opened fire on the Barenwald citizens, killing most of them and scattering the rest. After achieving a bloody victory, the colonel gave the order to fetch the corpses of their dead and return to New Vienna. This small conflict would cause Berenger a massive headache in the coming days as he awaited Arnulf's return to the fatherland. Chapter 812, Relieving Stress Part 50. Sweat glistened across Berengar's chiseled figure as he continuously struck the hanging punching bag with all his might. He had been at this for nearly an hour now, and his knuckles were stained with his own blood. For the first time in a long time, Berenger was frustrated and bitter, so much so that he needed to hit somebody in order to relieve his anger. However, he could not very well go out and assault his people, and because of this, the heavy bag was a good substitute. After throwing a jab and a cross, he swung his leg like a baseball bat towards what would be the head of the heavy bag were it a human being. A loud thunder crackled in the room as if the one-eyed emperor had fired a gun in the enclosed space. There was even a slight dent in the bag where his shin connected with its surface. After throwing this combination, he sprawled to the ground and began to do a set of 10 push-ups. What had enraged the man so much that only working himself to death could alleviate his wrath? News of the Battle of Barenwald had reached the Kaiser shortly after the colonial troops returned to New Vienna. It was an unmitigated disaster with hundreds dead and even more wounded. To Berenger, this was a failure in leadership not on the part of Arnulf, but himself. He had failed to maintain enough of a presence in the new world to deter his colonial governors from making foolish mistakes. These deaths were on his hands, and the blood which currently seeped from his skin knuckles represented this. The Kaiser did not know how he was going to respond to this incident. People needed to be punished, perhaps even executed for this. However, one thing was certain, Arnulf's policy of maintaining the peace with the natives would come to an end. Blood needed to spill to satisfy the German nation after such a senseless slaughter of their own people, and only the death of the natives who had influenced Arnulf into turning on his own kind could satisfy this desire. Currently, Berenger was buck naked as he trained on the heavy bag. He had no shame in his appearance, and besides, only his women were present in the palace at the moment, or so he had thought. After all, he had sent home all of his employees after hearing about the events in Barenwald. Thus, he was certain that nobody who was not already intimately familiar with his body would walk in on him. After completing his push-ups, Berenger once more performed a flurry of strikes on the bag, followed by another sprawl and a set of push-ups or sit-ups. At a certain point, Tlexicli walked in on the man who was venting of his anger and gazed in shock. She had just now returned from her visit to the Aztec Empire and was looking for Berenger to discuss what had transpired in her absence. She had no idea that she would find him nude while working out alone in his gym. She stared at the naked form of the Kaiser for several moments in shock as he struck the bag with all of his force. After getting an eyeful for well over a minute in silence, she teased the man who had treated her so roughly in the past. "Nice dick. No wonder your wives love you so much." Berenger turned around and glared intensely at the young woman who had a teasing smile on her face. However, upon seeing his face, she immediately flushed red. This was the first time she had seen the man without his eye patch, and in all honesty it deeply attracted her to his battle-scarred appearance. There was some kind of gruesome appeal to the Aztec warrior princess upon seeing the wound the Kaiser had suffered in battle. After staring at the woman with fury in his eye for several minutes in silence, Berenger sighed heavily before scolding her for interrupting his session. "You should know better than to interrupt a man when he is venting his anger." Tlexicli immediately frowned when she heard this. Berenger did not seem the least bit flustered by her remarks or the fact that she so brazenly stared at his naked figure for such an extended period. However, after several seconds, she got another fiendish idea in her pretty head. The moment after, Berenger turned around and ignored her so that he could focus on the bag. Tlexicli stripped out of her dress and undergarments before sneaking up behind the man and latching her hands around his waist, where she immediately suplexed him to the mat in a brutal slam. This aggressive action caught Berenger off guard, one because the girl was stronger than he thought, and two, he was simply not expecting to get slammed. However, he immediately recovered and protected his neck from submission attempts before spinning around into the guard position. Berenger had briefly learned Brazilian jiu-jitsu in his past life in addition to his army combatives training. At the time of his reincarnation, he had the skill of a low-level blue belt and that of a high school wrestler. However, it had been years since he personally introduced submission grappling and other martial arts into this world as a sport, and since then, the talent of its practitioners had rapidly evolved to a higher standard. Naturally, the Kaiser trained extensively to remain in shape and to ensure his fighting spirit never waned. This included strength and conditioning training, as well as a variety of martial arts such as grappling, wrestling, boxing, and Burmese kickboxing, all of which were popular sports in the Reich that he had introduced. His current skill in submission grappling was at the level of a purple belt in jiu-jitsu and a collegiate wrestler. He was furious that the woman had attacked him, however when he gazed upon her naked form and the pretty smile on her face, he felt a bit less enraged. It would appear that this woman wanted to test her skills against him, thus he treated this as a friendly sparring session rather than an assault. One thing that was immediately noticeable was the substantial muscle definition of Tlexicli's figure. For a woman, she was shredded. However, not in the form of a bodybuilder, but more like that of a fitness model. From years of physical training, her muscular body was impressive, to say the least. However, despite her muscular physique still had an ample bosom above her heavily defined abs, which, if Berenger had to guess, was a strong D-cup. Her ass was also stacked with muscle, but plump in its own way. While Berenger was ogling the girl's impressive physique, she had slipped past his guard and into side control, where she held him firmly to the ground with all her strength. Her bare chest pressed against his pectoral muscles as she squeezed him tightly. Berenger was calm and collected as he used his forearm to brace against her waist while searching for an underhook, which he quickly caught and used to fight out of side control. The two of them struggled in silence for several moments before Berenger put the woman back to the guard, where he grabbed hold of her forearm and fought for control of the back. Tlexicli responded to this countermeasure by grabbing hold of Berengar's waist and driving him forward onto the mat, holding him down with both technique and strength. In his own mind, he had to admit fighting with a beautiful, muscular woman for a position of dominance was turning him on, and thus he quickly shrimped his hips out and in doing so secured an omoplata submission. However, the warrior princess did not panic as Berenger tried to dislocate her shoulder. Instead, she quickly spun over her shoulder in an attempt to free herself from the position. The result was that she was now on the bottom in Berengar's side control as he rolled along with her into a superior position. Once in side control, Berenger fought for an Americana submission, however he failed to achieve his goal as Tlexicli defended against it, causing it to hip out and forward towards the woman's head where he caught her in a Nogi Ezekiel choke. He did this by grabbing onto his biceps with one hand and locking his other around his forearm with Tlexicli's neck in between the grip. In doing so, he rapidly cut off the blood supply from the woman's brain. Despite this, Tlexicli did not tap and instead chose to take a brief nap, mocking the man who had beaten her as she repeated the words she had heard Honoria say while eavesdropping on her and Berengar's private time. "Choke me harder, daddy." Berenger immediately chuckled as he saw the light fade from Tlexicli's eyes while she passed into unconsciousness, causing him to release his grip. Within a few seconds, she snapped back to reality as the blood returned to her brain. The Aztec warrior princess gazed around the room in shock, not realizing that she had been choked out by her partner. It took her a few seconds to realize the truth, where she then pouted and lowered her head in defeat. "The gods be damned, you beat me yet again. Here I thought I was finally good enough to defeat you. Especially after learning your fighting arts. It isn't fair." Berenger chuckled when he heard this, before scolding the woman for stripping naked and attacking him out of nowhere. "You should really consider your position as an ambassador to the Reich. What would the nobility think if they saw your appearance right now?" It was only now that Tlexicli felt the slightest bit of shame for stripping naked and attacking the man. She had gotten naked strictly out of the need to be freed from her cumbersome attire, which was required to fight effectively. However, now she was beginning to lament her decision as she hid her sensitive areas with her arms. This only caused Berenger to laugh once more while he threw the woman's dress and undergarments to her before thanking her for her actions. "I suppose I should thank you. I was in a terrible mood, but this sparring session of ours really helped me unwind. How about we go get dressed and then head out into the city to get a drink?" Tlexicli thought about the offer for a few seconds before nodding her head in agreement. She wouldn't mind sharing a drink with the man, assuming he was paying for it. "Fine, but you're paying for it." Once more, the girl's petty attitude had caused Berenger to chuckle. She quickly got up from the floor and covered herself with her hand as she reached over to dress herself in her previously discarded clothing. Upon seeing such an alluring sight, Berenger simply could not resist the urge and spanked the muscular ass that presented itself to him. Tlexicli yelped in shock before glaring at the man for his perverted action, who shamelessly looked away as if it had never happened. She could only sigh in defeat and get dressed in a different corner of the room. Meanwhile, Berenger pulled his clothes out of the gym bag he had brought and dressed in some appropriate attire. The two of them would depart for the city shortly thereafter to share a drink and some food. Chapter 813, Relieving Stress Part LL. Berenger sat in a local bee house dressed in casual attire. His hair was styled differently than normal in an attempt to hide his identity. It was a common tactic he used whenever visited local taverns and restaurants so that he could mingle with his people and hear from their lips just how they felt about the current state of affairs. However, tonight was no such night. Instead, the Kaiser had just finished his 5th liter of beer and was now hanging his head low as it rested in the palms of his hands. He was well and truly vexed over the recent developments in the colonies. Immediately after receiving word of the Battle of Barenwald, Berenger had ordered the arrest of Arnulf and his wife, Kawita. The two of them were to be brought to the royal capital to sit before a military tribunal and answer for their crimes. No doubt the man was already on his way to Kufstein. However, Berenger was not alone while he drowned his sorrows. Instead, he was accompanied by someone who he had a complex relationship with. On the one hand, Tlexicli admired Berenger as a ruler and all that he had accomplished over the years. However, she also internally despised him for what he had done to her people, even if she felt a strong physical attraction to the man. Because of this love-slash-hate relationship, she had drunken just as much as Berenger as the two reunited over recent events. Since the beginning, Tlexicli could tell that something was wrong with the Kaiser, though she did not want to pry into his business. After all, he had been exceptionally cruel to her back in Barenstadt, and she feared a repeat of such behavior. Despite this internal fear, Tlexicli's curiosity got the better of her, and after she had drank enough to feel as if she could wrestle a jaguar, she finally decided to pose the question that had been plaguing her all night. "So are you going to tell me what has got you so frustrated?" Berenger sighed heavily when he heard these words and slunk back into his booth with a depressed appearance. He did not like talking about his feelings. After all, he was a man, and there were two things that were absolutely taboo for a man, and those were crying and talking about their feelings. Thus, he tried to bottle up his emotions, but in the end, he could not help but release a raspy groan of distress while he spilled his guts. "God damn it, fine, I'll tell you since you are so insistent." Upon hearing this, Tlexicli perked up her ears and rested her dainty chin on one hand before giving the man her full attention. It was only now that Berenger had fully taken in the woman's natural beauty. It was a different type of beauty than any of his wives, like that of a proud and strong lioness. However, before he could let such thoughts plague him any further, Berenger took a sip from his beer and began expressing his woe to the woman. "There are very people in this world that I can consider to be a trusted advisor and a close personal friend. Arnulf von Thiersee is one of these men, and though our relationship is built upon my own deception, he was never the wiser about some of the more horrific details and has until now proven to be a capable and loyal man. I have made the mistake of entrusting this man with complete authority over the territory he rules over, and because of that, an incident has occurred. In truth, it is my own damn fault. I should have paid more attention to the development of the colonies, but I was too busy waging war in Europe. This man has in his infinite wisdom begun seeing the Stone Age savages who inhabited the lands of New Vienna before my conquests as valuable allies. So much so that he has alienated the people beneath his control and guaranteed these savages land at the expense of German development. Something I'm sure you would appreciate as a woman from a similar situation. However, in doing so, he caused a large group of his citizens to leave the colony in self-imposed exile and stake a claim further north. They fought for control of their land from the natives who inhabited the region, and because of this, the savages requested support from Arnulf, who responded by dispatching his troops to put an end to the newfound colony of Barenwald. When I found out about this, I tried to put an end to the conflict before any lives could be pointlessly wasted. However, I am but one man, half a world away, and despite my latest technological innovations in the field of communications, I lament to admit that I was too slow. Because of this, hundreds of Germans lie dead and even more are wounded. As we speak, the northern colonies of Lindeheim are in a state of total conflict, waiting for each other to make the next move. So because I failed to keep track of developments in the New World, I now have to punish a man that I consider to be a friend. There is only one punishment for treason, and I would give anything not to have to go through with it. It shocked Lex sickly to hear that such a crazy scenario had taken place in the New World. She was beginning to understand how limited her knowledge of this world truly was. She wasn't even aware that the Reich had colonies north of Barenstadt. However, from the look on Berengar's face, she could guess the price of treason and quickly gulped down some more beer before asking for confirmation. "You're going to kill him?" Upon hearing these words so brazenly spoken, Berenger froze in his spot, gazing at the ember liquid of the lager in his glass for several moments in silence before finally nodding his head. "He has left me no choice. If I am unwilling to punish those at the highest level of society, it will send a message to my people that there are still men above the law, and that would prove to everyone I am nothing more than a despot like the feudal overlords who ruled over them in years prior. Such a thing would invite chaos and rebellion, which is something I must prevent no matter what the cost. Thus, I am left with only one option. I have to kill my friend. Just like how I killed his father all those years ago, it has come full circle. Once more, I am left in a position of kill or be killed, which is something I foolishly believed I had evolved beyond." It was only now that Tlexicli learned of what Berenger meant when he previously said that his relationship with Arnulf was founded on his own deception. She was quite surprised that he was so ruthless as to kill a man's father and lie to him with a straight face for so many years without the slightest sign of guilt. She could hardly believe it and needed to ask for clarification, which she did. "You killed his father and you never told him?" When Berenger heard this remark, he scoffed before taking another sip of his beer, where he proceeded to inform Tlexicli of his past. "If I told the man I killed his father, do you think he would have sacrificed so much for me over the years? The story is a bit complicated, but since you have asked, don't blame me if we go down the rabbit hole together. Around 10 years ago, my brother had conspired against me with a multitude of powerful men, or so I thought they were at the time. Compared to the power I wield now, they were practically nothing. Anyway, the goal of these men was to assassinate me so that Lambert could usurp my position as heir to Kufstein, where they intended to use him to secure Kufstein's iron deposits for their rebellion against the Duke. To make a long story shorter, I had outsmarted my brother, and after presenting evidence of his wrongdoing to my parents, they exiled him, which ultimately resulted in his returning with an army where I slew him in single combat on the field of battle. But not before the bastard left behind a little gift." Berenger silently motioned to the scar over his right eye, causing Tlexicli to cover her gaping mouth with her hand in shock. She could not believe such a brutal story about fratricide was the origin of the man's most distinctive battle wound. However, after thinking about this, Tlexicli did not understand the connection between Berengar's rivalry with Lambert and his killing of Arnulf's father. Because of this, she interrupted the man when he was in the middle of his harrowing tale. "But wait, what does that have to do with Arnulf's father?" Berenger groaned in displeasure as he heard this before taking another sip of his drink before scolding the girl. "If you would just let me finish. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is that Arnulf's father was one of my brother's supporters, so I had used Linda and her influence to turn one of the man's maids against him, who poisoned his food for some time until he died a convincing death. Luckily for me, the man had died leaving behind a single word: Lambert. What the old fucker was actually trying to say, I have no idea, but his dying words had convinced Arnulf that my brother was responsible for the man's death, and I just rolled with it, fabricating enough evidence to pin the blame on Lambert, which was ultimately overlooked in his sentencing due to the other serious crimes he had committed. The moral of the story is Arnulf's father had committed treason by supporting my rebellious little brother and his petty claim over what was rightfully mine. In doing so, the man forced me to eliminate him, and now, 10 years later, his son has committed a similar offense. There is only one legitimate punishment for treason, and that is death." Tlexicli instantly sobered up in that moment as she came to a dreadful understanding. In his drunken state, Berenger had revealed to her a dirty secret about his past, something she was probably better off not knowing. Out of everyone in this world, the only people who knew about this incident were Berenger and Linda. After all, the crafty spymaster had long since removed all loose ends. Now there was a third person who knew of such a terrible secret, and most horrifying was the fact that Tlexicli was unsure whether Berenger considered her irreplaceable yet. She felt an intense fear that perhaps after sobering up, Berenger would eliminate her in order to keep such a secret buried. It was partially because of this dread that Tlexicli now felt an intense desire to become more intimate with Berenger no matter the cost. Thus, the duo continued to drink long into the night, seemingly unaware of the time passing by and the extent of the alcohol they consumed. Chapter 8:14, Death of a Hero. The Marines of the SMS Emmerich stood on standby as their commander led them through the harrowed halls of the governor's villa. Not long ago, word had come over the wire for the arrest of Arnulf von Thiersee and his wife Kawita, as well as the colonel in charge of the local colonial expeditionary forces. The order had come from the Kaiser himself, and because of this, these brave men would drag Arnulf back to Kufstein even if they had to fight against an army to do so. Luckily for them, Colonel Barthold von Tettingen was so ashamed about what had happened in Barenwald that he handed himself over into the Marines' custody without incident. His last orders to his troops was to assist the Marines in their efforts to arrest the colonial governor. Thus, the governor's mansion was surrounded by an army of roughly 5,000 men who ensured there was no escape for the man inside. Arnulf gazed out the window of his study and saw the staggering sight. He sighed heavily as he realized he was most likely about to be executed. He gazed upon his loving wife and their young son with regret in his eyes before opening the door and allowing the Marines inside. The Marines were already stacked outside, prepared to engage in combat with Arnulf's bodyguards. However, after clearing the room, they were surprised to find that such men were nowhere to be found. Arnulf simply gazed upon the Marines and placed his hands above his head before kneeling on the ground and accepting his fate. Shockingly, the Marine did not just stop with arresting him but immediately called for the arrest of Kawita as well. Take his bitch as well. The Kaiser wants to speak with them both in person. The woman screamed and struggled as the Marines separated the child from her arms before escorting him out of the building. The boy was too young to fully comprehend just what was going on. However, he would never forget the sight of his parents being dragged out in chains by heavily armed white men. The captain in charge of the Marine company gazed upon Arnulf with contempt as he loaded him into the vessel. The plan was to immediately return to Kufstein after apprehending the prisoner. He could not help but scold the traitor for his actions. 300 Germans are dead because of your love for these savages. That's more casualties than we suffered in the war against the Catholic world. It shocked Arnulf to hear this. He was not even aware of the wars the fatherland was fighting. They were so frequent and brief that he lost track. The man was completely unaware that Berenger had just returned home from his war against the papacy and was quick to inquire about it. The papacy is gone? Despite his question, the Marines remained silent as they constantly guarded the prisoners. The journey to Kufstein would take roughly 2 weeks, but in the end, they arrived safe and sound. When Arnulf stepped off the docks, he could not even recognize the city of Trieste. So much had changed in the years since he had been tasked with looking after the colony of New Vienna. Factories spewed smoke in the air as they manufactured goods with their steam-powered devices, and trucks drove through the streets transporting goods from the steel yard to the shipyard. Lights lit up the streets and buses carried people across town. It was as if he had stepped foot into an entirely new world, one that transcended everything he had previously believed to be true. Kawita was even more astonished as this was her first time visiting the fatherland, and because of this she finally understood why she had first considered Berenger and his soldiers to be gods upon their first visit to her homeland. This level of civilization was simply awe-inspiring. The people walked by the streets, not even recognizing Arnulf as the Marines lead him into a prisoner transport truck. It had been so many years since the people last laid eyes on the once proud general that they had forgotten what he looked like. Especially since many of them had never seen his face to begin with. The truck stopped at a military train yard where Arnulf and his wife boarded the vehicle under the supervision of the soldiers. After several hours, they arrived in Kufstein, where once more the sheer volume of progress that had been made in Arnulf's absence surprised him. Ultimately, the colonial governor was handed off to the Reichsguard outside the palace, where he and his wife were escorted into the study of Berengar's palace. Berenger was already waiting for the man while dressed in his military uniform with Linda by his side. There was a stoic expression on his face as he nodded towards the guards, silently dismissing them from this meeting. In all honesty, Arnulf was deeply worried after being taken directly to Berenger. He expected to be rotting in a cell awaiting a trial rather than having a face-to-face meeting with the man who ruled over the vast German Empire. In the next second, the doors were sealed behind him and all the man's questions were answered. Berenger did not hesitate to pull a small vial out from his coat pocket and place it on the table. The sunlight shone through the clear liquid within the glass case, giving Arnulf a good idea about what was inside. He gulped the saliva that had pooled up in his mouth as the Kaiser scolded the man for his actions. I am giving you a choice on how you die, Arnulf. If you drink this poison, I will spare your wife and child, and I will blame your death on the natives, along with all of those who died because of your foolish actions. You will be remembered as a hero of the German people who died valiantly in defense of the colonies. Or, I can take you and your wife through a brutal trial where the two of you will most certainly be convicted and lined up against the wall to be executed by a firing squad. Your sins will be revealed to the public, and your son will become the greatest enemy of the German people. I would not be surprised if the citizens of New Vienna take it in their own hands to murder him after what you have done. Before you give me an answer on how you wish to die, I want you to entertain my questions. I suppose I should start with, what the hell were you thinking? Despite knowing my orders, you deliberately acted against them. You signed treaties with a bunch of Stone Age savages that came at the expense of your own people. Have you no shame? This was a lot of information for Arnulf to take in, and he sat in disbelief for several moments. Though Kawita wanted to speak up on his behalf, Berengar's murderous glare kept her silent. In the end, Arnulf could only glance at his wife with a warm gaze before uttering his response. They are also my people. It took Berenger a few moments to understand what Arnulf was saying. It was just so preposterous to him that he could hardly believe his own ears. After several moments of silence, Berenger broke out into a fit of rage as he slammed his fist on the desk before scolding the man for his stupidity. They are a bunch of backwards savages who would have murdered, raped, and enslaved our people in the most brutal fashion had we not shown up with such an overwhelming display of force. Your peace, that you are so prideful of, is built on nothing but the fear these savages have of you. Or am I wrong? Upon uttering these last words, Berengar's fierce glare landed upon Kawita, who flinched beneath his fury. Arnulf looked at his wife with a pleading gaze, but she could not return it. Everything Berenger had said was true. Her people most likely would have murdered, raped, and enslaved the German settlers in a fashion so brutal it was downright inhumane had the Germans not displayed such overwhelming violence in their initial landings. She remained silent for some time before Berenger insisted she reveal the truth. Tell him. Tell him right now. He deserves to know the truth. After everything he has done for you, you owe him that. Arnulf was a victim of a timeline where a technologically advanced German army forced the native tribes into submission upon their arrival in the New World. From his perspective, the tribes had been mostly peaceful and even willing to work with him. However, they did not have the knowledge of Berengar's past life, where the Native American tribes were some of the most barbaric savages in human history. Take the Comanche, for example. They used to butcher babies and roast men alive after capturing them. The Anasazi were at one point fierce cannibals. Such savage behavior was commonly found among all the tribes in some variation, which is one of the reasons the Europeans looked upon them with such disdain upon first contact. From Berengar's perspective, he was looking at the native peoples of North America as the savages who invented scalping, not as the domesticated slaves they had become under his rule. Kawita was naturally aware of how her people felt about the Germans and what they would have done to them if they had the power, and thus she could only lower her head and admit the truth with tears in her eyes. It's true. What he says is true. If my people and many of the other tribes you have negotiated with had the power, they would likely do what he has said. Upon seeing the defeated expression on Arnulf's face, Berenger handed him the poisonous vial before making one last statement to the man he once considered a friend. Drink this and you can be absolved of your sins. Your wife and son, however, they will live, but they will be forced to watch as my armies march forth and eradicate every single tribe living in the vicinity of my colonies. Someone has to pay for the blood that has been spilled by your hands, and unfortunately for you, that is the savages you were so fond of. Arnulf thought about the situation for several moments. He had nothing but lament in his heart. In the end, he gazed upon Kawita one last time before downing the whole vial as if it were a shot. The man, who was once considered one of Germany's greatest heroes, slowly faded away in the arms of the woman he had given his life to appease. As Kawita cried over the fresh corpse of her husband, she glared at Berenger with murderous intent before screaming at him in a voice so shrill it nearly shattered the glass. I hate you. Berenger was cold as he stared at the lifeless body of one of the few men in this world he had ever considered being a friend. There was not the slightest hint of emotion on his face as he responded to the woman's wails with a bitter remark. This is your doing, and you will have to live with that guilt for the rest of your life. You are free to return to New Vienna, but I doubt you will find it to be as welcoming to you as it once was. I am a man of my word. By the time you return home, my armies will already have ravaged the lands, killing every man, woman, and child who shares the same savage blood as you. Go forth and gaze upon the destruction you have wrought. Now get the hell out of my sight before I change my mind. With that said, Kawita was escorted by the Marines back to New Vienna. In the coming days, Berenger would need to work hard to recollect the narrative of what had happened. Aside from the soldiers of the German army who had taken part in the battle, few of the Barenwald militia survived the attack. They could be coerced into maintaining their silence in exchange for the expansion of their lands and proper compensation. The reason Berenger had spared Arnulf's image by convincing him to commit suicide was not because the two men had once been close friends, but because on the eve of Victory Day, the idea that a hero of the nation would turn traitor and march an army on German citizens would only stain the nation's pride. Something that needed to be avoided at this point in time. Thus, after dismissing Arnulf's widow, Berenger silently as he lamented the loss of his friend. Linda had witnessed the entire event, and though she tried to comfort Berenger in his time of need, he was not in the mood. He desired nothing more than to be alone with his own thoughts, where he would remain seated in his office until the dawn rose on the next day. Chapter 815, Relieving Stress Part LLL. 2 weeks prior to Arnulf's death, Berenger was lamenting the decision he would have to make regarding his friend's betrayal. The stifling of German expansion on behalf of the native population was borderline treasonous in itself, but the actual murder of German settlers was nothing less than the ultimate betrayal. After drinking his fill and discussing his issues with Flexically, the dynamic duo stumbled into the streets as just another group of drunks on a Friday night. They effortlessly blended into the crowd as they walked towards the royal palace. However, halfway through their journey there was a sudden burst of rain, the downpour which was entirely unexpected, catching Berenger and Tlexicli off guard as the torrent rapidly soaked them. Berengar's white silk dress shirt clung tightly to his muscles while Tlexicli's matching cocktail dress did the same. It became apparent immediately that the woman wasn't wearing a bra as her brown nipples were clearly visible. The two of them awkwardly stared at each other's chests for a few moments as the pelting storm rapidly sobered their minds. After several moments of silence, Berenger made a quick decision and escorted Tlexicli to a nearby hotel where he rented a room for the night. Kufstein was a popular attraction, and because of the rapid transit system that had been established across the Reich, there were out-of-town visitors who came to the city every day. They usually dwelled in a hotel like this one. After climbing the stairs to their room, Berenger stripped out of his soaked clothes, entirely unafraid. After all, Tlexicli had already seen his naked body earlier in the day, thus he had nothing to be ashamed of. Tlexicli, on the other hand, struggled to decide on whether she should do the same. After several moments of thought, she made a proclamation. "I'm going to take a shower." After saying this, the woman entered the bathroom where she washed away the cold rainwater. Berenger merely scoffed as he gazed out the windows and watched the storm continue to shower the city. He reached into the mini ice cooler that came with the suite and pulled out a beer, popping off its cap and taking another drink. The circumstances he was in were dreadfully enticing, and he had decided in his mind at that moment to go for the kill. Thus, after chugging his beer as if he were at a frat party, Berenger stalked Tlexicli into the bathroom where her eyes were shut as she washed her short black hair with shampoo. While she was thinking of Berengar's naked body, she felt the firm hands of a man wrap around her substantial brown breasts and yelped in shock. Gazing behind her to see the flushed expression on Berengar's cheeks. He had clearly drank too much. She was about to say something when the man assailed her lips with his own. Tlexicli did not struggle. Perhaps she too was intoxicated, or perhaps she had finally admitted this was what she always wanted. Regardless of the reason, she embraced the moment and swirled her tongue with Berengar's as he slipped his index finger into her puffy twat. Tlexicli moaned in pleasure as she nibbled on Berengar's ear, a sensation he was unaccustomed to but found enjoyable nonetheless. After bringing the woman to the brink of climax with just his fingers alone, Berenger positioned Tlexicli on her knees and stuck his massive shaft in her face before giving her an order. "Suck it." Tlexicli stared at the man's large rod, which stood stiffly in her face for several seconds before doing as she was instructed. Her lack of experience became immediate to Berenger right away as he coached her through the process. "No teeth. Use your tongue." At first Tlexicli struggled to understand the basic concept of a blowjob, but after nearly 15 minutes of nothing but sucking cock, she performed the sinful gesture with an intensity that stirred the seed in Berengar's loins. Not wanting to waste his potential children, Berenger lifted the woman's muscular body into the air where he pressed her back against the wall of the shower and thrust his cock inside her tight, wet hole. Tlexicli gritted her teeth in agony, not expecting her first time to be so painful. While Berenger gazed in shock at the blood which dripped from her cunt and expressed his surprise. "You're a virgin?" The Aztec princess glared at the man's insinuation with a fierce stare. She could not believe she had to remind the man of her position. "I may be a savage in your eyes, but I'm still a princess. Even in the New World, there is political value attached to my purity. You better be prepared to take responsibility." Berenger chuckled when he heard this. Before moving his hips forward, the action caught Tlexicli off guard, which caused her tight hole to clench around Berengar's cock like a vice grip. Berenger smiled when he felt such a pleasurable sensation and assaulted the woman's lips once more before whispering something in her ear. "I am your people's primary deity. If I demand you become my mistress, so be it. What are they going to do about it? Resist? That chance. Now properly worship your god by giving your body as sacrifice." Berenger was not the slightest bit gentle with Tlexicli despite this being her first time. The reason was simple: she was a seasoned warrior and he knew she could endure the pain. Instead of treating her like a dainty princess, he used her pussy as if it was an own hole designed specifically for his pleasure. He was too drunk to worry or care about the woman's own sensation. After several overwhelming thrusts, Berenger dropped to his knees, where he curled the woman up onto her shoulders and powerfully drove his cock in and out of her pussy repeatedly while lifting her legs in the air. Tlexicli was overcome with pain and pleasure alike as she endured the Kaiser's pounding while he suckled at her large, bouncing breasts. It did not take long for her to start stimulating her clit with her muscular fingers, all the while taking the pounding of a lifetime. Berenger goaded Tlexicli on as he continued to thrust inside her at rapid speed. "You like that, little kitten? Worship your fucking god like a good girl." Tlexicli responded to Berengar's taunts in her own native tongue, something he had learned during his time spent in the great goddess of Teotihuacan's divine realm. "Fill me with your heavenly seed, O mighty feathered serpent, gift me with your gold-haired children." Berenger chuckled when he heard this before thrusting deep inside the woman's womb. After doing so, he shot his first load into the woman's depths while continuing to taunt her as his seed flowed inside her like a white river. "All right, I will permit you to give birth to my divine son to rule over your father's throne. Be careful what you wish for, kitten." Berengar's overflowing sperm caused the woman to quiver in climax as she panted heavily. It was only after the two were lying, soaking wet from the warm water of the shower, that she regretted saying something so shameful. Tlexically laid on the slippery floor with a vacant expression, dwelling upon all of her life's decisions that led to this point. Was she really ready to be a mother? Berenger, however, was far from finished. He turned off the shower faucet and threw a towel to Tlexically before barking orders at her. Dry yourself off and meet me on the bed. This is far from over. I will not stop until your belly inflates from the amount of sperm I have shot inside you. Upon hearing such a ludicrous statement, Tlexically snapped back to reality and giggled. She could not help but wonder if Berenger was serious about impregnating her, thus she quickly asked about such a complex issue. Are you seriously going to impregnate me? You know I am a lowly savage, right? While in the midst of drying himself off with a towel, Berenger shot the woman a stern gaze before giving the woman the answer she was looking for. If I can't conquer the world through bloodshed, then I will do so with my seed. One day, my descendants will rule over all the world's greatest empires and they shall all pay tribute to Germany. Since I have already decided to spare your people and permit your existence as a subservient realm, naturally I must put my son on its throne. So hurry up and dry yourself off already. We have many hours left in this night and I intend to show you the true meaning of pleasure. Tlexically gazed at the white stuff that was already seeping out of her vagina and smiled. She supposed having Berengar's children was a better option than anyone else she knew. Besides, if she really thought about it, then she actually looked forward to being the mother of the future Aztec Empire. Though she had several brothers who were supposed to succeed her father, she knew that would not be an issue for Berenger. Thus, she was eager to hop into the bed with the man her people worshipped as a god and procreate with him as if they were wild animals. Ultimately, Tlexically would scurry after Berenger and the two would fuck like rabbits for the entire night. When the storm finally faded, it was already dawn and Berenger had released enough of his seed inside Tlexicla's fertile womb that she was surely pregnant. By taking his frustrations out on the Aztec princess' muscular body, he was able to finally gain the nerve to do what was necessary. Chapter 8:16. What happens next? Linda sat across from Berenger with her legs crossed. She had a stoic expression on her gorgeous face as she stared intensely at her husband. Days had passed since Arnulf's death and Berenger had acted as a monk. Not the least bit interested in earthly desires. He merely locked himself away in his office and worked. The woman was starting to become concerned with his behavior, but more importantly, there was something she wanted to get off her chest. Thus, she was quick to inquire about the question that plagued her mind. So how is she? Berenger had ignored the woman's presence since she first barged in on him and continued to write away on his documents. However, when he heard these words, he could only guess that Linda had found out the truth regarding his little one-night stand with Tlexically. Thus, he sighed heavily before revealing his thoughts on the matter. I assume you're referring to Tlexically. She was as enjoyable as any virgin. Why do you ask? Lindy's expression was hard to read. Berenger was certain that she is furious, especially as she tapped her dainty fingers on her armrest for several moments before responding to Berengar's question with a piercing gaze. I suppose I have several questions on my mind. Such as, is your relationship with this woman permanent or a one-time thing? Will the Aztec princess be joining us in our palace? Do you intend to make her your fifth wife or just another mistress? Berenger cocked a brow when he heard Lindy's questions. It slightly surprised him that she was so matter-of-fact about this little affair of his. Because of this, he could only respond to these questions with one of his own. You're not jealous? In response to this, Linda scoffed while wearing a devilish smirk on her luscious lips. She reached over and rested her dainty palm on Berengar's firm chin before expressing her views on her husband's many relationships. You should know by now I'm not that kind of woman. I don't care who you decide to fuck so long as your heart belongs to me. In fact, I support the idea of you impregnating the Aztec princess. If you give her a son, he can rule over the Aztec Empire and ensure their loyalty as a protectorate to the Reich for years to come. The more princesses you inject your seed into, the greater it is for our empire. If you want a list of potential candidates for future affairs, I can have it on your desk by tomorrow morning. If Tlexically was a proud jaguar and Adela was a little white rabbit, then Linda was a sly fox. She knew how to manipulate Berenger and keep him by her side. Berenger valued loyalty above all else and despised petty jealousy more than just about anything. Linda had known this for many years and had expertly used this aspect of Berengar's character to win over the man's heart more so than any of his other wives. Even Yasmin would have a hard time accepting the idea of Berenger traveling the world and impregnating princesses left and right. The reason why the red-headed beauty was so concerned about this affair was not regarding her husband's romantic feelings but rather the logistics behind the relationship. Was she going to need to worry about another mouth to feed? How would Tlexically get along with the rest of the harem? Did she need to prepare for internal drama? Were there going to be a few more tykes running across the halls of the palace in the coming years? These were serious issues that she would have to deal with as the bottom bitch. Thus, she forced an answer out of Berenger. So, are you going to answer my questions or not? Berenger thought about the situation for several moments in silence. He and Tlexically had agreed the morning after their affair to treat it as a one-time thing. Though he knew sooner or later he would be pounding her tight to it once more. Such a thing was only a matter of time for a man like him. Still, he did not have any real romantic feelings for the woman in question. If anything, they were more akin to friends who were physically attracted to one another than actual lovers. Thus, he expressed his exact thoughts on this matter to his supportive wife. Great minds truly think alike. It is true that I intend to have a son with Tlexicli and place the boy on her father's throne. However, I have no romantic feelings for her whatsoever. You don't need to worry about her living in the palace. Our relationship remains the same. Tlexicli will retain her role as ambassador to the Reich and will continue to ferry across the Atlantic to ensure good relations with the Aztec Empire. The only difference is now we will have sex whenever she is in town. As for a list of potential candidates for future affairs, that won't be necessary. I am sure I can find them on my own. Lindy's lips curved into a smile when she heard this before nodding her head in acceptance. Having now understood the exact nature of the man's relationship with his newest whore, her heart could rest with ease. Besides, there was something more important she had to talk about and was quick to inquire about the standing issue. So, about Arnulf's death. I have already dispatched agents to the New World to quell the truth from spreading and to coerce the people into agreeing to our official story. However, if you are going to reveal to the public that Arnulf is, in fact, dead, then you will need to reveal the existence of the New World as well. Are you prepared to do such a thing? Berenger sighed as he heard this and flexed his fingers in thought. It took him a few moments to find the words he wanted to say, but in the end he nodded his head before speaking his mind. The time has come. With the papacy now extinct and the majority of the European powers under our control, we can reveal the existence of the New World to the public and claim it all for the Reich. If any country dares to establish a colony in the region, we will annihilate it as an attack on German soil. I intend to reveal the existence of the New World and alert the public to Arnulf's death at the Victory Day celebration. It will act as not only a somber reminder that there is always a war to be fought, but will strengthen our citizens' resolve to purge the tribes that are responsible for the man's death. We must remember Arnulf as a hero. If his treacherous actions were to be revealed to the public, it would weaken the strength and unity of our nation. The average man looks up to heroes like Arnulf. If they learn of his betrayal, it might inspire them to do the same. The last thing I need is for people to take the man's foolish ideals to heart. As for Kawita and her child, they will be free to live and see the devastation that they are responsible for. However, they will do so under constant supervision. If the woman starts spouting anti-German sentiment or decides to align with hostile powers, then she will have forfeited the kindness I have afforded her and is to be eliminated. Ensure that no harm comes to Arnulf's widow or her child unless they deliberately provoke such a response. That means they are to be protected by the outraged citizens of New Vienna who no doubt rightfully hold her responsible for her husband's treacherous actions. Now, if that is all, then I have work to do. I will see you later tonight, Linda. I think it is about time you helped me process my grief properly. Upon hearing this, Linda wore a sultry smile as she bowed her head with respect. She was excited to hear Berenger was emerging from his hermitage to pleasure his wives once more. Thus, she left a heartfelt response before exiting the man's office. Of course, master. With that said, the red-headed beauty departed, leaving Berenger behind to continue his work in silence. She was more outraged than anyone at Arnulf's betrayal. After all, her heart bled seeing the man she loved wallow in misery for days on end. Linda felt that a traitor like Arnulf did not deserve to be remembered as a hero but understood Berengar's reasons for ensuring such a reality came to pass. She would immediately dispatch agents to maintain a close eye on Kawita and her son with strict orders to eliminate them if they become a threat to the Reich. Chapter 817, Christening the SMS Linda. In the docks outside the city of Trieste lie a massive warship. This vessel had been under construction for between 2 to 3 years and now, after substantial effort, it was finally completed. In Berengar's past life, historians would have referred to this vessel as a superdreadnought, and rightfully so, as it dwarfed the thousands of other ships in the harbor. This warship would be the first of many such vessels to replace the existing Adela-class armored frigates that saw common use in the German fleets. In the Adriatic, there were 3 German shipyards, all of which were dedicated to the construction of Linda-class battleships. The SMS Linda was the first to be completed, with the others following in the coming days. The German Empire currently had access to 15 military shipyards spread across its territory. 3 in the Adriatic, 5 in the Baltic, 5 in the North Sea, 1 in Malta, and 1 in Gibraltar. Out of these 15 shipyards, 8 were dedicated to the construction of Linda-class battleships, 5 were dedicated to the construction of Henrietta-class battlecruisers, and 2 were dedicated to the construction of Adela-class destroyers, each of which could produce 4 of such vessels in the time it took to manufacture 1 battleship or battlecruiser. Specialty shipyards were already under construction for the manufacture of submarines and aircraft carriers. This did not include the civilian shipyards, which were already capable of producing the so-called Dominion I-class cargo ships in a period of roughly 50 days. This warship was the lead of its class and would be the capital ship of the First Fleet. Currently, Berenger was standing in front of a large crowd announcing a new era of German dominance to the people of his realm. This is the SMS Linda, first of the Linda-class battleships, a true leviathan that shall rule the waves and dominate naval warfare for decades to come. It is named after my beautiful wife, who you see standing beside me. This ship is armed with 38 centimeters guns that are capable of hitting a target out to 47,500 meters. With these weapons, the brave sailors of the Kriegsmarine shall be able to obliterate any threat they may find when they are out to sea and secure the waters for Germany. In the coming days, another 7 of these ships shall be laid down across the empire. along with 5 Henrietta-class battlecruisers and 8 Adela-class destroyers. These vessels shall replace the existing Adela-class armored frigates in the First Fleet stationed here in Trieste, where the older ships shall be retrofitted and sold off to our allies for a fair price. In the coming years, we shall produce more and more of these vessels along with other, newer designs until we can expand our fleets into a global force capable of dominating the world's oceans. Glory to the Reich. Those in the crowd, who were either military personnel or former military personnel, threw up their salutes and shouted their battle cries, while the civilians took off their hats and placed them on their chests in a sign of respect for Kaiser and fatherland. Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled where he approached Linda and handed her a bottle of champagne before speaking to her in a gentle tone. Will you do the honors? Linda wore a pretty smile on her face as she grabbed hold of the bottle and broke it against the ship's hull, which was followed by the cheers of thousands of men and women. Prince Shushi was in the crowd and could only stare in astonishment at the massive behemoth that was lying in front of him. He had seen this vessel on his initial journey to the Reich, however now that he was mere feet away from the ship he could truly witness all its glory. This steel-hulled ship was beyond the scope of what his country had produced with their grand treasure fleet, which less than a decade ago was the great pride of the Chinese nation. After hearing how far this vessel's weapons could reach, the man nearly shat himself in fright. One of these ships was enough to obliterate the entire Ming fleet, and yet Berenger had clearly said 7 more were on the way. He did not know the scope of the other vessels Berenger had listed in his speech, but he expected that they were fearsome in their own rights. To think that the Germans had produced such monstrous ships for their navy, it was no exaggeration to say that in a few years' time they would rule the waves of the world. After previously discussing things with Berenger, the Ming prince came to learn of Atami's plans to expand her military and naval capabilities to match those of the Reich. If she were to actually do so, the Ming would not have a chance against the Japanese Empire, at least not on the oceans. Even if the Germans supported the Ming by selling them their old Adela-class armored frigates, Jushi expected one of these so-called Linda-class battleships could obliterate 5 or more of the armored frigates. The Ming prince did not know how Atami would be able to create comparable vessels, but he had heard of her innovation with her steam-powered turtle ships and expected that perhaps she might be able to pull it off in a few years. This caused a deep sense of fear to grow in the man's heart as he thought about the effect combating such a powerful navy would have on his homeland. It was at this moment the Ming prince felt that perhaps the greatest ally he could ask for was Germany. Even if they weren't willing to share their secrets, they could help defend the Ming territorial waters through a military alliance. He was now determined to convince his father to approach the German Empire as equals, even if such a thing was clearly not the case, and do whatever was necessary to broker a proper alliance with the Reich. Although he did not know what Berenger wanted from the Ming, if anything at all, he had great hopes for fostering an alliance with the Kaiser. Thus, while Berenger was in the middle of another speech, thanking the hard work of the German people in the construction of these vessels, the Ming prince was thinking of ways he could gain the Kaiser's favor. The christening event continued for some time, with a small celebration, the serving of some seafood, and a band playing the background. After several hours, Berenger and his family returned to the palace. During the car ride, Linda was clinging to her husband's arm with a happy smile on her pretty face. She was extremely pleased to have a ship named after her, especially one as large and powerful as the Superdreadnought. Thus, she kissed him on the cheek and expressed her thanks. Thank you. I've always wanted a ship named after me, especially after you named those damn armored frigates after Adela. I felt slighted, but now knowing that your most impressive warships are named after me, it fills my heart with pride. Berenger chuckled as he thought about how far his navy had come from his initial sailing designs. In the end, he decided to admit the truth to the woman as he stroked her silky strawberry blonde hair with his firm hand. It should have been done a long time ago. Before we were even a kingdom, I had designed 3 sailing warships. The largest and most impressive of which was named after you, the mid-sized was named after Anuria, and the smallest ones were named after Adela. However, by the time we had the means to produce such ships, our technology had advanced to the point where those designs were obsolete, and thus I decided to scrap them. When I came up with my new ship designs, I revisited the original names but replaced Anuria's with Henrietta's, since my dear sister is German and Anuria is a Roman. Linda was surprised to hear this and instantly questioned why the biggest warship was named after her both times. Berenger, my love, answer me this. Why did you decide, in both cases, to name the biggest warships after me? Are you perhaps calling me fat? In response to this ludicrous question, Berenger broke into a fit of laughter. He had no choice but to reveal the secret behind the naming conventions he had used for his naval vessels. After wiping a tear from his eye and calming down, he responded to Lindy's question with a serious expression on his face. I chose you to represent the largest class of warship because out of my 3 lovelies, you have the largest breasts. It had nothing to do with your weight. If I'm being honest, even after having 4 children, your body is still absolutely flawless. Hans had overheard this statement and immediately dropped his jaw at his father's shamelessness. He half expected his mother to slap the man across the face for such a flawed reasoning. However, Linda merely smiled and nuzzled her head in Berengar's chest before taking his words as a compliment. Thank you. Berenger merely responded to this by kissing the woman's forehead and petting her hair, the sight of which confused Hans. For the rest of the car ride home, the boy tried to understand why his mother would be pleased with knowing a warship was named after her simply because of her bust size. His conclusion was that women were incredibly self-conscious about their breasts, and the larger they were, the prouder a woman would be. Chapter 8:18 The War in Iberia comes to an end. Adelbrand stood in front of a crowd of Andalusian and German soldiers who had gathered before him in the city of Granada. It had been years since he had taken over command of the Iberian theater, and every step of the way he had been met with resistance. However, after years of brutal conflict, the war had finally come to an end. Because of that, Adelbrand was holding a grand ceremony in Granada, announcing total victory and paying tribute to the veterans of the war. The soldiers all had grim expressions on their faces, as if they were fearful that the Iberian Catholic League may strike at any moment. Though they knew the resistance had been successfully put down in large part due to the sheer brutality of the Reichsguard, they were still paranoid of an enemy attack. Even Adelbrand seemed quite exhausted as he gazed upon his forces with the same 1,000-yard stare they all had. This war was unlike any other the Germans had fought in. It had started with field armies and ended in guerrilla and urban warfare on a scale which claimed well over 10,000 German lives. As for the cost of Andalusian and Catholic lives, that was in the millions. As the man who had assumed full authority over combat operations within the Iberian Peninsula and who had been leading such efforts for years, Adelbrand was perhaps the most weary of all. Yet he tried his best not to let such battle fatigue show on his face as he boldly announced the end to war that had lasted nearly a decade. We stand here today to celebrate the end of a war, one that has claimed countless lives in the wake of its destruction. I myself stand here before you all in sheer disbelief of this monumental occasion, for, like many of you, I have been involved in this conflict for several years. I suppose I should start in the beginning. Nearly a decade ago, the man who is now known as Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein pledged his support to the small state of Granada, an act which enraged the papacy and the entirety of Europe. The reason this action caused so much outrage was because the Emirate of Granada was the last vestige of Muslim rule in the Iberian Peninsula. Reconquista had been going on for centuries, and as a result the once dominant Muslim state of Al-Andalus had been reduced to a small emirate in the south of the peninsula. The Catholics, on the eve of their supposed victory, were now faced with a new threat in the region. The Kaiser, in his infinite wisdom, had dispatched an old friend of mine, Field Marshal Arnulf von Thiercy, to Iberia so that he may support the former Sultan of Granada in his efforts to retain his borders. This was when the war we have all experienced began. It is no surprise that the Catholic kingdoms became threatened by this and eventually marched on the borders of Granada, where they were shocked to face such fierce resistance by the combined forces of Granada and Germany. The war continued for some time under the control of my predecessor, where victories were gained and losses were suffered by both sides. Eventually, the Iberian Union was formed, and as a result, I was dispatched to Iberia with the intent of supporting Arnulf and his campaign. Battles were fought, and even the Kaiser himself joined us in the field of battle along with his Byzantine allies. With victory over the Iberian kingdoms, we were able to secure a temporary peace with the Treaty of Aquitaine, one which allowed us to annex Portugal and declare ourselves to be a true sultanate. However, while the people of Granada could breathe easily, the soldiers were not afforded such a luxury. Instead, they were forced to fight in Portugal against warlords, despots, and fanatics. This internal rebellion was fought for years until the Spanish unified into a single kingdom and declared war on us, in an attempt to seize our saltpeter mines. The result was a decisive Andalusian victory in a single battle. However, this still did not end the bloodshed. Instead, the papacy supported religious fanatics with weapons and supplies to continue their fight against Al-Andalus and Germany. After years of funneling men and resources into Iberia and multiple attempts at peace, the Kaiser finally had enough of the rebellion and dispatched the Reichsguard to put an end to the Catholic resistance once and for all. The Reichsguard, along with their Andalusian allies, swept through every town and city, killing every insurgent they came across. All while agents of the crown worked in the shadows to capture and interrogate Catholic terrorists so that they could learn more about how the shadowy Iberian Catholic League operated. However, despite our best attempts, the war waged on, and it was not until the Kaiser's trial by fire, where God in heaven judged the papacy to be guilty of their crimes, did the spirit of resistance among Iberian Catholics finally break. Since then, what few holdouts have remained has quickly been dispatched to the afterlife. Now, after bringing the last known terrorist to justice just days ago, I, Adelbrand von Salzburg, the steward of Iberia, hereby declare an end to the war. From this day forward, Christians and Muslims shall live side by side within the Sultanate of Al-Andalus without fear of discrimination. I also wish to announce the formation of the Iberian Reformist Church, who has risen from the ashes of the papacy's tyranny. Together, the Sultan and his government shall work together with the Reformist Church and the German Empire to ensure a new age of prosperity. After saying this, Adelbrand saluted the soldiers, who returned his gesture and shouted the battle cries in their individual language. Mituns. Allahu Akbar. Adelbrand quickly descended from the stage with a weary expression on his face. Though he made some bold claims, the reality was that he had a lot of work to do if he was going to bring any semblance of order and modernization to the Sultanate of Al-Andalus. The nearly 10-year-long war had ravaged the cities and burned most of the fields within the Iberian Peninsula. It would be a long and difficult effort to restore the peace that once existed within the region. Even with the technological gifts that Al-Andalus had received from the Reich, it would be years before Iberia could survive on its own without constant support from Germany. However, Berenger had trusted Adelbrand to build Iberia into a prosperous region that his son Ghazi could inherit and expand upon. If the Kaiser trusted him with such a position, then Adelbrand would be sure to fulfill his mission to the best of his abilities. Despite this determination within the man's heart, he was still under an enormous amount of stress, and because of this he grabbed hold of the flask within his coat pocket and downed a solid shot's worth of hard liquor. Adelbrand spent some time discussing his experiences of the war with the soldiers who had fought in it and celebrated among their ranks as a battle brother. These men, both Andalusian and German, respected Adelbrand for leading them into battle for so many years. They too understood the stress and fatigue that the German field marshal suffered through on a daily basis. However, the war was now over, and though shots would no longer be fired in the streets, the soldiers would have a hard time adapting to that peaceful reality. Because of this, it was no surprise that Adelbrand rode in an armored convoy from the site of the celebration back to the palace after it was truly over. The man had lost many friends throughout the years of warfare, and now he would have to work hard to rebuild what was destroyed. It had been a long time since he had the luxury of returning to his ancestral homeland in Salzburg. He wondered how much the city had changed since he had last seen it. In fact, it was his greatest dream to return home and see what had become of his family. Upon stepping foot in the palace, Adelbrand was not granted with the peace and quiet he desired. Instead, his secretary, which was a busty young Spanish woman, approached him and handed him a telegram before summarizing its contents. The Kaiser has summoned you to Kufstein. The message does not explain the reasoning, but it makes clear this request is non-negotiable. I have already prepared your luggage for you, you only need to check it to see if everything has been accounted for. Of course, Adelbrand had no way of knowing that he was being summoned for the Victory Day celebration. The German victory in Iberia would prove to be the ultimate end of the Catholic resistance in the world. With the Pope gone and his cardinals with him, there simply was no longer a system in place to replace the man. The Catholic religion had been reduced to a number of small local bishoprics, many of which were converting to local variations of reformist thought at a rapid rate, or even splitting into their own schools of thought entirely. Thus, the war in Iberia was truly the last gasp of a dying religion. Chapter 819, The Guests Arrive Part 50. The German Prince Hans sat in a room with a young red-headed beauty by his side. The girl had rested her head on the boy's small chest and cried profusely into his tunic. So much so that her makeup had completely run, and in doing so, stained her pretty face. Noemi had just received word that her father had passed away during the war against the Reich and that her brother was now the new king of Hungary. To exist as nothing more than a puppet of the German emperor. Despite weeks passing since the battle occurred, the young princess of Hungary was just now learning of her father's passing and had difficulty processing her grief. Since she first arrived in the palace, she had suspected something had happened to her family, but she simply did not know what. After all, someone like her was unworthy of being betrothed to the German prince, and yet it was so. Noemi had been keeping a respectful distance from Hans as she was deathly afraid of the boy's mother, who seemed to be keeping a close eye on her at all times. It was not until she learned of her father's death that Noemi reached out to the boy she considered being like a little brother and spoke of her grief. Hans could only pretend like he cared. In truth, the girl's father was an enemy of the Reich and got what he deserved, or so the Prince of Germany thought. Though he would never discuss these views aloud, at least not to the girl who was suffering. Today was an important day. For the sake of the upcoming Victory Day celebrations, Berenger had gone out and invited all the monarchs of Europe, North Africa, and the Near East to come and visit Kufstein. They and their families would all be housed under one roof, and that was the Kaiser's. After all, his palace was indeed large enough to entertain so many guests. However, on the eve of this monumental occasion, Noemi had learned the truth and in doing so was in no position to greet the guests. Instead, she had scurried off with Hans and cried herself to sleep. It was only after the girl had truly entered dreamland did Hans sigh in relief and leave her be. Hans left the girl's room where he was immediately caught by his mother who had gone to search for him. Linda was as radiant as ever, but her pretty face was filled with the expression of a scolding mother who did not hesitate to express her views to her errant son. Where the hell have you been, Hans? Your fiancé will be arriving at any moment. You must come with me quickly. I can't have you absent from greeting the Kalmar King's host. The strawberry blonde-haired angel quickly grabbed hold of her eldest son's wrist and led him off to the great hall where Berenger sat on his throne while awaiting the arrival of one of his most important guests. His entire family was lined up and waiting patiently. All but 3 of the royal family were present. Aside from Linda and Hans, Henrietta was noticeably absent. This was because she was pregnant, and visibly so. For her to take part in these festivities would raise questions that were better off left unasked. Thus, she was confined to the harem room throughout the duration of the other monarch's visit. The penthouse at the top of the palace was only accessible by Berenger and his lovers and was under constant guard by members of the Reichsguard. As for Linda and Hans, the mother and son quickly entered the room, which caused Berenger to smile and nod his head in satisfaction. He was beginning to become worried that Hans had shirked his royal responsibilities, but it appeared his mother had found him and reminded the boy of his place. That did not mean he would remain silent on this matter, and thus Berenger quickly scolded his eldest son in front of the whole family. Hans, if your mother had not found you, I would have been furious. After all, my plans for the future of the Kalmar Union relies on you and your fiancée to get along. To not greet her when she arrives would be a massive sign of disrespect. Now be a good boy and stand at attention until I introduce the two of you. Hans could only sigh and nod his head in silence where he took his spot. Linda, on the other hand, approached Berenger and stood on his left side. She was the second wife, and because of this she was not afforded the luxury of being at his right, even if she was his most beloved woman. This was something that did not bother her in the slightest. After several moments, a member of the palace staff walked in while leading the Kalmar king and his host. Hans immediately gazed upon the busty and tall blonde-haired beauty who stood behind the king. She had a pretty smile on her face as she walked into the room with a graceful stride. This young woman was Ingrid, who was Hans' fiancée, and it was no exaggeration to say that her beauty was on par with most of Berengar's brides. When King Alvar entered the room, Berenger gazed upon him in shock. He had not thought the man could get any larger during his last visit to Copenhagen, and yet the man's beer belly was much rounder than it was before. Clearly, he had been feasting too much. However, Alvar had a lot to celebrate. His most powerful ally had single-handedly crushed his rivals, leaving the Catholic Church and much of Europe in ruins. He was not even asked to raise his armies in support. Thus, he had gained quite a lot from his alliance with the German Empire. The man did not hesitate to kneel before Berenger and order the rest of his people to do so. Kneel before the Kaiser. King Alvar spoke perfect German as he commanded his family and advisors to kneel before a foreign sovereign, showing just how important the German language had become on the international stage. Berenger smiled when he saw this display of fealty before signaling the men to rise. Though he enjoyed the sight, the Kalmar Union was not a protectorate but an ally, and Berenger felt awkward seeing an ally kneel before him as if he were their emperor. Thus, he ordered his guests to rise to their feet. Rise! King Alvar immediately did as he was ordered and wore a happy smile as he gazed upon Berengar's large family. He could not help but compliment the man for his efforts over the years. I see your family is healthy and plentiful. It is good to see that man of your caliber lives in such a loving environment. Berenger rose from his seat and walked towards the king of the Kalmar Union, where he patted the man on the back and introduced him to his family. I indeed live a wonderful life when I am away from the flames of war. You have already met my third wife Honoria and my son with her Alexandros. However, she and I also have another child whose name is Helena. Helena immediately presented herself upon hearing her father's words and greeted the Kalmar king with a proper curtsy. I am Helena. It is an honor to meet you, your highness. After saying this, she fled back into the ranks of her family where she stood by her brother's side. Having introduced Helena, Berenger introduced Adela to the man. After all, she was his first wife, and it was only proper he did so. This is my darling Adela, the first of my wives. By her side is our son Christopher, his twin sister Catherine, and our other two children, Franz and Lucas. In reality, Lucas was Berengar's son with Henrietta, but that was a closely guarded secret. The official story was that Henrietta could not give birth due to the injury she had suffered from the assassin's bullet. Because of this, she had decided to dedicate her life to helping her brother run the empire. Why did Berenger not reveal that Henrietta was truly his half-aunt by blood and that they were in an intimate relationship? That was because she was technically his grandfather's bastard. As her nephew, he did not have the right to legitimize her, even if he was the current head of the dynasty. Henrietta held a unique position in the heart of the German people. She was beloved by all and was seen by many as the guardian angel of the Reich. To reveal the truth behind her lineage and her relationship with Berenger would cause more issues than it would solve. Thus, he introduced Henrietta's son as if he were Adela's. King Alvar came forward and greeted Christopher with a smile. The man knew that the boy was going to marry his granddaughter one day and was quick to make a proper first impression. Christopher, huh? That's a strong name. We have a similar name to where we come from. In fact, my eldest son is named Christopher as well. You are the boy who will one day marry my eldest granddaughter? Christopher stepped forward and introduced himself to King Alvar. He held his head high as he did so, as if he himself were King Alvar's equal. That is correct. Tell me, is my fiancée here on this day? I would very much like to meet her. Alvar smiled warmly and nodded his head before calling out to his own family. Astrid, come here and meet your fiancée. What was about to transpire was the meeting that would determine whether Berengar's plans for the Kalmar Union would come to fruition. Chapter 820, The Guests Arrive Part LL. Silence filled the room as a young girl walked forward from the rear ranks of her family. Like Christopher, Astrid was a child roughly the age of 5. The princess of the Kalmar Union was practically a living doll with porcelain skin, a heart-shaped face, a button nose, and wide ice blue irises. Her platinum blonde hair was long in the back, while still having 2 distinctive pigtails tied together with ribbons. Despite her doll-like appearance, Astrid was anything but stoic and was quite shy as she stumbled forward and attempted a curtsy. Her pale white cheeks were flushed red while her eyes stared straight at the floor, too embarrassed to gaze upon the appearance of her fiancé. She stuttered as she struggled to introduce herself in the grace befitting a princess. It is my honor to meet you, esteemed Prince of Germany. I am Astrid, your fiancé. The girl's light blue eyes darted back and forth, trying to see how her parents and her grandfather thought of her performance. In truth, it displeased Alvar. This granddaughter of his was always so shy and timid, much like a common rabbit. In the eyes of the Kalmar king, her introduction was completely insulting to the Kaiser and his young son. However, Christopher did not seem to mind and instead smiled warmly as he hugged the girl, an action which shocked her deeply. However, unlike his elder brother Hans or his father Berenger, this wasn't a shady attempt at womanizing but an expression of genuine heartfelt joy which resounded in his voice as he welcomed the girl to his family's home. Christopher. I'm so happy to finally meet you. Welcome to Kufstein. I hope you enjoy your stay because one day we will be living here together as a family. Though Astrid initially resisted Christopher's embrace, she soon found herself enthralled in the moment as the boy was treating her more kindly than her own family. Adela gazed upon the sight of her young son meeting his fiancée and smiled. Meanwhile, Berenger was observing the entire scene. If Hans had inherited his father's intelligence and his mother's cunning nature, then Christopher had inherited his father's intellect and his mother's kind heart. This was something Berenger saw as both a weakness and a strength. The Reich would not always be in a position of war, and because of this, a kind-hearted ruler could be a good thing during an era of peace. However, in the fires of war, kindness will only get you killed, and because Germany would sooner or later find itself at odds with the world, Berenger was currently leaning towards Hans as his successor. Though it was still too early to choose a victor for the family competition, after all Berenger had many German sons and it was impossible to know how Joseph, Franz, and Lucas would turn out. Thus, Berenger chose to watch and wait as Christopher continued to speak to his young fiancée as if they had been friends for a long time. The gentle nature of the German prince was enough to coax the girl out of her shell, or at least after some time had passed. For now, she was still remaining silent where she could and stuttering with each sentence she was forced to speak. This strange behavior caused Berenger to question King Alvar about the girl's mental state. Does your granddaughter always stutter like that? Or is this a symptom of her anxiety? Alvar was quick to dismiss Berengar's worries about a potential genetic issue even if he did not know what genes were and assured the Kaiser that his bloodline was strong. She has trouble speaking to strangers, but I assure you, among people she is comfortable with, she is as quick as anyone. In response to this, Berenger could only nod his head in silence as he observed his son interact with the young princess of Denmark. The Kalmar Union was not a unified political entity but rather a union of multiple kingdoms each ruled by their own royal family which was currently being presided over by the King of Denmark. After several moments of thought, Berenger continued the introductions of his family members. Eventually Berenger stopped on Linda, who wore a pretty smile as she curtsied before the Kalmar king. Berenger wore a proud smirk as she introduced his favorite wife to his guest from the north. This is my second wife, Linda. Without her, I would be nothing. Berenger was slightly exaggerating, but not by much. Though much of Berengar's success was due to his heightened intelligence and his knowledge of the future. In truth, Linda had been responsible in many ways for his rapid rise to power. Her gifts in intrigue were unrivaled on the world stage, and he would not be alive today without her efforts. Linda had a graceful demeanor as she greeted the Kalmar king. Though her words were kind, her eyes were that of a hawk, which went entirely unnoticed by Alvar. King Alvar, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard so much about you. More than one member of the Reichsguard flinched when they heard the last part of the Kaiser's greeting. Few people outside of Imperial intelligence knew that Linda was the spymaster who controlled the Reich with her web of intrigue. Those who did were aware just how terrifying the words "I have heard so much about you" were when they came from this red-headed temptress' luscious lips. King Alvar was ignorant of this reality and simply smiled and nodded his head, allowing Berenger to move on to his son Hans, who he was about to introduce when Ingrid rushed out of her place and hugged the boy tightly while shoving his head into her substantial bust. This action caught everyone off guard, including Hans, who was immediately suspicious of the woman's intentions. You must be Prince Hans. I could spot you immediately. Your father is so handsome and your mother's beauty is truly in a world of its own. It is no surprise that you yourself are a very handsome young boy. Oh, where are my manners? I am Ingrid, your fiancée. After saying this, the young woman shot a glare towards Veronica, who gazed at her with shock. Ingrid had her own ways of finding out who Hans' fiancés were, and she had used that network to dig up all the dirt she could find on Veronica and the others. As a devout Nordic reformist, Ingrid did not approve of polygamy and was determined to steal Hans away from his other women at any cost. Especially now that she finally laid eyes upon him. From the moment Ingrid first saw Hans, she knew he would be an incredibly handsome man when he finally grew up. The first step in her master plan was to get Hans to fall in love with her while he was still a boy. She figured she had many years to influence the German prince as she saw fit before he even began to have an interest in girls. Unfortunately for her, Hans' brain developed much quicker than most boys, and he was already keenly aware of the opposite sex. Thus, as she stuffed his head into her cleavage, he became increasingly flustered. He eventually pushed the young woman away before his mother could interfere and recovered his calm demeanor. The last thing he needed was for Linda to get angry over this harlot's scandalous actions. With a stone-cold look on his face, Hans introduced himself to Ingrid. Princess Ingrid, I am Hans von Kufstein. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. It surprised Ingrid to see how calm Hans was. She thought at the very least her overly affectionate actions would annoy him. In reality, the German prince was incredibly flustered by what had just happened, but he was a masterful actor and could easily mask his heightened emotions with a stoic facade. This perceived lack of care caused the girl to pout, especially when she saw the younger Veronica sneer in disdain towards her. Veronica knew Hans well enough to know when he was acting, but the fact that Ingrid did not notice how the boy really felt was simple proof that the woman was out of her depth. Ingrid had expected Hans to be a mere child when in reality his mind surpassed her own by a large margin. Hans took notice of this brief exchange of glances between his bitches and immediately understood what Ingrid's intent was. She was staking her claim over him as if this were a monogamous relationship and his other fiancées were mere side chicks. However, would Hans ever be trapped in such a horrific fate? He had watched for years as his father's wives competed for his favor, and he had learned much about the art of manipulating women. If Ingrid thought she was going to come into his house and take him away for herself, she was out of her goddamn mind. Hans did not even need to look over at his mother to know that the woman was glaring daggers at Ingrid. He could only sigh in defeat at the fact that his parents were so overprotective of him. Berenger gazed upon the awkward scene of Ingrid trying to intimidate her rivals and chuckled. A brief thought appeared in his mind before he continued the introductions of his family. My boy is growing up to be a true man of culture. Chapter 821, The Kingdom of France submits to Theodoric. Over the next week, Berengar's family got to know the Danish royal family fairly well. During this time, more and more guests from across the Reich and Europe began visiting Kufstein and paying their respects to the Kaiser. Many of them were housed within the royal palace for the duration of their stay. The last king to arrive was one Berenger was not expecting to actually show up, if not simply because of how poorly he had been treated in the past. King Aubrey arrived with his siblings in tow. Not only did he have his sister Sibella by his side, but his younger brothers as well. When Berenger gazed upon the royal family of France, he could not help but wonder whether the seed of the former king was inherently flawed. Aubrey was a man in name only. Despite being an adult male, he was so feminine that he made most women look ugly. There likely wasn't even an ounce of testosterone in the French king's body. Sibella, on the other hand, was a second-rate beauty who had a screw loose in her head. Violent and psychopathic tendencies had plagued the woman for her entire life, and now, thanks to her treatment in the German labor camps, she had severe PTSD. Surely Aubrey's other siblings would not be so defective? Or so Berenger had thought. However, it took one glance for the man to realize that the French royal family were truly cursed. Whatever the reason, Aubrey's two brothers were the personification of their dominant character traits. One of these brothers was a greedy coward, and as one would expect, he had the appearance of a rat. Not so much in his facial attributes as he was at the very least mildly attractive, but more so in the way he moved and spoke. It could not so easily be explained other than the fact he just gave off the general vibe of a rat. The other brother of Aubrey was a round tub of lard, as if since the day he had been born he had done nothing but consume food and sit on his ass. It was truly remarkable that a man in this feudal era could be so fat. From the moment this man had entered the German palace, he had rudely pulled out a chair and sat in front of the snack table that was set up to greet the foreign monarchs and their families. Since then, he had done nothing but shove his face with the delicacies that Berenger had prepared for everyone. Just by looking at the man devour sweets, Berenger felt as if he was going to contract diabetes. The French had a unique position in the ceremony. They had previously been a trading partner of Germany but had also played a leading role in economic sanctions against the Reich as well as the crusade against the Byzantine Empire. However, unlike all the other defeated nations of Europe, they had not actually taken up arms against Germany and remained neutral during the brief but bloody conflict. Would they have done so if their army was actually capable of such a feat? Nobody was denying that, but by remaining neutral, France had fared better than their former allies and had even become the last bastion of Catholicism in Europe, where the local clergy had made some vain attempts to preserve what little was left of their religion. King Aubrey was slightly unnerved with the meeting in Germany and had grown quite fearful of Berenger. The last time they met, he attempted to seduce the man, and it had terrible results. Not only that, but the Kaiser had ruthlessly imprisoned his sister for a year for simply speaking out of turn, where unspeakable things had happened to the poor woman. If that wasn't enough, Berenger had completely demolished Aubrey's former lover and rival Duke Renaud de Burgundy. Even now, the French king had no idea where the man's body lay. It was for this reason that during the breakfast that was being held for all of Europe's monarchs, Aubrey kowtowed onto the ground as low as possible, feeling as if by pressing his head to the floor, he would be able to gain some redemption in Berengar's eyes. Even Berenger had to admit that seeing Aubrey in such a submissive position was a bit of a turn-on. The French king was cross-dressing as per usual and looked prettier than his sister, who gazed in shock at her brother's shameful actions. In a hyper-feminine voice, Aubrey swore loyalty to Berenger and the Reich, an action that he was not being compelled to do by virtue of being a neutral actor. "O great Kaiser, Berenger von Kufstein, please take pity on my petty kingdom and allow me, King Aubrey de Valois, to swear my eternal loyalty and that of my dynasty to you and your sons. I promise that so long as my family reigns, the Kingdom of France will exist to serve you and your desires under the condition that your empire act as our benevolent protector." Both Berenger and Linda reacted with surprise when they heard the French king speak these words, not just the two of them but everyone in the hall. However, for the Kaiser and his lovely wife, this act of submission threw a wrench into their plans. Berenger and Linda had long since conspired to balkanize France and destroy its cultural unity. For Berenger, this was an act of revenge for Versailles. Since France had done everything in its power in his past life to divide the German people and steal their lands, Berenger intended to do the same to them in this life. It wasn't good enough for the French to find their natural place on their knees, servicing their German masters. To Berenger, this was a matter of pride. Germany needed to be avenged for the losses they suffered after the fall of the monarchy and the failed experiment that was the Third Reich. Thus, it came as a surprise to everyone when he rejected King Aubrey's request by spitting upon him. Do you really believe that your pathetic kingdom is worthy of being subservient to the Reich? I have no intention of taking your sissy ass as my pet, nor do I plan to protect your people from the myriad of threats they face. You have brought your downfall upon yourself, and now you must face the consequences of your actions and those of your forbearers. You, as King of France, are here in Kufstein to bear witness to a new era of prosperity, one that you and your kingdom shall be excluded from. Enjoy your stay in my palace, because I promise you these will be the last peaceful days that you shall see in your miserable life. The Kaiser's response utterly dumbfounded Aubrey and his siblings. But how could they understand the rage of a man whose homeland was taken from him before he was even born? Whose family was forced to flee the burning ruins of the greatest civilization the earth had ever seen? Whose heritage was spat upon and denounced by the world over because of the actions of a succeeding government? One that was built upon the hatred the German people had for Versailles. To Berenger, France was to blame for the pitiful state that Germany had become in his past life. A spiritual successor to the failed Weimar Republic, one that was every bit as degenerate and weak as its predecessor. Germany had become a shadow of the nation's former glory, one whose sole sense of pride came from its robust economy. In this life, Berenger had created a true nation-state. One which had a shared sense of heritage and culture. A nation that was entirely self-reliant and capable of protecting its borders without foreign intervention. This was not something that could be said about the Germany from his past life, at least not in his last days, and to Berenger, this was the ultimate humiliation, especially when one considered the power and prestige the German nation once held as the Kaiser Reich. Despite the unprovoked scolding that Aubrey had suffered, nobody in the room dared to speak up on behalf of France. The reason for this was obvious. Berenger was the most powerful man in Europe, perhaps the entire world. He had just spent the last few months smashing the armies of the nations present for the ceremony and killing their previous monarchs. However, perhaps equally as important of a factor was the simple fact that the men and women in this room were all Christians, many of which were steadfast in their religious beliefs, which is the primary reason this war was fought to begin with. Because of this, they had all long since held a sense of disdain for Aubrey and his out-of-place character. Why bother provoking the Kaiser when they already hated the man for his sexual preferences? Thus, France had offered submission to the Reich and was thoroughly rejected. Though they did not know what Berenger had planned for them, the French delegates were in deep fear after the final words Berenger had spoken to them. One thing was certain, the Victory Day celebration had started with a bit of a rough start. Chapter 822, Victory Day Celebration Part 50. Nearly 500,000 people had gathered in the streets of Kufstein to witness the Victory Day parade, which was being broadcasted across the Reich via radios that were gifted by the crown to every major beer house. The soldiers were lining up in their ceremonial uniforms, which were based upon the designs used during the German Unification Wars. The black and gold outfits were on full display as the individual soldiers proudly marched through the streets. Those who were high-ranking had specialty plumed pickelhaube helmets, which swayed with the slight breeze on this warm summer's day. Each soldier had a Gur 25 shouldered in his arm with its bayonet attached as they moved forward to the beat of the drums. Many of the citizens of Kufstein recalled previous military parades that had been used to celebrate great victories. However, something was different this time around, something that shocked the city's inhabitants. As the infantry passed by the crowds of people, some terrifying new devices followed them. A total of 2 Panther tanks and 2 Fuchs IFVs drove behind the infantry, displaying the next generation of warfare to the people of Germany and Europe's monarchs. More than one of the foreign kings dropped their jaw when they saw the massive hunks of steel propel themselves through the streets. Following behind these armored prototype vehicles was a fleet of 5-ton trucks, which were equally as impressive as the armored vehicles. Why was this? Because each and every one of these trucks was towing the new artillery pieces behind them. The people of Germany could see before their eyes the devices that Berenger would use to bring the world underneath his rule, and they could not help but cry out in cheers. Eventually, the parade wended its way to the Reichstag, where the foreign monarchs stood waiting for their host's arrival. They thought for sure he was taking part in the parade, but there had been no sight of the Kaiser or his family until now. The people of Germany were starting to become quite worried about the Kaiser's absence until they noticed the sky darken. For the entire day, so far, the weather had been bright and sunny without a cloud in sight. So why now was the sky darkening all of a sudden? Most people began to pull out their umbrellas, expecting a sudden storm. That is until a young boy in the audience pointed to the sky above and screamed as loud as he could. "Oh my God! What is that?" One by one, the crowds that had gathered around the city stared into the air to see what was blocking the sun, only to find that the day was still as bright as ever. Instead, a behemoth of an airship was preventing the light from shining upon the city. The miracle of flight was on full display as a rigid airship the size of the Graf Zeppelin flew proudly through the air. The people of Germany could hardly believe their eyes. Had Germany conquered the skies? Among the guests who were in the city for the event was Sultan Salan of the Timurid Empire. He gazed upon the Zeppelin with complete and total fear in his heart. The words of the Kaiser flooded his mind as he recalled what Berenger had once said to him. I simply have superior artillery. In a world where man cannot own the skies, artillery is the most important weapon on the battlefield. The Sultan, like many in the audience, could not help but mutter a silent prayer as he thought about what this meant. He had invested significant time and resources into the development of artillery. After hearing Berengar's words and witnessing how effective artillery was in the recent crusade, he was certain he could rebuild his army to rival any in the world. However, that dream was instantly dashed the moment he saw the rigid airship. Not only was the magnificent vessel blotting out the sky, but there was a notable painting on its sides. On the left side of the airship was a painting which displayed the stunning beauty of the second Empress Linda von Kufstein, who took a glamorous pose. The people genuinely did not know how such a lifelike painting could be emblazoned on the side of such a massive vessel. However, those who were lucky could witness a similar scene on the other side, depicting Kaiserin Adela von Kufstein in an equally alluring posture. Aside from the two heaven-defying beauties, there was the city of Kufstein and the Tyrolean Alps painted behind them, as if the two women were posing while overlooking the capital of the Reich. This painting was a true masterpiece of propaganda, and the people could not cheer enough. Eventually, the airship stopped above the Reichstag, where it was tied onto a nearby mooring station that had been established for the sake of the ceremony and brought down to the ground, where the Kaiser and his family departed from inside the vessel. The people of Germany continued to cheer as Berenger waved to them all before stepping foot on the highest steps of the Reichstag, where the monarchs of Europe kneeled around him in a giant circle. One by one, he called them up to sign a treaty with him. In the end, all of Europe's Catholic kings except for Aubry signed the treaty, officially bringing an end to the war that had been in a state of armistice for 2 months. Once the last man had given his signature to the treaty which pertained to his country, Berenger stepped up to a podium where a microphone sat waiting for his speech. The words he spoke on this day would be remembered throughout history as the first recorded speech of any politician. I gaze upon you all, my people, the German people, and I can only smile at the thought of how far we have all come. Many of you already know this, but 10 years ago I was nothing more than the spoiled son of a small-time feudal noble. The city that we have all built together was but a small agricultural town ruled by my father, Baron Sieghard von Kufstein. Yet, throughout the years, we have all worked together to build the greatest city in the world, one whose only rivals are seen throughout the rest of the Reich. It has been my dream, since that day I came so close to death near Wildskana, to unite the German people into a single empire, one that has no equal in this world or its history. However, as I fought alongside the men you see here today in uniform towards that purpose, the papacy and their pawns sought to prevent our rise as a people at all costs. Through years of proxy wars, the Pope prepared to invade our lands and butcher our people, and for what? Because we have a different interpretation of the Bible? Surely that is the lie that the Church has said in the past. However, the reality was that our unification as one people and one empire posed a threat to the power that the papacy as an institution had wielded for centuries. Because of that, we have not only fought against each other but also against all the Catholic kingdoms of Europe, culminating into the massive invasion of our borders that these men who stand before you today and many others have bravely prevented through the might of German steel and ingenuity. For the first time in history, an army of 1 million men was gathered for a single purpose, to crush the Reich, and yet despite their numerical advantage, our enemies could not step a single foot into our borders. We showed the world that a unified Germany has never been, nor shall ever be, defeated. The men you witnessed just now signing these treaties are the heirs of those foolish kings who marched their armies onto our lands at the behest of the Pope. However, the papacy is gone, and so too are its pawns. Now I am a merciful man, and because of that, the only lands I have taken in this campaign are those that rightfully belong to the German people. I could have marched my armies across all of Europe and put every man, woman, and child to the sword. But that is not who we are. It is the dawn of a new era, a German era. Because of this, the old families who have fought and conspired against us all for the past decade are stepping down, and in their place, German houses whose loyalty is to the Reich and its Kaiser shall rule over the kingdoms of Europe. Come, celebrate with me as I reward the men who have made this reality possible through their blood, sweat, and tears. Upon hearing Berengar's epic speech, the crowd of German citizens erupted into thunderous applause. Every soldier in the parade threw up their salutes to the Kaiser and responded with their chants. For Kaiser and fatherland. After Berenger returned his soldier's salute and responded with a quick hail victory, he walked over to a nearby page and grabbed hold of the first box that was waiting for him. From this moment forward, he would begin providing medals to those who were most influential in this victory. Chapter 823, Victory Day Celebration Part LL. Berenger opened the small wooden box which contained a special medal where he gazed upon the nation's highest award. The Imperial Order of the House von Kufstein, an award Berenger specifically invented to reward his wife Linda for her years of faithful service. Though Linda held the title of Grandmaster within the order, there were still knights and commander classes that could be awarded to others. Berenger held back the tears that were forming in his eyes with a visible sign of discomfort before taking his stance at the podium once more. The people of Germany had never seen the man look so vulnerable before and were wondering just what was about to happen. Berenger took a moment to calm himself before recovering his signature stoic appearance, where he then spoke into the mic, his voice nearly breaking as he struggled to announce the words. It is with a heavy heart that I posthumously give out this first award to a man who has been a hero to the people of Germany for many years. There is something I have been keeping a secret until now from the entire world. If not for the critical strategic value of this information, I would have revealed it to you all sooner. Across the Atlantic Ocean are 2 whole continents of land filled with untapped resources that are critical to the development of the Reich. Over the past few years, I have established colonies in these lands and have sent men I trust to govern the regions. One of these men was Field Marshal Arnulf von Thiersee, a man who has proven himself a loyal subject and a close personal friend. Unfortunately for all of us, the Field Marshal was betrayed by a group of native savages who he tried to help. These barbarians betrayed Arnulf's trust and attacked the hand that fed them, killing the man in cold blood as he tried to protect the colony from their onslaught. For giving his life in defense of German soil and entire world away from the fatherland, I hereby award Field Marshal Arnulf von Thiersee with the highest honor within the Reich, the Commander's Cross of the Imperial Order of the House von Kufstein. As you may be aware, Arnulf took no wife and fathered no children before his untimely demise, and for that I will hand this award off to his younger brother to keep in his memory from this day until the end of days. After saying this, a man dressed in the uniform of a colonel approached the podium, where Berenger handed off the medal to the man along with a fine painting of Arnulf and a folded flag. Arnulf's little brother was in tears, and to comfort him, Berenger hugged the man and grabbed the back of his head while saying something to him that he would never forget. I loved your brother as if he were a member of my own family. If you need anything to help you process your grief, I am here for you and your family. Arnulf's brother had grown up in the era of Berengar's rise to power. He was at least 5 years younger than his brother and practically worshipped both Arnulf and Berenger. Arnulf's family was made aware prior to this event that the field marshal had died, but it did not hurt any less. After the man thanked Berenger, he stepped down from the stage and sat at the side. The crowd was astonished and also depressed. It shocked them to hear that there was an entire other world across the Atlantic filled with savages, but they were more disheartened than hopeful, and that was because Arnulf was a national hero who had been with Berenger since the very beginning. His prestige and fame throughout the Reich were second only to Berenger and Eckhard. A moment of silence was taken for the loss of one of Germany's greatest generals. After it was over, Berenger quickly transitioned to a more happy note, where he handed off a Grand Cross of the Iron Cross to another officer who approached the podium. General Arnwald Gerwig, for your heroic actions in aiding in the defense of the Kaiser's Pass, I hereby award you with the Grand Cross of the Iron Cross. You have proven yourself a capable general not only in the mountains of New Swabia but in the deserts of Egypt. The man saluted the Kaiser before allowing Berenger to wrap the medal around his collar. After it was over, Berenger saluted the man back. The following men to receive prestigious medals were Field Marshal Heinrich von Graz, General Wilhelm Ritter von Krieger, Admiral Reichs-Bettinger. Admiral Reichs-Ritter von Bettinger, as he would be known from now on, was awarded the Knight's Cross of the Imperial Order of the House von Kufstein for his efforts in defeating the Crusader navy off the shores of Naples. Berenger spent some time handing out awards to various general officers before moving on to the commissioned officers. He had 3 separate military honors to issue to his first target, a man who had been in the ranks of his special operations since the very beginning. Major Andreas Jäger, or should I say Colonel Andreas Ritter von Jäger, for your clandestine operations behind enemy lines and the heroism that you and your men showed in the face of battle, I award you with the following honors: a Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross, a Knight's Cross of the Order of St. George, and finally an Order of Merit. You have more than earned the honor and prestige associated with these awards. The crowds cheered for the veteran JAG commando who received his commendations, but he himself had a stoic expression on his face. He had been at the forefront of special operations since Berenger created them and had seen many horrific things in the line of duty. He did not care for fanciful titles and garish medals, he cared only about defending the fatherland. Andreas and his men had recently been issued a string of new toys to play with and were even more deadly on the field of battle now that they had access to select fire and semi-automatic weapons. The battle-hardened veteran also knew by looking into the sky and witnessing the Zeppelin that it was only a matter of time before he and his men began deploying from land, sea, and air. However, that wasn't his concern for the time being. He was certain when the time came, Berenger would introduce new equipment that would allow him and his men to fulfill the task perfectly. Thus, he stood silently and waited for the Kaiser to wrap the medals around his neck and pin them to his chest. After Andreas had received his medals, Berenger gazed at the next name on his list and was slightly surprised. When he spoke the youth's name, even Linda, who was standing nearby with a pretty smile, acted strangely. Lieutenant Hermann von Habsburg, please step forward. The name Habsburg caused rumors to spread among the older members of the audience. It had been years since anyone had heard that name. After all, the main line died off with the boy Conrad after Berenger had tossed him out the window. Although Linda had an elder brother named Lietbert, he was not exactly famous outside of his ancestral home of Innsbruck. Hermann walked forward and stood before the Kaiser while in his dress uniform. He had no major medals and a stoic expression on his face. If Linda were to be gender-bent, she would look exactly like this young man. Berenger could see the family resemblance and smiled before pinning an Iron Cross First Class to his breast. For your heroic actions during the invasion of the lowlands, I hereby award you with the Iron Cross First Class. Keep up the good work, and perhaps one day you will be leading more than just a platoon of soldiers. The young man refused to smile. After all, he had mixed feelings about Berenger and his sister. The Kaiser noticed this and shifted his gaze towards Linda, who seemed distressed at the sight of her younger brother, whom she had not seen in years. Upon seeing his wife in such a sorry state, the Kaiser decided to take the opportunity to shake the Hermann's hand, where he pulled the boy in close and whispered something in his ear. You should forgive your sister already. What happened to your father was practically a lifetime ago and well deserved. Life is too short for such hatred, especially against your own family. Hermann merely glared at Berenger before saluting him. He left behind a single word before stepping down from the stage. Betrayal can never be forgiven. Berenger could only sigh in defeat as the young man walked off, angrier than ever. He could not find fault with Hermann's words. After all, he used the same reasoning to execute his friend Arnulf just weeks prior. After accepting this, he turned back to his list of names before calling out to the crowd. Sergeant Major Lockwickden. Will you step forward, please? A man whose face was scarred from years of warfare stepped forward. He wore the uniform of a member of the Jaeger Corps, meaning more often than not, he was deployed to the most heated war zones. It was no wonder that he had such a grizzled look on his face. The man stepped forward and saluted Berenger before awaiting his award. His chest was already brimming with medals that he had earned through years of bloodshed. However, it had been a while since the Kaiser personally gave him a medal. So much so that Locke truly believed Berenger had forgotten about him. Thus, it came as a surprise when the Kaiser wrapped a Commander's Cross of the Order of St. George around his neck and reminded him of old times. Sergeant Major Lockwickden, or should I say Sergeant Major Lockgraf von Wickden? I remember you. You were that man who brought back a prototype weapon to the battlefield after returning to Italy from your injuries. Ludwig's first successful needle rifle. Am I right? Man, if it weren't for you, Ludwig would have waited until the end of the war to tell me about his newest invention, and we surely would have suffered dearly in the trenches outside Florence. Your actions saved many lives during the latter part of that war, and I haven't been able to reward you properly until now. It appears you have been busy over the years. Getting promoted to a sergeant major in the Jaeger Corps. That is a very respectable position. You are the first non-commissioned officer to earn this honor, and it is thanks to your efforts that it is now available to NCOs. You have more than earned a title of nobility. I present you with the Commander's Cross of the Order of St. George. From this day forward, your descendants will be counts. Not that nobility means what it once did a decade ago. However, you and your family can hold your heads high as members of the noble class going forward. Locke nodded his head in understanding before shaking the hand of the Kaiser. He was honestly surprised that Berenger remembered who he was, but pleased nonetheless. The Sergeant Major was the last man to receive a medal during the Victory Day celebration. What would come next was a night of feasting and a martial arts tournament. Chapter 824, Kill Zone. While Berenger was hosting his Victory Day celebration for the people of Germany, Itami was neck-deep in the Taibeek Mountains. Her army had advanced beyond the limits of the southern half of the peninsula with little difficulty. Having defeated the Joseon army in Busan, Itami and her soldiers faced little resistance as they pushed further north towards the capital of Pyongyang, where the Joseon king sat in defiance of the Japanese annexation of his kingdom. While the remnants of the Joseon army tried on several occasions to ambush Itami and her forces, their attempts thus far had failed miserably. Thus, the albino beauty had a smug smile on her pretty face as she rode on horseback through the mountains of northern Korea as if she herself were completely untouchable. The young Empress of Japan was completely unaware that the Ming had betrayed her and gone to Germany in a desperate attempt to pit the two emerging superpowers against one another. Because of this, she could not anticipate the ambush she and her army were walking right into. A German Jag commando lay prone on a ridge across from Itami and her army. He was approximately 300 meters away but was dressed in a splinter camo smock with a ghillie hood over his M35 pattern Stahlhelm. Lying in front of the soldier was his MG-27T light machine gun, which was supported on a bipod as he aimed down the sights towards the Japanese soldiers who were unknowingly walking into an ambush. By his side were the members of his fire team, one of which had a G27 sniper rifle equipped with a 4x magnified optic modeled after the WW2 era ZF4 optic, while the others had STG-27s which were equipped with the WW2 era ZFG 42 1.5x magnified optic. With the introduction of the newest weapons systems to his army, Berenger had instituted a policy that every sniper and rifleman be equipped with an optic on their weapon. The sniper of the fire team gazed through his scope and onto the advancing Japanese army with a hint of surprise on his face. When he had heard from his superiors that his unit would be traveling to the Far East to fight against an enemy which was nearly on par with the Reich, he did not honestly believe them. However, the evidence was as clear as day. He quickly called out to the other soldiers of his fire team as they lied in wait for the attack. Are you seeing this shit? Bolt-action rifles, breech-loading artillery, revolving cannons, and Schmidt guns. Where the hell did these yellow bastards get these weapons? As far as I'm aware, the Kaiser has not sold weapons to the East. One of the riflemen in the fire team gazed down his 1.5x magnified optic and could just barely make out what he was seeing. He too was surprised as he expressed his shock through the use of colorful wordplay. Well, I be dipped in shit. These jungle monkeys actually have modern weapons. No wonder the Kaiser sent us here to train the local rabble to fight against them. Shit, it seems to me that we might actually have a fight on our hands instead of the usual massacre. Or so I would say if these fuckers weren't so foolishly about to walk into an ambush. From the moment Berenger had received word about another reincarnated attempting to invade Korea, he had dispatched his JAG commandos to the region. They arrived by the Bohai Sea in northeast China and made their way across the border into the Joseon kingdom with carriages which were filled with weapons and munitions for the sole intent to arm the Joseon peasants into a capable guerrilla force. With the assurances of Prince Zhu Ji of the Ming dynasty, Berenger did not wait for the emperor's approval. After all, time was of the essence. Thus, over the past month or so, these men had been training the northern villages of Korea into a proper insurgency. Now that Atami and her army were stepping foot into the northern half of the peninsula for the first time, they were about to feel the sting of German steel. The JAG commandos continued to blather away while waiting for the signal to attack. Sure enough, as Atami's forces crossed through the mountains, an explosion went off and smoke filled the air as the Korean militias opened fire on the invaders. With the signal, the NCO in charge of the fire team gave the order to attack. All right boys, light them up. A torrent of automatic fire followed after the initial attack as thousands of Japanese soldiers came under fire from the front of their lines and from the right flank. Itami was thrown from her horse and onto the muddy ground below as her steed reeled in fright upon hearing the explosion up ahead. The Japanese empress was stunned. She did not know what possibly could have caused such an explosive blast. The woman was just about to ask her subordinates whether there was a weapons malfunction when she heard the chugging of machine guns fire upon her army. A bullet ripped past Itami's face and tore through a strand of her dirty hair as the German sniper just missed his target. As a woman who was never deployed to a modern battlefield in her past life, she quite literally pissed herself in terror when such a distant threat almost effortlessly claimed her life. The mighty war goddess of Japan broke then and there as she fell to her knees and covered her head in fear of death. The German sniper cursed as he realized he just barely missed his target and quickly modified his aim so that his crosshairs were directly on Itami's bountiful chest, specifically her heart. Just when he squeezed the trigger, one of the Japanese soldiers jumped in front of his empress and pushed her out of the way as the bullet passed through his chest as if it were a knife cutting through butter. The sight of her men sacrificing their lives for her drew Itami out of her shock and she quickly barked orders to the soldiers nearby. The enemy is up on that ridge. Form ranks and open fire. As she said this, the Japanese soldiers bravely loaded their weapons and fired a volley towards the location of the German fire team. Though their shots missed, it was enough to prove that the JAG commandos' location was compromised, causing the fire team of battle-hardened veterans to abandon their position in search of another area to strike from. Itami breathed a heavy sigh as the pressure she was facing was temporarily relieved. Now all she had to do was muster her forces to attack whoever was in the front. At the front lines of the battle between the Japanese soldiers and the militia, the Japanese army opened fire on the Korean rebels who hid behind rocks. After a few brief exchanges of fire, the peasant insurgents broke ranks and fled the scene of their attack. 1 month of training may be enough to teach someone how to shoot adequately, but it was not enough to instill the discipline necessary to stare down the rifle fire of a well-trained army. Thus, the insurgents fled the scene of their crime just as quickly as they had made their attack. Though the Japanese wanted to pursue them, Itami called them off. If not for the muzzle flash on the G27 sniper rifle, she never would have spotted the JAG commandos. She did not know who the enemy was or where they had gotten such advanced hardware, but she could make an educated guess. Thus, she rallied her forces to her and gave the command to press investigate the scene of the attack. Do not chase after them. We don't know how many there are or what weapons they wield. I want to know who was up against. I need a team to investigate the corpses of the men we have killed while the rest of you stay on watch and maintain the perimeter. Despite the engagement lasting less than a minute, nearly 1,000 Japanese soldiers had lost their lives or were seriously wounded. The overwhelming volume of automatic fire as well as the proximity of the marching army allowed for a literal kill zone who the JAG commandos, which sat on a ridge above their enemy's position, expertly made use of. In the end, General Shiba approached Itami with a distressed look on his face before handing 2 weapons over to the young empress and declaring his findings. The 2 weapons were an old G22 rifle whose markings were scrubbed and a stick grenade. Though Itami could not directly trace the rifles back to Germany due to the scrubbed markings, she could tell by the style of the weapons that they were in fact German weapons or at least manufactured by a reincarnator who had a penchant for German weaponry. When combined with the fact that she already knew there was a reincarnator in Germany, Itami could easily surmise that Berenger was responsible for this attack. Thus, she quickly interrogated Shiba for more information. There is no way such piss-poor quality weapons could have such an overwhelming volume of fire. Are there any corpses of the enemy left behind? Initially, Shiba did not know what Itami was referring to, as throughout the brief conflict, he oversaw the defense at the front line. It took only a moment for the man to gaze around at the sheer volume of dead bodies beside Itami's position and quickly deduced that this was a two-pronged attack. I can't say for the men who attacked you, but in the front they appear to be locals armed with these weapons. Where and how they could get such advanced armaments, I do not know. Perhaps the Korean people have a war god of their own? Itami bit her lip in frustration as she shook her head. There was no reincarnator in Korea. If there was, the Joseon army would have been armed with such weapons from the start. Clearly, the reach of this Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein was far further than she had initially anticipated. If that was the case, she knew she was in for a long and brutal campaign in her attempt to conquer the Koran Peninsula, something she did not have time for. Before she could educate her general on her findings, the man sniffed in the air and looked around in confusion before asking the question on his mind. What's that smell? It was only now that Itami realized her panties were soaked with piss, causing her to flush in embarrassment before denying the reality she found herself in. It's not me, okay? Upon seeing the young woman hold her skirt down as well as her reddened cheeks, Shiba could take a guess at what happened and decided to speak of this little incident no further. Instead, he made sure the army tended to their wounded before marching further north into the Lion's Den. As for the JAG commandos, they sent a radio telegraph on their portable device to the reconnaissance vessel that lie in the Bohai Sea, informing the fatherland of the success of their first operation, before regrouping with the insurgents and preparing for their next attack. Chapter 825, Victory Day Tournament Part 50. Berenger sat in a VIP booth overlooking the Kufstein town square. In the center of the city was a boxing ring with an awning above it providing cover from the elements should they turn sour. A series of bleachers were constructed around the stage, allowing for thousands of people to be seated. The rest could stand and witness the event. Attendance was free and alcohol was served at no cost. Because of this, as many of the people as possible crowded into the town center to witness the spectacular event in person. While people across the Reich were feasting and celebrating the first ever Victory Day, two fighters had gathered for the first match of the event. As veterans of the army and men who had trained religiously over the past few years in mixed martial arts, these men were representing their individual states of the Reich as they flew their local flags. One man held the banner of Bavaria while another held the flag of Austria over his back. The Bavarian fighter approached the ring as the theme of the event played in the background. An orchestra was nearby and played a tune that was remarkably similar to the one which the biggest MMA promotion in Japan during Berengar's past life had. The Bavarian fighter stood at 195 centimeters and weighed in at 120 kilos. He was a monstrous man of pure muscle who had trained his body and mind to fight in the ring for fame and fortune. While he walked his way towards the stage, an announcer spoke through a microphone which was broadcasted throughout the entirety of the Reich. Heinz Neffen currently is undefeated with a professional record of 12 wins and 0 losses. He is also the current heavyweight champion of the Bavarian Fighting Championship, a state-sponsored promotion located in the Kingdom of Bavaria. He was chosen for this tournament specifically because of his size and record. If he wins the Victory Day tournament, you can bet you will be seeing him on the national circuit soon enough. The moment Heinz entered the ring, he threw off his shirt and flexed his muscles in an attempt to intimidate his opponent, who was just now walking out. The man he was fighting against was an Austrian fighter by the name of Hartmann Sackweber. He was significantly smaller than Heinz as he was 187 centimeters tall and 90 kilos in weight. The announcer quickly began describing the fighter and his record to the people of the empire. Hartmann Sackweber is currently walking out. You can tell just by looking at him that he is clearly outclassed, at least in terms of height and weight. Most of you may already know this, but Hartmann has a professional record of 21 wins and 3 losses. He is a current top contender for the national title in the open weight division. That's right, Hartmann has always fought guys bigger than himself, and tonight is no exception. We will see if he will be able to emerge victorious against the new up-and-comer. After saying this, Hartmann stepped into the ring and threw off his shirt. He was an athletic man with muscles much bigger than Berengar's. If Berenger had a prince's physique, then this man had that of an elite-level wrestler. However, compared to his opponent, he came off as somewhat lacking in stature. The two men stared each other down in the ring as the ref relayed the rules to them. In the sport of Kampf, which was what mixed martial arts was called in this world, there were only 3 rules: no biting, no eye gouging, and no groin shots. Everything else was fair game. The fighters didn't even wear gloves but instead wore gauze and tape. To put it simply, this was a bare-knuckle fight to the finish. After explaining the details, the men touched hands before walking back to their respective corners of the ring where the fight began. Hans was sitting next to his father and gazed upon the scene of the fight with excitement in his eyes. Though he had trained in the martial arts himself, he had never seen a professional fight in person, largely because his mother considered the sport too violent for a kid his age. However, his father insisted that the boy be front and present for the event, so even if Linda had not shown up to witness the tournament, Berenger and his eldest son were eagerly anticipating the fight. As the father and son watched the spectacle together, they witnessed the two fighters meet each other in the center of the ring. Hartmann was the smaller man, and because of this he used his teep kick to keep his opponent at a distance. all while battering his legs with lightning-fast leg kicks. Heinz responded to these legs kicks by attempting to check them with his shin, but Harthman was too fast, thus he decided to go for a different strategy. In the next moment, Harthman threw a solid combination, a jab, a cross, and a modified teep that was referred to as the monkey kick. Heinz skillfully moved out of the way of the punches, but ended up eating the kick. Despite this, he charged forward with a flurry of strikes of his own. A jab, a cross, and a hook before throwing a body kick, most of which were masterfully evaded by his opponent and effectively countered. The two men were exchanging blows on the feet, neither of which was attempting a takedown. Ultimately, Heinz would throw an uppercut elbow which missed, though he followed it with a downward elbow that found its mark, where it tore open his opponent's forehead and spilled blood on the floor, the sight of which ignited the crowd into a violent symphony. Heinz did not let the elbow go to waste and quickly grabbed hold of his opponent's head with a plum grip, where he proceeded to knee and elbow the man against the ropes. Despite the brutal assault that Harthman was receiving, he did not go down and instead threw a shovel punch into Heinz's liver, causing the man to wince in pain as he slowly collapsed backwards. One solid shot had sent the giant to his knees. As the man was falling back, Harthman grabbed hold of his head and forcefully stood him up, where he threw an elbow to the temple followed by 3 consecutive headbutts. Heinz, realizing he was in a bad position, mustered his strength and attempted a double-leg takedown. However, Harthman masterfully sprawled and put his opponent in a front headlock, where he kneed him in the cranium thrice before the larger man collapsed to the ground completely unconscious. Despite this obvious defeat, Harthman proceeded to throw fists onto his down opponent's skull and managed to land 3 of them before he was pulled off by the ref, where the bout was officially ended. The crowd roared with thunderous applause. Though the fight was brief, only being 1 round, both men came barreling out at the start and assaulted their opponents with everything they had. It was a true display of the warrior spirit that the German people had as a martial society. Berenger had to admit, if either of the men simply wrestled the other to the ground and laid on top of them for 25 minutes, he would have walked out on the fight and brought great dishonor to the participants, something he felt they would ultimately deserve. In the sport of mixed martial arts, at least in his past life, there were too many competitors who played it safe and used such a boring tactic to grind out a decision on victory. Berenger would be lying if he said that he did not hate those fights and those fighters who became champions using such a dull strategy. The victor was declared for all to see, and eventually Heinz rose to his feet after such a brutal knockout, where he suffered his first loss like a man. Shaking hands with the victor and briefly hugging him, all while congratulating the man on his victory and wishing him good luck in the remainder of the tournament. In Berengar's Germany, there was no need for the pro-wrestling antics of shit-talking, disrespect, and poor sportsmanship. In fact, if a fighter acted in such a way, they would be fined and possibly suspended from fighting. These men were warriors, not clowns, and they respected each other's strength, honor, and integrity. Most of all, after the two men stood side by side, they threw up their salutes to the Kaiser and paid their respects to the man. For Kaiser and Fatherland. The battle cry was mimicked by the crowd as the first fight of the night came to an end. Hans gazed upon the scene with a newfound respect for those who fought for fame and fortune. Perhaps one day he too could step in the ring. He looked up at his father, who stood from his seat and saluted the men who had fought for his and all of Germany's entertainment on this day of celebration, wondering when one day he too could be so beloved by the people. Chapter 826, Sabotage. Itami and her army soon found themselves at a village which they decided to occupy and use as a base of operations for their next push into the north. What was supposed to be a swift and easy conquest had now turned into a massive headache for the young Japanese empress, who was deeply disturbed by the fact that her plans for expansion of her armed forces were met with a newfound difficulty. At the moment, she was in a small bathtub soaking off the dirt and grime that had accumulated from the previous battle. Her mind was blank as she desperately tried to wash away the fear that had taken control of her heart. Itami had assumed that she would be fighting against a medieval army when she planned for this invasion, one who would not be able to touch her. However, now she realized that she would be fighting against an enemy armed with modern weapons, and that terrified her. Though Itami had fought on the feudal battlefields of Japan, exchanging blows with men much larger than her, the threat of death was never truly present. After all, she had always been protected by capable warriors and was armored so well that neither arquebus nor arrow could penetrate her vitals and claim her life. However, in the face of modern weapons such as semi-automatic sniper rifles, battle rifles, and light machine guns, there was truly nothing she could create that would protect her against such advanced weapons, at least not at the moment. Itami had unknowingly made herself the prime target for this new insurgency. By wearing such flashy metals and garish colors, she was a sitting duck on the battlefield, and yet she had personally led her army into the Joseon kingdom. Had she known her rival, who lay a world away, would arm her enemies, she never would have come here herself. Still, Itami did not know how this Kaiser in the West had learned of her activities. Clearly, this was retaliation for selling modern weapons to the Bengal Emperor, which meant that at the very least, Berengar's influence stretched to the Indian subcontinent. However, what she could not understand was how her rival had learned of her invasion of Korea. Then again, her landing in Busan had also been leaked to the Joseon army. It was clear that one of her ministers was conspiring against her, but the list of potential traitors was so large she did not know where to begin in the process of identifying them. She supposed a more pressing concern was just how did this traitor manage to contact Germany? Itami could only sink back in the bathtub and sulk as she expressed her thoughts aloud. Berenger von Kufstein, just who are you? While Itami was soaking in the tub of the village chief's home, a small fire team of JAG commandos had gathered in the nearby hills. Their jobs weren't only to train the insurgents, they were also instructed to conduct reconnaissance and sabotage operations. These men's faces were painted in a woodland pattern which, when combined with their camouflage uniforms and ghillie hoods, these German soldiers were practically invisible to the Japanese sentries during the twilight hours of the night. Though the leader of the fire team knew that his men understood the plan, he went over it one more time, specifically because one of his soldiers had deviated from their orders during the ambush earlier that day. He had a stern tone in his voice as he addressed the soldiers under his command. Normally I would not do this, but I feel I need to clarify something after what happened earlier. Our objective is not to kill the Empress. That would only embolden the Japanese resolve to fight us. The orders we have been given are to bog down the Japanese forces in these mountains for as long as possible and force them to withdraw southward. So, to make this clear, you are not to harm the Empress, though her officers are fair game. Now this operation is to be done with as few enemy casualties as possible. We are to infiltrate the camp and set fire to their supplies. That is it. Once we have succeeded in the task, we are to silently withdraw back to the closest cell. If you must eliminate someone, do it covertly with your boot knife. Is that understood? The soldiers nodded their heads before responding to their NCO in the affirmative. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, the sergeant smiled before issuing the order to begin the operation. All right, let's do this. The JAG Commando fire team silently made their way down the hill as if they were stalking their prey. The Japanese sentries could not even see them as they slowly approached the makeshift defenses of the village. Itami had surrounded the village with her wagons and in doing so built a primitive fortification. Though such a thing was easily breached, especially by the elite soldiers of the Reich. After approaching the perimeter of the defenses, the JAG commandos split up into separate roles. The sniper, accompanied by the light machine gunner, took an overwatch position on the hill above while the riflemen slung their weapons and unsheathed their boot knives. These men split up as they breached the defenses and silently took out the Japanese sentries by slicing their throats and covering their mouths. The sniper watched from afar as he saw his comrades enter the village and make their way through the streets, all the while remaining unseen. Eventually, he lost sight of the men as they began entering into buildings, searching for the enemy's supplies. He could only say a silent prayer for his fellow soldiers as he no longer had the ability to protect them from potential threats. Saint Berenger the Blessed, protect my brothers in arms so that they may carry out your will. As for the NCO, he had picked the lock to the door of a building and forced his way inside. It became abundantly clear that this was the enemy's food stockpile, or at least one of several locations. However, there was only one problem: there were two enemy soldiers guarding the supplies. Luckily for him, they did not notice his presence. Thus, he slithered through the halls like a sneaky snake, going entirely unnoticed. One of the Japanese guards walked off from his post. For what reason, the NCO did not know, but he followed the sentry nonetheless. After stalking the man outside the building, he noticed that the Japanese guard was pissing on the wall of the building. Taking the opportunity that was given to him, the JAG commando covered the man's mouth from behind and repeatedly stabbed into his kidneys with the knife, silently ending the man's life. He proceeded to hide the corpse in a nearby cask before continuing his attack. After taking care of one guard, the NCO covertly made his way back inside where he approached the other. The man was quite obviously bored out of his mind and was impatiently waiting for his friend to return. The veteran JAG commando saw this as an opportunity and hid behind a wall which the enemy would have to pass by to get to the door that the other guard left through. After a few minutes, the man began to shout in his local tongue. Though the NCO could not understand him, he knew the man was cursing out his friend for taking too long. The Japanese guard carelessly walked past the JAG commando, and the moment he did, a blade found its way buried in his neck, piercing through the carotid artery as if it were gelatin. Once the last of the two sentries was eliminated, the German NCO proceeded down the halls and towards the food stockpile where he stashed away his knife and took out an incendiary grenade from his load-bearing equipment. After pulling the pin, he tossed it on the wooden crates which housed the Japanese army's rations and immediately bounced, not wanting to be in the building when the thermite caught fire. Within seconds, the grenade exploded, causing flames to rapidly spread, consuming the entire building in its hunger. By then, the NCO had withdrawn and was already heading back to regroup with his unit. Bells rang throughout the village as 3 distinctive fires simultaneously occurred within the camp. However, by the time the Japanese army could respond, the JAG commandos had already absconded into the night. As Itami was enjoying her bath, the door swung open and revealed the panicked expression on General Shiba's face. Itami was both surprised and furious that her precious bath time had been intruded upon and instantly covered her sensitive parts with her hands while scolding the general for his actions. "You dare disturb my bath? Why, I ought to." Before she could finish reprimanded the man for his actions, he interrupted her with a single word. "Sabotage?" Itami's fury faded as she soon understood what was happening. The guerrillas had struck again. She instantly gave out an order with a hint of rage in her blood-red eyes. "Give me a moment." It was only now that General Shiba realized he was gazing upon something he shouldn't be and quickly lowered his head before withdrawing. Once he was gone, Itami got out of her bath and sighed heavily before gazing out the window and seeing the flames rising within the village. She could only curse herself for stepping on the eagle's tail feathers. She swore in her heart at that moment that she would get back at Germany for their intervention in Korea. Chapter 827, Victory Day Tournament Part LL. Hours had passed since the tournament began, and currently Harthman was fighting in the finals against the man who held the national openweight title. These two men were bound to square off sooner or later, but only one would emerge victorious and claim the vaunted Victory Day championship belt. Harthman was pinned on the ground and suffering from a barrage of strikes on his face. He tried to cover with his hands, but there was only so much that could be done. Fists, elbows, and headbutts all rained down upon his face as the referee watched closely, about to call off the fight. A verbal warning was given to the man just to make this point clear. Fight back. With this said, Harthman knew defeat was imminent. Thus he decided to go all out. He grabbed hold of one of his opponent's arms with both hands and pinned it to his chest, while simultaneously blocking the man's leg and knee with his elbow and leg. After suffering a few more headshots, he bridged his hips into the air and rolled over into a reverse position with what was called the UPA escape. After doing so, Harthman got out of his opponent's guard and stood up where he landed an axe kick on his rival's face before stomping it repeatedly. The crowd was going wild at the sudden reversal of fortune. After taking a few shots to the head while he was lying on the ground, the opponent struggled to get to his feet with a technical stand-up. However, he was instantly countered with a roundhouse kick to the head which sent him tumbling back to the ground. To finish the fight, Harthman landed a well-placed soccer kick to his opponent's head which knocked the man out completely. The ref immediately got in Harthman's way and called off the fight, causing Harthman to roar like a lion and punched his chest like an ape as the thousands of German citizens cried out and cheered for him. The man had showed true heart by snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, and the audience knew it. Even Hans was impressed by this performance and cheered for the man from his VIP booth. As the boy looked up at his father, he saw Berenger standing up from his spot and descending down from the staircase before entering the ring himself. Beautiful ring girls surrounded the champion as the Kaiser took the stage with the exquisite championship belt in his hand. The belt was made of fine black crocodile leather, solid gold, and platinum. In the center was an ornate golden plaque which had an additional hexagonal plaque in the center which was made of platinum with diamond edges. In the middle of this hexagon was a pair of diamond eagle wings with a solid letter S in the middle that was made out of rubies. The S stood for Sieg, or in other words, victory. Below this winged S symbol was the words Victory Day National Grand Prix Openweight Champion engraved into the golden plaque. Outside of this hexagon was an outline of diamonds which took the same shape. On the sides of this center plaque were a total of 2 smaller rectangular plaques per side. Each took the same style as the center plaque, though instead of a winged S, they had the shape of the fatherland carved out of solid gold and imposed upon a hexagon of platinum. The overall inspiration for the belt design was one from Berengar's past life that belonged to an organization that was bought out in 2011 by the world's biggest MMA promotion and shut down in 2013. The people gazed upon this exquisite belt and cheered for the man who had earned it. As a rehearsal, Berenger raised his hand to calm them down before taking the microphone from the announcer and saying a few words about the event. Harthman Sackweber, you put on a performance tonight that few men in this world are capable of. You have more than earned the right to call yourself the Victory Day National Grand Prix Champion, and it is my esteemed honor to present you with this championship belt. How are you feeling right now? The fighter, who had fought through 5 opponents in one night, was exhausted beyond measure and panted heavily into the microphone as he answered Berengar's question with overwhelming pride displayed on his face and a cheeky grin. If I'm being honest, I feel a little lightheaded. But that's probably just from the sheer amount of punches I took to the head tonight. So nothing serious, right? In response to this, Berenger chuckled, as did the entire audience. It was good to see that the champion had a sense of humor. Berenger looked into his eyes to make sure he was truly okay, and the man seemed fine. Thus, he wrapped the belt around Harthman's waist and thanked him for his performance. On behalf of all of Germany, I want to thank you for the performance you put on tonight, as well as all of our athletes who participated in this monumental event. For the people who take this man's words seriously, do not worry, there are doctors on standby, ready to treat all the fighters here tonight. Now to all the brave men who have displayed their strength, honor, and courage on this night, go and rest, you have more than earned it. As for the people of Germany, I hope you all celebrate the rest of this night with some fine cooking. I know in the city of Kufstein, as well as the other major urban areas, there are ongoing feasts that will continue well into the night, where you can all enjoy some fine German cuisine at my expense. So enjoy yourselves. After saying this, Berenger shook hands with the tournament winner before departing towards his palace with his son and guards in tow. With the tournament over, he would have to entertain his many guests, most of which were unbelievably shocked by what they witnessed in the parade. To no one's surprise, upon returning to the palace, Berenger was surrounded by his guests. Among them was his father-in-law, Emperor Vitranes, who had a happy smile on his face as he approached the Kaiser before anyone else could gather his attention. Though the man was smiling, he was far from happy. In fact, he was utterly terrified by what he had witnessed during the day. Airships and armored vehicles. The idea that Germany now controlled the land, sea, and skies was truly a frightening prospect. Though he kept such thoughts to himself and instead asked for a minute of Berengar's time. It was a wonderful ceremony. I can tell you put a lot of work into this, and I assure you that the Byzantine Empire has no ideas about settling this new world that you revealed to exist across the Atlantic. We wouldn't want to step on the toes of our favorite ally. If you have a minute, I'd like to speak with you about something important regarding the future of our two realms. It will only take a minute. Berenger smiled and nodded his head while he gripped Vetranus' shoulder in a display of dominance. Whatever the Byzantine emperor was about to request of him, it was going to be big, and thus, Berenger had to show from the start that he was the man in charge. Thus, he led the man into a secluded area where they could discuss their business together. After sitting down, a servant poured the two men a couple of drinks, which Berenger tasted before asking what was on his father-in-law's mind. So, what could possibly be so important that you must take me away from my beloved guests? I suppose this is about Egypt and Palestine, is it not? Vetranes had a guilty look on his face as he nodded his head in silence. It appeared that Berenger had seen through him entirely, and thus he was about to speak his terms when Berenger raised one finger to silence the man. Like a beaten dog, Vetranes quickly obeyed. After all, Germany had decimated the Crusader forces who he had surrendered to a few months prior. If Germany could devastate the entire Catholic world to such a degree, what hope did Byzantium have to compete? As for Berenger, once Vetranes was obedient, he stated his terms. I will return Egypt and Palestine to your rule with the exception of the Sinai Peninsula under two conditions. For starters, I want you to evacuate Cyprus and hand it over to the Reich. This condition is non-negotiable. Second, you must establish the region of Syria-Palestine as an autonomous zone which allows the peaceful coexistence of Christians and Muslims alike. The last thing I need is for you to find yourself in another war with your Muslim neighbors. If you agree to these terms, you can consider the aforementioned regions a part of the Byzantine Empire once more. What do you say? Do we have a deal? Vetranes thought about these conditions in silence for several moments. When compared with Egypt and Palestine, Cyprus was an insignificant region. However, it was clear to the man that Berenger wanted to create a naval base there and possibly an air base if such a thing could exist. This would undoubtedly be quite troublesome for the Byzantine Empire. However, if Berenger truly desired the island, he could simply occupy it with force, and there was really nothing Vetranes could do about it. Thus, after several moments of contemplation, the Byzantine emperor nodded his head and submitted to Berengar's demands. Very well. If that is the price I must pay, so be it. Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled and patted the man on the back before standing up from his seat. There was much to celebrate, and he did not want to spend any more time secluded in this tiny room with his father-in-law. Come, enjoy the festivities. There is much conversation to be had and little time to do it in. I trust you will enjoy yourself. With this said, Berenger and Vetranes returned to the feast. Cyprus would be evacuated in the coming days, where a naval base and an air base would be established, which would secure Berengar's absolute dominance over the Mediterranean. As for Egypt and Palestine, they would return to the hands of the Byzantine Empire, with a small section on the Sinai Peninsula under the control of the Reich. Chapter 828, Rejected. While Berenger was negotiating with the Byzantine emperor over the rights to Egypt, Palestine, and Cyprus, one of his many guests was on the prowl. Robert Stuart, the Crown Prince of Scotland, had accompanied his father to the Reich after being invited to witness the Victory Day celebrations. The Kingdom of Scotland had little direct interaction with the German Empire, however, their markets were dominated by German goods. Why was this? Because of their trade with the Kalmar Union. The King of Scotland, a man by the name of Charles, had cordial relations with the King of Denmark, who had warned him not to get involved with Germany's affairs after it rose to the status of a great power. A warning Charles took to heart. Because of this, Scotland was one of two Catholic kingdoms that had not suffered at the hands of the Reich during the brief war that saw the downfall of the papacy and most of Europe's royal families. From the moment Charles and his son Robert stepped foot in the borders of the Reich, they could tell that they were, in fact, living a different world than the German people. If the train ride over to the German capital wasn't shocking enough, then the airship and the city's lights were truly marvels that boggled the mind. Because of this, Robert seemed interested in taking a German woman as a wife, if only for the sake of bragging rights. After all, it was well known that German women struggled and competed with one another to marry the best of the German men. They had even developed a reputation for being cold to foreigners. This was definitely the case as Robert chatted with a princess of Bavaria. Anne von Wittelsbach was the youngest daughter of the Bavarian king. The once infamous Duke Dieter von Wittelsbach had been elevated to the status of King of Bavaria after the unification of the German Empire. Anne was a stunning beauty and was not yet of marriageable age, thus the Prince of Scotland thought that perhaps he could gain her interest. However, as he spoke about Scotland and the battles he had fought in, the girl seemed entirely disinterested, as if she were talking to a country bumpkin. The young beauty rolled her eyes before not so politely telling the Scottish prince to go fuck himself. I'm sorry, Prince Robert, was it? I'm sure your intentions are genuine, but I have no interest in marrying a foreign man. If you don't mind, I have more important matters to attend to. It was a pleasure to meet you, though. Robert was shocked to hear this. He was a prince and he was handsome to boot. Why would the Bavarian princess react so snobbishly towards him? Just who did she think she was? Her kingdom wasn't even independent, it was a subordinate state to Austria. He wanted to curse the woman out, but he noticed the stares he was being given. This was the third German princess he had attempted to talk to and the only one nice enough to even give him the time of day. He could hardly believe why these women were treating him in such a way. Though as he gazed around the room he could tell that it wasn't just him. Other foreign princes and dukes were having an equally difficult time approaching the German princesses. Ultimately, the man decided that if he couldn't gain the attention of a German princess, he would have to go lower on the noble hierarchy. Though it stained his pride, he approached the daughter of a German duke, whose appearance was pretty but not stunning. "Hello, I am Prince Robert Stuart of Scotland. It would be my honor if I could have the name of a beautiful young woman such as yourself." The Duchess took 2 looks at the man and scoffed before returning to her conversation with another German noblewoman. This action stunned Robert. He was clearly better looking than the woman and was a prince on top of that. Why would she not be interested in him? He had to find out the answer to this question and once more tried to pry into the girl's conversation. "Excuse me? Did you not hear me? I am a prince. Shouldn't you show me some respect?" The woman did not even spare Robert a glance. She completely ignored the man as if he were invisible. Such a rude gesture almost made Robert want to slap the bitch across her face. However, with the multitude of armed guards present in this chamber, let alone the palace as a whole, he knew he would be kicked out of the venue were he to do such a thing. Thus, he could only take a deep breath and sigh heavily before trying his luck with another girl. After 10 minutes, Robert had approached 4 duchesses, 2 countesses, and even a baroness, none of which were willing to give him the time of the day. Having suffered multiple strikeouts, he ended up at the bar drinking away his sorrows, where the other foreign noblemen who were in a similar position gathered together in depression. As Robert took his drink from the bartender, he noticed she was a particularly good-looking young woman. After all, Berenger enjoyed looking at beautiful women, and because of this, the palace staff was filled with them. Naturally, his personal bartender was no exception. After a few drinks, Robert decided to try his luck with a common girl. Obviously, he did not intend to marry a woman of low birth, but if she could ease his pain for some time, it would be something to brag about back home. Thus, he spit out the first line he could think of, expecting the woman to throw herself at him simply because he was a good-looking prince. "Has anyone ever told you that you have the most gorgeous eyes?" The woman only sighed in annoyance as she cleaned an empty glass with a rag. Robert was just one of many guys she had seen strike out throughout the celebration, and she felt these idiots would continue in their ways until some girl told them the honest truth. Thus she did not show the prince the respect a man of his position was usually afforded and instead responded bluntly to his advances. "You should know that you are the 7th foreign prince so far tonight to try to pick me up. Believe me when I say I have heard better lines from better-looking guys and have turned them all down. Since you guys are having such troubles with the ladies, allow me to explain to you exactly why you will never be able to court a German noblewoman. Here, in the Reich, we live a life of such luxury and convenience that even a bartender like me can claim with the utmost certainty that I live in a life of greater comfort than you. In fact, my boss, the Kaiser, pays me exceptionally well to pour him drinks and listen to his problems. So much so that I likely have greater wealth than you, the Prince of Scotland, do. To these noblewomen whose families' fortunes are above and beyond what I could ever dream of making, you foreign princes are a worse potential match than a German commoner. Because if they were to ever marry you, they would be forced to leave the wealth and prosperity of the Reich, and in doing so, live a life worse than our poorest citizens do as the princess of your backwards kingdom. If I'm being brutally honest, you would be hard-pressed to find any German woman who would be willing to marry you for the same reasons. Sure, they may gain the prestige of being a princess, but their lives would be worse off if they were ever to make such a foolish decision. Let me ask you something. You have partaken of the food that has been offered by the palace, yes? Are you aware that these are dishes that even commoners can afford to eat regularly? Sure, the cooks are more skillful here in the palace, but you can find a similar level of quality in restaurants across the Reich. The common people of Germany have ready access to luxuries that even your most wealthy noblemen would struggle to afford daily. Aside from the luxury and convenience that we have access to, we Germans also live in a safe society with the confidence of knowing that no foreign army may enter our lands. Aside from our national defenses, we also have a robust legal system which punishes criminals severely. Because of that, we don't have to worry about pickpockets or highwaymen or murderers and rapists. Can you say that your kingdom is devoid of such crime? So before you get pissed off at all the women who have turned you down, perhaps you should understand that their reasons for doing so are perfectly valid. The fact of the matter is you offer less as a potential partner than a German commoner does, and that is why you will never be able to successfully court a German woman. So please take this drink and enjoy the evening instead of sulking like a child because you were rejected. Robert could hardly believe his ears when he heard all of this, and he was not alone. All of the foreign noblemen who had sought to get friendly with the German noblewomen were stunned to hear all of this. Then again, when they thought about the marvels they had seen since they first visited the Reich, perhaps these bartenders' harsh words were true. Chapter 829, A Chilling Toast. Berenger sat at the head of his table. Throughout the dining hall of his palace, many tables had been set up for his important guests from across the Reich, Europe, and the Mediterranean. He had spoken with many of them up until this point, but now, as the food was brought out to the tables, he had decided to make a proper toast for all to hear. With the clink of a glass, the room was silenced as all eyes gazed upon the Kaiser, who was dressed in his most regal attire. A smile curved upon his lips as he gazed upon the rulers of the Western world as if they were all beneath him. Because, in fact, they all were. It was this aura of confidence that prevailed throughout the entirety of his toast. If I could have all of your attention, I would like to make a toast. It has been 10 years since I was first given any semblance of power in my life, and in a single decade, I have done more for this world than any man who has ever come before me. From a pitiful baron, I have created an empire that has no rival in this world. Or so I would like to say. I wish I could tell you all that the Reich had no true equal in this world. That from this day forward, we shall exist in a new era of peace and prosperity, not having to worry about things like external threats. However, this is not reality. Today, I wish to announce that my agents have discovered a rising empire on the other side of the world called Japan. This is not an empire built upon the outdated system of feudalism. Nor is this an empire whose soldiers wield primitive weapons like swords and bows. No, this is an empire whose military capability is at a near-peer level to the Reich. Bolt-action rifles, revolving cannons, breech-loading artillery, steam-powered warships, all the things that we have used to unite our empire and dominate the world, are in the hands of this Oriental empire who is as we speak conquering their neighbors in a bit of military expansion. On an island in the Far East, a woman was born during a time of war to a minor noble household. Through her own ingenuity and inventions, she had guaranteed peace and prosperity for her home, which attracted the greedy eyes of powerful men. In a series of wars, this young girl fought these men, which ultimately resulted in the unification of her people within a single empire beneath her banner. It sounds familiar, doesn't it? For the very same thing happened here in Kufstein throughout this past decade. Almost inconceivable that two people would rise to prominence in their sections of the world at the exact same time, through similar methods. I will tell you all something important. This woman is aware of our existence and has already shown signs of hostility to us. Should this empire bear their fangs against the Reich, it will result in a war with casualties the likes of which this world has never seen. It is because of this threat veiled deep behind the fog of war that I am announcing an immediate military expansion in this time of peace that we now have available to us. Previously, the laws of conscription were established to ensure that the German army was always capable of contending with any threat the Reich may face. However, I have been lax on these laws primarily because I believed that there was no force on this great earth that could ever challenge our empire. However, with this news of an emerging industrial power in the Far East, I have no choice but to fully enact conscription. Henceforth, every man aged 18-21 shall be conscripted into the armed forces of the Reich for a total of 4 years. We shall also be accepting volunteers aged 14-18 to serve part-time in the armed forces should they choose to do so. There are those of you here today who thought that by ending the threat of the papacy and the stranglehold they had over Europe, we would be able to spend less on our military and focus on peaceful ventures instead. I am here to inform you that you are dead wrong. For the foreseeable future, I am increasing the spending of our national military budget on the military from 10% to 15%. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of an era. The horse, as an instrument of war, has become obsolete. To the cavalry that we have spent a decade and considerable cost raising, we shall disband their regiments and incorporate them into the infantry, who shall not march into battle on foot, but ride into the flames of war in the back of armored vehicles. Our Marines shall not row to the shores on wooden boats, but deploy on large assault craft, designed explicitly to carry men and vehicles onto the shores of our enemies. Germany shall own the land, sea, and skies of this world, and any challenger to the lands that we have claimed shall be laid to waste. This means the new world, the entirety of it, is off limits to those petty monarchs here who think they have a chance to expand now that the papacy is out of the way. And to all of you who think that because a rival to Germany has appeared in this world that you can just switch sides and gain the support of the Japanese Empire. I want you to know that should you engage in such foolish action, I shall not stop until you and your people are crushed beneath the boot of the Reich. After making this speech, the room is silent. The news of a new and powerful rival did not bode well for the Germans in the audience, and the threats that Berenger had issued to the other kingdoms was enough to turn anyone's stomach sour, especially after they all knew the might of the Reich. Linda, who sat next to Berenger, glared fiercely at the man. Did he really have to go and sour a day of celebration by telling everyone that the peace they had fought a decade to achieve was only temporary? The red-headed beauty could only sigh and take a sip of her wine. She was already aware of Berengar's strategies to counter Itami's rapid rise to power. However, that was not important at the moment. She decided to take the opportunity to inform Berenger that she had already cleaned up Arnulf's mess. You should know, the issue in the New World has already been taken care of. Berenger looked over at Linda with a hint of surprise on his face before asking for clarification. What do you mean? How did you take care of it? Linda ate a piece of her schnitzel with the graceful demeanor of an empress before informing her husband about what she had done while he was busy orchestrating today's event. It is simple. Nobody really knows what has happened, so in order to control the narrative, I dispatched my agents to the New World. The official story is that Arnulf was manipulated by the natives into attacking the citizens of Barenwald. The savages lied to the man and informed him that the colony of Barenwald was preparing to attack New Vienna, forcing Arnulf to send troops to investigate these claims until he could receive proper orders from you. In order to close up this little lie, I informed the survivors of Barenwald the only way to absolve themselves from the crimes of attacking peaceful soldiers of the crown was to corroborate my story, and to claim that the natives had given them false intelligence suggesting that New Vienna had planned to annihilate their colony. As we speak, the citizens of Barenwald are spreading the rumor that the natives had planned from the start to instigate conflict between the two colonies and that the only reason they survived was because you had given the order to retreat. The survivors are also saying that Arnulf was betrayed by the savages and killed in cold blood. Before long, the anti-native sentiment will spread and the people of New Vienna will be lining up to join the colonial army so that they can personally avenge their fallen governor. Berenger wore a handsome smile as he kissed Linda on the lips in front of the entire audience. None of them had heard what she had said as there were 1,000 conversations taking place and she was particularly quiet as she spoke of her schemes. However, after kissing the woman, Berenger whispered something in her ears that only she could hear. "I love how much of a devious little bitch you can be. As a special thanks for cleaning up my mess, I will reward you in any way you so desire after the celebration is over." Linda merely smiled at the praise she had been given. Berenger often used words like bitch, slut, or cunt as terms of endearment towards Linda. As a hardcore masochist, she got off on it. However, if anyone else were to say such vile words to her, they would probably end up dying from a poisoned potato. Thus, Berenger and Linda enjoyed the rest of the celebration before absconding towards their quarters and enjoying the night in each other's loving embrace. Chapter 830, More Military Advancements. Berenger sat back in his office and sighed heavily as he took a large gulp of his beer. Weeks had passed since the Victory Day celebration ended and the royal families of Europe had returned to their homes. With one notable exception. During the feast that Berenger had hosted for his guests, he had negotiated with King Alvar for his young granddaughter Astrid to stay behind in Kufstein and receive a German education. Perhaps out of jealousy, Ingrid insisted that she do the same. Berengar's reasoning for such an arrangement was twofold. Firstly, it ensured the continued loyalty of the Nordic countries, and secondly, it fostered a healthy relationship between his son Christopher and his little fiancée. Ingrid forcing her way into his house was an unexpected surprise, but a welcome one. Berenger could tell the girl planned to have Hans all to herself, and he wanted to see his son knock her down a peg. As for what Berenger had been up to in the weeks since the celebration ended, he had been designing new weapons designs for the eventual conflict with the Japanese Empire. Itami was a wild card, and because he did not know her the exact extent of her technological capabilities or the extent of her knowledge as a reincarnator, he had opted to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Though he had begun production of Panther tanks, Marder IFVs, and modern infantry weapons, there were still some things he feared would be necessary in a conflict with a near-peer adversary. Among the list of new weapons Berenger had designed over the past 2 weeks, one was a self-propelled 15 cm artillery piece that was known in his past life as the Hummel. Berenger intended for the majority of his field artillery to be mechanized so it could keep up with his other mechanized units. Because of this, he had chosen the World War II self-propelled artillery gun used by the Germans in his past life. The Hummel was built on a special chassis known as the Geschitzwagen 3/4. It blended the driving and steering system of the Panzer III with the suspension of the Panzer IV. It also made use of one of Berengar's more modern engines, and because of that was both powerful and reliable. Aside from the mechanics of the vehicle, it had a 15 cm SFH-18 field gun mounted on its back, which Berenger also designed towable artillery of the same pattern to replace his existing 7.5 cm FK-27 field guns, as well as the more powerful 10 cm K-27 field guns. The 15 cm SFH-18 fired a 149 mm x 260 R separate loading case charge with a maximum firing range of 13,325 meters and a rate of fire of 4 shells per minute. With both the towable and self-propelled 15 cm artillery pieces deployed as standard to his artillery units, Berenger had a good feeling about the destructive power he would be able to unleash on the battlefield. However, there was another critical piece of battlefield equipment that Berenger had developed for use in his army. Anti-aircraft weapons were needed if Germany were to fight an opponent armed with aircraft. Though Berenger had already designed several of the smaller designs for use on his warships, he now needed a piece that could be towed into battle, made static for use in fortifications, and even self-propelled via an armored chassis. For this option, Berenger chose the 12.8 cm Flak 40. The 12.8 cm Flak 40 fired a 128 by 958 mm R explosive shell which weighed 26 kilograms. It had an elevation of 3 to plus 88 degrees and a maximum firing range of 14,800 m. Needless to say, as an anti-air weapon, it would be able to take out even his own aircraft. Aside from the Flak 40, which could not only be towed onto the battlefields by a 5-ton truck but also could be created into a self-propelled armored vehicle known as the Flaxwilling 40. Berenger had devised another self-propelled anti-aircraft piece. However, unlike the Flak 40, which was designed for taking out aircraft at higher altitudes, the Flankpanzer IV Kugelblitz was specifically intended to take out low-flying aircraft. The Kugelblitz made use of the Panzer IV chassis, which was modified to accept Berengar's superior engine designs. It had a dual-mounted 103 Malawian Quachas 30mm anti-aircraft autocannon inside a closed turret. Each gun was capable of firing 450 rounds a minute and made use of the 30x184B explosive shells. If a ground attack aircraft were to get anywhere close to this vehicle, it would be shot out of the sky with ease. Aside from the anti-aircraft weapons and the new artillery pieces, Berenger made 3 additional pieces of infantry equipment. Specialty weapons, so to speak. The first was a flamethrower modeled after the Flammenwerfer 41. It was a lightweight and relatively compact flamethrower that was capable of warping Flammen at a range of 32 meters. The second specialty weapon that Berenger designed was the Panzerfaust 250. It was the last model of Panzerfaust issued to German troops during the Second War of his past life, and was more akin to an RPG-2 than it was the older models of the Panzerfaust. Not only was the Panzerfaust 250 reloadable, but it was also capable of an effective range of 250 meters while penetrating a maximum of 200 m worth of armor. Though Berenger did not know if Japan would have tanks by the time their armies met in battle, he felt that arming as many soldiers as possible with shoulder-fired anti-tank launchers and anti-aircraft launchers was a good idea. Thus, the third and final specialty weapon he designed was the Fliegerfaust B, which was a 20mm shoulder-fired anti-aircraft launcher designed and issued to German troops in the final days of the war. Perhaps had such an innovative weapon been introduced earlier in the war, it would have made a significant impact on the German war effort. However, in reality it was introduced too late and with too few numbers to have any real effect. The Fliegerfaust B fired 9 20mm rocket-propelled explosive shells with a wide spread in 2 separate bursts. Though its range was severely lacking compared to other means of anti-aircraft weapons, it could prove to be useful if fielded in large numbers against low-flying aircraft, especially ground attack craft. Thus, Berenger wanted as many soldiers to have either a Fliegerfaust or a Panzerfaust in the event of war against the Japanese Empire. These were all weapons that Berenger had made over the past few weeks. However, at the moment he had just finished working on one very important type of ship. If Berenger wanted to fight with Japan, he would need to establish colonies or at the very least military bases in the Pacific so he could rearm and refuel his war effort. This meant he would likely be fighting a war against Japan for control over the region. If that was the case, he needed a specialty landing craft to ferry his troops and vehicles into battle. Naturally, he modeled this vessel after the Mark 8 landing craft tank, which was a large landing craft designed by the Americans to ferry tanks and other armored vehicles onto the shores of the Pacific Islands, though they could also be used to ferry troops. The vessel was 225 feet long and could carry 8 tanks, 13 trucks, or 350 tons of cargo across a range of 4,000 nautical miles. It also had an armament of 4 MG 151 20mm autocannons. Having just now finished the blueprints for these designs, Berenger had earned himself a break, which he was thoroughly enjoying until a knock resounded on the other side of his door, followed by a meek voice which he instantly recognized. "Your Majesty, are you busy?" Berenger finished his beer and effortlessly chucked the bottle across the room and into the trash before responding to the girl who patiently waited on the other side of his office door. "It's open, Priya, you can enter." With that said, the door opened to reveal the figure of the teenage Indian princess, whom had rapidly developed since her first arrival in Kufstein nearly a year ago. Priya had suffered from malnutrition for most of her life, and because of this, she was rather petite and slender when she first showed up in the Reich. However, after nearly a year of not only proper nutrition but regular exercise, she was now beginning to resemble a stunning young woman, and why wouldn't she? She was already 14 years old. Though the girl still had a few years before she was fully grown, Berenger was pleased with her progress. However, he did not let his inquisitive gaze show on his face. Instead, he merely rested his chin on his curled hands as something else caught his sight. In Priya's hand was a tray filled with 2 plates. On these plates were what appeared to be curry and another staple of Indian cooking. Berenger was rather surprised that the girl had brought him the food of her homeland and was about to inquire about its origin when the girl spoke up with a proud smile on her face. "I've recently gotten into cooking. It's something to pass the time when I'm here in the palace after school hours. There's some interesting books in the market about the culinary techniques of foreign countries. Apparently German merchants have traveled across the world and recorded the recipes of various cultures which they now sell for profit. I particularly took a liking to my homeland's food. This is chicken pakora and curry goat. I was hoping to share a meal with you and congratulate you on your victory." Berenger gazed cautiously at the girl sitting in front of him. He was deeply suspicious of her behavior. There were few things better in this world than having a pretty girl make you a home-cooked meal, and it was one of his weaknesses. He thought for sure the girl was after something as he shamelessly grabbed a piece of chicken from the plate and tasted it. Priya, however, seemed keenly interested in how Berenger felt about her cooking and innocently gazed at him with hope in her emerald eyes, which ultimately forced Berenger to sigh in defeat and reveal his thoughts on the dish. "It is really good. I forgot how much I missed Indian food." This statement confused Priya. From the sound of Berengar's tone, it was as if he was speaking as if he had eaten Indian food a long time ago, but trade between that region of the world and the Reich was relatively recent. Despite her curiosity, she kept her mouth shut, not wanting to offend the mighty Kaiser. Berenger then took a bite of the curried goat and exclaimed in pleasure as he pointed his fork at Priya and complimented her. This is really good. You have a lot of talent as a chef. Keep this up and one day you will make your husband a very happy man. Berenger had just casually said those words without putting much thought into them, but Priya had read into them more than he had intended and immediately blushed while lowering her head, too embarrassed to meet the Kaiser's gaze. Thus, she spent the rest of the meal in silence, taking great joy in the sight of Berenger enjoying her cooking. Chapter 831, Japanese War Crimes in Korea. Itami sat in a building set within the northeast borders of the Ming dynasty. She had a frustrated expression on her pretty face as she sat across from the Joseon king. Their discussion was being mediated by the Ming emperor. The trio of Asian monarchs had gathered today to discuss a solution to the ongoing war in the Korean peninsula. 6 months had passed since Berengar's Victory Day celebrations had ended, and while the Kaiser was busy mechanizing his armed forces in preparations for his invasion of the Anangpur Empire, Itami was stuck in a brutal stalemate. Despite her best efforts, the Japanese empress and her soldiers had failed to push into the north. Every attempt to do so was met with a fierce exchange of gunfire between the Joseon insurgents and the Imperial Japanese Army. Tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers lie dead in this campaign, and hundreds more fell with each day. She had even been forced to withdraw her soldiers from the occupied cities in the south and move them northward towards the front lines. A strategy which ultimately backfired. As her forces redeployed from the south to support the war effort in the north, the German Empire made use of their Joseon proxies to arm and supply would-be rebels in the Japanese-occupied territory. Fighting an insurgency on 2 fronts, Itami was forced to withdraw her forces south of what was once known as the 38th parallel in her past life and deal with those who dared to rebel against her rule. Since the Japanese empress did not have the manpower to fight a 2-front war, she had begrudgingly met with the Joseon king to settle their dispute in a way that favored her empire. She sipped from the tea provided by the Ming emperor with a scowl on her face before pointing towards the map and the line she had chosen to divide her enemy's kingdom with. Everything north of this line will belong to the Joseon kingdom. As for the south, all shall recognize its annexation into the Japanese empire. These are the terms I have decided upon, and nothing in this world shall compel me to change my mind. Either take the peace I offer you, or I will crush your pathetic little kingdom, even if it's the last thing I do. Though the Joseon king wanted to refuse Itami's offer, before he could do so, one of his delegates, who whispered something into his ear, quickly nudged him in the ribs. He nodded his head in silence 3 times before agreeing to Itami's terms. An act which ultimately surprised the young woman. Very well, if these are the terms you present to me, I shall accept them. For now. However, make no mistake, one day the lands you have stolen from me shall return to my dynasty's hands. I do hope I will be around to see your face when such a reality comes to existence. After saying this, the Joseon king rose from his seat and bowed to the Ming emperor before leaving the room along with his delegation. As for Itami, she merely pouted. Though she had gained some territory with iron reserves as well as other industrial resources, she felt as if she had lost to a certain somebody in the far west. While her proxy in the Bengal Empire had not yet even begun the conquest of his neighbors, the Kaiser had swiftly deployed his forces to the Korean peninsula and countered her invasion. She now needed to fight guerrillas in the territory she occupied, all the while ensuring that the iron ore was harvested and successfully shipped back to the Japanese mainland. For now, she would give up on her ambitions to conquer northern Korea and instead focus her efforts on the territory she controlled. The purpose of her invasion was not total victory but gaining the raw materials she needed to modernize her military. She had succeeded in that endeavor to some extent, and thus she could bite the proverbial bullet, so to speak. Itami thanked the Ming emperor before leaving the meeting herself. She spent the next few hours on a ship back to Busan, where her control was most secure. Upon disembarking from her vessel, Itami was met with a messenger from her army who had a grim look on his face. Before the woman could ask him what was wrong, he blurted out the answer. Itamisima, a situation has occurred in your absence. Itami could only gaze at the frightened soldier's expression and assume the worst. She sighed heavily before leading the man into a nearby building and instructing him to inform her of what had happened while she was negotiating with the Joseon king. While Itami was busy meeting with the Joseon king and the Ming emperor to discuss an end to the current hostilities, her soldiers were conducting anti-insurgency operations in a village outside Gwangju. As with many of the towns in the south, the commoners had taken up arms against their Japanese occupiers. Germany supplied these arms through their trade routes with the Ming Empire that had opened up after the Ming prince Zhu Ji returned to his homeland and successfully convinced his father to agree to Berengar's terms. After nearly a year of intense combat operations in the Korean peninsula, the soldiers of Itami's army were becoming filled with paranoia and angst. A year ago, these men were simple peasants, attending to rice fields in Japan. Now, they were soldiers armed with weapons they did not fully understand and sent to a foreign land to fight against an unknown enemy for the sake of securing iron. Whether it was in the Taibik Mountains or the streets of the cities, these conscripts would randomly come under fire by weapons that rivaled their own. These men were promised a quick war that would inevitably result in a total victory for the Japanese Empire. And yet now their empress, a woman who had risen to her position by killing the previous divine imperial family, was negotiating with the Joseon king for partial control over the peninsula. Thus, one might be somewhat understanding when they realized that the Japanese soldiers who were slugging through a random village were drunk from sake, high from opium, and paranoid beyond belief as they marched forward, wondering when and from where they would be opened fire upon. A young corporal's dilated eyes were darting back and forth throughout the village, looking for any sign of potential attack. His heart was racing, perhaps from the opium he had just smoked, as he raised his rifle and clutched it tightly to his chest, as if it were his lifeline. While he panicked, his NCO, who was heavily intoxicated by an entire bottle worth of sake, laughed at him. "Tanakadono, if you keep that up, you're going to get me anxious. The village has already been searched for contraband. We are merely here as a show of force. So quit freaking me out." The man named Tanaka did not sigh in relief. Instead, he continued to look across the village, wondering if what he was seeing was reality. Just as he was about to respond to his NCO, a loud thunder crackled in the air, causing him to raise his weapon and fire aimlessly into the village. Despite there being no casualties inflicted upon the Japanese soldiers, they panicked from the sound of gunfire and instead fired randomly towards the nearby buildings, hoping to hit the unseen threat. Instead, the bullets shredded through the thatched homes and killed any living thing that they made contact with. Women, children, the elderly. The bullets did not discriminate, nor did the men who fired them. The captain, who was a veteran of Itami's army, tried to rally his forces in a desperate attempt to maintain order, but it was too late. With the first shot fired, men like Tanaka, who were hopped up on some illicit substance, had no rhyme or reason. They simply shot at whatever moved. While the soldiers of the Japanese army fired randomly into the village, the Joseon villagers began to flee their homes. However, the sudden exodus of people caused the Japanese soldiers to panic, and they quickly opened fire upon the unarmed civilians, massacring them on the spot. Without knowing where the insurgents were, if there even were any, the Japanese soldiers lobbed their newly issued grenades, which were modeled on the WW2 era Type 97, into the buildings, blasting anyone who remained behind into meat chunks, and lighting their homes ablaze. It was only after this massacre was concluded that the Japanese soldiers investigated the scene to find that there were no armed villagers to begin with, and instead the explosion that had started the aimless killing was the result of a little boy playing with a firecracker. When Itami learned that her soldiers had slaughtered an entire village, down to the last woman and child, for no valid reason, she would personally decapitate the 100 men involved as a public display of her authority, an act which would only worsen the morale of the Japanese army. Chapter 832, Japanese Military Advancements. Another 3 months had passed since the day that Itami's soldiers had massacred an entire village. An incident which sparked an entire new wave of insurgency to appear within the southern portion of the Korean peninsula. Itami, perhaps fearing for her own personal security, had returned to the Japanese mainland, leaving the control of the forces in Korea under the command of her lead general Shiba Kayahiko. Upon her return to Japan, she had instantly begun developing new technologies to increase her industrial output and her military capabilities. By securing vast deposits of iron, coal, and other major industrial resources within the Taebaek Mountains, Itami had immediately shifted her focus to building a powerful fleet of warships that was capable of contending with the Reich. Though it would be several years before the first of these steel behemoths could set sail, she felt that these battleships, which she modeled after the Nagata-class dreadnoughts of her past life, were more than capable of dealing with anything the Reich had built to conquer the seas. And she was right, assuming she could build enough of them to counter the Kriegsmarine's numbers. She also began the production of Mama-class destroyers, Konga-class battlecruisers, and Kaicha 6, Ro 33-class submarines. Just how many vessels she would be able to create in the coming years remained to be seen. However, unlike Berengar's current fleet of Great War-era ships, Itami's would be modeled after those introduced during the interwar period of her past life, giving her a slight technological advantage. Naturally, warships were more than just steel and turrets, and because of that, Itami had established the blueprints for the development of radio and other important sensors. She knew enough about their design to get the ball rolling so that in 2 to 3 years' time, when the hulls of her ships were completed, her scientists could rapidly convert the ships to accept radar, radio communications, and sonar. Other military innovations that she designed were new infantry weapons such as the Type 4 semi-automatic rifle. While only existing as a prototype design in her past life, Itami was an expert at mechanical engineering and quickly finished the weapon's design so that it was theoretically a reliably and durable PCOF military hardware. She also designed a copy of the Type 99 light machine gun, the Type 92 heavy machine gun, the Type 14 semi-automatic pistol, and the Type 100 submachine gun, making improvements where needed. Aside from infantry weapons, she had also ordered the manufacture of the Type 38 75mm field gun, which she had previously designed, but halted production of due to a lack of resources, and even expanded upon her artillery by adding larger guns like the Type 92 10cm cannon. Though Itami could design the basic blueprints of these weapons, they would require thorough testing and improvements from her own staff of engineers. A process that could easily take a year or possibly even 2 before they could be manufactured in any functional capacity. Itami selected these engineers for their intelligence and understanding of mechanics. From the moment she assumed power as the empress, she had given them a crash course in basic education and engineering principles and had in the years since expanded their knowledge based upon the information she knew from her past life. Since gaining the iron and coal needed to fuel her growing industry, Itami had focused on the expansion of her armed forces and equipped them with the latest uniforms, modeled after those issued to Japanese soldiers in WW2 of her past life. The young empress knew it would be some time before she secured the oil deposits necessary to create modern vehicles and had outlined an invasion plan for her rapidly growing armed forces to take Hokkaido, the Ryukyu Kingdom, and Indonesia within the next 2 to 3 years. With the introduction of modern weapons onto the battlefield by the German Empire, Itami no longer had the nerve to lead her troops into battle and would instead focus all her efforts on administration, ensuring the proper growth of the Japanese Empire. However, before she could reform the empire into a more modern state, she needed to eliminate the traitors in her midst who had leaked her invasion to the Joseon king and had alerted Berenger von Kufstein to her presence. Though she did not know who the men were that had betrayed her, she ordered her Kempitai to conduct a secret investigation into their identities. At the moment, Itami had been up for 3 days straight working on her technological innovations and government reforms. She had not showered and had barely eaten. It was only now that she had a moment to think for herself that she realized how badly she stunk. With this, she decided to visit her personal hot spring and wash away the filth that had accumulated on her otherwise pristine body. After grabbing a proper change of clothes, Itami entered the hot spring where she scrubbed herself clean before descending into the steaming pool of water. She could not help but exhale heavily in relaxation as she leaned back against the onsen's edge while gazing up at the stars above. Now that the young woman was finally alone with her thoughts, she could not help but reflect on the disaster of the Korean invasion. She kept repeating a name over and over again in a slight whisper as she tried to understand the man she was fighting against. Berenger von Kufstein. Berenger von Kufstein. Just who are you? The more Itami had time to think, the more she realized that an all-out war with the Reich was a losing battle. Though she could make the Germany army bleed, defeat was all but a certainty. If she was really dedicated to fighting with Germany, she would need to make them suffer to such a point that they would be forced to negotiate with her. If she wanted to achieve such an outcome, she needed to force them into a campaign similar to that which America fought in WW2. Itami still did not know exactly how advanced Berengar's armies were, but she had a decent idea because of rumors that were floating across the Ming dynasty about a faraway land with rigid airships and armored vehicles propelled without the need of steeds. Zhu Xi was so astonished by the Victory Day parade that he often boasted of what he had seen. Because of this, Itami had some semblance of an idea of where Berenger was at technologically speaking. In the words of Sun Tzu, know your enemy and know yourself, and you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Itami knew that she had started her reign later than in this world than her rival, and because of this, she was far behind him. However, was that truly the reason Berenger had beaten her in Korea? After all, aside from a few minor engagements with what she assumed was his special forces, most of her defeat came at the hands of the local insurgents armed with the same military capabilities that she herself had. When she thought about this, Itami felt conflicted. Berenger had beaten her at her own game, when nobody else in this life had. Though she felt bitter towards her losses, she also felt something else, respect for the man she was fighting against. Just as she thought this, the doors to the hot spring sprung open and 2 feminine figures revealed themselves. Itami was stunned when she saw the sight of her little sister and her mother enter her bath, and she could not help but voice her disbelief. Mama-can? Mibusen. Before she could even question why they were in the capital, Momo jumped into the bath and hugged Itami, her own substantial bust pressed against the pale bosom of Itami, creating a sight that any man would enjoy to see, as the teenage girl smothered her elder sister with affection. Nisama, are you surprised to see me? Itami Ryo was indeed surprised to see her little sister Itami Momo in her private, secluded hot spring. She could only glare at her mother, who gracefully sat down in the steaming pool of water next to her 2 naked daughters, and condemned the woman for violating her sanctuary unannounced. Mibusen, you should have told me you were coming. The mature beauty glared back at her errant daughter before lecturing her on her choice of words. How many times do I have to tell you to call me Okayasan? I brought you into this world, and yet you are always so cold to me. Besides, I did inform your servants that your sister and I were arriving in the capital, and they were the ones to lead us into the palace. How do you think I found you in here? Itami's brows raised when she heard this. Her own servants had not bothered to inform her of her family's arrival. Then again, she had given very explicit orders not to disturb her study. She only had herself to blame for this outcome. Perhaps it was a mother's intuition, but Mibu Sada could immediately tell something was up with her daughter, and she accurately guessed what it was based upon the girl's flushed cheeks. Were you perhaps thinking of a boy before we walked in? Go on and tell your mother all about it. Momo instantly looked over at her elder sister with an excited expression and asked her all about this mysterious man before Ryo could even deny her mother's claims. You found a man. I'm so happy for you. Who is he? Can I meet him? Itami could only growl in frustration as she tried to convince the 2 nosy women that there was not a man in her life. There's no man. I was just thinking about the enemy I currently face and the defeat I suffered at his hands. However, these words did not convince Itami's mother in the slightest. Instead, a cunning smile formed on the woman's lips as she repeated the words Atami had always said to her. Aren't you the one who always said, and I quote, I refuse to settle down and marry until I find the man who is capable of defeating me in battle? So are you saying you finally met this man? Who is he? Oh, is he perhaps the Ming Prince Juji? I hear he is quite the handsome man. Atami flushed red with embarrassment as she heard her own words repeated to her. She had quite often said such shameless words in the past to avoid marriage, and it was only now that she was realizing that Berenger had met her qualifications. Even if it was only a proxy war, Berenger had still defeated her on the battlefield. Hell, the man had quite literally caused her to piss herself in fear. The moment she remembered that, Ryo grew even more embarrassed and covered her face before shouting at her mother and sister. Get out of here. In taking a bath. Mibusaya immediately misunderstood Atami's words and nodded her head with a smile on her gorgeous face before guiding Momo out of the hot spring. I understand. You need some alone time while thinking about your man. We will be downstairs, come find us when you finish. Before Atami could even respond to her mother's shameless words, the woman had already absconded with her other daughter in tow, leaving Atami as an embarrassed wreck as she hugged her knees to her chest and thought deeply about what her mother had said. Chapter 833, First Flight. Over the past year since the Victory Day celebration was held, Berenger was busy enjoying his brief Pax Germania, an era of peace and prosperity for the Reich, the likes of which it had never seen before. Immediately upon finishing his newest weapon designs, Berenger got to work on revolutionizing the economy. With advancements in synthetic materials, Berenger could now make a polymer-based paper-like currency to replace the use of coins. The advantages of this was that it was almost impossible for criminals to counterfeit. Since the thaler was the most common currency used in the Reich, Berenger had decided to print banknotes based on its value. One of the new gold marks, which was named as such to represent the gold standard, was worth 100 pfennigs. It could be printed in values of 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100. 100 marks being the equivalent of the previously issued golden coin. As for the pfennigs, they had long since come in a variety of values such as 1, 5, 10, 25, and 50. So there was no need to mint new coins. As for the thaler and golden coins, they were still a valid form of currency worth as much as they were before the introduction of paper currency. However, the convenience of having banknotes caused the people to rapidly exchange their coins for bills. In these 9 months, electricity became more common across the Reich, with entire cities undergoing modernization. The increase in demand for electricity caused the construction of hydroelectric power plants across the fatherland. The onset of the electrical era also spurred new inventions by German scientists and engineers such as the refrigerator, the refrigerated truck, and the refrigerated train car, allowing for the transfer of meat and produce across the Reich without fear of spoilage. Radios became more common, as did cameras, with pictures being regularly taken across the Reich by enthusiasts as well as journalists. Not a day went by without a multitude of pictures on the paper. Because of this, companies had been working on ways to improve cameras, and they had succeeded in their endeavors. No longer were there the old box cameras that were used in the past. In fact, the newest portable camera was similar to the Leica Model 1 from Berengar's previous life. Lindy's agents loved this device as the rest of the world was entirely unaware of what a camera was, and they could easily snap pictures of their operations, allowing for a much greater pool of intelligence to be gathered. These were just some of many of the advancements in German technology, bringing the Reich closer and closer to the interwar period of Berengar's past life. As the Reich entered a new era, so too did its military. The German army was redesigned from the ground up to support the new mechanized vehicles, which became more common among the ranks with each passing day. Because of this, brigade combat teams had become the primary deployable unit of the German army. As for the border guard, it was removed from the responsibility of the Department of Defense and transitioned into a law enforcement agency. Those who wished to still serve in the military were transferred to the active duty component of the army, whereas the rest were instructed in their responsibilities as peacekeeping officers. The Coast Guard was also transitioned into a law enforcement agency where it no longer sailed on powerful armored frigates, but instead made use of fast attack craft modeled after the U.S. Navy's PT boats from the Second World War of Berengar's past life. These ships were designed to survey the coasts and intercept any unlawful activities at the sea. They could also launch torpedoes in the event of a hostile naval vessel approaching the German territorial waters, though such an event was unlikely. As for the Navy, it was undergoing rapid modernization. The old armored frigates were being retrofitted and sold off to the Ming dynasty, all while being replaced with battleships, battlecruisers, and destroyers. By now the number of destroyers and U-boats the German Navy had were in the dozens. It took roughly 6 months for these vessels to be completed, and Germany had many shipyards. Speaking of which, the number of shipyards had nearly doubled in recent days as more and more of them finished construction around the Reich. Berengar's plan was to focus on the construction of carriers to be supported by carrier strike groups. Each carrier strike group would consist of 1 carrier, 1 battleship, 2 battlecruisers, 10 destroyers, and 2 U-boats. Thus, out of his currently active 30 active shipyards, 4 were constructing carriers, 4 were constructing battleships, 8 were constructing battlecruisers, 5 were constructing destroyers, 8 were constructing U-boats, and 1 was constructing fast attack craft. Half of these shipyards had already been in the production of the larger vessels for nearly a year, and the other half were just starting. The reason so many shipyards were dedicated to the larger vessels was because they took between 2 to 3 years to build. With 5 dedicated shipyards to destroyers and subs, Germany could construct between 1,015 destroyers and an equal amount of subs in the time it took to build 1 carrier, battleship, or battlecruiser. Finally, there was the Luftwaffe, which was not yet officially established. However, at the moment, Berenger was sitting on an airfield in the middle of Austria. This base had been constructed to test the prototypes of the numerous aircraft Berenger had designed. Through a year's worth of collaboration with his engineers, they had finally developed the first functional prototype. Naturally, as the man who never stopped chasing glory, Berenger had to be remembered as the first man to fly in this world. Because of this, he was dressed in a flight suit modeled after those issued to Luftwaffe pilots in the Second World War of his past life. Over this flight suit was a black leather jacket. He wore a black leather skullcap which integrated his communications as well as an oxygen mask which was connected to the vehicle. Berenger had never flown a plane before, even in his past life, and had gone through minimal training for this endeavor. I mean, what training could you really do without functional aircraft and advanced simulations? Because of this, he wore the Ring of Soul in case he crash-landed, which was a likely possibility. He could hear the voice that belonged to one of his generals over the comms as the man expressed deep worry over the Kaiser's safety. "My Kaiser, I think this is a really bad idea. We have no idea if this thing will even work. You could fall straight out of the sky for all we know. You should really delegate this responsibility to someone else." Berenger merely chuckled and turned off his comms as he waved to the people in the crowd who had gathered to witness this monumental occasion. After doing so, he started the engine of his prototype trainer aircraft modeled after the Arado AR-96 and steered it onto the runway. Among the many people in the crowd, Hans and Linda were standing there waiting anxiously as they watched the head of their household, the Emperor of Germany, do something incredibly dangerous and stupid. Before long, the trainer plane picked up speed and with a little help from Berenger, it lifted into the air. The moment it did so, the people gathered below stopped breathing for a second in fear that the plane might fall out of the sky. Yet it did not. It continued to soar high above as Berenger steered the plane to make a lap around the airfield. Adrenaline and endorphins flowed through his veins in a way that mimicked that which he felt on the front lines of war. No, perhaps it was an even greater high. Berenger did not know the answer to that, but what he did know was that he could no longer contain his excitement. He switched the comms back on and hollered to the ground control in a recording that would go down in history. "God in heaven, I'm so hard right now." Berenger was not thinking about his choice of words and just shouted the first thing that came to mind. However, his words caused the comm operators on the ground to break out into laughter. As for the sight of the plane flying high in the sky, a journalist who was invited to the event to take pictures captured it into the archives of history. Berenger flew a victory lap around the airfield before touching down. After shutting down the engine, he crawled out of the cockpit to monumental applause. Linda, who was in the crowd with her son, immediately rushed over to Berenger and jumped into his embrace while passionately kissing him in front of the entire audience. The red-headed beauty had nearly died of fright, watching her idiot of a husband take off into the air in such a death trap. Thus, the moment after she kissed her man, she scolded him severely for his actions. "You dummy. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Promise me you will never do anything so foolish ever again." Berenger only chuckled and petted the woman's silky strawberry blonde hair with a confident grin on his face. The sight of Linda glomping him after he emerged from the cockpit was forever recorded in history thanks to the quick hands of the journalist, who took a shot of the heartwarming scene. Berenger had made the first successful flight in human history, an achievement that was just one of many in his long life of accomplishment. With the proof that these planes could fly, as well as a working prototype, the first generation of pilots could now be instructed and trained for the upcoming war with Japan. Berenger had planned to greatly expand the line of aircraft in the upcoming years to cover all aspects of aerial warfare. For now, he would return home and celebrate with his family. Chapter 834, Aerial Warfare Academy. Roughly a year and 5 months had passed since the first Victory Day celebration had taken place. At the young age of 10, Prince Hans von Kufstein had graduated from high school, and despite his mother's many concerns, he immediately enrolled in the military academy. However, this was not the War Academy in Vienna, which housed the many potential officers of the army. Instead, this was the newly established Aerial Warfare Academy in Kufstein. 5 months ago, Hans' father, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, had taken part in the first manned flight of a heavier-than-air object. It was a monumental achievement for the Reich, and what followed afterward was the establishment of the Luftwaffe. Naturally, with a new branch of service dedicated to aerial warfare, there needed to be a specialty university for cadets to learn the necessary skills at. Thus, it was established in Kufstein, where the first major airbase of the Reich was located. Young men from around the country who had just finished high school and were intending on a military career all gathered at this university to learn the new style of warfare. After Berenger had introduced the rigid airship during the first Victory Day celebration, the people of Germany became obsessed with flight. Even more so after the Kaiser flew with the first prototype plane. However, the Area Warfare Academy was not just going to take in every kid who wanted to learn how to fly. Nor was everyone who entered going to be a pilot. As a military branch, there were plenty of positions to be had, and most of these cadets would never earn their wings. Hans currently sat in his seat in a specialty-tailored cadet uniform. It was loosely modeled after those that would be worn by the Luftwaffe in the coming years. Most of the members of his class were between the ages of 17 and 19, and naturally, as a military academy, it was filled with young men. However, as a departure from standard protocol, the German military had, for the first time, opened its ranks to women. In a bid to get more men into combat positions, Berenger had allowed women entry into the 3 military academies so that they could fulfill roles in administration and medicine. One of these girls was in his class, and she immediately caught Hans' interest. The young woman had long blonde hair which flowed from her hair like a river of gold. In many ways, this girl was remarkably similar to the boys and in terms of appearance. In fact, at first glance, Hans thought this woman was indeed Henrietta. Upon further inspection, the woman had deep sapphire eyes, like Berenger and Adela. In fact, the more Hans looked at her, the more he thought she resembled his father, as if she were a gender-bent version of the man. The notable exception being that she lacked an eye patch. Despite this uncanny resemblance to both Berenger and Henrietta, or perhaps because of it, she was a beauty among beauties, and because of this, the men of the class had gathered around her, attempting to woo the young woman over with their charm. Despite acting friendly, it was clear from the girl's eyes that she had no interest in any of the guys who approached her. It was only after the instructor came to the head of the class did the men disperse and jump to attention, causing the beautiful blonde girl to sigh in relief. Hans was likewise at attention, where the instructor quickly followed up with the words at ease after staring at the young boy in the cadet uniform for several seconds. Obviously, he was curious why such a young child was among the ranks of his cadets and quickly asked Hans to introduce himself. "You there, boy, introduce yourself and explain the reason why a child such as yourself is in my class." The instructor had not been informed that Hans was in his class, nor that a boy as young as him would be. He did not immediately recognize the prince, which was not at all unusual, as outside of the cadet corps, Hans mostly spent time in the palace with his family and fiancées. This did not surprise Hans, and he quickly announced his identity. "Hans von Kufstein, I have already graduated from high school and have elected to spend my years of higher learning here at the Area Warfare Academy." "Is that a problem, sir?" The moment the words von Kufstein escaped the boy's lips, the entire class stared at him in awe. None of them expected to be in the same class as a member of the imperial family. Primarily because Berengar's kids were all so young, but the boy had clearly stated he had already graduated from high school and he had obviously been admitted into the Area Warfare Academy. The instructor immediately began sweating bullets upon realizing that an imperial prince was a member of his class. Having one of the young princesses of Bavaria present in his class was shocking enough, but to have the imperial prince, the boy who most people suspected would one day succeed his father, in his class, the honor was simply too much. He immediately broke his strict facade as he spoke to Hans as if he was his superior. "My apologies, Your Highness, I was not alerted that you would be in my class." Hans cocked a brow when he heard this response before politely reminding the instructor of his duties. "Sir, might I remind you that in Section 2, Paragraph 4 of the Student Handbook, it clearly states, all cadets are to be treated as equals regardless of noble heritage. Therefore it is of my opinion that it is simply unacceptable for you to refer to me by my royal title. Please refer to me by my cadet rank." And von Wittelsbach immediately gazed over at Hans with curiosity in her sapphire eyes as she heard him reject the preferred treatment. She had never thought the Kaiser's son of all people would consider himself just another cadet. This unusual behavior caught the girl's interest, as she was certain that any other man in this room would need no excuse to flaunt their privilege, as many of them had done when they introduced themselves to her, and was 16 years of age this year and had graduated early from high school just like Hans had, despite her father's resistance, and had enrolled in the Area Warfare Academy. What were her reasons for doing so? To put it simply, her reason for joining the military was so that she could avoid an unfavorable marriage. Not long after the Victory Day celebration, where she rejected the Scottish prince's advances and found herself engaged to the third Prince of Saxony. There was just one major problem with that: the man was a morbidly obese glutton and a sadistic asshole. If rumors were to be believed, the third Prince of Saxony treated his wives rather cruelly, and from her few encounters with him, and was convinced they were true. So long as she was in a military academy and saw active service in the armed forces, she had the right to refuse any potential marriage candidates that her family might set her up with. This was a stipulation acted into law for a single purpose: to install an additional sense of loyalty into Berengar's officers. In other words, so long as you are part of my armed forces, you are not beholden to the whims and wishes of your family, no matter how powerful they might be. Thus, there were many young men who sought to enter a military academy in the hopes of avoiding an unfavorable betrothal, and just so happened to be a woman with the same goal. However, after witnessing Hans and his respectable behavior, and immediately reconsidered her previous plans. Though she knew that the boy had 4 fiancés, Hans was allowed up to 5 wives, and despite his young age, he was certainly a better choice than that fat bastard. She would rather buy herself a permanent escape from her father's wishes than temporary freedom. After all, the moment she concluded her mandatory military service after graduation, her father could easily pull the strings to have her discharged. Thus, after some careful thought, the girl shot Hans a smile and a wink, an action which immediately drew the ire of the rest of the men in the class. Hans had a stoic facade as he saw the beautiful Bavarian princess show her interest. However, internally his heart was racing. It was only now that he realized the same rules that applied to him as well. Ingrid had been a massive pain in the ass to the boy ever since she first arrived in Kufstein. Though she was beautiful and had an ideal body, the woman was constantly feuding with his other fiancés, causing Hans nothing but headaches over the past year and a half. If he really desired, Hans could use his military service as a means to marry his other 3 girls when he came of age, but refused the engagement to Ingrid, all while marrying another 2 women of his choice. Of course, he could simply tell either his father or his mother that he was unhappy with Ingrid and they would easily void the betrothal. However, Hans did not know this and was deeply afraid of disappointing his father. Because of that, he had soldiered through the last year and a half to the best of his ability. It was with this in mind that Hans eventually smiled back at and waved, thinking that perhaps he should get to know such a beautiful young woman in case he could not get rid of Ingrid's strict monogamous notions that fueled her incessant bitching. Thus, Hans' first day at the Aerial Warfare Academy had gone quite well. Chapter 835, Son of the Feathered Serpent. Tlexicli sat topless in the middle of her father's palace within the city of Tenochtitlan. A golden-haired babe was clutched to her breast as it sucked away at the milk stored behind her puffy brown nipples. The Aztec princess petted the child's silky hair while speaking to him in a gentle and loving tone. "My son Qualcoatl, you are a golden-haired god. One day you will rule over this empire and bring our people into a new era of prosperity. However, first you must drink your mother's milk and grow strong, just like your father." Though Tlexicli was aware that Berenger was not a true divine being, she had now come to worship him as such. After spending years traveling between her homeland and Kufstein, the woman had to admit that what Berenger had done for his people was nothing short of a miracle. The relationship between the Aztec princess and the German Kaiser was unknown to the man's family, or so she thought. They maintained the secret to avoid unnecessary drama with some of the man's more jealous wives. It was because of this Tlexicli had not yet been able to show off her healthy baby boy to his father. As far as anyone in the Aztec Empire was concerned, the infant boy Qualcoatl was literally the son of the Feather Serpent who had chosen the warrior princess Tlexicli as his bride. Or at least this was the story Tlexicli had spun upon returning home pregnant. The boy continued to drink of his mother's milk until he could do so no more. After which, Tlexicli placed him in his crib. After letting her young son rest, the Aztec princess returned to the great hall of her father's palace where the man sat in wait for her. Itzcoatl had a large smile on his face as he announced the good news to his daughter. "I have great news, my beloved daughter. Your brothers have agreed to forego their claim to my throne in favor of your divine son. When I finally pass from this world, Qualcoatl will become the new emperor of our people." Tlexicli could only smile upon hearing these words and hug her father in celebration. Only she and the old man were aware that the German Empire was not really the land of the gods. After revealing the fact that she was pregnant with Berengar's child to her father, she had coerced him into supporting the lie that her son really belonged to the god Quetzalcoatl. It had taken some time to get her the support of her brothers, but together, Tlexicli and Itzcoatl were able to convince the princes of the Aztec Empire to allow their nephew to take the throne. This was good news for many reasons. Not only did Berenger support his sons, regardless of their legitimacy, but it meant the Kaiser would be more favorable during his future dealings with the Aztec Empire. However, Tlexicli did not care about any of this and was more concerned with how the war effort was going. Thus, she did not hesitate to ask her father about this subject. "Are the Mayans still giving you trouble? You know I could go out there and help, right?" Despite Tlexicli's offer, her father declined with the shake of a head and a slight chuckle. "You're the Feathered Serpent's wife now. If you were to get hurt on the battlefield, or worse, it would cause significant problems for our society. I'm sorry, Tlexicli, but you are no longer going to be fighting battles. You will raise your boy to be a proper ruler. Maybe you can convince his actual father to help with that. You are always telling me how impressive Germany is. Perhaps it is time for you to move there full-time with Qualcoatl. I don't know what exactly led to you choosing that man to father your child, but the boy will need his father if he is to grow up to be a proper man. If I'm not mistaken, the German fleet will be sailing back to Barenstadt sometime in the next few weeks. You should follow them back to the Reich and convince Berenger to help raise your son. As for the war with the Maya, it is going slower than I'd like, but victory is assured. You do not need to worry about such things any longer. Perhaps in another year or two we will have fully conquered our southern neighbors. Your eldest brother currently leads the war effort, and as you know, he is more than capable of achieving victory on his own. I only want what's best for you, and that is not the battlefield." Tlexicli bit her lower lip in distress. For her entire life, she had trained and fought in war. Now she was being demoted to the role of a housewife, and she did not like it. If that weren't troublesome enough, there was another matter which concerned her. As far as Tlexicli was aware, nobody in Berengar's family knew of their affair, and if she were to show up at the palace with a boy that looked like a blend between the Kaiser and herself, demanding that the man raise her son, it would only cause problems. However, her father was right, and thus she sighed heavily before nodding her head in agreement with her father's words. All right, I will bring Qualcoatl to Barenstadt and take the next ship back to the Reich. Thanks, father, for all the support you have given me and my son. I promise that he will be raised in Kufstein to be a proper ruler, and when we finally return, he will lead our people into a new age of prosperity. The Aztec emperor nodded his head and smiled before hugging his daughter and kissing her on the forehead. After doing so, he helped her depart for the Reich. Within a few weeks, Tlexicli was back in Kufstein with her young son in her arms. Immediately upon arriving in the German capital, Tlexicli and her son were escorted to the headquarters of Imperial Intelligence by a few heavily armed soldiers. Evidently, Linda had already become aware of her reason for visiting and had made the first move. The red-headed beauty wore a gentle smile on her face as she gazed upon Tlexicli and her son. Despite this, Tlexicli's eyes were focused on another part of the woman's body. Lindy's stomach was rounded, so much so that the Aztec princess suspected she could give birth at any moment. It was immediately apparent that Berenger had been busy procreating during his brief period of peace. However, this wasn't important. Instead, Tlexicli wanted answers, but before she could question why she was dragged into Imperial Intelligence, Linda spoke with a stern tone in her voice. I know about your relationship with my husband, and I also know that the boy in your lap is his son. Allow me to make this brief. The Crown will provide you with a villa and a proper staff to help take care of the child. I will also make sure that my husband visits your home regularly to help provide a stable life to the child and obviously to take care of your needs. You can have as many bastards as you want with him for all I care. My condition is that you do not approach the palace without a proper appointment and never with your son or any of your future children. The balance in Berengar's relationship with his wives is fragile. Currently, all of us are either pregnant or have recently given birth to children of our own. The last thing the other girls need is another woman claiming that Berenger is the father of her child. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Tlexicli bowed her head with respect. She was incredibly thankful for the benevolence that Linda had shown, and because of this, she verbally expressed her gratitude. Thank you truly from the bottom of my heart. Linda merely smiled at Tlexicli and her son before gently pinched the boy's cheeks while commenting on his appearance. He's so cute. I bet when he grows up he will look just like his father, if the man got a tan. Make sure to raise this boy right. He is going to be the future Aztec emperor after all. It surprised Tlexicli to see Linda being so friendly with her son. She had thought for sure the woman would be offended by the very existence of Qualcoatl. Then again, the Aztec princess did not understand just how much Linda loved Berenger. From Lindy's perspective, any child that Berenger had was an extension of himself and was to be cherished. This was one of the many reasons that all of Berengar's children, especially those with his other wives, considered Linda to be their mother. Though Linda was intently focused on the raising of her own children, she had helped the other girls with their kids as well. Naturally, she intended to do the same with Qualcoatl. From this day forward, Tlexicli would raise her son in the borders of the Reich. Every chance Berenger got, he would spend it at her place, making love to his mistress and being a part of his bastard child's life. After all, it was very difficult for a boy without a father to become a proper man, and Berenger knew this all too well. Chapter 836, The Cure for Malaria. It had been nearly a year and 7 months since the Pax Germania first began, and during this time of peace and prosperity, many advancements had come into existence within the borders of the Reich. Engineering, medicine, chemistry, physics, these were among many scientific fields that were advancing at a rapid rate. From the moment the Pax Germania began, Berenger had given an order to the nation's largest pharmaceutical company, which he had personally owned roughly 15% of the shares in. That order was to research malaria and find an ability to combat its effects. Millions of marks had been thrown into the research and development of a cure for malaria, and finally a viable medication had been created. Currently, Aldo von Passa was sitting across from Berenger in the middle of the Kaiser's office. He placed a small white pill on the table with a proud smile on his face. Upon looking at the medication, Berenger was dumbfounded. From his perspective, it appeared as if it were no different from over-the-counter painkillers. Thus, he was quick to ask for clarification on just what this object was. Aldo, what the hell is this? You barge into my office saying that you have made a breakthrough in God knows what, and then you just drop a single pill on my desk? Exactly what have you made a breakthrough in, and what medication is this? Aldo's smug smile somehow became even more so as he lectured Berenger on his newest invention. Thanks to your investment, my corporation Air Medical Industries has had a major breakthrough in the field of malaria medication. The chemical name of this medication is hydroxychloroquine. Aldo was about to go on a massive rant about chemistry when Berenger raised his hand and silenced him with a single phrase. Say no more, I understand. How could he not understand what hydroxychloroquine was? After all, it had become quite infamous in his past life. About a year before his death as Julian, a global pandemic had occurred. During the initial stages of the outbreak, there were people making all kinds of wild claims about what had caused it and how it could be cured. Among them was the idea that hydroxychloroquine was a cure for the disease. Despite the claims made about the medication and its effectiveness in combating a certain virus, hydroxychloroquine was still one of the most proven ways to treat malaria. It honestly surprised Berenger that his scientists had skipped over the earlier medications of quinine and chloroquine and instead went straight to the most effective treatment. Or at least the most effective treatment that didn't have horrible side effects. Although Aldo was even more surprised than the Kaiser. He had difficulty accepting the fact that Berenger already knew about the medication. How the hell did the man have time to read over the reports from his studies when he had so many more important things to do? Still, this confidence in knowing what the chemical was only made the aging scientist all the more impressed with his Kaiser. As much as a brown nose as Aldo was, it came from a genuine place of respect, and that was why Berenger could tolerate the man. Berenger held the pill in his hand and expressed his views on just how important this was to his future plans. We now have the means to treat the most dangerous disease in this world. With it, our troops will be able to advance into any land without fear of contracting malaria. I must say I am thoroughly impressed. You and your team have truly outdone yourself this time, Aldo. As impressed as I am with your results, I am afraid that I have more to ask of your talents. Now that we have found a way to treat malaria, I want you to research a cure for smallpox. Don't worry about the funds, I promise you that I will support you in every way I can. I must admit that although I don't know much about the virus, I can still give you a clue where to start in your efforts to cure it. You and your team should look into the relation between cowpox and smallpox. All I know is that milkmaids tend to not suffer as severe reactions from the smallpox virus. Find out the reason why this is, and you and your corporation will be able to quickly develop a proper cure for such a nasty disease. Aldo bowed his head with respect to the Kaiser once more, as he eagerly accepted this responsibility. Of course, as always, I thank you for your patronage. It may take a decade, but I am sure we will have a cure for smallpox before long. Aldo had a tendency to highball the estimates he gave on timeframes. With the clue Berenger had given him, it would probably take at most 5 years before a proper cure for smallpox was developed. Berenger always claimed he knew little when it came to the study of medicine and chemistry, but somehow he always had a hint that would get the ball rolling. The genius chemist was very curious about where the Kaiser got his knowledge from. It was a question that had been eating away at his mind for years. However, Berenger would never allow Aldo to investigate his background, and if the man was being honest with himself, he didn't have a proper reason to do so. He would genuinely prefer it if the origin of Berengar's knowledge forever remained one of life's greatest mysteries. Most people who lived in Germany did not know just how much of the modern Reich was built upon the knowledge that Berenger had stored within his mind. Knowledge that seemingly had no reasonable explanation for its existence. Though Aldo did not want to admit it, perhaps the German Reformation's claim that Saint Berenger the Blessed was a prophet gifted by God with limitless knowledge was the only valid explanation for this question. Then again, he knew this claim originated from Ludolf, who introduced it as a means to combat the growing members of his parish who had begun to revere Berenger more than Christ himself. After all, if Berenger was a prophet of the Lord, then it was truly God in heaven and not one man who had enriched the German people to such a degree. The only flaw with this reasoning was the fact that Berenger had never claimed to be a prophet. Nor had he claimed his knowledge came from God himself. Still, that did not stop the church from trying to save face. Ironically, this attempt by the church to get the reformists to stop worshipping Berenger ended up backfiring spectacularly. The fact that Ludolf, who was the head of the church, proclaimed Berenger to be a living saint as well as a prophet of the Lord only increased the zeal of those who prayed to their Kaiser. While these thoughts were going through Aldo's head, Berenger could see the way the man was staring at him and immediately suspected that he might have something on his face. He quickly pawed at his handsome visage with his hand before asking the question on his mind. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Aldo merely chuckled at Berengar's gesture and shook his head before answering the man's question in earnest. No, I was just wondering if perhaps you really are a prophet sent by the Lord to lead the German people to prosperity. Berenger was dead silent for a few moments before breaking out into a fit of laughter. This was genuinely the first time he had heard such a ludicrous statement. He decided to throw the chemist a bone, but he did so in a concealed manner. Me? A prophet? Perhaps? Or maybe I am a man from the future who was pulled back in time by some pagan deity. Either way, it doesn't matter where my knowledge came from. All that matters is I use it for the betterment of my people. If there's nothing else to say, then I suppose you have your work cut out for you. Until we meet again, my friend. Aldo merely chuckled at Berengar's words. The man was clearly having a joke at his expense. Being pulled back in time by a pagan deity? Truly, that was utter nonsense. After sharing a laugh with the Kaiser, he left the palace and returned to his lab, where he immediately began to investigate the link between cowpox and smallpox. As for Berenger, he stared at the small white pill in his hand with a wide grin on his face. This medication would allow his troops to traverse the world without fear of what could quite possibly be the most deadly disease in human history. If the soldiers of the Reich planned to spend any significant time in India and Southeast Asia, they would need this medication to survive. Luckily, he had developed it long before his invasion of the Anangpur Empire began, because by the time he dropped his troops into India to secure the throne for Daria, he would have a stockpile of malaria medication. Chapter 837, The Majapahit Delegation Arrives Part L. Standing on the docks of Trieste was a delegation from the Majapahit Empire, which was located in what would be later considered Indonesia and Malaysia. The members of this delegation gazed in astonishment at the German port city. The first fleet of the German Navy, or what currently existed of it, was on active duty, sailing across the Mediterranean while maintaining German hegemony over the sea. Thus, the foreign guests had not seen the true extent of the German maritime supremacy. However, there existed several smaller ships that patrolled the bay. These fast attack craft were the boats issued to the German Coast Guard, and they patrolled the coastline to ensure no illegal activity was taking place within German territorial waters. In the harbor, overlooking the entire city, was a colossal bronze statue that took the form of a woman who carried a torch in one hand and a sword in the other. This woman was Germania, who was the anthropomorphic representation of the German nation. The Colossus of Trieste, as it was known, had been modeled after both the Niederwald statue from Berengar's past life and the Statue of Liberty. It was not only a monument of German victory but also a lighthouse which had been commissioned by the Kaiser for the second annual Victory Day celebration. The sight of such a monumental statue, along with the myriad of large steel cargo ships coming in and out of the bay, brought a great sense of astonishment to the Majapahit host. Though they had seen these steel cargo ships passing through the Malacca Strait for the past 2 years or so, they had never expected the right to have so many of them. An elderly man who was among the Indonesian delegation quickly spoke up to a beautiful young woman who headed the host. The sights he was seeing intimidated him. Not only was the harbor beyond impressive, but the vehicles in the streets which propelled themselves made the German port city another world entirely. "Princess, what is this place? Have we perhaps entered the city of the gods?" Despite the fear on the faces of the Majapahit delegate, the young woman referred to as a princess merely shook her head. There was a mix of wonder and awe in the woman's eyes as she observed every peculiar sight and sound that existed in the city of Trieste. "It may seem like it, but that is not the case. I think we have just stepped foot in a land that is far more advanced than our homeland. To where I genuinely believe these people rival the power of the gods." The young woman's words struck an accord with the rest of her delegation. Although only for a moment before, the translator who accompanied the delegation chuckled while expressing his views on the matter. "If you think this is impressive, wait until you see the train." The Indonesian host looked at the translator with curiosity. They did not know what a train was, but they looked forward to finding out. After all, they were aware of his background. The interpreter was a man from the Indian subcontinent who had done trade with both the German and Majapahit empires. Over the years, he had spent much time learning the German tongue so that he could become a translator for other merchants, a position which was highly sought after and paid extraordinarily well. When the royal family of the Majapahit Empire searched for someone who could translate their words into German, they found him to their liking. Thus, they eagerly awaited to see what this mysterious device known as a train really was. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the Majapahit delegates' hopes were dashed by a tall German man dressed in a formal suit. "I'm afraid you will have to ride the train another day. The Kaiser's schedule is busy, and he does not have time to wait around all day for your arrival. Thus, I have been tasked with bringing you to the capital in one of his personal vehicles." The man had an imperial mustache and a gold sash across his suit vest, as well as a cross pinned to the left breast of his black suit jacket. In one hand was a walking cane, and atop his head was a top hat. The man courteously bowed to the delegation before introducing himself. "My name is Balthasar Ritter von Stotzer, and I am the ambassador who has been assigned to welcome you to the borders of the Reich. On behalf of Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, I would personally like to welcome you to Germany. Now that my introduction is out of the way, if you would follow me to the airship, we shall set off for Kufstein immediately." The interpreter translated the words and nearly shat himself as he did so. Rumors that the Germans were capable of flight had spread ever since the first Victory Day celebration. However, nobody had really confirmed them until now. After all, there was a limited number of airships, and aircraft, though currently under mass production, were a closely guarded military secret. To think that he would be able to ride in an airship as a mere interpreter, it was the ultimate honor for a man who had previously made his living off of selling spices across Asia and Europe. Thus, the Majapahit host was in for an astonishing surprise as they followed the ambassador towards the mooring station where the rigid airship currently lay. After getting into a series of cars that had been provided by the crown, the Majapahit host traveled to the airship, which they gazed upon with disbelief. It was a massive airborne vessel that was bigger than anything they had ever seen before. Because of this, they had a hard time believing such a thing could fly. However, after stepping on board, they were even more surprised by the overwhelming opulence that existed within the interior. As if Berenger had designed the airship as a means of ultra-luxurious travel, the airship was practically a palace in the air with all the gold accents and marble countertops to prove it. Once everyone was inside, Balthasar spoke up to the guests of Kaiser with a wide smile on his face. "Make yourself at home. Would anyone perhaps like a stiff drink? There's a full bar with a bartender who can mix anything you can think of. If not, perhaps a nice meal? Despite the higher speeds of this airship, it will still take a few hours to reach the capital. Make yourselves comfortable as we head take off." After saying this, Balthasar pulled out a vinyl record from a sleeve and placed it on the gramophone that sat aboard the vessel. As the airship lifted up into the air, a song that was famous across the Reich, known as the Flight of Valkyries, began to play throughout the cabin. The Majapahit delegation reacted with shock once more while they searched for the origins of such complex music. This caused the ambassador to laugh as he pointed to the device. A recent invention by some of our talented scientists. It allows us to play music in the company of our own homes. The Kaiser bought this device for use on the airship. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the music as we drift towards our destination. Despite the friendly tone in the ambassador's voice, none of the delegates were capable of relaxing. After all, they were flying in the air and they could not help but gaze out the windows at the right below, which continued to shock their brains until they arrived in Kufstein. After several hours, the Zeppelin arrived in Kufstein, where it was properly brought to a stop. After descending from the aircraft, the Majapahit delegates entered the city's streets, where they were astonished by their sights. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, the city of Kufstein was truly a sight to behold. Yet another colossal statue stood in their midst as they gazed upon the foothills to see the old bronze statue of Berenger and his steed, Erwin, which stood as the eternal guardian of the German capital. The Majapahit princess and the other members of her host had a sudden desire to walk through the streets aimlessly as they gazed upon the immaculate architecture which existed across the well-planned city. However, Balthazar did not leave them with such free rein and quickly guided them into another series of cars which escorted them to the palace. After passing through the gates of the imperial palace, the Majapahit princess gazed in wonder at the members of Berengar's palace guard, who wore superfluous black and gold uniforms while shouldering G27 rifles. The men carefully watched the Indonesian delegates as they opened the doors for them, allowing the foreigners access to the most luxurious home on the planet. As the Majapahit princess stepped foot in the great hall, she saw the magnificent sight of the German Kaiser sitting on his immaculate throne. Before she could even introduce herself, the golden-haired man spoke in a firm but welcoming tone. "So, you have finally arrived?" Chapter 838, The Majapahit Delegation Arrives Part LL. For nearly 2 years now, Berenger had been shipping goods to and from the Ming dynasty. Naturally, these massive steel vessels had to go through the Malacca Strait, a region controlled by the Majapahit Empire, and despite the constant traffic through the area, Berenger had paid no tax. Though there had been attempts by the Majapahit Empire's navy to force the German vessels to stop, they were all met with failure. At first, the Majapahit royal family did not know who these steel behemoths belonged to and had used various means to investigate their origin. Finally, after nearly 2 years, they had found the answer when a Ming delegate had visited their homeland and described the ships as German vessels, followed by the advice that the Majapahit should let them be. After careful consideration of how to deal with the Germans, the Majapahit king had sent a delegation to Kufstein to reach an acceptable agreement. The leader of this delegation was the king's daughter, a beautiful young woman by the name of Anggreni. In the Majapahit Empire, the women of the royal family often acted as advisors to the king, and this young woman in her early 20s was no exception. Still, the moment she gazed upon the German Kaiser, she could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of awe. Before she could introduce herself, however, a screaming child rode into the great hall on the back of a full-grown leopard. This child was none other than Joseph, Berengar's youngest son, with Linda. The boy had the golden hair of his father with the sky-blue eyes of his mother. In a way, he resembled Henrietta more than either of his two parents. The boy was latching onto the back of the leopard as it rushed through the great hall at great speeds. That is, until Berenger shouted at the two of them. "Joseph! Genseric! Out!" Both the child and the leopard lowered their heads in shame before sulking out of the room. Berenger sighed heavily and rested his forehead on the palm of his hand. It took him a few moments to recover his mood, and after doing so, he stood up from his throne and walked towards the Indonesian delegates. "Apologies, my son can be a bit playful with my pet. I hope they did not frighten you." The Indonesian prince's jaw was fully dropped upon seeing a small boy ride on the back of a fully grown leopard as if it were a common mount. It was an African leopard, and because of that, it was a bit bigger than the ones she was familiar with in Java. Of course, Genseric would not allow any child to ride on its back. Linda had taken responsibility for the beast and raised it as if it were one of her own children, and because of that, the mighty leopard grew up alongside the young Prince Joseph. The two were practically inseparable and often played together. Genseric was, after all, the child of a deity's familiar, and because of that, it had heightened intelligence practically to the level of a human child. Thus, it was able to get along with the boy as if they were actually brothers. Naturally, as a leopard, it grew up quicker than the human boy, and because of that, it often played around by taking the boy for rides across the massive palace. This exceptionally tamed behavior out of an apex predator was quite possibly the most puzzling thing the Indonesian delegation had seen all day, and they were left without words. As for Berenger, he was admiring the princess' natural beauty. When it came to Asian women, Berengar's preference was for jade-skinned beauties from the northeast of the continent. However, he had to admit this princess was to his liking. As he inspected the woman's rather humble chest, he remembered Linda had said it was fine if he spread his seed among the world's princesses. Naturally, he intended to take advantage of this even if he did not plan to have an actual long-term relationship with the woman. It was a common adage that Genghis Khan had tens of thousands of children with thousands of women. Assuming such an old tale was not an exaggeration, then Berenger had to admit he was severely lagging behind. The man was already in his 30s, and yet he had less than 20 offspring with a handful of women. Thus, he decided to be on his best behavior as he stood in front of the woman well over 30 centimeters above her and gazed down upon her pretty face before asking the princess for her name. You stand here in my palace as my guest and yet I still do not know your name? That's a bit rude, don't. The woman had to look up in order to see Berengar's handsome face smiling down at her. She had never met such a tall man before and was quite surprised. Then again, everything she had seen in the borders of the Reich thus far had left a memorable impression on her. After the translator conveyed the Kaiser's words, the woman knelt respectfully before introducing herself to the man. My name is Angrani of the Rajasa dynasty. It is truly a pleasure to meet you, O mighty Kaiser. Whatever ideals of justice Angrani had when she first set off to the Reich were now dead. She knew there was no way she could request that the Reich pay taxes as they passed through the Malacca Strait. For Christ's sake, she had just flown in the air for several hundred kilometers. Such a thing was simply inconceivable. Her civilization was advanced enough to know that Berenger and the Germans weren't gods, unlike the natives of America. However, she still struggled to believe everything she had seen so far on this day. So much so that she was convinced the German people might as well be deities with how advanced their civilization was compared to hers. The airship had a particularly large effect on the woman. In this world, Islam had not spread beyond the borders of the Near East and North Africa because of that Hindu and Buddhist teachings were the two greatest foreign influences on Javanese people. Though they had some differences, she was at the very least aware of the legendary Vimana within the Hindu sacred texts, and the airship she had taken to reach Kufstein was quite literally a god's floating palace. It simply could not be explained in any other manner. Thus, despite meeting the Emperor of Germany for the first time, she treated him with the utmost respect as she kneeled before Berenger as if he were the equivalent of a god. It surprised Berenger to see the princess of a foreign empire kneel before him so respectfully. He was not the only one. The unusual behavior of their usually proud princess also surprised those men who accompanied the woman. What astonished Berenger was that she treated him so respectfully when her people were so far away from the Reich that they could not possibly be aware of the brutal wars that he had fought to unify his people and establish German hegemony over the West. Without this knowledge, there was no way this young woman would be able to properly fear and respect him. Yet, the look in her eyes was more of a reverence which confused him further. It was at this moment that Berenger thought that perhaps Germany had advanced so far beyond the rest of the world that even the civilized people of the East consider him to be a god? Was that even possible? As he thought about it, he felt as if this explanation was plausible and merely smiled before finally answering the girl's introduction with a compliment. Angrani. Am I pronouncing that right? That's a pretty name. At the very least, it sounds a hell of a lot more pleasant to say than my own. Once these words were translated, the woman giggled. She did not expect this man of such power to have such a self-deprecating sense of humor. She was curious about what a rough-sounding name like Berenger actually meant and was quick to ask about it. Pardon my insolence, but I'm curious. What does the name Berenger even mean? Is it common in Germany? To this, Berenger scoffed and shook his head before answering the woman. Until recently, it was rare to come across a man named Berenger. It's a name from a much more ancient era. Maybe 2 or 3 centuries ago you would see a bunch of Berengars running about, but you won't meet many men my age with such a name. Though nowadays it is the most popular name for baby boys. What it means can roughly be called an amalgamation of the old High German words bear and spear. After saying this, Berenger quickly shifted the conversation to something more important and forced the woman to express her reasoning for visiting the Reich. Enough with the introductions. Tell me, why are you so far away from home, here in my little empire? Have I perhaps done something to offend you? This is the first time we have ever had interaction, is it not? What is it that you desire from me? The Majapahit princess felt as if her heart would explode should she ask the man what her father had requested. Just how is she supposed to force this man to pay a toll for the use of the Malacca Strait? If she were to ask such a thing, he would just laugh in her face and kick her out of his palace. Rather than try to get the Germans to pay taxes, she decided she would instead attempt to open up trade between their two empires. A land with such overwhelming technology must be wealthy, and if that were the case, it would be better to establish a healthy sense of commerce between their two realms. Although whether he would agree to such a request remained to be seen. Thus, with a silent thought as if she were speaking to her father, she apologized before making her request. I'm sorry, father, but I can't convey your request. There is no way the Germans would ever be willing to recognize our control over the Malacca Strait. To insist upon it would only bring disaster to our empire. I'm afraid I must take an alternative path. After thinking this, the princess took a deep breath before speaking of her desires. I would like to establish trade between the German Empire and my homeland. After hearing the words translated into the German tongue, Berenger thought about it for a few moments. Having access to Indonesia would be good for the future war with Japan, and he had no doubt that the Empress Atami would eventually try to take the islands for herself. After all, there was rubber and oil on them, something she desperately needed to compete with the armed forces of the Reich. Thus, after several seconds, Berenger sighed heavily as if he were in deep thought before revealing his thoughts to the beautiful young woman. I suppose I can accept such a thing, however I have one condition that must be met before I do so. Once Berengar's words were translated to Angrani, she smiled and grabbed hold of his hands with a pleading expression on her pretty face before stating her thoughts. Anything, so long as I can give it, it is yours. A devilish grin curved on Berengar's lips as he whispered something in Sanskrit into the woman's dainty ears. Sleep with me? Chapter 839, The Majapahit Delegation Arrives Part LL. Princess Angrani's pretty face grew red as she heard Berengar's demand. Though she was not revolted by the suggestion, she was incredibly embarrassed. After all, she was a married woman whose husband found more pleasure in his concubines than in her own body. So much so that she was beginning to think that perhaps she was undesirable. It took Angrani a few moments to get control of her thoughts before she nodded her head slightly, struggling to agree to Berengar's request. From her perspective, her body was a small price to pay for the prosperity of her family's kingdom. Besides, she was aching for the touch of a man and a child in her belly. She had been married since she was 16 years old, and yet her husband had not given her a single child. It was because of this that she accepted the Kaiser's request. With her head hanging low. Oh, okay. Berenger knew very little of the Sanskrit language. He had learned just enough to hold a conversation with Daria and Priya in their native tongue. However, he did understand the Indonesian princess' response, which honestly startled him. He did not expect her to accept his offer and quickly broke out into a fit of laughter. The interpreter translated his words. Oh wow, you are serious? I was only messing with you. I would never use a position of power to coerce a woman to sleep with me. It's no fun if you don't genuinely desire me. However, if you decide you want to become intimate with me out of your own accord, you need only ask and I will be happy to pleasure you. This response immediately filled the Majapahit delegation with fury as they protested Berengar's behavior. As for Angrani, this practical joke embarrassed her greatly, and because of this she hid her pretty face in shame. However, it made sense in her own mind. After all, why would this attractive and powerful emperor desire her wretched body? Berenger could tell the woman felt a bit depressed, but he did not apologize for his actions. Why did he make such an inappropriate joke when meeting with a foreign princess for the first time? It was because he saw the way the woman was worshipping him with her deep brown eyes and decided to snap her out of her delusion. As he said, if she genuinely desired to sleep with him, he would have no qualms doing it. However, there was no fun in pressuring a woman to sleep with him. To Berenger, it was a matter of pride to conquer a woman's heart. The thrill of the hunt, so to speak. Thus, he had never been serious from the start. After taking several moments to recover from the shock and embarrassment of Berengar's prank, Angrani sighed heavily before quieting her delegates, who were practically on a verge of a riot after hearing the Kaiser's scandalous words. With a pretty but painful smile on her face, the Majapahit princess responded to Berengar's comments. It would appear that you have an interesting sense of humor. However, I would request that you be serious about these negotiations. I must ask, what is it you truly desire in order to establish trade between our two realms? Berenger respected the woman's ability to stay on task even after such a heavy blow to the mind. However, he was a man who enjoyed negotiations over a nice meal and a few drinks. Thus, he invited Angrani and her host into his dining area where his kitchen staff were already at work on preparing some local delicacies. I appreciate your enthusiasm, princess, however you have had a long journey and I have yet to show you some proper hospitality. How about we discuss this over a nice, warm meal? How does that sound? I promise you, you will enjoy our cultural cuisine. Everyone always does. Angrani felt her stomach ache as she thought about how long it had been since she dined on some proper food, and thus she was quick to agree to Berengar's request with a smile on her stunning face. As she followed Berenger into the dining hall, she was quick to inquire about his family life. So you have a child? Does that mean you also have a wife? Berenger smirked when he heard this before raising 4 fingers. I have 4 wives and 2 mistresses. I have children with each of them. The boy you saw riding my pet leopard just now is my second son with my second wife. Though if you do decide to share a bed with me, I don't mind taking a 3rd mistress. However, I doubt we could maintain a proper relationship, what with you being married and all. Sooner or later, you would have to return to your husband. The Majapahit princess was shocked to see that Berenger knew about her marriage and was about to ask him about how he had access to such information when a waitress entered the scene and poured some fortified wine for the guests. Berenger was quick to change the subject, comment. Go ahead and taste it. This wine is made in the southernmost regions of my empire. It is rich and gloriously red with plum and berry notes. I think you will enjoy it. The fortified wine that Berengar's personal winery created was a knockoff of port from his past life. A special type of wine made in Portugal. Usually port would not be made for another 200 years, but Berenger had used his knowledge of the future to manufacture it in the provinces of South Tyrol and Trent ever since the early days of his conquests. It surprised Angrani at how strong the wine was, though she greatly enjoyed the taste. She was not accustomed to drinking such a high volume of alcohol, and because of that she stopped after 1 glass. Luckily, that was long enough for the food to arrive, which Berenger had already set his chefs on the task of making since the delegation arrived. All the staples of German cuisine were brought out for the Majapahit delegation to taste, and it was only after Angrani had eaten half her plate that Berenger began to discuss what his plans were. You asked what it would require to open trade with your homeland. In truth, I asked for very little. Or perhaps from your perspective quite a lot. What I want is some land to establish a naval and air base on. Preferably on the Strait of Malacca. I ask this not out of malicious intent, but because there is a threat to your kingdom that lies in the Far East, and soon they will send their armies to your islands. If you have my forces already stationed on your sovereign soil, this hostile force will surely be deterred. It surprised Angrani to hear such information, and she was quick to deny Berengar's claims. No, that isn't possible. We pay tribute to the Ming dynasty. Nobody would be foolish enough to attack us. Berenger did not make a single comment and instead pulled out a few pictures from his coat pocket. These photos were taken from the southern Joseon, where Japanese troops currently occupied. One look at them and one could easily tell that they were far from flattering. The first photograph depicted Korean men and young boys working in the mines while under the supervision of armed Japanese troops, while the second displayed the mass graves of the dead insurgents. Though this was misleading, as they were not easily identifiable as rebels by an uneducated eye. The woman and her host reacted in shock as they saw the photos. Though they could tell the victims in them were Joseon, Berenger had to explain in detail just what had occurred over the past year and a half. About a year and a half ago, the Japanese Empire sailed to the Joseon Kingdom and conquered the southern half. If not for my support, they would have taken the whole peninsula. Unfortunately for the Joseon, I was in a war and was not able to send the proper amount of support in time. Since then, my agents embedded in that region have reported that the Japanese have invaded and annexed the island of Hokkaido as well as the Ryukyu Kingdom. At the moment, they are preparing their forces to attack these islands, which lie northeast of your own. Once they have conquered the various warring states of the region, they intend to invade into your territory. The Japanese Empire have showed hostility towards my empire long before I ever got in their way. What I know is that they are currently modernizing their armed forces for a single purpose: to wage war against the Reich. Despite the intelligence I have received from the Joseon Kingdom, I do not know the extent of their military prowess nor the height of their ambitions. However, what is clear to me is that they need to conquer your islands in order to gain the resources that are required to fight my forces on an equal footing. Until then, they will merely be a near peer at best. After saying this, Berenger pulled out a map that represented Southeast Asia. His finger landed on a single spot which he had marked for the woman to see. The location was known as Singapore in his past life. With a confident smile on his face, he made his actual demand. Give this location to me and the surrounding coastline. I will build a naval base there and an air base further north. With these two things, the Japanese will have to think twice before they invade your islands. This is all I ask, and in return I will trade with you the goods that have made all my other trading partners prosperous. Angrani struggled to come up with an answer. Though she had been given the power to negotiate with the Kaiser, she did not know if her father would accept such a stringent demand. However, if what Berenger had said was true and the Japanese were planning to invade the Majapahit Empire, she knew in her heart that her people would not be able to resist. Especially since Berenger had openly stated that the Japanese were a near peer to the Reich. Thus, after several moments of consideration, she nodded her head in silence before agreeing to Berengar's request. However, she made one stipulation before doing so. Okay, but I have one condition. Berenger chuckled when he heard this before nodding his head and agreeing to the woman's request. Name it, and if it is within my power, it shall be done. As this was said, the young princess blushed before leaning in close to Berengar's ears and whispered in the Sanskrit tongue. Give me a child. Chapter 840, A Den of Rats. General Shiba Kayahiko sat in a Japanese-style palace in the city of Seoul. After her conquests, Itami had chosen the city as the capital of the southern half of Korea, which currently existed under the occupation of Japan. For roughly a year and a half, the young general had been stationed here fighting wars against an insurgent force. New weapons had entered the field in large numbers, and with the increase in firepower, the Japanese army was now making progress against the South Korean guerrillas. Germany had withdrawn 4950 of the JAG commandos it had initially sent to Korea and was currently training them in airborne operations along with the Jaeger regiment. This meant that a small amount of German operators were supporting the Joseon dynasty in the north as well as the guerrillas in the south. Currently, Shiba was meeting with a high-ranking member of the Kempitai who was reporting to him about the purges that were taking place against the Japanese old guard who were resisting Itami's rule in various ways. Another minister has been arrested and convicted of treason. It appears that the Minister of Trade was the man who leaked the information about the invasion of Busan to the Joseon. By now, Itamisima has begun to expunge the conservative elders of our government and is replacing them with young blood like the two of us. It won't be long before our society is completely overhauled to match the ideals of the war goddess. Shiba had poured 2 cups of sake while he listened to the officer of the secret police inform him of the ongoing efforts to purge the conservative elements of Japanese society. He handed one off to the officer and proposed a toast before taking a sip of his own. Kampai. It was only after he had drunken the alcoholic beverage did Shiba reveal his thoughts on the matter. It was only a matter of time before those old fogies caused trouble. Many of them have their heads stuck in the era of the sword and spear. I don't blame them. Their world came crashing down around them far too quickly for their aging minds to adjust to. Their expertise has served its purpose in raising a new generation of ministers and bureaucrats. However, they have outlived their usefulness and need to be discarded if Itamisima is to fully industrialize our nation. We are going to need such a thing if we are to fight the so-called German Empire in the West. Luckily, Itamisima had the wisdom to invade the Joseon Kingdom. The iron and coal which the mines supply to the homeland will be more than enough to fuel our army. However, what concerns me is the rate at which our beloved Empress is expanding. I fear she is biting off more than she can chew, so to speak. Tell me, Mogami-san, how fares the conquests of the Ryukyu Kingdom and the Ainu on the island of Hokkaido? The Kempitai officer, whose name was Mogami Yukihira, nodded his head in agreement with most of what Shiba had said, at least until the end of the statement where he was quick to inform the man of what had transpired across the sea. With that old treacherous bastard Kono Masakuni out of the way, our Empress has been able to annex Hokkaido and the Ryukyu Kingdom without a shot even being fired. It just goes to show that the ongoing purges of the conservative element are of the utmost importance. Unfortunately, a few of the bastards have been able to escape our grasp. We believe they have fled to the Ming dynasty, but their emperor denies it. It doesn't matter though, even if they are alive, they are no longer in a position to leak our plans to the enemy. Thus, the Empress' ploy to invade what she refers to as the Philippines will proceed as planned. I just hope the Germans don't interfere this time around, or else we may be looking at another Josian situation. Speaking of which, how goes the war effort? Shiba could only sigh in defeat as he poured another round of sake for himself and his guest. He was quick to bitch about his problems, knowing that no matter what he said, as long as he did not defame the war goddess, this man would keep his words a secret. It's hell, I literally cannot think of a more fitting word to describe it. It is as if I am trapped in the underworld and Izanami is personally inflicting pain and suffering on those around me. Though the armistice has been declared with the North, this has not stopped those Josian bastards from supplying the southern guerrillas with arms, munitions, and grenades. The morale of our soldiers is low despite the newest equipment, which gives them a significant advantage over the enemy. They have no will to fight. I don't blame them. Itamisima has practically tied one hand behind our backs. I know her intentions are good, but it is incredibly difficult to fight an enemy that hides among the people when you can't take reprisals against those same people who harbor them. Seoul and Busan are practically the only safe places left in this hellhole. Luckily, we have been able to establish a railway between them as well as up to the mines. Because of that, we are able to rapidly transport the goods down to the harbor where we can safely send them back to the homeland for production. However, we have had our fair share of derailments. Constant supervision needs to be maintained over the railways, or else the guerrillas will attack and sabotage our trains. Because of this, I have reported our needs to the Empress, and she has promised to deliver an armored train that will be resistant to the enemy's firepower. But you didn't come all this way just to ask about the war effort. Why are you really here in Seoul, Mogami-san? A cruel smirk appeared on Mogami's lips as he informed the Japanese general on the reason he had sailed to the Korean peninsula. I have intelligence that suggests there is a traitor among your ranks. You ask why I am here? My answer is simple, I have come to find this little rat and eliminate him. Won't you help me, Shiba-san? Shiba pondered about this for some time. His soldiers were dispirited, sure, but there was no reason to suspect there was a traitor within his army. He was curious about how this was the case and quickly investigated the claim. You say there is a traitor among my troops? Prove it. There is no reason that comes to mind that I should suspect the brave men who fight for the glory of their empress. Despite Shiba's outrage over the suggestion that his men were disloyal, Mogami's cruel smirk did not disappear. Instead, the man reached into his coat pocket and pulled out several black and white photos. This surprised Shiba as he was not aware of what photography was or how an image in time could be captured. He gazed at the realistic pictures and quickly inquired about them. Who painted these? They look so lifelike. In response to this, the Kempitai officer scoffed before educating the ignorant man about his findings. These aren't paintings, but some form of German technology. You have conscripted many of the Josian to fight in your army, have you not? We have sent many of these men to Hokkaido and the Ryukyu Kingdom where they conspired with the conservatives in our ranks and took these. Tell me, what do you see in these photos, Shiba-san? The answer to this question was so obvious, Shiba did not know why the officer was even asking it. However, he decided to play the game and thus answered the question. Casualties of war. What of it? Mogami sighed heavily before placing the photos on the table and clicking his tongue thrice. TSK. 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 Not casualties of war, Shiba-san, casualties of the occupation. As I said earlier, we took Hokkaido and Okinawa without needing to fire a shot. However, when we demanded that every young man aged 16 and to 20 be conscripted, the locals rioted. What you see here is the aftermath of these riots, documented by the Josian conscripts and conservative traitors among our army's ranks. Now we caught one of these bastards in Okinawa, and after a particularly gruesome interrogation, he ratted out his comrades, saying that they were on their way to Seoul to meet up with the rest. There is a den of rats among your soldiers, and I want to find them before these pictures end up in the wrong hands. This news shocked Shiba, who carefully looked at the pictures and saw that these mass graves consisted of men, women, and children. It was highly likely that the troops in Okinawa simply resorted to firing on the natives when they showed the first sign of disobedience. However, he could not prove this. Either way, the Empress would not have given the order for such a fierce retaliation. Thus, Shiba could only believe that there were officers among the ranks of the Imperial Japanese Army who were not following the Empress laws that prohibited so-called war crimes. The very fact that the man in front of him knew that these crimes existed and did not report them directly to the Empress herself was simple proof that the Kempitai were not as loyal to Itami as they claimed. Regardless of Mogami's loyalties, the fact remained that there were still traitors among the ranks of the army in Korea, and thus Sheba sighed heavily before agreeing to the man's request. I will help you look for these traitors, but when we capture them, they are to be tried in a military court under my jurisdiction. Do you understand? There was a fierce glint in Sheba's dark eyes as he emphasized this point, causing the officer of the secret police to shiver in fright. As if he were a mere hare gazing upon a ravenous tiger. He nodded his head in silence. Where Sheba then sent him away. Good, now if you don't mind, I am busy fighting an insurrection. You can speak to my executive officer about your hunt for these rats. Mogami nodded his head and saluted the general before departing. After he was gone, Sheba poured himself another cup of sake and downed its contents before muttering his thoughts under his breath. Oh my sweet Itami, why have you gone and made so many enemies? Could you not have been satisfied as a mere shogun after avenging your father? I fear for your safety when we are so far apart. With that said, Sheba had no choice but to report this incident to Itami. Even if she could not rely on her secret police, he would be there for her. Chapter 841, A Private Conversation with the Majapahit Princess. Berenger looked closely into the Majapahit princess' deep brown eyes and could tell that, unlike his earlier prank, she was not joking in the slightest when she made this request. This woman was desperate for a child, so much so that she had propositioned a foreign monarch that she had just met to become the father. The truth was that Berenger did not know enough of the Sanskrit language to inform the woman of his exact thoughts. Not only that, but their affair would have to be concealed from the rest of her host, and because of this, he did not make any overt moves and instead nodded his head before approaching the interpreter to convey his thoughts to the woman. Tell the princess that I accept her terms and am willing to discuss them further at a later time. Perhaps this evening she can stop by my study and we will be able to come to a more thorough agreement. The interpreter quickly translated Berengar's words to Princess Angrani, causing her to smile and nod her head in agreement. After which they continued to talk about business for the next hour before parting ways. Hours had passed and Berenger was in his study awaiting the Indonesian Bowtie's arrival. A quick voice over the intercom informed him that she was outside his door, which he responded by pressing a button below his desk which remotely unlocked the entrance to his study, allowing the woman to enter. Though she had brought her interpreter, Berenger quickly informed the man to leave the room. After all, he had someone far more trustworthy to properly translate his words to the foreign princess. Priya sat down in a chair across from Berenger and next to Angrani, who was immediately curious at the sight of the beautiful teenage Indian girl who just so happened to be accompanying the Kaiser. Before she could ask, Berenger explained the situation to his guest from the east. This is Princess Priya Tamara of the Anangpur Empire. She is a guest of mine and will be acting as our translator during this little discussion of ours. Priya quickly translated the words into the Sanskrit language so that Angrani could understand Berengar's words, which she reacted by nodding her head in silence. Where Berenger proceeded to cut the woman off before she could ask a question, proposing his own instead. Tell me about your relationship with your husband. Princess Angrani lowered her head in shame as she quickly spoke of her past to the man she wanted to be the father of her child. I was married the day I turned of age. Aside from our wedding night, my husband has not touched me. Instead, he spends his time with his concubines, which he has impregnated numerous times. My family is constantly pressuring me to have a child, but the man had no interest in me. What am I supposed to do? Am I that undesirable? Is my body that grotesque? Priya was shocked by what she was hearing and did not know how such a conversation had occurred. Despite this confusion, she expertly conveyed the woman's words to Berenger in a language he could understand. He nodded his head thrice after hearing of the woman's plight before asking her to do something which caused the young Indian princess to blush in embarrassment. Strip, let me see for myself whether there is something wrong with your body or if your husband is just an idiot. Berenger knew the Majapahit princess had a pretty face and usually that was enough for him. However, he had not seen her naked yet and perhaps there was something unexpected lying beneath her clothes. Angrani blushed almost as much as Priya but did as she was instructed, slowly taking off her clothes before revealing her petite body. Berenger closely inspected the woman's bare figure and could not find a single fault with it. Though she was petite and slender, there were no blemishes on her skin or any other issues he could find. She might not be busted, but she had a solid cup, which was more than enough for Berenger to be satisfied. Just to be sure, the Kaiser made sure the Indonesian princess showed both her front and back side. Where, upon further inspection, he was greatly satisfied by the results. Though the woman did not have a substantial bottom, it was perfectly toned and shaped. He could already envision himself making love to the girl from behind. The entire time this was going on, Priya was trying to avert her gaze. Luckily for her, shortly thereafter, Berenger commanded the Indonesian beauty to get dressed once more. Once Princess Angrani was fully dressed, she sat down with a worried expression on her face. That is, until Priya translated Berengar's words. You are a very beautiful woman, and though you are not exceptionally curvy, that is not a problem from my perspective. In fact, I find it quite appealing. I don't know whether your husband is an idiot, impotent, or a man of poor taste, but I would be glad to take you as my mistress. After taking this into consideration, I agree with your terms. I will establish trade with your father's empire. In exchange, you will provide me with the land I have requested, and I will give you a son. Priya could hardly believe the words she had to repeat back to Princess Angrani, but she did so nonetheless, blushing profusely as she did so. In the end, she ended up conveying the Indonesian bowtie's words back to the Kaiser with a bit of jealousy deep within her heart. "Meet me in my quarters tonight." The sheer embarrassment on Priya's face caused Berenger to misunderstand her words, where he quickly smiled and responded to the words she had spoken with a charming facade. "As much as I'd love to, I'm afraid I will have to wait until you are a bit older, Priya." Priya's mind nearly exploded as she heard this. She could not even look Berenger in the eyes as she shifted her head away from his sight before muttering beneath her breath. Those were her words. "Idiot." Despite the harsh name calling, Priya's heart was pounding as she looked out of the corner of her eye to see Berenger scratch his cheek in embarrassment. He truly felt like an idiot for misunderstanding the situation. Luckily, Angrani did not know what he had said and thus gazed upon the scene with confusion in her eyes until Berenger spoke up again. "Tell Princess Angrani that I look forward to tonight." It took Priya a few moments to come back to reality, but when she did, she quickly conveyed Berengar's thoughts to the Indonesian beauty, who had a pretty smile on her face. For the first time in a long time, a man had called her beautiful and was looking forward to sleeping with her. She felt anxious about what would happen between the two of them later in the night, but thanked Berenger before regrouping with her host. Once Princess Angrani was out of the room, Berenger sighed. Priya was still sitting awkwardly by the side in silence, trying to get her emotions under control. Berenger noticed this and poured a glass of fortified wine before handing it to the girl. She had never drank alcohol before, but there was no actual age limit for drinking in the Reich, thus it is perfectly legal. After some hesitation, Priya took the cup into her hands and sipped on the liquid, which immediately had a calming effect on her mind. As Berenger drank from his own glass, the teenage Indian princess posed a question to him. "Don't you already have enough women?" Berenger scoffed when he heard this before placing his glass down on his desk and leaning forward into his chair while gazing into Priya's deep emerald eyes. With a confident smirk on his handsome face, he answered the girl's question with zero shame. "An ambitious man can never have enough women by his side. You wouldn't understand it, but having a harem is a matter of status. I currently have 4 wives, 1 lover, and now 2 mistresses. I will probably end up marrying a 5th woman eventually, but as of right now, I have no immediate candidates in mind. As for my lover, there are good reasons why I can't marry her, but I still love her with all my heart. My mistresses, however, to me they are just attractive women of highborn positions who I have sex with. From my perspective, it is impossible to unite this world by conquest, at least during my lifetime. Besides, such a foolish endeavor would cause more problems than it would solve. However, what I can do is unite the earth under my banner by placing my children on all the major thrones, and that is something I intend to do." Priya carefully listened to the Kaiser's words and felt as if the man was a bit arrogant. However, when she truly thought about it, he had every right to be. All the amazing sights she had seen ever since she first visited the Reich existed solely because of Berenger. Thus, she could only sigh in defeat and admit to herself that perhaps exceptional men were entitled to harems of beautiful women. Chapter 842, A Shocking Surprise. The darkness of night had taken over the sky and the city below. The Kaiser had requested the presence of Priya Tamara as he walked towards the quarters he had given to the Majapahit princess. Because of this, Priya's heart was beating faster than ever as she looked at the man who had saved her from the brink of death and taken care of her for the past few years. She knew exactly what Berenger was about to do with the foreign princess, and for whatever reason that made her bitter. Despite these feelings, Priya did not express them and did as she was told, following Berenger to Angrani's quarters, where opened the door and gazed upon the sight of the beautiful Indonesian princess who was dressed in a set of red lingerie. Earlier in the day, Berenger had issued an order to his maids to prepare the woman for their evening of pleasure. They had bathed her, shaved her, and gotten her measurements so that they could provide the Majapahit princess with an appropriate set of undergarments. Though she was short and slender, the woman looked spectacular in the cherry red lace thong and the matching garter belt. Her rear, though small, was well-toned and shaped, causing Berenger to be filled with desire. Angrani had a sheepish expression as she approached the man who was about to give her a child. She wrapped her arms around his neck and tried to kiss him, but to her surprise she was quickly stopped by the man who spoke in his native tongue. "After tonight, no other man shall touch you. You will become my possession from now until the end of your days. Do you understand me?" Priya translated Berengar's words into a language that the Majapahit princess could properly understand. After doing so, the Indonesian beauty nodded her head in silence before passionately kissing the German monarch. While entertaining their tongues, the woman began to remove Berengar's trousers, where he quickly called out to his translator. "That will be all, Priya. Shut the door behind you as you leave and have a good rest of your evening." Priya tried to stay for a second longer just so she could see what it was that Berenger concealed beneath his trousers, but just before she could see the big reveal, the man glared at her and growled like a beast. "Get out." Upon coming to her senses, Priya quickly lowered her head in shame before departing from the room, shutting the door behind her. Though unlike what Berenger had expected, she stayed behind and pressed her ear to the door, listening to the entire sinful display. Angrani eagerly pulled down Berengar's undergarments. She was just as excited as Priya to see what the man was packing. However, when she gazed upon the massive shaft which nearly slapped her in the face, she could hardly believe her eyes. In fact, she could not fully comprehend what she was seeing until she grasped it in her dainty hands, where she immediately expressed her confusion. I didn't know they could get so big. Aren't they supposed to be like this? Upon seeing that Berenger did not understand a word she just said, the woman sighed before scrunching her index finger and thumb together, keeping them less than 2 inches apart. Berenger gazed at her gesture and scoffed. Was she trying to say that her husband had a micropenis? If that was the case, then he truly felt pity for the woman. Berenger quickly grabbed hold of Angrani's waist and effortlessly lifted her into the air, where he carried her over his shoulder before dropping her on the plushy mattress. The woman had never experienced a bed so soft before and instantly felt as if she was resting on a cloud. The Kaiser did not give her time to enjoy the experience and quickly removed the woman's thong, where he assaulted her puffy labia with his broad tongue. She had never experienced oral sex before and was quick to call out to Berenger in an attempt to stop. No, that place is dirty. However, Berenger did not understand a word she said, nor did he care. Instead, he licked away at her bud until the Indonesian beauty eventually climaxed. While Berenger was introducing Angrani to a new world of pleasure in her bedroom, Priya was outside the door, intently listening to the woman's moans while playing with herself. The adolescent girl covered her own mouth with one hand while thinking about the time she had first seen Berenger half-naked, the day he was in his harem room surrounded by his women who gave him an oil massage. To Priya, that was the first time she had ever become conscious of the opposite sex. Years had passed since then, and now she was an adult by the laws of Germany. Yet, despite this, Berenger still would not look at her, at least not in the way she desired. Of course, Berenger did not know that Priya was on the other side of the door and instead got quick to work with his newest mistress. As he played with her nether regions, he noticed something peculiar. The woman's hymen was still intact, which further confirmed Berengar's thoughts that perhaps her husband had a micropenis. After the Angrani's tight hole was slathered in her own juices, Berenger had decided she was properly prepped and slowly began to insert his cock. The Indonesian beauty cried out in pain as Berenger impaled her, which caused the man to grab hold of her head and kiss her passionately, hoping that it would help ease the burden she currently felt in her loins. After inserting his full length inside, Berenger stopped for a moment to enjoy the vice-like grip the woman's pussy had over him. He had to admit, he never got tired of fucking virgins, and though the woman had sex with her husband once, his dick was obviously too small to tear her hymen, making her practically a virgin. After giving Angrani a moment to regain her senses, Berenger slowly began to pump in and out of her tight hole while suckling on her small yet firm breasts. As the woman became accustomed to the overwhelming size of Berengar's shaft, he began to pump faster. Angrani's heated moans filled the room and exuded into the hallway as she climaxed all over Berengar's thick cock. This was the second time in her life that she had ever experienced an orgasm. Despite this, Berenger continued pounding away at the woman, alternating between sucking on her nipples and kissing her luscious lips. The Indonesian princess instinctively wrapped her thin legs around Berengar's back and locked them in place. She did not want this pleasure to end. Nor would it. This was Berengar's first time having sex with an Asian beauty, and he intended to keep it going for as long as possible. As he thought about this, he worked himself closer to the finish before he finally pressed his hips as deep into her as possible and ejaculated a giant load of his spunk into the woman's depths, causing her to climax yet again. Angrani naively believed it was over and attempted to kiss her man on the lips as he pulled out of her. However, Berenger could easily endure another 3 loads, and thus, rather than his lips, the girl soon found that she was kissing the head of his cock. She was immediately surprised when she saw this. The sex had gone on longer than she had ever anticipated, and she thought for sure men were only capable of going once. Yet Berenger was as excited as ever. He instantly took the lead, where he repositioned the woman on her hands and knees, where he once more began to thrust into her tight hole. Berenger grabbed hold of the woman's small breasts and played with her nipples as he pounded her from behind. Her moans were louder than ever, causing Priya, who was in the hallway, to climax all over the floor. Berenger would continue having sex with Angrani well into the night, where he made sure she was properly pregnant before falling asleep while spooning with the petite beauty. As for Priya, after the Indonesian princess stopped moaning, she figured it was over and returned to her quarters, deeply embarrassed and ashamed about what she had done in the hall. By the time Berenger exited the room on the next morning, the maids thoroughly cleaned the mess that Priya had made up, and because of this he was completely unaware of what had transpired just outside the room he was in. However, one thing was certain to Berenger: he would have to instruct the Majapahit princess in the German tongue if he ever wanted to have any meaningful conversations with her. After all, he could not keep using Priya to translate his words for him. But that would have to wait for another time. For the next 3 days, Berenger spent his time breaking in his newest toy and making sure that she was completely addicted to his love. Chapter 843. There is another. Veronica sat in the dining hall of the royal palace. Across from her were the girls Natalia and Noemi, both of which shared a similar position insofar as they were from subordinate realms to the Reich and fiancés of the first Prince Hans von Kufstein. By now, Veronica and Noemi were both 16 years old, while Natalia was 11, and despite the age disparity between the 3 girls, they had all become close friends. Especially after the last year and a half. Hans had recently gone to the Aerial Warfare Academy, where he was studying to become an officer in the Luftwaffe. As for his weekends, he generally spent them at the nearby airbase learning how to fly a plane. Pilot training usually only occurred after one graduated from the academy, but Hans had the special privilege of being a prince, and thus used his father's influence to get him into flight school while he was also attending the academy, giving him a head start over the other candidates. The fact that he had never visited since he first attended the academy and would only write home was a major point of contention for his 3 young fiancés who were currently discussing the root of the problem over coffee and cake. Veronica had a calm expression on her pretty face while she expressed her detest for a certain someone who was not present for this meeting among fiancés. There is no doubt in my mind that the reason our dear Hans has not returned home is because of Ingrid. What I can't understand is how that bitch is so different from her niece. After all, Astrid is the sweetest little girl, and yet Ingrid is simply intolerable. Noemi giggled when she heard Veronica refer to Ingrid as a bitch. The girl usually never used such crass language. To do so clearly showed the level of contempt she had for Ingrid. Noemi was surprisingly friendly as she addressed Veronica's claims. Hey, if there's one good thing that has come out of this situation, it is that we have a common enemy. It truly boggles the mind that a year and a half ago we were at each other's throats. Now we are practically sisters. This remark caused Veronica to break out into a fit of laughter. She found it comical how quickly enemies turned into allies. They were once both fiercely competing for Hans' affections, and now they condemned Ingrid for doing the same. They had come a long way since the two of them first met and were now practically sisters. Noemi merely sighed before making another remark on the current situation. If it weren't for Lindy's advice, I think I would have turned out like Ingrid. You know, I am pretty sure the whole reason the Kaiser's harem doesn't fall apart is because of the efforts of that woman. It is clear that he loves her the most of all his wives, and yet the others never seem to complain. Noemi had not lived in the palace long enough to understand just how turbulent Berengar's relationships were in the past. Thus, Veronica took a sip from her coffee before explaining the dirty details. It wasn't always that way. Adela used to be a lot like Ingrid. Conceited, nosy, entitled, envious, and just a real bitch in general. I used to think that Berenger would either divorce her or kill her off in some kind of accident. Her problem was the same as Ingrid's. It was her monogamous mindset that had really created a rift between her and Berenger. As for the others, they seemed to be fine with the whole polygamy thing. However, somehow Adela came around to the idea, and now she is really close to Henrietta. They're practically sisters. She also doesn't seem to become jealous when Berenger spends time with his other women anymore. It was at this time that a familiar voice erupted from behind the girls, startling them to the core. You know who was behind the transformation? Me. The girls looked around to see Linda standing behind them with the grace befitting a woman of her position. She was as stunning as ever despite recently giving birth to yet another child. So much so that it intimidated the trio. Linda had been eavesdropping for some time and sat down at their little gathering as if they invited her to it in the first place. So, you're all sick of that little cunt too, huh? If it has become a problem for all of you and for my little Hans, then it appears that I need to have a talk with my hubby about that bitch. I won't allow Hans to go through the same heartbreak his father had to endure with Adela. You have no idea just how much work I put into convincing that little minx into accepting the status quo. The 3 girls looked at Linda as if she were a different person than they were accustomed to. In the past she had been so refined and formal around them, yet now she was speaking with such familiarity and vulgarity that they could hardly believe these words were coming from the honored lips of the second Kaiserin. Linda immediately noticed their expressions and giggled before responding to them. What? You weren't expecting me to be so informal? You're all practically my daughter-in-laws now. I don't think I need to put on the act of an overbearing mother anymore. It took the girls a few moments to realize that perhaps Linda had endured so much shit with Ingrid over this past year and a half that she had slowly come to accept her other future daughter-in-laws as ideal candidates for her eldest son. With this in mind, Veronica was quick to ask the woman for some advice. If you don't mind me asking, how did you convince Adela to accept a polygamous relationship? The other 2 girls intently listened to what Linda had to say as if she were some divine prophet bestowing upon them the wisdom of God. Linda giggled when she saw how focused they were before gently whispering the answer into Veronica's ear. The heterochromatic bowtie's pale face instantly reddened when she heard such a shameless response. Though Noemi did not know what exactly was said, she could make an educated guess based on the reaction on Veronica's face, causing her to suffer from second-hand embarrassment. Natalia could tell something was going on between the other 2 girls but could not quite surmise what it was. Thus she could only pout, seeing as how Linda did not want to tell her the truth. After a brief moment of awkward silence, Veronica spoke up despite still being visibly embarrassed. I can't do that, it's so dirty. When Linda heard this, she giggled once more before responding to her statement. I never asked you to. You and I both know you're not cut out for such play. But you asked how I managed to tame that little bitch, and that is how. Though I seriously doubt it would work on Ingrid. She's not so much of a prude as she is just plain selfish. Ingrid just doesn't want to share a man, and she uses her religious upbringing to justify it. There are genuine nun-like girls, and then there are selfish bitches pretending to be pious to excuse their poor behavior. Adela was of the former, while Ingrid is of the latter. However, it's not Ingrid you 3 need to worry about. You are aware of the new rules at the military academies, right? Veronica and Noemi looked at each other in confusion before simultaneously asking what Linda was referring to. What are you talking about? Linda sighed, partially because she felt bad about these girls' ignorance. In truth, she already knew about Anne and how she was currying favor with Hans in her spare time. Though there was not much Linda could do about it. Anne was a Bavarian princess, and relations between Bavaria and Austria were still somewhat tense after the whole invasion and occupation 10 years prior. If she tried to interfere, it would only complicate matters. Thus, Linda decided to warn the three girls about their new potential rival. As of this year, the military academies are accepting female students so that they may fulfill non-combative roles in the military, primarily in administration and medicine. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal, but you should know that the military has become a haven for young men seeking to escape undesirable matches, and these rules now apply to the women who join as well. For all you know, there might be a beautiful young princess in Hans' class who sees him as a better match than the man she ran away from. Because the Aerial Warfare Academy is a boarding school, the two of them could be spending lots of time together while the three of you patiently await his return to the palace. The three girls who were set to marry the first prince of Germany instantly became riddled with doubt. Had they known such a thing, they would have tried everything they could to dissuade Hans from going to a military academy. However, it was too late. The boy was already enrolled and was guaranteed at least 8 years of military service after graduation. They could only sit back and conspire against Ingrid and this new unknown foe. Linda, on the other hand, merely smirked as she drank from one of the girls' coffee. If she could not directly intervene on Hans' emerging relationship with the Princess of Bavaria, then she could indirectly apply pressure to her son via his 3 existing fiancés. After learning the truth about Anne, Linda feared the girl was just using her son to escape an unfavorable marriage, and she would never allow such a petty bitch to become the future Kaiserin of the German Empire. Chapter 844, Descent. Sir, with all due respect, I don't think this is a very good idea. You really shouldn't be doing something so dangerous. Upon hearing this, Berenger merely grinned as he sat on board the Ju-390 transport plane whose rear hatch slowly opened up. The daring emperor stared down at the Iberian Peninsula below and made a quick, witty retort before jumping out. I don't pay you to think, Sergeant, now let's fucking drop. After saying this, Berenger sprinted out of the hatch before jumping off the ramp and dropping down to the ground below. The wind whistled past Berengar's ears as he rapidly descended through the sky like a fallen angel. 20,000 feet soon became 10,000 feet, and 10,000 feet became 5,000, until finally at 1,000 feet he pulled his parachute, rapidly falling out of the device designed to conceal it, and catching the Kaiser in the air like a moth who had hit a sudden burst of wind. The Kaiser, along with his Jaegers, quickly descended from the sky and landed on the ground below within the courtyard of the Royal Palace of Granada, much to the surprise of everyone present. The sight was so spectacular that the royal guards of Al-Andalus did not know how to react. By the time they realized they could potentially be under an assault, Berenger had already drawn his submachine gun and waved in the air, calling out in Arabic that he was the regent and was merely dropping by to visit his old friend. Before long, an entire company of Jaegers landed on the ground beside them and quickly contained the situation before a trigger-happy Andalusian could open fire on the Kaiser. From start to finish, the Special Forces operators believed this to be an incredibly stupid idea. Nevertheless, the Kaiser had insisted on surprising the field marshal, and this was surely one way to do such a thing. While this shocking scene was taking place outside of his home, Adelbrand sat in his office while signing the latest bill into law. By his side was a young woman with an infant boy in her arms. This woman was Brigitte von Scha, the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of Switzerland. During his visit to Kufstein during the first Victory Day celebration, Berenger had forced Adelbrand to mingle with the single noblewomen who were in attendance. While the Prince of Scotland could not even get the attention of Brigitte, Adelbrand had ended up walking away from the event with a new fiancée. Since then, they had been married and even had a child together. While Adelbrand wanted nothing more than to return to his ancestral home of Salzburg, he was currently tasked with governing the Sultanate of Al-Andalus on behalf of Berengar's young son, Ghazi. Thus, his wife had left the luxurious confines of the Reich and instead traveled to the war-torn capital of Iberia. It had been nearly 2 years since the wars in Europe ended and Berengar's Pax Germania was declared, and in this time Adelbrand had spent every waking hour rebuilding the region he was tasked with governance of. What Adelbrand was about to sign into law was an important measure to bridge the gap between the Moorish peoples of southern Iberia and the rest of the ethno-linguistic groups which inhabited the peninsula. He was currently signing a bill which petitioned the dual use of Arabic and Spanish as the primary languages of the Sultanate of Al-Andalus. This law would establish that Arabic and Spanish were the languages taught in school and used in all government documents. As for the other languages, the schools would have an optional third language course in whatever was locally spoken. After signing his name away on the document, Adelbrand let out a heavy sigh before handing the bill off to his secretary. He gazed affectionately at his wife before expressing his thanks for all the things she had to put up with by moving to Granada. Thank you, Brigitte. I know I have asked a lot of you since our marriage, and despite your reservations about this life, you have not complained once to me. I really appreciate it. The woman smiled and nodded her head before returning the man's words. It wasn't easy, but little Berenger here is worth the stress. Berenger was the name that Adelbrand had chosen for his son, like so many other fathers in the Reich. However, unlike those men who named their sons off of the saintly Kaiser, Adelbrand personally knew and admired the man with a deep sense of passion. Thus, he was honored to name his firstborn after one of his closest friends. Adelbrand gazed fondly at his infant son and was about to say something when his secretary burst through the door with a panicked expression on her face. "Sir, the Kaiser is here to see you." Adelbrand could hardly believe his ears. He had not received a single notification that the Kaiser would be arriving by sea. Normally, whenever Berenger traveled to Iberia, he would alert his field marshal of his visit well in advance. Yet all of a sudden, Berenger was here to see him. What madness was this? However, before he could complain and assert that his secretary was mistaken, Berenger walked through the doors with a fat smile on his face. The Kaiser was not dressed in his usual regalia. On the contrary, he was wearing a camouflage tunic in the Liebermuster pattern. On top of his head was an M38-style paratrooper's helmet with a matching cloth cover. His pants were feldgrau in color, as were the gaiters which wrapped over the ankles of his short black boots. His load-bearing equipment made use of a black leather harness and belt with Liebermuster pattern cloth mag pouches for his MP-27 submachine gun, which was slung around his back. The man looked like he had come straight out of a war zone as he hugged Adelbrand in a purely platonic manner before kissing the man on the forehead and ruffling his hair. "Adelbrand, my friend, it's been too long. As I was on my way to Cairo, I thought I would drop by and say hello." Adelbrand had more than a few questions to ask of his Kaiser, who was standing before him dressed in a combat uniform. For starters, how the hell did he manage to stop in Iberia when his intended destination was in fucking Egypt? Although he quickly decided there were more important questions to ask. Like how exactly was Berenger here in Granada and why wasn't he informed in advance? "I'm sorry. How are you here right now? I mean no offense, but I was not informed of your arrival. If I was, I would have prepared a grand welcoming." Berenger scoffed as he heard this before grabbing hold of the man's shoulder and wrapping his arm around it. Evidently the Kaiser was in a good mood as Brigitte watched on in astonishment. Although his next words truly stunned the woman. "Adelbrand, I just descended from over 6,000 meters in the fucking sky. After a fall like that, I think I'm in need of a drink. So how about we hit the nearest tavern and I will tell you about everything I have been up to lately." As a field marshal of the German army, Adelbrand naturally knew about the latest developments in military technology. However, he was stunned when he gazed over at Berengar's chest and saw a pair of silver wings pinned onto his tunic. He could barely believe his eyes before asking the question on his mind. "You went through airborne school? You, the Kaiser? Unbelievable." Since the moment Berengar's transport planes first took flight, he had immediately recalled his special forces units back to the fatherland to train in airborne school. Naturally, as an adrenaline junkie, he himself had taken part in this training and had earned his own pair of paratrooper wings. Berenger immediately justified his actions with what he might refer to as solid logic. "Hey, if I can be the first man to pilot a plane in this world, then I'm damn well going to be the first man to jump out of a plane as well." Adelbrand simply shook his head before commenting on the whole situation with a melancholy tone in his voice. "One of these days you're going to get yourself killed." After saying this, he looked over to his wife and apologized before following Berenger off to the nearest tavern. "Apologies, dear, but the Kaiser is requesting my presence." "Duty calls." The woman was still trying to get over the fact that the Kaiser had just claimed to have fallen over 6,000 meters from the sky and lived to tell the tale. Thus, she merely nodded her head in silence with her mouth agape as her husband walked off with what could only be described as the most daring man she had ever met in her life. As for Berenger, the Jaegers he brought with him acted as his security detail, but the man was not wearing his eye patch nor was his hair slicked back in its usual manner, so it was highly unlikely that any potentially hostile elements remaining in the region would recognize him. Chapter 845, War Crimes in Burma. Emperor Asha sat upon the back of a war elephant in the rice fields of the Kingdom of Ava. For nearly 2 years now, the Bengal army had marched in a not-so-glorious campaign against their eastern neighbors. From the mountainous regions of Nepal and Bhutan all the way into the dense tropical jungles of Myanmar, the soldiers of the Bengal Empire conquered all who stood in their path. Though the Bengal army was equipped with new weapons which were purchased from the Japanese Empire, they were forced to rely on maintaining a complex logistics network all the way back in the ports of Bengal. Because of this extensive supply line, they had suffered many losses early on. However, the army had been tempered through these conflicts and had become far more ruthless in the pursuit of overwhelming victory. Currently, the soldiers of the Bengal army raised their lever-action rifles and pointed them towards the skulls of the kneeling captives. The people of this village had harbored the enemy and in doing so incurred the wrath of Asha, who ordered their execution. "Kill them." With the pull of a trigger, each soldier of the Bengal army fired their weapons into the skulls of their victims, splattering their brains into the rice paddies. The women and young girls of the village, who had been tied up, cried out in tears as they witnessed their husbands, brothers, and sons mercilessly slaughtered by the Bengal troops. Among these survivors was a young woman no older than 20 who sat within the lap of the Bengal emperor as he fondled her bountiful breasts through her dress. She was crying just as much as the other villagers did, or perhaps more so. When she had woken up this morning, she had never expected that she would become a foreign emperor's plaything. Due to her beauty, Asha had chosen her to be his latest concubine. Something he did in every village his army passed through. As for the rest of the women and girls who were currently held captive, they would be given to his soldiers where they would follow the army and service the men. Unlike Berenger and Itami, who came from the modern world, this Indian emperor had no qualms about taking sex slaves. To villages like this who resisted his rule, there was only one penalty that they could face: the massacre of all boys and men and the captivity of all women and girls. With each passing second, another volley of shots was fired towards the villagers whose bodies were mercilessly dumped into the rice fields as if to act as fertilizer for future crops. Even the Japanese advisors who accompanied the Bengal emperor did not flinch when watching the ongoing slaughter and rape of the villagers. Though that was not so much out of agreement with the actions taken by the Bengal army, instead it was more of desensitization, having witnessed roughly a dozen of such events over the past 2 years. After the male villagers had all been killed, Asha gave the order to move on to the next village. He would not stop his conquests in the east until he had taken Dagon, which was known in Berengar's past life as Yangon or Rangoon. Forward march. With this, the Bengal army was on the move once more, while the women and girls of the village that had just been wiped out were forced into carriages to accompany the Bengal army on their conquests. Further to the east, in the city of Hyangyo, which was the current capital of the Japanese Empire, Itami was sitting in her room reading over intelligence reports from the various theaters of war that her armies were personally involved in, as well as those her pawns were playing at. Despite keeping a set of eyes on Asha and his army at all times, this was the first time she had received a report about the Bengal army's war crimes. News was just now reaching the Japanese Empress' ears of Asha's war crimes after nearly 2 years of conquests. Why was that? Because at least one Japanese officer sent to advise the Bengal army could no longer stand by and watch the atrocities unfold. Unbeknownst to Itami, many of the troops she had deployed to Hokkaido and the Ryukyu kingdom had resorted to some rather underhanded methods to quell the local unrest. Because of this, the officers who were advising the Bengal army had stubbornly refused to report Asha's war crimes for 2 primary reasons. Firstly, the Japanese officers did not want the Empress investigating the potential war crimes committed by the Imperial Japanese Army within their own colonies. After all, they knew of how she would react to such news. As for the second reason, it was of the opinion of many of these Japanese officers that it was simply not their responsibility to stop the Bengals despite supplying them with the weapons that allowed them to behave so atrociously. After reading these reports, the Japanese Empress had to admit she had made an error when arming a man like Asha. She knew little of his background, his beliefs, or how he treated others prior to making a deal with him. Itami simply saw the man as a valuable pawn, one which was now acting out of control. If this was how he waged war in Nepal, Bhutan, and Burma, then how would his troops acting in the central regions of India? Having learned who Asha really was and what he was capable of doing, she despised the man and everything he stood for. So much so that she reviled after thinking about the way he looked at her during their first and only meeting. Though Itami felt this way, she still needed the Bengal Empire to act as a proxy against Germany. After thinking about this, Itami sighed heavily. She was at a loss for what to do. If she tried to demand the Bengal emperor cease such criminal behavior, he might call her bluff, thus weakening her bargaining power overall. However, if she sat back and did nothing, more innocent people would get hurt because she had sold a villainous figure powerful weapons. Before Itami could find an answer to her current predicament, the door to her room slightly crept open, revealing her little sister, who had a smirk on her face. The young woman stealthily approached Itami and was about to grab a hold of her when Itami's stern voice stopped her movements. "I know you're there, Momo." The teenage beauty known by the name of Itami Momo immediately sprinted towards her elder sister and glomped her, causing Itami Ryo to sigh in defeat before lecturing the girl on her errant behavior. "Momo, I don't have time for this." Despite saying this, Momo had her pinned to the floor where she commented on her gloomy expression. "I'm sorry, but it looked like you needed a hug. What's wrong?" Though Itami did not want to stain her sister's innocent mind with the horrors of war, she felt as if she had nobody else to talk to. If she even mentioned her feelings to any of her advisors, they would take it as a sign of weakness and try to remove her from the office. Itami Ryo needed to present an image of masculine authority despite being a woman. Such constant pressure had caused the albino beauty to have many doubts over the years. Ultimately, she sighed once more before telling her sister about her thoughts and feelings. "I've enabled a monster to do terrible things and I don't know how to stop him." Momo looked at her elder sister with an innocent expression as she tried to understand just what Ryo had meant by her statement. "A monster? You mean like a big scary Oni?" This naive expression caused Itami to giggle bitterly. She clutched Momo's head to her breast and stroked her jet-black hair while lecturing her on the reality of human nature. "No, Momo, I'm talking about the most dangerous monster of all, a man." The adolescent girl's eyes lit up with excitement as she heard this, completely misunderstanding what her sister was trying to tell her. "Oh, is this the same man from that time you were sulking in the bath? The one who made you suffer a loss? My future brother-in-law?" Ryo's cheeks flushed red as she heard this. Ever since suffering her first loss to Berenger in North Korea, she had been interested in the man more than usual. However, what information she could gather on Berenger was completely unreliable. I mean, seriously, there were traveling merchants who claimed that they had seen the man light himself on fire and survive without a single burn on his flesh. Depending on who you asked, Berenger was either a living saint or a devil in human flesh. Either way, regardless of the perspective, everything she heard about him was so exaggerated it was practically mythical. Itami quickly tried to explain what had happened, but she was so flustered it came out wrong. No, not that man, someone far worse. Momo rolled her eyes when she heard this. She could not believe her sister was already two-timing on her future husband. No matter what Itami might say, Momo was aware of her condition for getting married, and whoever this mysterious man was, he was the only person she knew of that met the harsh requirement. Momo was so disgusted by her sister's scandalous behavior that she felt compelled to scold her. You know, Nei-chan, it's never acceptable for a woman to cheat on her man, even if she is an empress. What would brother-in-law think if he found out you were behaving so shamelessly behind his back? Upon hearing this, Itami's face grew even redder. Just what the hell was this little idiot thinking? Cheating? On who? Berenger? She had never even met the man. How is she cheating? Itami took a deep breath before pulling on her sister's cheeks and lecturing the girl on her choice of words. Cheating? Who's cheating? I've never even met the man. How can I be cheating? And just what the hell do you mean by your brother-in-law? Since when am I getting married? Stop joking around. I'm trying to be serious here. You know what? Just forget I ever said anything. Clearly, you're not willing to listen to my actual problems. Momo could only sigh and leave her sister's room. It was clear to her that Itami was not in the mood for teasing. However, just before she closed the door behind her, she left one piece of serious advice. You know, if you have enabled a monster to do horrible things, then it is your responsibility to stop him. In response to this, Itami remained utterly silent, causing Momo to sigh once more before shutting the door behind her. Though Itami didn't say anything, she took her little sister's words to heart. She had decided in that moment that she would write a strongly worded letter to the Bengal emperor informing him to cease his criminal behavior or suffer the consequences. Whether the man would call her bluff or not remained to be seen. Chapter 846, likewise. Berenger sat at a bar beside his friend and field marshal. While Adelbrand was dressed in a rather exquisite uniform that was appropriate for a man in his position, Berenger was dressed like a common paratrooper with a submachine gun wrapped around his back. At first glance, one would assume that Berenger was just a common foot soldier, that is, until they gazed upon the Reichsmarschall tabs on his collar and shoulders as well as the red stripes on his trousers. The Kaiser was chugging a beer as if it were the greatest form of replenishment before explaining how he just jumped out of a plane to his old friend. I'm telling you, it's the best feeling in the world. The only thing that could make it even better is if the enemy were firing upon us as we descended. It is honestly not like anything you have ever felt before. When Adelbrand heard these words, he merely shook his head and smirked before taking a sip from his own beer. After doing so, he scolded Berenger for his behavior. Over my dead body, am I ever letting you drop into a fucking war zone? We are no longer fighting the same kinds of wars that we were 10 years ago where personal skill determined who survived. If what you say is true and this Japanese empire has the weapons you think they do, you will get yourself killed without ever seeing the man who took your life. The modern battlefield is no place for emperors. So why in the hell are you dressed up as a paratrooper? And what the hell did you mean by stopping here on your way to Cairo? Berenger chuckled as he finished his drink. Afterwards, he signaled for the tavern wench to pour another. She was a Moorish woman despite her line of work and cast a friendly smile towards Adelbrand before handing over 2 more mugs of beer. For you, these are on the house. Berenger scoffed when he heard this before, looking at the woman as if she had offended him. The busted beauty gazed back at him with a glance that said go fuck yourself before Adelbrand sent her away. After she was gone, Berenger scoffed once more before expressing his thoughts. It's like the people here forgot what I did for them. Adelbrand merely rolled his eyes in response to this before taking another gulp. After doing so, he commented on Berengar's appearance before shifting the subject to something more pleasant. You could trick your own people with that getup, never mind her, don't change the subject, tell me what you're doing here and why you're headed to Egypt. Berenger chuckled before reaching into his satchel and pulling out a letter. He quickly handed it over to Adelbrand before commenting on the document. Right, I meant to give this to you when I saw you, but I was so pumped full of adrenaline I kind of forgot. To put it simply, Adelbrand, you're coming home? The man gazed at Berenger in shock before ripping open the letter and reading the official summons, which was stamped with Berengar's seal. He could not believe that the day had finally come. You mean it? You found a replacement for ruling over this country? I can finally return to Austria? Berenger nodded his head while responding to Adelbrand's questions. I need my best general to help me plan something big. In the past, I promised you Eckhard's vacant position before the situation deteriorated in Iberia. The offer still stands if you want it. Naturally, if you accept, you will be working in Kufstein, but the commute between the capital and your hometown is short enough by train that you can live in Salzburg full-time if you wish. As for why I'm headed to Cairo, my archaeology department has dug up something interesting in an old tomb that needs my immediate attention. So I will be in Egypt for a few weeks before returning home. I figured I'd make a little detour and give your summons personally before setting out. By the time I return, you should be properly adjusted to civilized life and no longer have to deal with this primitive shithole. There were practically tears in Adelbrand's eyes as he heard the words he had been longing to hear for years. He immediately hugged his old friend and thanked him before taking another swig of his drink. After doing so, he sighed heavily in relief. It'll be good to go back home. It's been too long. Hell, the last time I was in the fatherland I had to do something shameful but necessary. That stupid bastard. What the hell was he thinking? I know it was not easy for you to do, but thank you for letting me be the one to put my pathetic brother out of his misery. The Kaiser's expression sank when he heard this. The two men stared in silence for several moments before Berenger raised his glass in a toast. To the Kinslaying Club, I finally have another member to share my woes with. Adelbrand nearly chuckled when he heard such a crass remark but suppressed his desire to do so as he clanked his mug against the Kaiser's. The two of them shared a brief drink before staring off into space while dwelling on what had happened. 2 years prior, after having his first visit to the fatherland since his elder brother Wolfgang had assaulted the first prince, Adelbrand had made a request to Berenger that if the fool was still alive, then he should be the one to kill him. Berenger pulled a few strings with the justice system and allowed Adelbrand to have one last conversation with his elder brother, who was a shadow of his former self after being in a labor camp for so long. In this conversation, Adelbrand had vented his sheer hatred of his brother for abandoning him to defend their homeland against the Bavarian army by himself. After saying just how much he despised Wolfgang, Adelbrand plugging his brother's skull with a 9mm. The body was buried in an unmarked grave behind the labor camp where most who died within its walls were entombed. The silence between the two men went on for nearly a minute where it was Berenger who broke it once again. You should know that his ex-wife and kids are doing just fine. Luckily, Ava was able to divorce that idiot before you killed him. I know it doesn't mean much, but at least she won't have to bear the shame of being a sentenced traitor's widow. Her kids are doing fine. For a while, they lived in my family's old castle, but I ended up buying a villa for them to stay in. Ava is hopeless, but luckily she has a full staff to help raise her kids. Adela also drops by when she can to help out. You will be happy to hear that though the little buggers may be your brother's kids, they don't share his defective mind or that of their mothers. You should visit them sometime, you know, when you get back. They need a real father figure in their life, and I don't see Ava remarrying anytime soon. Who knows, maybe you can do her favor and take her as one of your wives. Adelbrand was silently nodding his head in agreement about Berengar's entire speech until that last part. He could not help but gaze at Berenger in complete shock before pleading with the man to spare him such agony. Please, not her. You know as well as I do how she is. Don't make me marry her. Berenger sighed when he heard this and shook his head before expressing his thoughts on the matter. If you're not even willing to marry her, then she is doomed. It's a shame she has such a nice rack. The two men remained silent after these words were spoken for a total of 3 seconds before they broke out into laughter. After a few moments of calming themselves, Adelbrand asked the next most important question on his mind. Pardon my ignorance, but since when does an archaeological expedition require your presence? I'm curious. Just what did you find? Berenger merely scoffed as he swallowed down another gulp of beer before responding to his friend's question. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. If you're curious, you can accompany me, but I can't guarantee your survival. Now it was Adelbrand's turn to scoff as he voiced his sarcasm about the whole situation. Right, I must have forgotten just how dangerous archaeology is. You know, if you don't want me to go, just say it. Berenger reacted in a manner which Adelbrand did not expect. He quickly slammed his mug onto the countertop before pointing towards the Jaegers who were standing guard. Listen, there is a reason that my bodyguard consists of men from the Jaeger regiment. This is no laughing matter. I could very well die in there. You have no idea what lurks in the shadows of this world. If you want to come, you can come, but I'm telling you to think about your position before you do something so dangerous. Adelbrand gazed over at the soldiers that Berenger had opted to take with him and only now realized that they were not members of the Reichsguard but were special forces operatives whose primary task was direct action against hostile forces. After realizing how serious Berenger was, Adelbrand scoffed once more before responding to Berengar's claims. If what you say is true, then I can't possibly let you go alone. I'm coming with you. Better make room for one more on that plane of yours. Berenger merely took another sip from his drink before responding to Adelbrand's words. Just so you know, if you do kick the bucket, I'm telling your widow that this was your idea. In response to this, Adelbrand merely smiled and raised his glass before making a snarky remark. Likewise. Chapter 847, Life in the Colonies Part 1. Anton von Lackendorf sat at his desk within the governor's mansion in the city of New Vienna, which was the largest German colony in the world. After his predecessor Arnulf von Thiersee was killed by natives, the Kaiser selected him to fulfill the vacant position. Imperial intelligence had compiled a list of potential candidates from those within the German Reichstag who would make ideal governors for the colony. After careful consideration, Berenger ultimately selected Anton for the position. Largely because the man was a rare talent in politics, having served through his term limit in the Reichstag with the utmost level of performance, but also because he was a fierce loyalist of the Kaiser and the von Kufstein dynasty. Currently, Anton was sitting across from another German man. However, the appearance of the two could not be more different. Anton was dressed in a luxurious three-piece suit in a style that would have been popular during the 1920s of Berengar's past life. He also had a fine derby hat which he placed on his desk. As for the man standing across from him, he was the governor of Barenwald and was dressed like a factory worker from the same era. His name was Dietrich Fritzen. This was the first time that either of the two men had sat in the same room since the massacre of Barenwald 2 years prior. Though they had begrudgingly cooperated after Berenger shifted the blame for the incident on the natives, their two populaces were far from cordial with one another. The only reason they had even bothered to work together was because both the people of Barenwald and the people of New Vienna knew the colonies existed solely to support the fatherland. Since Barenwald did not have access to the sea, they would have to rely upon the colony of New Vienna to ship their goods back to the fatherland. Because of this, they had constructed a railway between the two colonies, allowing for ease of transport. The reason these two men were meeting was because of the problems Barenwald was facing with native war bands within the boundaries of their territory. Though Dietrich did not want to admit it, he needed the aid of New Vienna. Thus, he could only put his pride away as he requested support from the rival governor. It pains me to say this, but the natives around Barenwald have become a problem for my people. We need more soldiers if we are to repel them. It would be best if we were to enact a similar purge of the land as you have done, but we simply don't have the manpower. I need you to put in a request to German High Command for more troops in the area. Anton scoffed as he heard this while playing with a fountain pen on his desk. Requesting further troops in the colonies would be a hassle. First, he would need to convince the colonel in charge of the regiment that was stationed in New Vienna that Barenwald was worth supporting. Although the chain of command had changed, many of the men who formed the troops stationed in the colonies were those who had taken part in the brief battle between the two colonies and lost many battle brothers to the rebels at Barenwald. They were not exactly keen on the idea of deploying north to protect the interests of those they deemed to be traitors. This was the reason New Vienna and the surrounding regions were cleared of natives, but the colony of Barenwald were still plagued with them. After several moments of thought, Anton posed a question to his rival from the north. Why should I? Your colony has its own forces to protect it, are they not enough? Dietrich practically flipped the table in his anger but restrained the urge to do so as he gritted his teeth and curled his fists before responding in a not-so-pleasant manner. You know damn well we only have a single company of soldiers stationed up north. They do their jobs of protecting the colony as a garrison, but they are spread too thin to protect our infrastructure. This problem is about more than just Barenwald. It affects you as well. Those savages are attacking the railway, and if you don't do something soon, we will have a major derailment on our hands. I doubt it would please the Kaiser to know that this petty rivalry between our two colonies caused such a massive blunder, and you and I both know that he will ultimately hold you responsible for such a catastrophe. When Anton heard this, the pen dropped from his hands and clanked on the floor. Its echo could be heard in the brief silence that appeared during this time. He quickly sat upright in his seat and pulled out a nearby radio where he contacted the nearest operator among the German army. This is Governor Anton von Lackendorf. I need to speak with Colonel Arendt Trossinger right away. The static existed on the other end of the line for several moments before a gruff voice appeared on the other end. This is Colonel Trossinger. What the hell do you want, Anton? I'm busy. Anton sighed as he placed his thumb and index finger on the bridge of his nose, gently massaging the area before responding to the military officer on the other end of the radio. The savages are attacking the railway up north near Barenstadt. I have received an official request from the governor for military support. You either need to send your men to clear the area and protect the railway, or you need to make a formal request to a high command to send more troops to Lindenheim. Static prevailed for another few minutes before the colonel responded. Roger that. They'll send a request up the chain of command for an additional regiment to be deployed. You can expect new troops to arrive in the next 2 weeks. In the meantime, I'll send a company up north to patrol the railway. The last thing we need is a fucking derailment. Trossing out. After hearing this, the two colonial governors sighed in relief. It was true that the colonies had expanded rapidly across northeastern Lindenheim. While most of the towns were small, they were spread out across the coasts of what was once known as the northeastern United States in Berengar's past life. From the coasts of what was once considered Boston to the shores of D.C., tens of thousands of Germans had settled within those lands, making it difficult for a mere 5,000 men to patrol. Luckily, Anton had spent considerable resources over the past 2 years creating a railway to connect the towns. Otherwise, it would be impossible to protect them from vengeful natives, especially since they were lacking in mechanized capabilities. Unlike the troops in Europe, the colonies were given low priority for armored vehicles and motorized trucks. They still relied heavily on horse-drawn carriages for travel outside of the railway. Now that they were getting more troops, the German army would be able to better protect its citizens in Lindenheim. Thus, the two governors sighed in relief as they came to this realization. As you can see, the issue has been handled. If that is all you needed, then I believe this meeting is adjourned. After saying this, the governor of Barenwald silently nodded his head before departing from his counterpart's office. His troubles with the natives would soon be solved, and that's all he really cared about. With this in mind, the expansion of the colonies in northeastern Lindenheim was going as planned. As for the other colonies on the continent as well as those in Adelheim, they were facing their own difficulties, but that is a tale for another time. Chapter 848, The Eye of Horus Part 1. In the skies above Egypt, Berenger sat on the plane next to Adelbrand, who was as stiff as a board and as pale as a ghost. With each rumble of turbulence, the man practically jumped out of his seat in fright. Air travel was a recent innovation of the German nation, and it was restricted to the military for the time being. As a result, Adelbrand, who had been stationed in the Sultanate of Al-Andalus for the last few years, had never experienced the sensation of flight before. The veteran field marshal was still trying to get over the fact that they were over 6,000 meters in the air. Meanwhile, Berenger could tell the man was about to hurl and merely laughed at him. "First time flying, huh? Trust me, you get used to it." Adelbrand could only glare at the Kaiser. The man knew damn well it was his first time in the air, and he still decided to make fun of him. However, he would not break so easily and instead shifted the topic to something more important. "Just what the hell are we looking for in this desert shithole, anyway? I told my wife that you were requesting me to accompany you on a diplomatic mission to Egypt and that she should pack our stuff and return to Kufstein to await my return. If I'm going to lie to the woman I love, then I at least want to know the truth about what we are doing here." Berenger chuckled when he heard this. He had already briefed the Jaegers who accompanied him on the classified details of the mission. Though some of them were a bit skeptical about the nature of the mission, they chose to believe in the Kaiser and protect him on this perilous journey. However, he had not said a word to Adelbrand, knowing the man would never believe him until he saw the truth with his own eyes. "Would you believe me if I told you we are searching for a divine artifact?" Adelbrand gazed at Berenger as if the man had suddenly become mentally defective. Did he seriously just say something so absurd? However, Berenger grinned before pulling out his sidearm and handing it to Adelbrand. The man sat there dumbfounded until he heard an order come from the Kaiser's lips that he never thought he would hear in his life. "Shoot me." Adelbrand's jaw dropped nearly to the floor when he heard this. It took him a few moments to comprehend the Kaiser's words. However, when he did, the man quickly shook his head while rejecting Berengar's orders. "No fucking way, man, that's suicide. Have you gone completely mental?" About a year ago, Berenger had replaced the P25 service pistol, which was modeled after the P07 Luger, with a new sidearm which was based on the Walther P38. This pistol was the standard-issued sidearm to German soldiers during the Second World War of his past life. The reason for this change was ease of manufacture. He could produce far more P38s or P28s as they were known as in this world than he could P25s. Though the P25 still saw active service among the officers who favored the sidearm for its sophistication, Berenger tended to carry a run-of-the-mill P28. After Adelbrand rejected his command, Berenger clicked his tongue 3 times in disappointment before handing the firearm to the nearest Jaeger. He looked the man sternly in his eyes and gave him the same order he had given the field marshal. "Shoot me." There was only the briefest hint of hesitation before the Jaeger pointed the pistol towards Berengar's chest and fired a shot. After all, the special forces of the Reich were fiercely loyal to the Kaiser. Whatever command he issued, they would not hesitate to follow, even something as insane as what had just been ordered. The flash of gunfire erupted in the enclosed space as the bullet propelled 3 feet before striking Berengar's chest. However, it did not pierce the man's flesh. Instead, a golden barrier covered the Kaiser's body and in doing so turned the projectile into ash. Though most of the men were still recovering from the thunderous echo of gunfire, they had all witnessed the scene, causing all of them to drop their jaws in shock. Berenger chuckled as he patted his chest before explaining what had happened. The gods of every religion are real. They hide in far-flung corners of the world, far from human existence. Some of them have even left behind artifacts for their worshippers that have immense power. For example, hidden away in the Vatican was a powerful artifact which has the power to protect its wielder from any potential threat. I plundered it from the papacy after marching on Rome. How else do you think I survived my trial by fire? You don't actually believe that the Abrahamic God genuinely wasted his strength to save me from my own madness, do you? No, it was an artifact left behind by an ancient Roman god. Ironic that the Pope wielded such an item yet accused me of heresy. Those who had thought Berenger was insane prior to the artifact's display were now sudden believers in the mission details. Adelbrand was busy sticking a finger in his ear in an attempt to rid himself of the ringing before complaining to Berenger about his methods. "All right, I believe you, but did you seriously have to display your divine power by such a method? I don't know if my hearing will ever return to the way it was before that bullshit." Berenger merely scoffed when he heard this and told his old friend to suck it up like a man. "You'll survive." Before he could comment further on his antics, the green light appeared within the plane's interior and the hatch opened. Upon seeing this, Berenger grinned before yelling his commands to his troops. "All right, you know the deal. The drop point is at the Great Sphinx of Giza. If any of you fuckers get blown off course, find your way there. Adelbrand, you're with me." Adelbrand was stunned into silence when he heard this. When he initially embarked on this journey, he did not know that they would be airdropping into Egypt. He was about to refuse when Berenger latched up his harness to the back of Adelbrand's before jumping off the ramp, sending the two of them down towards the earth below. Since Adelbrand had never gone through proper paratrooper training, Berenger would never allow him to jump out of the plane himself. Instead, he had forced the man into a tandem skydive, which meant they were both secured to the same parachute. Both Adelbrand and Berenger were screaming as they rapidly descended from the sky, but while Berengar's scream was that of an adrenaline junkie going through the ultimate high, Adelbrand's was filled with terror. It was not until they reached a height roughly 300 meters that Berenger decided to pull his chute, where he continued to guide the two of them towards the drop zone. The Egyptian natives gazed up into the sky with fright in their eyes as they saw the company of Jaegers descend with their parachutes. In the end, the group landed not far off from the drop point and quickly rendezvoused at the Great Sphinx of Giza where Berenger and Adelbrand had landed. By the time the Jaegers arrived, they witnessed Berenger laughing at Adelbrand, who was practically comatose while lying in the fetal position on the dirt. Adelbrand, get up. We're on solid ground now. There's nothing to fear. Stop being such a woman and grow a pair. It took several moments of coaxing for Adelbrand to come back to reality, and when he finally realized he was safely on the ground, he felt like slugging Berenger across the face. However, he could only take a deep breath and sigh before cursing out the man. You asshole. You should have warned me. Berenger merely laughed at this idea before pointing out the flaw in its logic. Hey, you said you wanted to come on this journey. If I had told you we were jumping out of a plane, would you have followed me here? Now get your shit together. This was the least dangerous part of our quest. The moment we enter that pyramid, shit is going to get real weird, real quick. So all of you stay on me and don't waste your shots. If what the archaeology department has reported is true, we might be in for some fierce fighting. The various Jaegers merely saluted the Kaiser before responding to his assertions with a battle cry. For Kaiser and fatherland. After a few moments, Adelbrand finally dusted himself off and cursed Berenger beneath his breath one more time before unslinging his MP-27. He had been properly equipped for the journey before setting out. While Berenger and Adelbrand used submachine guns, the rest of the company was wielding the more standard loadout of STG-27S, G-27S, and MG-27TS. They were about to step foot into a dangerous territory in search of a long-forgotten divine artifact. Whether the ancient gods of Egypt would welcome them into their lairs or prove to be hostile had yet to be seen. Chapter 849, The Eye of Horus Part LL. Berenger marched his soldiers from the base of the Great Sphinx to the entryway of the Great Pyramid of Giza, where a group of German archaeologists had quarantined the area. Upon seeing the Kaiser and his soldiers arrive, the leader of the expedition quickly saluted his monarch before responding with a hint of surprise in his tone. My Kaiser, I did not expect you to personally grace us with your presence. Although you have made a long journey, I can in good conscience allow you to descend into the abyss. An arrogant smirk appeared on Berengar's lips as he quickly informed the man that he did not need his permission. Apologies, Dr. Arendt Frittlingen, but like it or not, I'm going into that pyramid, so why don't you explain to me what this abyss is and how I should face it? The lead archaeologist seemed quite nervous as he heard this, but ultimately sighed in defeat before revealing what little he knew about the pyramid. Under your orders, we have been searching for signs of the supernatural within the boundaries of the Reich and the borders of our allies. As you know, I reported the incident to the Kaiserin, who has closely watched over our expeditions from the very beginning. Roughly 2 years ago, during our investigations of the ancient Egyptian civilization, we found a black stone which contained both the Egyptian hieroglyphs and the ancient Greek characters. This allowed us to be able to accurately translate the ancient Egyptian tongue into modern German. Upon reading some primeval inscriptions, we found an obscure reference to the Eye of Horus being a divine artifact bestowed upon the ancient rulers of Egypt. After some careful digging, we now believe its current location is buried somewhere within the Great Pyramid of Giza. However, upon first trying to enter the tomb, a black miasma which we call the Abyss blinded our explorers, and every team we have sent into the pyramid has yet to return. We fear it is some kind of curse that is preventing outsiders from entering. It would explain why in the thousands of years of this pyramid existing, there has never been a report of a successful grave robbery. There are even local rumors that no man who has entered the Great Pyramid has ever returned to tell the tale. Berenger nodded his head when he heard this before responding to the archaeologist's claims. All right, I understand. Either way, we're going in there. So tell your team to prepare the entrance. Dr. Frittlingen could only sigh once more before nodding his head in silence. He quickly informed his team to open the gates that sealed the dark miasma away. Meanwhile, Berenger and his team marched towards the entrance where they ensured that their weapons were locked and loaded. After careful consideration, Berenger decided to snap one of his chemlights before tossing it into the black smoke whose wisps tried desperately to enter the outside world. The red light was immediately suppressed upon entering the miasma, proving to Berenger that this was indeed some kind of supernatural presence. The soldiers felt their spines tingle as they gazed upon the abyss which swallowed the chemlight's illumination. However, Berenger was not deterred. He shouldered his submachine gun in one hand while lifting his right hand and pressing it forward. After a brief incantation in the Latin language, the light of soul spread forth from his ring and dispersed the dark miasma. With a confident smirk on his face, Berenger lifted his soldiers' spirits before boldly taking point into the cavern. We do not need to fear the darkness, for we have the light of soul on our side. Berenger had experimented with the ring ever since he first came to possess it, and this was his last resort, as using the light to disperse the darkness prevented the ring from protecting his person. Meaning that so long as he wished to see in the Great Pyramid of Giza, he would be prone to danger. However, it couldn't be helped and thus he pressed forward boldly without fearing the power of whatever ancient deity guarded this tomb. Adelbrand was the last to follow Berenger into the tomb, deeply regretting his choice to accompany the man into such a dangerous territory. Despite this, he ultimately decided to follow the group and protect the rear. With each step, the shadows of the abyss tried to consume the light of soul but were quickly forced to retreat. As Berenger walked forward into the darkness, he heard a spectral voice called out to him. "Dog of soul. You dare to desecrate this tomb with your presence? I will have to judge you for your crimes." Upon hearing this, Berenger looked around to see if his Jaegers had heard these words, but he found that once again he was by himself. He could only sigh and shake his head as curse it out loud. Every fucking time. It was at this moment that the darkness dispersed and a giant scale appeared before him. At one end of the scale was a feather, yet the other was empty. Berenger felt his heart sink as he gazed at the sight. He knew exactly what this was. He had just entered the domain of Anubis and the ancient god of death was about to judge him. Berenger quickly turned around with the intent to flee. However, the moment he did so, he came face to face with the jackal-headed god who plunged his fist straight through Berengar's chest. The Kaiser felt an immense pain in his chest as the hand that plunged into it gripped itself around his heart before mercilessly pulling it out. Berenger gazed in disbelief at his beating heart, which was in the hands of the ancient deity. He was still alive, and yet he could feel his heart missing from within his chest. Anubis had no expression on his face as he slowly walked over to the scale and placed the beating heart on the opposite side of the feather. Berenger could only stare in awe at the scene before him, kneeling on the ground while gripping his chest, which was in intense agony. The scale swayed back and forth until finally the side with the heart began to lower beneath the feather. Anubis sneered in disdain towards Berenger as he was about to judge the man guilty and sentence him to oblivion. However, in the next moment, the feather plunged down to the bottom of the scale while Berengar's beating heart hung at the greatest height. It was at this moment that the ancient god of death reacted with intense shock. He could not help but voice his disbelief. "Impossible. I know what you have done. I could see your memories the moment I grasped your heart. How is this possible? How do you feel no guilt?" At this moment, Berenger broke out into laughter, realizing that he had passed Anubis' test. A feat that few men in history could possibly achieve. He rose to his feet in defiance and approached the ancient deity before glaring at him with the utmost confidence. "Everything that I have ever done is for the sake of my people. Why would I feel guilt for that? Now give me back my heart and release my men." Anubis glared at Berenger, snarling like a common beast as he did so. For nearly 4,000 years, no man who had entered his divine domain and ever escaped. They had all had heavy hearts, and yet Berengar's was lighter than a feather. It was truly remarkable. He could not help but question Berengar's identity. "You wear the ring of soul, but you stink of Odin. Has that old bastard in the north broken our agreement and summoned a champion? It matters not, you passed the first trial. If you seek the eye of Horus, you must undergo more than just one test. I will release your men and send them outside my divine domain, but you will remain here and fulfill the trials of Anubis. If you fail, your soul will belong to me." Berenger merely smiled when he heard this and nodded his head in agreement. There was a look of the utmost confidence in his eyes as he swore to be victorious. "I'll accept your wager. However, when I am victorious, you must answer a few of my questions." Anubis merely scoffed before snapping his fingers, revealing the horrified expressions on Berengar's soldiers' faces as they entered the same room as the Kaiser, as if appearing from thin air. Before they could speak, the god of death lifted his scepter and cast them out of the tomb. After doing so, he spoke to Berenger once more before opening the next path for the man to follow. "They are lucky they have such a daring leader, for their hearts were not as light as yours. Are you sure you are willing to risk your soul for theirs?" It was now Berengar's turn to scoff as he looked at Anubis with a look of contempt in his eyes before responding. "What kind of leader would I be if I left my men to suffer in eternal damnation while I alone walked away with freedom? I will take your trials, and when I have finished them, I will walk out of here with my prize in hand." After saying this, Berenger did not wait for a response and entered the path to the next trial that had been provided to him. When he was finally out of earshot, Anubis said one word before disappearing into the darkness. "Well said." Chapter 850, Saving the Stranded Agents, Part 50. Colonel Andreas Ritter von Jaeger sat in the Joseon capital of Pyongyang within the royal palace across from its king. The two men were sharing tea as they played a game of jangi while speaking about current events within the Karen Peninsula. The king poured another cup for his guest before revealing information about his army. "I must thank you for the latest weapons that you have sold to us, or should I thank your Kaiser? The introduction of these so-called G25 bolt-action rifles, MG25 machine guns, and 10 cm K25 field guns have made an enormous difference in the deterrence of the Japanese Empire. Though their weapons seem to be a bit better in design, we are now fully capable of defending our borders against them. Who knows, in time, when I have a large enough army trained and equipped with these new weapons, I might just make a push to reclaim my lost territory." Andreas smiled as he took a sip from the tea and complimented the man before advising against his thoughts. "I must say, we don't have much of a culture of drinking tea in the Reich, but this is truly excellent. I thank you for the hospitality you have shown me during my stay here in Pyongyang. However, I would advise against an assault on the south. The liberation of your people will come, but it might take a few years. I will have you know that the Reich is currently preparing for a long-term conflict with the Japanese. We eventually intend to invade the south in an attempt to wrest its control from the Japanese and return it to its rightful owner. When the time comes, you will be able to push in from the north while we strike in the heart of the south. However, in the meantime, I would advise you to be patient and to continue supplying the old weapons we gave you to the southern guerrillas. The more pressure we put on the IJ, the better. After saying this, Andreas advanced one of his pieces at the expense of the Joseon king, causing him to scrunch his face in displeasure. After making a counterattack, he responded to the colonel's words. I do not wish to wait here in Pyongyang while my people suffer in the south. However, I understand your perspective on the matter. Tell me something if you are permitted to do so. Why have you sold us such exquisite weapons? Surely, if we turned on your army, it could pose a threat? In response to this, Andreas made one fell swoop on the board and emerged victorious in their little board game, shocking the Joseon king, who immediately harumphed in defeat. After winning their match, Andreas explained the exact reason Berenger sold them such advanced hardware. The Kaiser has a vast stockpile of weapons we consider being obsolete, and while it is true that he would never sell such advanced hardware to the kingdoms of Europe, the Kaiser has no ambitions for Northeast Asia, and therefore does not see you as a potential threat. Since he has no plans to conquer your lands, he would rather sell you the most expensive weapons he has available so that he can profit off your war with Japan. Besides, with each bullet fired, you need to purchase another from the Reich, making your military entirely dependent on us. If you were to turn hostile against us for whatever reason, we could easily cut off the supply of munitions, essentially neutering your army. In response to this, the Joseon king chuckled and shook his head before commenting on Berengar's personality. Your Kaiser is very forward-thinking. It would appear I have played right into his hands, much like I have done yours in this game of Jangi. However, I can rest easy knowing he has no ambitions for my lands or that of my neighbors. Incidentally, there is a bit of a situation that I need you and your fellow JAG commandos to deal with. Unfortunately, at the moment, I do not have any soldiers who could possibly fulfill the task, and therefore, I must become indebted to you. Andreas raised his brow when he heard this before interrogating the Joseon king on just what he wanted from Germany. What exactly do you require of us? The Joseon king quickly downed his tea before pouring himself another. After doing so, he sighed heavily while responding to Andreas' question. Unfortunately, several of my intelligence agents who have infiltrated the Japanese military and recorded their crimes have been identified by the Kempitai and are being searched for as we speak. Though they have been able to throw their pursuers off thus far, I'm afraid the south is no longer safe for them. I need someone to go deep behind enemy lines and exfiltrate them back up to my territory, so that I can replace them with other agents. I would send my own men, but none of them are quite well suited to the task. Since I know how capable your men are, I am afraid you are my only hope. After all, the intelligence they carry is just as valuable to you as it is to us. I promise you that you and your men will be handsomely rewarded upon your return. Andreas thought about the prospect for some time. It was a dangerous operation that could easily cause the deaths of the men he sent down south. However, the intelligence that was in the hands of the Joseon agents was invaluable, and thus he could only sigh in defeat before agreeing to the request. I will dispatch a team to exfiltrate your agents. However, the payment better be worth it. I don't want my men dying for nothing. The Joseon king smiled as he heard this before clapping his hands. In a matter of moments, a young woman, no older than 18, rushed into the room and bowed respectfully to the Joseon king and his guest. She was dressed in a traditional hanbok and had a face that appeared as if it were sculpted from white jade. Andreas did not show his astonishment on his face, but this young woman was by far the most beautiful he had ever come across. Perhaps the Kaiser's wives were better looking, but there was a certain appeal to the petite jade-skinned beauty that a proper German woman did not have. Or at least from his perspective. The veteran special operations soldier was already married to 2 women, a German girl from Thuringia and a Nordic woman. Until now, he had felt satisfied with his current family. However, when the Joseon king introduced the Korean beauty, he felt utterly lacking. This is my niece, Tae Soo-min. She is currently in need of a husband. If your soldiers complete their task, she is yours, and I will provide a beauty of equal caliber to all of your men who return. I will also pay you each with 10 taels of gold. What do you say? Is your reward satisfactory enough? Andreas slowly nodded his head as he gazed at the foreign beauty, who smiled and bowed towards him. He slowly finished his tea in silence before responding to the Joseon king's offer. I will inform my soldiers to deploy at once. One way or another, your agents are coming home. With this said, Andreas had made a decision to deploy his JAG commandos deep behind enemy lines in an attempt to rescue the exposed Joseon agents from General Shiba and his Kempitai, who were ruthlessly hunting down the rats who had recorded their empire's crimes. As for Berenger, when he found out that the man he had tasked with leading his special operations in Korea had come home with such a beautiful Korean wife, he would become quite envious. If there was one type of woman lacking from the Kaiser's imperial harem, it was a jade-skinned Northeast Asian beauty. Something he would seek to rectify in the near future. Chapter 851, Boon of the Nine-Tailed Fox. While Berenger was in Egypt undergoing the trials of Anubis in an attempt to seize the Eye of Horus for himself, Itami was back in her capital. She was currently walking through the streets in her imperial regalia. Though the Japanese army had rapidly modernized into a fighting force on par with the armies of the Meiji era from her past life, with some specialized units even having World War II era of weaponry, the majority of her society was still feudal in nature. Not only did they wear the old style of clothing, but the peasant class still existed. However, they no longer worked in the rice fields, or at least not the majority of them, but instead toiled away in factories on assembly lines to produce the newest era of weaponry. Since the days of her rebellion, Itami had perfected industrial technology, at least in a sense that was capable of using steam power. However, after she became shogun and later the empress, she spent much time expanding these factories across the country. The common people of the city passed her by, bowing respectfully to the empress when they saw her. Though their living conditions and pay were nowhere near equal to that of the common citizens of Germany, they were just happy to have food in their bellies and stable employment. While Hyankyo was a major industrial city producing much of the arms that went into the military, it was not the major shipyard. Even though some vessels were constructed in the capital, the majority of the new warships were being constructed in the cities of Osaka and Nagoya. In the city of Osaka, Itami's shipyards were currently creating the newest generation of warships. Though she had designed large steel-hulled vessels with powerful guns, she was still working on the technology behind radar, radio communications, among other devices required to effectively wield these ships in battle. Unlike Berenger, Itami was not born with an incredibly gifted memory, and because of that, much of which she had learned in her past life was rather fuzzy. Thus, she was currently taking a break, trying to get her memory to boot up like an old computer so that she could properly remember the critical advancements in her old life. While Itami was walking on the streets of her capital city, a pale white fox approached her, which she quickly called out to in a friendly tone in an attempt to pet its silky fur. "Aren't you a little cutie? Are you lost by any chance?" The fox smiled and wagged its fluffy tail as Itami petted its head. However, in the next moment it bit onto her sleeve and tried to drag her somewhere. Itami realized that the lovely little creature wanted her to follow it, and she quickly smiled before nodding her head in agreement. "You want to show me something? Very well, lead the way." Once the pale white fox had seen that Itami was being obedient, it let go of her sleeve and pranced off into the distance, where Itami chased after it. Eventually, the dynamic duo ended up in the foothills below a shrine on the edge of the city. However, to her surprise, the entire area was shrouded in a dense fog. She could not even see a few feet in front of her, causing her to lose track of the little creature. "Little fox, where have you gone?" Itami continued to climb the steps, albeit with some difficulty considering she could not see far ahead of her, until finally she reached level ground. In that moment, the mist dispersed to reveal a shrine that was inhabited solely by little white foxes. The young empress gazed around her in shock at what she was seeing. There were no shrine maidens, nor any priests. Only a horde of small critters which gazed upon her with curiosity in their eyes. Perhaps because she was in such an unfamiliar position, Itami felt a sense of dread in her heart and had taken a step backwards before voicing her intent to flee. "Okay. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I think I forgot something back home. I will just be going now." However, the moment she turned around, she came face to face with a mature albino beauty. The woman was taller than Itami and sported an even more curvy figure with an outlandish bust. Her white and red kimono could not fully conceal her massive breasts, and because of that, ample cleavage was on full display. However, this was not the most noticeable feature of the beautiful albino woman. Instead, it was the fact that she had long white fox ears on top of her human head, as well as 9 matching tails behind her. Before Itami could properly freak out over what she was seeing, the 9-tailed fox spoke in a sultry voice while grasping the empress' dainty chin with her slender fingers. "I have been waiting for you, Itami Ryo, or should I say Mizuno AI." This sudden revelation that the strange woman knew of Itami's past life, as well as the combination of her fox-like features, nearly made Itami pass out. She quivered as she struggled to find the words to express her thoughts. Who? Who?" Before she could finish her question, the 9-tailed fox smiled seductively before leaning over and whispering in Itami's porcelain ears. "Who am I? I am Inari Okami, and I know all about you. Come inside, we have much to discuss." Itami was having difficulty believing her ears and gazed in at the woman's ample bottom as her hips swayed with every movement she made towards the shrine. Though the empress wanted nothing more than to flee at that moment, something compelled her to follow after the woman claiming to be a goddess. Upon entering the shrine, Inari sat down at the table while her foxes scurried about and prepared some tea for her and her guest. Itami merely gazed in awe at the 9-tailed fox as she sat down across from her. The two remained silent until the tea was served by a particularly energetic young fox. While Inari took a sip from her teacup, Itami still gazed in astonishment before asking the immediate question on her mind. "How?" However, yet again, Inari beat her to the punch and voiced the same question Itami had within her own thoughts aloud, followed by her answer. "You are wondering how this is all possible? There are things you don't know about this world, things lurking in the shadows. This is my divine domain, and it is separate from the mortal plane. What, you did not think you reincarnated into this world because that's just what happens when you die, did you? The goddess Amaterasu gave you a second life and brought into this world for a single purpose, to become shogun. And yet you have repaid her kindness by slaughtering her descendants, the imperial family. The rest of the kami have forsaken you because of this, but we dwell in the same city and I have watched your actions very carefully through the eyes of my many little pets. First you butchered the imperial family, claiming the title of empress for yourself. Then you armed Ahmad An and his army with your greatest weapons, allowing them to cause untold suffering across the Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia. In doing so, you have provoked the wrath of Odin's champion, a man far more capable than yourself. A man you were brought into this world to negotiate with and ensure the survival of our religion. After provoking the might of the German Empire, you invaded Korea and somehow botched that as well. Just how the hell did you manage to screw up so badly that you now only have half of the peninsula under your control? And for what, so you can build your navies to challenge the Reich on the seas? You should really stop calling yourself the war goddess. It is insulting to Hachiman, for you are nowhere near his equal. To put it simply, you have fucked up so badly that now I am forced to intervene on your behalf. Before Itami could even defend herself or her actions, Inari reached over and grabbed her chin with her delicate hands before planting a kiss on the young empress' forehead. The moment she did so, Itami felt as if the shadows of her memories were cast away, revealing every memory she had ever had from her past life and her current one. As if overwhelmed by what she was seeing, Itami broke out into tears while Inari removed her lips from the girl's forehead before sitting back down and finishing her tea. With a confident expression on her cheery red lips, the nine-tailed fox explained what she had done to the young empress. I have given you my boon and in doing so, cleared up your memories. Now you can rival Odin's chosen and hopefully lead your people to a fate that is not one of destruction and servitude. This will be the first and last time we meet until you fix the mess that you have caused. One last thing before I send you away, you should really look into those ancient relics that you have inherited from the previous dynasty. They might be of some use to you. Goodbye Itami Ryo, and may we meet again under better circumstances. After hearing this, Itami woke up on her futon, gazing around her room in shock, wondering if what she had seen was truly reality. Though in the next moment she searched her memories, which were far more clear, as if she were simply pulling up the information stored within her mind like it was from a website. With this, she knew that everything she had seen and heard was in fact real. Itami sighed heavily before climbing out of bed and heading over to her desk. She uttered a single phrase before opening her notebook, where she proceeded to write down the blueprints for the technology that effortlessly came to her mind. It's time to get to work. Chapter 852, The Eye of Horus Part LLL. Berenger stood in the chamber of the next trial. He stared in disbelief at what he was seeing. In the dimly lit corridor was a bridge. However, the middle section was broken, leaving a giant gap between the two sides. Within this gap was a darkness. However, it was not like the dark miasma which sought to consume him upon entering the tomb. Instead, it was filled with starlight. As if the cosmos themselves would devour him should he fail to pass the obstacle. Berenger gazed upon his surroundings, looking for some way to pass through the gap. However, the more he inspected the bridge, the more he knew it was a physical impossibility for him to jump over the gap. Nor were there any other obstacles or resources for him to utilize so that he reached the other side. The voice of Anubis cackled in the distance as the god of death watched the man attempt to overcome the obstacle. Go ahead and silently observe your surroundings. You have all the time in the universe. Either way, you will never guess the answer to this bridge. As Berenger inspected the broken path, he quickly noticed a discernible pattern in the stars. As if they were foreign constellations unobservable from Earth. Upon closer inspection of these constellations, Berenger realized one of them was within leaping distance. He took a deep breath before silently muttering his thoughts. You only live once. After saying this, he jumped towards the first constellation, narrowly missing it with his feet. As he almost fell into the dark abyss of the cosmos, he reached up and grabbed onto the edge of the constellation, which quickly turned into a glowing platform. Despite the tens of pounds of equipment on his body, Berenger used all the strength in his body to pull himself up on top of the illuminated platform, where he heard the voice of Anubis call out to him once more. Well, consider me impressed. I did not think Odin's champion would know the ancient constellations of my people. Berenger merely smirked before jumping about 5 feet into the air and grabbing onto the next constellation, which turned into a monkey bar rather than a platform. As he gripped onto the glowing bar, he began to swing in circles like a gymnast, gaining enough force to launch himself onto the next constellation. The constellation turned onto another platform. However, it did not give him much time to think as it quickly began to fade away beneath his feet. Berenger had played enough platformer video games in his past life to know that this constellation beneath his feet was one of the 3-second platforms, and thus he quickly jumped into the air once more, and landed on a constellation that was moving horizontally across the section of the bridge's gap. From here, it was a matter of waiting until the constellation lined up with the other side of the bridge, which he timed perfectly before stepping onto the sandstone flooring with a confident smirk on his face. Is that all you've got? Berenger could hear the bestial snarls of the jackal-headed god as he forcibly opened the doorway to the chamber of the next trial. This only caused the Kaiser to laugh as he proceeded down the path and into a large clearing. If the first trial was one that judged his character, and the second trial was one that judged both his agility and perception, then the third trial was a judgment of his intellect. Lying in a small room between Berenger and the next entrance was a living sphinx. The creature had the face and upper body of a woman, the lower body of a lion, and the wings of an eagle. It gazed at the Emperor of Germany curiously before communicating telepathically with the man. It has been over 4 millennia since I have last had a proper meal. However, I am bound by the rules of the gods and can only eat the flesh from your bones if you fail my riddle. Answer it correctly and I will allow you to safely pass to the next trial. Berenger could only smile and nod his head in agreement with these questions. In his past life, he had commonly posed and answered riddles with Mizuno AI as a way to compete against one another at lunch. He was already accustomed to the majority of difficult riddles and knew their answers by heart. Thus, he fiercely gazed upon the Sphinx before giving her an answer. Go ahead and ask your riddle. I am not afraid. In response to this, the Sphinx's expression fouled and it raised to its feet before approaching Berenger and sniffing him. She could immediately tell there was a supernatural presence around his body and thus greatly desired to dine upon his flesh. After thinking about it for some time, she posed the question to him. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I? Berenger thought about the riddle for the briefest of seconds before answering the Sphinx with a shy-teating grin on his face. An echo. The creature's expression immediately became grave. It was furious that the man had solved its riddle without even thinking about it. The fierce beast was about to bite Berengar's head off when the familiar voice belonging to the god of death called out to it. That is enough, Shunny. He has solved your riddle. Let him pass. The Sphinx could only cower under the might of Anubis and quickly allowed Berenger to pass through its chamber and into the final trial. Upon gaining entry into the next room, Berenger gazed around him with a sense of wonder. The final trial was held within a large treasury filled to the brim with gold, silver, lapis lazuli, and any number of luxuries from the ancient world. Despite the temptation, Berenger did not grasp hold of a single object and instead made his way to the center of the vault where a small golden chest lay in the center. Berenger closely inspected the container and noticed that there was no latch to open it, only a spherical slot designed to contain something. Though he did not know what. Before he could ascertain what would open it, the familiar voice of Anubis called out to him. You have passed the trial of judgment, the trial of perception, and the trial of logic. Now all that remains is the trial of sacrifice. To gain the power of the Eye of Horus, one must first blind themselves by carving out one of their eyes and placing it within the designated slot. Only then will the chest open to reveal your prize. So tell me, champion of Odin, do you have the determination it takes to gain that which you seek? Berenger immediately noticed 2 objects near the chest. One was a small dagger with a golden hilt and the other was a hand mirror. Upon realizing what these things were for, he broke out into a fit of laughter. This deeply confused the god of death, who immediately asked why the man was laughing. What is so funny? Do you not know the severity of this trial? One wrong move and you will end your life with your own hand. Upon hearing this, Berenger finally calmed down before asking a question of his own. Tell me this, Anubis, if I were to replace my missing eye with the Eye of Horus, would I regain the ability to see? This question confused Anubis, who did not even think why such a thing would matter compared to the power that was gained from the divine artifact. He simply responded in a natural tone to the Kaiser's question. Of course. Though you will gain a very powerful ability on top of that. Berenger unfastened his belt and placed it into his mouth as he gritted his teeth while bracing for the upcoming pain. Without a second of hesitation, he unsheathed the nearby dagger without and began to dig the blade into his right eye socket, slowly but precisely carving out his already blinded eye, that he had lost the use of in a battle with his brother over a decade ago. It was an incredibly painful process and Berenger thought more than once that he would black out, but in the end, he perfectly severed his eye from its socket, where he carefully placed it into the lock of the golden chest, which caused the container began to glow. Even Anubis was amazed at how recklessly Berenger had completed the trial and called out to him with a hint of surprise in his voice, trying to understand the madness that compelled Berenger to take such a dangerous action. Without a second thought, you would carve out your own eye in pursuit of power? Perhaps you are truly worthy of this divine artifact, after all. Berenger stood over the glowing chest, which grew brighter with each second that passed before mocking the god of death for his ignorance. I did not hesitate because I have had to endure blindness in my right eye for the last 10 years. The simple fact that this divine artifact will allow me to recover my sense of sight is enough for me to maim myself. Blood poured from Berengar's empty eye socket as the chest burst open to reveal a small crystal sphere whose color was gold. This sphere was the size of a human eye and Berenger could tell with a single glance that it was inspecting him. Without any further hesitation, Berenger reached into the container and pulled out the golden sphere before placing it into his mutilated eye socket. The moment he did so, he felt a searing pain as if the Eye of Horus was burning his brain with its divine light. Berenger struggled to contain the urge to scream as the holy artifact fused with flesh before forming into a proper eye. Once the pain had subsided, Berenger fell to his knees in exhaustion. It took him a few moments to recover from the physical and mental anguish he had just endured. However, immediately upon opening his eyes, he could see that his vision had returned to him. Berenger immediately grabbed hold of the nearby mirror and gazed upon his own reflection. The Kaiser noticed that his right eye looked like any other human eye except for that fact that it had a golden iris and that the scar from his previous battle remained upon his eyelids. Berenger gazed over towards Anubis, about to ask the man just what had happened when he saw that there was a golden aura around the god of death as well as a smirk on his face. The confusion on the Kaiser's face gave away his thoughts, causing the jackal to laugh at him for his ignorance. What you are currently seeing is my divine aura. The more radiant a deity's aura, the more powerful they are. It works on humans as well. The color of a human's aura depends on their feelings towards you. Thus, you will always be able to tell how someone really feels towards you despite what they might say. A word of caution, if you ever see a black aura, you should run. It symbolizes murderous intent. Anubis spent the next 30 minutes explaining to Berenger the properties of the Eye of Horus. Afterward, he would live up to his promise to answer Berengar's questions revolving the gods of this world and their supernatural abilities. Chapter 853, Trolling Yahweh. Berenger admired his own appearance in the mirror as if he had become a character straight out of an anime. He now had a condition known as heterochromia, meaning his two eyes had separate colors. One was a deep sapphire, as if it were carved out of the gemstone itself. The other was a beautiful yellow gold. Though his eye itself no longer had a scar upon its flesh, the mark of his old injury was still on his eyelids, giving him a distinctive appearance. Anubis glared at the Kaiser in silence as the man shamelessly inspected his own appearance for longer than any man naturally should. After nearly 5 minutes, he could not sit back and wait any longer. Hurry up and ask your questions, mortal. Though you have passed my trials and earned my respect, I do not have all of eternity to wait for you. Berenger was instantly reminded of his reason for staying within the tomb and dropped the mirror by his side without a single thought to its durability. The expression on the jackal-headed god's face as the ancient artifact shattered into pieces on the ground was priceless from Berengar's perspective. Ultimately, Berenger did not allow the god of death to scold him as he asked the first question on his mind. I suppose the first question on my mind is, how exactly did you, the Egyptian god of death, come to guard the Eye of Horus? Anubis looked at Berenger as if the man was wasting his time before questioning his intentions. Do you honestly care the slightest about how I became the guardian of this divine artifact? Berenger merely shrugged his shoulders and answered the question honestly. I mean, I've got time, so let's hear it. Anubis sighed heavily and placed his forehead in the palm of his hand before explaining the complex origin of how he had come to guard the Eye of Horus. In ancient times, before the pyramids were even built, the god Set betrayed his nephew Horus in a bid for power. The two deities fought a ferocious battle where Horus lost an eye. After emerging victorious, Horus had imbued his severed eye with his divine power, turning it into an artifact which he bestowed upon his descendant, so that he would never suffer the same fate. The Eye of Horus passed through the lineage of kings for several generations without incident. However, in the end, the last pharaoh to hold on to the divine artifact had taken it with him to the afterlife, where he revealed to me that he had done so because each of his successors had conspired to kill him. I reached a deal with this pharaoh and swore that I would hold on to the Eye of Horus until someone worthy had appeared within the world to claim it. Nearly 4,000 years have passed since then, and until today, nobody had even passed the first trial. So imagine my shock when a foreigner invades my tomb long after our religion had died out and claims the artifact for himself. However, I doubt you came all this way for a history lesson. So let's get on to the more important questions already. Berenger nodded his head in understanding of the deep lore behind this divine artifact. After hearing what Anubis had to say, he instantly became curious about something in particular and was quick to inquire further about it. You said you made a deal with this pharaoh? Is it possible for you to make one with me? Anubis glared at Berenger with suspicion in his eyes. The price of a deal with a god of the underworld was no laughing matter. Thus, he could not help but be curious about what the mortal man had in mind. I'm listening. Upon hearing that the jackal-headed god was interested in his proposal, Berenger did not hesitate to ask the question on his mind. I have a bit of a problem on my hands. Though I am freed from eternal damnation due to the actions of a certain goddess of the underworld, my family will end up suffering for my actions. After all, I have crippled the power of the Abrahamic god, and since he can't get revenge on me personally, I fear he will take it out on my family in the afterlife. What if I were to tell you that within the next 10 years, these lands will fall into the control of one of my sons, and that I can influence him to restore the old religion of Egypt? It won't be easy, but after several generations of friendly emperors, the power of your pantheon will return to you all. In exchange for this, you will remove the seals from my family's souls and allow them to go to an afterlife of my choosing. What do you say? Are you interested? Anubis thought about this prospect for several moments. If the people of Egypt turned away from their Abrahamic religion and returned to the old faith of their ancestors, it would indeed create a river of power and influence for the Egyptian pantheon to take advantage of. As of right now, there were few, if any, believers left in the world, and because of this, the Egyptian gods were constantly draining away at the power they had conserved for centuries. Sooner or later, they would become useless, not even able to sustain their divine domains within the mortal realm. Thus, after ample consideration, Anubis called forth his staff and slammed it into the ground, where a dark miasma spread forth. After Berenger gazed into the abyss for some time, it dispersed, where the jackal-headed god made a fierce proclamation. The Abrahamic god's claims over your lineage have forever been removed. You could even baptize your children and he would gain nothing from it. However, I have exerted quite a bit of power in order to achieve this. Thus, you must swear to me that you will fulfill your end of the bargain. If you do not, your soul will belong to me and I will devour it to restore that which you have taken from me. An excited grin appeared on Berengar's face as he asked for further clarification. What about my wives and my mistresses? In response to this, Anubis snarled before clarifying the extent of how much divine energy he had expended. Any woman who conceives your child, or a child of a man belonging to your lineage, will be exempt from the claim of any other deities. Now that you understand the price that I have paid, answer one of my questions for me, will you? Berenger grinned and nodded his head. After what Anubis had just done for him and his family, he was more than happy to answer some of the gods' questions. I'm an open book, feel free to ask. Anubis glared at Berenger in silence for several moments before asking the question on his mind. In your past life, did you worship the Germanic gods? Berenger shook his head before answering this. No, I was an atheist. Why is that important? Anubis rested his chin in his hand as he gazed upon Berenger with a more interested light. Curious? You may not be aware of this, but there is an ancient pact among the world's various deities not to interfere in the world directly. At least not in any serious capacity. Though champions were chosen in the past to fulfill certain objectives, they were never wielded with the intent to change the balance of power that exists between the various gods of this world. By summoning you, a man from the future of an alternate world, Odin has spit in the face of this pact and has undoubtedly used up most of his energy. If he were to bring a capable believer into this world to restore his religion, then that would make sense. However, you were an atheist in your past life. The only reason I can possibly think of as to why the Allfather of the Germanic pantheon would summon you to this world is because he was severely pissed off at the Abrahamic god and wanted a champion that would disrupt his power. Berenger was dumbfounded at this logic, and for several moments he stood in silence before asking the immediate question that came to mind. You're telling me that I was brought into this world so that Odin could troll Yahweh? Anubis merely looked upon Berenger with a curious glint in his eyes before answering his question. I have no idea what that means, but judging from the context of your statement, I would say yes. Berenger could only chuckle and shake his head in response to this. It was as if the two deities were in a heated shootout on some multiplayer FPS and Odin pulled out a hack for the sole reason to piss off his opponent because he knew that he was already too far behind to possibly win. When the Kaiser thought about the disputes between various deities as such a laughable scenario, he could only chuckle at his fate and accept his lot in life. As for Anubis, he had no idea why Berenger found the whole scenario to be so funny. However, as long as the man lived up to his end of the bargain, he did not care. Chapter 854, One Last Question. Light shone through the darkness within the divine domain that belonged to the ancient Egyptian god of the underworld. The jackal-headed god and the German monarch stood beside one another in silence as they gazed towards the entrance of the pyramid, which acted as the barrier to the heavenly realm. With a heavy sigh, Berenger revealed that the time for his departure had come. I must say, this was a more pleasant experience than the last deity I came into contact with, but I'm afraid I have much work to do and am thus forced to leave you behind. Before I go, I just have one last question, if you don't mind answering? Anubis gazed down at the mortal man standing by his side. Though Berenger was tall for a human being, when compared to the ancient deity, he was but a child in stature. Perhaps the jackal-headed god would have found this truth to be amusing in the past, but Berenger had clearly shown that he was capable for a mortal, and for that, Anubis had nothing but respect for the man. Thus, it came as no surprise when he nodded his head in agreement. Very well. I suppose I owe you at least this much. Ask away, and if it is within my power to answer, I shall tell you. Upon seeing that Anubis had agreed to his request, Berenger did not hesitate to ask the question that had been burning a hole in his mind for some time now. What do you know about the other? The other reincarnator, that is. I don't expect you to know much, but based upon my experiences with deities, you all seem to have some form of communication with each other. It slightly surprised Anubis when he heard this question. He could only scoff in disbelief. Ever since Berenger had first stepped foot into his divine domain, the man had constantly shocked him with his performance and knowledge. When the jackal-headed god actually thought about it, it was not surprising that Berenger knew about Itami. However, this put Anubis in a difficult spot. For starters, he did not know much about Itami to begin with, but even if he did, it wasn't his place to inform a mortal about her existence. Thus he tried his best to figure out just how much Berenger knew about this topic before answering. I will answer this question to the best of my ability on one condition. You must first tell me what you know of the woman? Unknowingly, Anubis gave Berenger a huge hint. Though Itami Ryo ruled over the Empire of Japan in this timeline, Berenger had no concrete proof that she herself was the reincarnator. In fact, he had considered the possibility that she was a mere puppet for his actual rival. Thus, he deliberately responded to Anubis' question in a vague manner. I don't know much. What I can tell you is that seemingly out of nowhere, an empire has risen on the other side of the world that should not exist in this time period. Normally, I would consider this a minor difference in this world from the one I came from. However, this empire has access to technology that nobody in this world possesses besides myself. I also know that this reincarnator presents a threat to my empire and the dynasty which I have built. They have challenged me in India, an action I am still preparing to respond to. Needless to say, if she wins in the upcoming war between us, I won't be able to fulfill my promise. Thus, it is in both of our best interests to cooperate and share our knowledge on this common enemy. Berenger had put the Anubis into a figurative checkmate. By exposing the fact that Itami posed a genuine threat to the deal that they had just made, he forced Anubis to reveal information he would not otherwise leak. In fact, Berenger could even witness the frustration on Anubis' jackal-like face as the god wrestled with the fact that a mere mortal had played him. After a fierce roar, Anubis broke down and revealed everything he knew to Berenger. "You unscrupulous cunt. I have to admit that I severely underestimated you and your ability to manipulate others. I will suffer this loss just once. If anyone dares complain, I will simply put the blame on Odin and those Japanese bastards for throwing all of our conventions out the window in the first place. In truth, I honestly don't know much about the girl. What I know is that the gods who have brought her into this world have likely abandoned her. Those of us who have mortal descendants often go through great lengths to protect them, and this little bitch slaughtered Amaterasu's divine lineage before naming herself empress. So, at the very least, you can rest easy knowing that divine intervention in your little conflict will not happen. Aside from that, there are complaints she is too stubborn and prideful. So much so that she refuses to get married until a man defeats her on the battlefield. Which is a shame, because the way the Japanese gods speak of her, you would think she was the incarnation of physical beauty. More than one of those cunts wants to create a little demigod with her." While Berenger was initially content with just hearing this information, he immediately thought of something upon hearing the conclusion to Anubis' statement and was quick to inquire about it. "You mean to tell me that demigods are an actual thing?" Anubis did not fully understand Berengar's intent behind this question and thus quickly nodded his head before speaking further about the topic. Of course they are a thing, not so much anymore. However, in the past, it was not uncommon for gods to choose the most beautiful mortal women for a one-night stand. Sometimes those encounters resulted in a pregnancy. However, after the whole debacle with the Abrahamic god's son, there was a tacit understanding between the various pantheons that it was best not to risk such a thing. So don't worry, those Japanese bastards may have broken the rules by bringing this woman into the world, but I doubt they would go so far as to create an actual demigod with her, even if they might desire to. Berenger thought about this and nodded his head several times. He had encountered more than one beautiful goddess since he reincarnated into this world. Though he had thought about sleeping with some of them, he never actually considered the possibility of fathering a demigod. Thus, before departing from Anubis' divine domain, Berenger decided to have one last joke at the deity's expense. "I see. So, can you introduce me to Hathor by any chance?" This question baffled Anubis. Not understanding Berengar's intent behind it, he tried to explain, logically and rationally, why such an encounter was unlikely. "I'm sorry, but she is in a worse state than I am at the moment. As a god of the underworld, I still have access to the souls of our believers and can thus gain power from them. A goddess of beauty and fertility who is no longer worshipped is like a wilting flower. I doubt she has the strength to see you. Besides, why would you want to meet a goddess of beauty when you—" It was at this moment that Anubis put two and two together and realized that Berenger was asking the jackal-headed god to hook him up with some divine pussy. His expression was priceless, so much so that Berenger almost couldn't contain his laughter. In the end, Anubis cast Berenger out of the tomb in a fit of fury, not willing to entertain his shenanigans any longer. Before Berenger could even apologize for making such a shameful request, he found himself standing on the other end of the entrance of the Great Pyramid of Giza, behind his soldiers who were preparing to blast the entryway open with a massive supply of TNT. Adelbrand was screaming at the entranceway as loud as he could while he stacked the TNT around the doorway, hoping that Berenger could hear him within the tomb. "Don't worry, Berenger, I'm coming to get you. I won't let you die alone in there." When Berenger saw how desperate his Jaegers were, he couldn't help himself but to break out in laughter. "What the fuck are you stupid cunts doing? Do you really think TNT is going to break down the barrier to a divine domain?" Upon hearing these harsh words and the sound of laughter come from behind them, Adelbrand, along with the German Jaegers, gazed in shock at their Kaiser. The first thing that was notable about his appearance was the lack of his signature eye patch. Instead, the man now had a golden eye in place of his previously blind one. Adelbrand rushed over to Berenger and grabbed onto his face without any thoughts towards his actions as he closely observed the brand new golden iris before questioning if the man was really standing in front of him. "Berenger? My Kaiser, is it really you?" Berenger responded to this incident with a frown on his handsome face before pushing his field marshal away rather violently. "Yes, it's me, you dumbass. Who the hell gave you permission to touch my face anyway?" Though it felt like hours had passed to Berenger as he fulfilled the trials of Anubis and claimed his prize. In the mortal world, only a few minutes had occurred since the party was separated. Long enough for them to stack TNT in a desperate attempt to force their way back into the divine domain of the Egyptian god of the underworld. Thus, they could only stand in disbelief at the sight of their Kaiser returned to them and in better condition than before. Chapter 855, The Light of God. Roughly 8 hours had passed since Berenger first exited the Great Pyramid of Giza, and he had spent most of that time on the plane back to Kufstein. During his flight, he explained in great detail what he had witnessed within the depths of the tomb. So much so that Adelbrand and his men never would have believed him had they not seen the Egyptian god of death themselves. Berenger forced the men to take a strict vow of silence on what they had seen. They could not even inform their families about it. If the truth about the existence of all religions spread across the Reich, it would cause a serious disruption to his society as a whole. Thus, only a select few were entrusted with such a level of security clearance. Upon landing in Kufstein's airfield, Adelbrand practically fell to the ground and kissed the dirt beneath his feet. He was immensely happy that they did not airdrop into the city like they did in Cairo. Berenger, on the other hand, was as calm as usual as he placed his hand on Adelbrand's shoulder and informed him of his newest task. Take the next 2 weeks off and get accustomed to the life in the Reich. The train will take you to Salzburg, where you can enjoy the wealth of your family's estate. You have more than earned a break, my friend. I will summon you when I require your assistance. Until we meet again. Upon hearing this, Adelbrand saluted his Kaiser, who responded in kind before the two men departed via separate methods. Berenger would take a car to his palace, where he would regroup with his family. Meanwhile, Adelbrand would take a bus to the train station before heading home via the National Railway. Berenger relaxed in the back of his car, which was driven by a member of his Leibgarde. He enjoyed the sights of the city of Kufstein, which had undergone monumental changes over the past decade. From a small medieval farming town to a thriving metropolis straight out of the Roaring Twenties, the city of Kufstein was without a doubt the greatest city in the world. Eventually, Berengar's car reached his palace, where before he could even fully step foot into the building, the red-headed beauty that was his favorite wife assaulted him. Linda gazed upon Berenger with a loving expression as she stuffed his head into her substantial bust. Though travel was much faster in this era of flight, it did not mean that Linda was not worried about her soulmate's very survival. After all, she knew all about the dangerous missions to the Great Pyramid of Giza and thus had been drinking to compensate for her woes. Berenger could smell the booze on the woman's breath as she kissed him passionately, entirely unaware of the major change that his appearance had undergone. Ultimately, Linda released her grip and smiled before slowly shifting into a state of shock. It was at this moment she noticed the golden iris of Berengar's right eye and quickly grabbed hold of his face, worried for the man's safety. Oh my God, what happened? Why is your eye gold? Don't tell me the eye of Horus fused with your own? Are there side effects? Did you have to pay a certain price? Please tell me everything is fine. Linda, as intelligent as was, quickly guessed what might have happened to her man while he was away, causing Berenger to chuckle and hold her tightly in an attempt to calm her down. Relax, I'm fine. In fact, I'm better than ever. My sight has returned to me. Never mind the details, after 12 years I can once more gaze upon your beauty with 2 eyes instead of 1. There's nothing to worry about. Like a dog who had received praise from her master, Linda immediately became obedient as she nuzzled her head into her husband's broad chest. It was at this moment Berenger activated the effects of his newfound treasure in an attempt to see how the woman he loved truly felt in this moment. Upon seeing such an overwhelming pink aura, Berenger had nearly vomited. Even the radiant gold light of Anubis' divine aura failed to compare to what he was seeing right now. As if the aura of her love was a nuclear fusion reactor, it had completely illuminated the palace with a glowing neon light. So much so that Berenger temporarily went blind once more as he struggled to deactivate the divine artifact's effect. Once his sight had returned to him, Berenger gazed at Linda with a hint of concern on his face. What he had witnessed was too much love for one man to possibly handle on his own. Just how the hell did she think of him? He began to feel a bit concerned that perhaps he was failing to live up to Lindy's expectations when the woman grabbed hold of his hand and asked him what was wrong with him. Is everything all right? You look a little spooked? Berenger shook his head in disbelief before coming back to reality. Obviously, he could not tell the woman that the sheer volume of her love had frightened him. Instead, he just sighed in defeat, realizing that perhaps it was a good thing she loved him so much. After all, should Linda ever turn on him, she would easily be the most frightening enemy he would have to face. Thus, after taking a deep breath, he patted the woman on the head before assuring her that everything was fine. Everything is fine, my love. I was just a little overwhelmed by the stench of booze. You have been drinking, haven't you? Linda looked away in shame at this moment. She had indeed been drinking. After all, it was the only thing that could calm her nerves when she thought about the precarious situation her man had once again put himself in. She was ready to receive a scolding, but instead Berenger shocked her by wrapping his arms around her and kissing her forehead. Thank you for always worrying about me. I promise you, I won't do anything to get myself killed. Besides, I couldn't leave you all alone to raise our 5 kids by yourself. After all, Bruno was just born recently. Who would be his father if I were to perish in some forgotten tomb? Before Linda could respond to his comments, Yasmin walked down the stairs and noticed Berengar's return. Though she did not know what perilous journey he had gone on, she could tell that something serious had happened. Now that is right, I was golden. The Moorish princess immediately yelped in shock, which alerted the entire palace to Berengar's return. Oh my goodness! What happened to your eye? Before long, Berengar's other women scurried into the entryway of the palace, along with several of his children as they gazed upon the man's strange appearance. Berenger was struggling to explain how he had come to possess a new eye when Veronica stumbled in and stiffened on the spot. Unlike Berenger, the Bohemian princess was born with heterochromia. Because of this, she had suffered dearly early in her life. To see the man who had saved her from her family's abuse suddenly share the same curse as her. It was too much for the young woman to handle, and she instantly broke out into tears. Upon seeing this, Berenger felt the need to come up with some form of excuse, and he suddenly explained his condition as a miracle from God. Everybody, make no mistake, I am perfectly fine. In fact, I am better than fine. The Lord God Almighty has restored my sight to me. I was in the Holy Land, saying my prayers to Christ at Golgotha when all of a sudden a golden light enveloped me. In that brief moment I felt a divine warmth soothe my wounded eye, and when it finally vanished I could see again. After nearly 12 years of blindness, my sight has returned to me. It is truly a miracle. I cannot explain why the eye color is different from before, but all I know is that for the first time in my entire life I can now gaze upon my beloved family with 2 eyes. So do not fret, for this is the will of God. If Hans were here to witness his father's shameful preaching, he would have merely scoffed at the notion that divine intervention healed his father and instead assumed that the man was hiding things like usual. However, the majority of his family chose to believe his words and gathered around to hug the head of their house who had been healed by the Lord himself. This would be the same lie that Berenger peddled to the public about his sudden transformation, further strengthening the idea that he was a man chosen by God. Clearly, the eye was golden because it contained the light of God. Or so the people would think. Incidentally, this bit of propaganda would cause some less educated people to forget their prejudice toward heterochromia people, something Veronica had suffered through even during her school life. As for Linda, she could only shake her head in disbelief before muttering a single phrase under her breath. Even she found the propaganda that Berenger had thought up of on the top of his head to be a bit too shameless. Your ability to bullshit your way through life never ceases to amaze me. Chapter 856, Stumbling Upon Divine Inspiration. While Berenger was returning home from his journey to the Great Pyramid of Giza, Itami was busy hiding away within her own quarters in a state of total depression. Inari's boon had cleared her mind up, allowing the young empress to have many memories of her past life that she had completely forgotten until now. Sitting on Itami's desk were blueprints, chemical equations, and educational materials for subjects that had faded from her mind over the years, as well as 3 divine artifacts that she had been experimenting with over the past 6 hours. Yet currently the woman was sprawled naked on her bed with a bottle of sake in her hand. Her crimson eyes glared up at the ceiling of her quarters as she thought about all that had happened in her past life. A very vivid image of the only man she had ever truly loved played in her mind. Julian was a stubborn and arrogant ass who commonly treated her past self as nothing more than a nuisance. However, she knew that deep down he was just a man with a wounded heart, too afraid to get close to anyone. Despite these flaws, there were times of genuine warmth. However, what was currently floating in her mind were 2 scenes that she knew had never happened, and yet they were as clear as day. Despite knowing that these memories were false, they held a massive emotional sway over her heart and caused immense confusion in her mind. In the first of these 2 memories, Itami is watching Julian graduate from West Point. When after receiving his diploma he approaches her and confesses that he understands her feelings. He seems flabbergasted, as if he had never noticed until this very moment. And yet, despite the moment that should be the happiest in her life, the bastard rejects her, saying that it is simply too late for them to have a relationship. If this weren't confusing enough, the second memory that she knows to be false is one where she was married to Julian and pregnant with his child. He returns home from a long deployment alive and well, where the 2 of them share a wonderful meal together in a state of absolute bliss. Yet in the end, Julian says goodbye and leaves behind an ominous message saying that the time they had spent together had allowed him to gain some closure and that he pitied the fact it took him 2 lives to realize what could have been. Upon repeating these words over and over again, Itami took another swig from her bottle, drowning away her sorrows with the intense flavor of alcohol. Tears streamed from her eyes. The notion of being rejected by the man she loved and then abandoned by him while she was pregnant with his child was too much to handle. Was this really the fate she would have suffered had she actually confessed her feelings to the dense idiot? Unlike Berenger, Itami never really had the time to properly process the grief she had over her past life, nor did she have a string of lovers to help her through the process. Aside from her annoying mother and overly affectionate sister, she was all by herself in this world, surrounded by potential enemies. Itami was too drunk to realize that perhaps the goddess implanted these memories in her mind as a hint about the other reincarnator's true identity. Instead, she saw it as a potential fate, the result of her actions had she actually pursued her affections in her past life. The only thing these 2 memories caused was an overwhelming sense of confusion in Itami's mind and a perpetual longing in her heart. Though she did not know why things ended so horribly within these false memories, she simply wished she could go back to her old life and rectify her mistakes. After drinking and crying by her lonesome for some time, Itami finally rose from her bed upon hearing a knock on her door. She slowly walked over to it with a defeated expression on her flawless face before opening the door just slightly enough that her face was revealed. When she saw the smiling face of her little sister, she slammed the door shut and called out to the girl in a shrill voice. "Not now, Momo." Despite these words, Momo forced her way inside. What started as a chance to chaotically drop in on her sister and make her life more difficult was now a cause for concern by the stench of Itami's breath and the look on her face. She had secluded herself in her room, doing nothing but drinking and crying for the last 6 hours. Obviously, something was terribly wrong, and because of that, Momo was quick to console her precious big sister. However, upon opening the door and realizing that Itami Ryo was completely nude, Momo flushed in embarrassment. Before chastising the woman for her appearance, "Nei-chan, put some clothes on." In response to this, Itami merely scoffed before falling onto her futon and pulling the covers over herself. She was not in the mood to chat right now. "Go away." Momo realized that something was seriously wrong with her sister. Itami never acted like a child, and yet here she was screaming and throwing a tantrum while buck naked. Her lips quivered as she struggled to address the root of the problem. "Nechan, is this about a man?" Itami froze beneath her covers and said nothing, merely sulking as she did so. Momo merely sighed in defeat when she saw this. She had no idea who was causing her sister such grief, but she internally swore that whoever the bastard was, she would never forgive him. Instead, Momo merely approached the desk which contained her sister's blueprints, educational materials, as well as the imperial regalia of Japan, which were, in reality, divine artifacts. Momo knew very little about science, chemistry, and engineering. You could say she had a basic high school level of education like most of the people in the Itami domain had learned under Ryo's rule. However, as the light of the sun reflected upon the mirror, it began to shimmer, and under its light, Momo was able to gain a much greater understanding of the material than she normally would have. With a sense of divine inspiration, Momo quickly looked at the book that Itami had written labeled Biology 101, and after studying a random section of its contents for several minutes, made a comment about the material. So there are microorganisms everywhere called bacteria, and some of these bacterium can cause food to spoil? Where did you learn this? Itami was about to curse her sister for intruding upon her session of grief. However, when the girl started speaking about biology, she could not help but wonder just how her airhead sister had comprehended what was written in the book. Itami quickly hopped out of her bed and grabbed hold of Momo's shoulders before interrogating the girl. "Momo, you understand what I wrote here and the meaning behind these words?" Momo gazed at her sister in shock. It was as if she was a completely different person. However, she slowly nodded her head before commenting on her sudden source of inspiration. "I don't know what it is. Normally I would have no idea what these words even mean, but for whatever reason I understand it." Itami unknowingly stepped forward into the light reflected from the mirror and instantly felt herself overwhelmed with the same sense of divine inspiration that her sister was undergoing. She quickly looked at the mirror and identified it as the likely culprit which was causing this strange aura. This mirror was one of 3 pieces of the imperial regalia of Japan that Itami had inherited from the imperial family after she slayed them and took their place. It was known as Yada no Kagami and was supposed to represent the virtue of wisdom. After hearing from Inari that the imperial regalia were actually divine artifacts, she had been experimenting to find out their uses, but without proper instructions it was easier said than done. However, what she was experiencing right now was perhaps a temporary state of heightened intelligence, and she was not the only one undergoing this change. To put this in the terms of RPG elements, it was as if the Yada no Kagami had an area of effect that caused those within it to undergo a temporary buff to their intelligence. When Itami realized this, she broke out into a state of uncontrollable laughter, causing her little sister to worry about her, which she vocally expressed. "Nechan, are you alright? You are worrying me right now." However, Itami merely nodded her head with a fat grin on her pretty face when she heard this. After calming her heart, she kissed her sister on the forehead before thanking her. "Thank you, Momo. If not for you, I would never have figured out how this damn thing works. Now I can finally compete with that bastard." Unlike Berenger, who had a national network of scientists, engineers, and other scholars, Itami had a small elite core of such brilliant minds. However, their education was lacking, largely because until recently Itami could not recall all of her memories. Because of this, she was severely behind Germany in terms of pretty much every metric. Now she could have her scientists and gifted students bask in the light of the Yada no Kagami and wield divine inspiration as they rapidly progressed their understanding of science and education. This would allow the Japanese Empire to quickly fill the gap between them and the Reich in terms of educated minds within their societies. Though Itami would not be able to catch up to Germany as an equal, she would now be able to create a society that could cause immense difficulty to the Germans should they attempt a conquest of her empire. All she needed to do was make Germany bleed enough to bring them to the negotiating table. With this divine mirror, she could now achieve the goal. Thus, on this day, Itami Ryo, the Empress of Japan, had gained a valuable tool in the fight against her rival reincarnator. Chapter 857, Saving the Stranded Agents Part LL. Colonel Andreas Ritter von Jaeger sat within a truck as it rode through the border outpost that the reformed Josian army had established. The Korean soldiers they passed by wore brown uniforms based on a design that looked like it would exist in the Great War of Berengar's past life. Matching puttees wrapped around their ankles, preventing dirt and grime from entering into their short boots. All the while, brown Adrian pattern helmets protected their skulls. These men were equipped with G25 bolt-action rifles, and a few of them wielded the portable variant of the MG25. Compared to the equipment of the Imperial Japanese Army, they were practically a generation behind in terms of military hardware. Despite this, Itami knew that the losses she would suffer if she were to make a second push into the region would be too great for her troops to endure. Thus, for the time being, she maintained the armistice that had been declared between the Josian Kingdom in the north and the Japanese Empire in the south. There was a single motive for the JAG commandos to be here, at the border outpost. That was to infiltrate deep into enemy territory and extract a group of Josian agents who possessed vital information about the Japanese Empire. The soldiers of the Josian army saluted the German JAG commandos as they passed by an artillery position which housed the new 10cm K-17 field guns which were used to intimidate the Japanese soldiers on the other side of the border. Eventually, the truck carrying the German JAG commandos ascended to the peak of the mountain where a small plateau existed. This would be the location where they would deploy from. Sitting on the edge of the mountainside was a military glider that German scientists had developed for use among special operations embedded in the Eastern Theater. Knowing that they could not reveal the existence of turboprop aircraft to the Japanese, the German scientists had developed gliders at the request of the JAG commandos who were now airborne qualified and thus preferred to deploy from the skies. This glider resembled the DFS-230 used by the German military in the Second World War of Berengar's past life. By the time Andreas and his team arrived at the location, it was already cabled up to a bungee which would be used to launch it into the air from the edge of the cliff. All they had to do was enter the glider and begin their journey deep behind enemy lines. The engineers who had set up this launch were soldiers from the German Army Corps of Engineers, and they had been dispatched to the Josian border to help aid in the construction of proper defenses that would work against the Japanese. They had been instructed to oversee the launch of this operation. These engineers saluted the JAG commandos who piled into the back of the aircraft. There were 10 of them in total, and Andreas would be the pilot. Once everyone was inside, Andreas gave the order to launch, and in a matter of seconds they were slingshot over the cliff where the glider took flight towards the outskirts of Seoul. They had specifically planned this operation in the dead of night so that the enemy would not see their glider flying in the air. Because of that, the aircraft soared through the skies without the Japanese army being any the wiser. As the special operators approached their destination, Andreas called out to them to ensure that they were ready for the mission that was about to take place. "All right, you boys know our objective. We will land roughly 2 clicks out from Seoul, where we will scuttle the glider before heading into the city. Our maps are marked with the location of the safe house. We get in, get out, and exfiltrate these sorry sons of bitches back to the north. Any fucking questions?" The 9 other soldiers were unanimous in their response, which caused Andreas to smirk. "No, sir." The glider was designed with a parachute brake, allowing it to descend at an angle of 80 degrees. Because of this, it was capable of landing precisely on its target. Thus, after careful piloting, the aircraft landed almost exactly at its destination. After doing so, the soldiers quickly embarked, where they proceeded to secure the area. Once they were sure that they were alone, the JAG commandos dismantled the aircraft as silently as possible to ensure that it could not be reverse-engineered by the Japanese before marching off into the night. By the time the Japanese found the glider, it would be a pile of rubble. The squad of JAG commandos covertly made their way into the outskirts of the city, where they made use of the cover of night and foliage to silently infiltrate the city of Seoul without incident. Though there were soldiers of the Imperial Japanese Army on patrol, they were blissfully unaware that the German special operators had entered the city. Andreas gazed through his scope and silently observed the equipment that a squad Imperial Japanese soldiers were issued. Their uniforms were updated to those that were in use by the IJA during the Second World War of Itami's past life, and the rifles in their hands were easily identified as semi-automatic by the experienced JAG commandos. Upon seeing this, Andreas silently communicated over the wire back to the German radio operators about the weapons in use by the Japanese soldiers. "This is Falcon, over. We have landed in the Eagle's Nest. I repeat, we have landed in the Eagle's Nest, over." The radio had static for several minutes before the response came over. "Roger that. What seems to be the problem, Falcon? Over." Andreas sighed heavily before reporting the latest find. "These Japs have got better hardware than we initially thought. It seems their elite troops have guns on par with ours. Report this to Imperial Intelligence immediately, over." Static once more was present on the comms before the voice finally responded. "Roger that. Imperial Intelligence has been alerted, over." Andreas did not hesitate to cease communication as he sent one last message. "Roger that, over and out." With this said, he quickly reaffirmed his orders to the soldiers beneath his command, who had a look of hesitation in their eyes as they saw the equipment the enemy was wielding. "This changes nothing. We get to the safe house and extract the targets to a safe location. Shoot if you have to, but silence will be the key to victory." After saying this, Andreas took point and stealthily entered the city limits, where the JAG commandos continued to sneak past the enemy forces. While the JAG commandos were on the move, so were the Kempitai, who were fiercely searching for the rats who kept eluding them over these past few months. Ultimately, in their desperation, they had decided to go door to door in the middle of the night to search for the traitors. Thus, it was a race against time to see who would arrive first. In the end, the JAG commandos were just a bit quicker as they arrived at the door to the safe house and knocked in a special way. That allowed those inside to know that they were friendly. The door narrowly opened to reveal the face of a young Josian woman who gazed upon the German soldiers with a glint of hope in her eyes. Though these men had painted their faces in camouflaged, she could tell by their... Andreas was quick to clarify this as he spoke in code to verify each other's identities. "What is the color of night?" The agent immediately knew what Andreas was asking and quickly responded with the corresponding phrase which identified her as an agent in league with Imperial Intelligence. She spoke in the German tongue, which she and her comrades were trained in prior to deployment. "Sanguine, my brother. Berenger created these codes as a means of identifying friendly agents in the field. He straight up ripped them off from an old video game franchise in his past life where one must utter such a phrase in order to gain entry to the sanctuary of a certain faction. Unless Itami had played this specific video game, which was released in the mid-2000s, and remembered it word for word, neither she nor her agents would ever be able to break this code. Berenger was counting on the fact that his rival had not. After all, the successor to this game was far more popular than the one he had used for the basis of his code. With the code exchanged, Andreas quickly began to issue his orders to the agent. Gather everyone and bring them out here. Bring whatever evidence you have collected with you. It is our job to safely escort you back to the Josian kingdom. Anything that can't be carried with you must be burned. We don't have much time, so hurry. With this said, the Josian agents and the German JAG commandos now had to march on a perilous journey back north, hoping that the Kempeitai did not catch up to them. For if they did, it was unlikely that they would survive. Chapter 858, Japan's National Railway is completed. As she awoke in the morning with the sound of a mechanical clock ringing, Mizuno AI quickly rushed to her wardrobe, searching for her cadet uniform. Her hair was a mess and there were bags under her eyes from a long night of heavy drinking. As she opened her dresser, she muttered a thought out loud without paying any mind to it. I can't be late for class or that bastard Julian will hold it over me for the rest of the day. After saying this, she realized that there was no cadet uniform in her drawers and that she was currently in the middle of her second life. A sinking sense of depression took hold of Itami's heart as she realized that she was all alone in this world, forcing her to fall to her knees in despair. The boon of Inari turned out to be as much as a curse as it was a gift for the young empress. Though Itami's memories had expanded vastly to encompass everything she had endured in both lives and all the knowledge that came with it, memories she had forgotten began to haunt her. Her mind struggled to separate the distant past from her present reality. The young empress struggled to fight back the tears in her eyes when the divine mirror caught her attention, causing her to have a single question in her mind. Would Julian waste his life away grieving over his past life? The very thought of failing to live up to a dead man's expectations was enough inspiration to temporarily calm Itami's heart. She rose to her feet and took a deep breath before muttering a single phrase beneath her breath. Thank you, Julian. After saying this, the woman collected the clothing that she intended to wear for the day and went towards the bath, where she spent the next hour soaking the alcohol out of her bloodstream. When she finally returned to her quarters, there was a bowl of ramen along with some takoyaki which had been prepared by Momo. She knew that her sister had made the meal based upon the letter that was on the tray. Wanchin, I don't know what grief you have in your heart, but you need to eat properly. I hope you feel better after you consume the love I have put into this meal. This caused a bitter smile to form on Itami's pretty face, which was no longer haggard from the previous day's worth of intoxication. She sighed heavily before muttering yet another phrase beneath her breath. Perhaps I'm not as alone as I once thought. Despite the sense of relief, she was still bitter in her heart as memories flashed through her mind with every second. Unlike Berenger, Itami was not born with a perfect memory. She did not know how to cope with the constant information that flowed through her mind as if her brain was a search engine and her thoughts were the query. These memories were intensely vivid, as if an augmented reality was overlaying her sight. Such an overwhelming ability would be enough to break most people if they were to suddenly acquire it. After all, who didn't want to forget things in life? But for Berenger, who was born with such a powerful gift, he had grown up knowing how to overcome its disadvantages and used it to achieve success in both lives. After struggling to maintain her thoughts in a manner that would allow her to get some work done, Itami sat down at her desk and witnessed the current layout of the Japanese mainland. For some years now, she had been working on a national railway system to connect the nation. Since the Pax Germania had begun, the Reich had begun a transition to diesel locomotives which ran on the ever-present biodiesel which the German industry produced from hemp seeds. The newest locomotives were extremely powerful and based upon the Intercity 125 design in use by the British from Berengar's past life. It was capable of high speeds up to 148 miles per hour or 201 kilometers per hour, bringing Germany to a new area of nationwide transportation. From the initial conception of Berengar's railway, he had designed it in a way that would allow it to be modified for high-speed use within the next few years. He had included concepts such as standard gauge tracks with grade-separated rights-of-way and large radii. He also used primarily steel and concrete in the construction of his rails. However, the thing he was lacking at the time to truly make a high-speed rail was continuously welded rails, something that could only be accomplished with welding. As his industry improved and several types of welding were introduced, such as thermite welding, he had ensured that the rivets which held the rails together were removed and the tracks were welded together. Naturally, Japan was decades behind the Reich in terms of technological capabilities, and because of this, they were operating entirely with steam-powered locomotives within their recently finished national railway. They also had far more primitive means of construction, such as a heavy use of wood and wrought iron. However, a railway was a railway, and because of that, Itami had to look pretty for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Thus, she quickly got to work on her appearance, making sure that she was the flawless Empress of Japan and not some heartbroken drunk. After dressing in her most lavish attire and putting on her makeup, Itami stood up from her seat and exited her room. As she entered the great hall of her palace, she came across the ministers of her empire. Chief among them was the Minister of Transportation. The Minister of Transportation was a young man by the name of Ase Arikatsu after the political purges which removed the conservative element of Itami's government and replaced them with what many called the Young Guard. The overwhelming majority of her ministers were now men in their 20s and 30s, along with a few women in certain positions. These men no longer wore the traditional appearance of the samurai and instead dressed in more modern clothing with matching hairstyles. Ase Arikatsu was one of such men and had a pleasant smile on his face as he bowed before the young empress and spoke to her in a servile manner. "Kama-sama, we were afraid you would be late for the ceremony. Please, we don't have much time. Will you follow me to the local rail station?" Inari's words rang through Itami's head as she heard the words Kama-sama, causing her to raise her hand in displeasure. "Please, don't call me that. Itamisama is good enough." Though the cult of the war goddess was the primary political party in the Empire of Japan, Itami feared the wrath of the actual gods after meeting them, and thus she tried to stop her followers' worship. Unfortunately, the hearts of men were not easily changed, and the group of ministers who were a part of her cult kowtowed before the young empress and professed their faith. "Absolutely not. The war goddess is our only goddess, and we shall refer to her with the proper honorifics. Kama-sama, please tell us the name of whoever has convinced you that you are unworthy so that we may behead him." Itami merely rolled her eyes, and she was not the only one. Not every minister was a member of the cult, and they too shared her same sentiment, though they were surprised when they saw the same expression on the alleged war goddess's face. Itami wanted to hide in her room again after hearing how fervent these fools were, but she knew that she needed to project strength and thus sighed before shifting the subject. "Whatever, just lead me to the venue and I will cut the ribbon so that we can be done with this already." Upon hearing this, Ase Arikatsu quickly rose to his feet and marched alongside with Itami and her royal guard towards the site of the ceremony. People from all over the city had gathered in the street. Though the trains had been operable throughout various portions of Japan, it was not until this moment that the national railway was fully completed, and because of this, many people had gathered to celebrate. Itami stood in a traditional junahaido among her people as she gave a brief speech. "Today marks a monumental action for the Japanese people. As of this moment, we have truly entered the age of industry where no power in the East can rival our might. Until today, we had difficulty traversing our great lands, but no longer. With this national railway, people and cargo can be transferred across the Japanese mainland with little effort, allowing for the rapid industrialization of our cities. However, just because we are greater than our neighbors does not mean we can grow slothful. We must maintain diligence, for there is a threat in the far west of this world, one whose industry is greater than our own. This empire seeks to establish themselves as the supreme world power, and make no mistake, they have the means to do so. However, under my reign, I shall never permit a foreigner to dictate what the Japanese people must believe or how they should behave. If this so-called German Empire wishes to force us to our knees and obey their demands, they have another thing coming. I will show them the might of our people. Today is just the beginning. Soon we will produce more machines that shall become a staple in our daily lives. For the future, for Japan." The various people who had gathered to witness this event broke out into applause for Itami's speech as the woman cut the ribbon and signaled the beginning of a new age of industry. Though they clapped and cheered, Itami knew that she and her people were in for a tough fight ahead, which only added to the pressure she was currently facing. For how much longer she could continue like this, Itami did not know, but she would keep going until she was no longer able. She had to for Julian, because it was what he would do. Chapter 859, Saving the Stranded Agents Part LLL. The agents of the Joseon Kingdom had gathered outside the safe house where they stood among the ranks of the jagged commandos. Though not all the German special forces were present, one of them had been sent inside the building to ensure that all vital documents were either recovered or purged, while 3 more were sent to set up a distraction in another part of the city. The agents appeared anxious, and why wouldn't they be? At this very moment, they were being hunted by the secret police of their Japanese occupiers. If they were to be found, they would undoubtedly be tortured brutally before being summarily executed. Though they had faith in the JAG Commandos' abilities, there were only a handful of them, which was not nearly enough to contend with an army. Colonel Andreas Ritter von Jaeger noticed his man had returned from inside the safe house with a hand gesture that signaled they were clear to depart. Upon seeing this, he nodded his head before giving the order. "Move out. Stay close to me. If you stray from the group, I will leave you behind." The thought of being abandoned sent chills down the spines of the Joseon agents and the Japanese traitors among their ranks. They quickly nodded their heads in understanding of their orders and began to move out with the jagged commandos, who covertly led them through the alleyways of the city of Seoul, narrowly avoiding the Japanese soldiers who were on patrol. Roughly 5 minutes after absconding into the night, the leading officer of the Japanese Kempitai stationed within Seoul arrived at the safe house with his soldiers behind him. They had kicked through the doors of several dozen buildings within this residential district over the last hour and had yet to find their targets. When they entered the safe house, they immediately found traces of burned documents, stockpiles of food and water, and other supplies that revealed the true identity of the building they were standing in. A member of the secret police closely investigated the scene before informing the officer in command of his findings. "They appear to have just left moments ago. I don't know where they are headed, but we are close." The officer sneered in disdain before pointing at another one of his soldiers and giving him a command. Put the city on lockdown. I want every soldier within Seoul to scour the area for their location. They can't have gotten far. The soldier immediately rushed from his position and headed towards the headquarters of the Kempitai, which had a siren used to alert the troops within the city. While the soldier had run off, the officer was about to follow in the exact direction the JAG commandos had taken. How did he know where they had run off to? He didn't. It was a matter of chance, and a small one at that. However, in the next moment, a massive explosion occurred in another part of the city. It was not a matter of a few grenades being thrown into a building, but a substantial blast. It was at this moment that the officer realized the exact location that the enemy had targeted. The munitions depot. Fuck, the guerrillas are attacking. Quickly, we must respond. The echo of gunfire occurred within the direction that the explosion had erupted in, caused the Kempitai officer to be certain that the guerrillas were attacking. He had completely forgotten about the rats he was chasing, as assisting with combat operations against the Joseon insurgents was his primary responsibility. With a click of his tongue, the officer muttered beneath his breath. "Tisk lucky bastards. This coincidence might buy you some time, but you can't run from me forever. Sooner or later, I will find you." The officer did not even think of the possibility that this explosion was a diversion set up by the enemy to help the agents escape. Thus he was successfully deterred from the JAG commandos' trail, who quietly made their way out of the city. The 3 JAG commandos who had conducted the raid were firing their STG-27s on the automatic setting towards the enemy. Despite being a full-caliber automatic rifle that weighed roughly 10 pounds, the weapon was extremely controllable, allowing for well-placed groups when fired in bursts. With their 20-round magazines, the JAG commandos were quickly able to mow down the enemy forces who came to intercept them before silently running off into the darkness. Their objective was to regroup outside the city at the rendezvous point with the rest of their team. The leader of this extremely small fire team began to curse as he rushed through the alleyways with his rifle in hand. "I'm telling you, this Joseon pussy better be fucking worth it. The colonel claims that the king has promised us peerless beauties as wives for this. However, I've got to tell you, I'm starting to regret volunteering for this operation." The other soldiers of the fire team chuckled when they heard this before commenting on the local women. "Have you seen some of these girls? One thing's for sure, they are prettier on average than our women. They also seem to like foreigners. I've heard of some of the guys on base already taking the local women as their wives. If our reward is going to be the most beautiful women in the country, then I'd gladly give my life in a chance to obtain such a treasure." The third soldier merely laughed in response to the statement before slapping the other guy on the back of his M38 pattern helmet. "Fucking idiot. No pussy is worth dying for. I'm in this for the glory of the fatherland. We need that intel. Fucking Christ, these guys have automatic weapons now. How the hell did they advance so quickly? We are currently in a cold war with the Japs, but who knows when it will go hot. The more intel we have, the better prepared we are to make sure our boys come home in one piece." The leader of the small fire team quickly began to scold the other 2 men but was cut short. "Keep it down, you fucking." Before the man could finish, the alarms rang throughout the city. Though without radio communications, it was impossible for the average Japanese soldier to know the intent behind them. Because of this, they merely reacted to the explosion and headed towards the location of the blast site. Upon hearing the sirens roar, the leader of the 3 JAG commandos commented on it. "Shut the fuck up and follow me. They're heading for where we just were, so now's not the time for your bullshit." In reality, the sergeant was scared out of his wits. If the entire Japanese army converged on this sector of the city, there was no way they would escape. He was certain they were dead meat. However, in the next moment, more gunfire and explosions occurred in a different part of the city, causing the 3 JAG commandos to stop in their tracks. Based upon the sound of the gunfire, they could tell it was not in the direction where the others were headed. Thus, they were quite confused until the sergeant broke out into laughter. "Ha ha. Oh shit, that explosion set the local guerrillas into motion. They're on the move as we speak. We might just make it out of here alive. Well, don't just stand there, move." As gunfire and explosions continued to crackle within the city of Seoul, the JAG commandos regrouped outside the city within the nearby mountains. After confirming that they were not pursued, they began to head north towards the border of the Japanese-occupied territory and what remained of the Joseon kingdom. Andreas was glad to see that all of his men had made it out of the danger zone alive and complimented them on their efforts. "Good job. I gotta ask, how the hell did you get the guerrillas to cover our retreat?" The Joseon guerrillas operated as various independent cells within the city. Having been trained by the JAG commandos, they were left to their own devices aside from resupply. Because of this, there was really no way to make contact with them during the mission. In response to this question, the leader of the small fire team, which was sent to cause a distraction, shrugged his shoulders before responding to his commanding officer. "I have no idea. I suppose they just saw our explosion and saw it as a signal to attack the Japs. Anyway, we should probably get moving. This battle won't last for much longer, and when they find out that we are responsible, they will send teams after us." Andreas nodded his head when he heard this before giving the order to head north. "Move out." Despite the Japanese soon learning that the JAG commandos were responsible for the raid on the munitions depot due to the unique shell casings left behind, they would not be able to pursue the fleeing agents as they had become bogged down with intensive urban warfare. By the time they were finally able to send out forces to hunt down Andreas and his team, the group was already safe in the north. Chapter 860, The Frankish Revolution. A French peasant stood in the middle of the town square in the city of Paris. He appeared to be in his twilight years and haggard at that. Despite this, the man was actually middle-aged. The years of conflict, famine, disease, and poverty had stripped away what little youth he had left in his body, leaving but a feeble old man in its place. This man was preaching his honest thoughts about the current kingdom of France and its ruling family, something that could easily get him a death sentence. Despite this, the man-at-arms who acted as the garrison of the city did not make a move and instead joined the crowd that had gathered as they listened to the old man speak. "I see you all gathered here, huddled together and starving, broken by the wars that have ravaged our lands for the last few decades. In the east, Burgundy has been split in two. Half of it lies in the Reich, and in those lands, the people feast on delicacies that only our most wealthy of nobles can dream of affording. They live carefree lives devoid of pestilence, crime, and bloodshed, while disease and starvation ravage our half of those lands. Brigands roam throughout our entire kingdom free to act with impunity. And why shouldn't they? There is no army to keep the king's peace. The king's peace, now that is the most laughable phrase I have ever heard in my life. What is the king's peace? They'll tell you what it is. King Aubry de Valois sits in his high castle surrounded by his knightly lovers and feasts on what little food remains in our kingdom, all while his people suffer from the choices that he has made. Make no mistake, my brothers and sisters, the reasons the Germans hate us and do not provide our common people with support that we so desperately need is strictly because of the sins of our king and his wicked family. In the Reich they curse the kingdom of France and its people as degenerate two-faced instigators. They have no sympathy for our people, and why should they? What have we as a people done for Germany other than spit in the face of their Kaiser's good graces and attack them unprovoked? The only reason our kingdom still exists is because the English betrayed us in Jerusalem. Perhaps it would have been better if the Germans invaded our lands and deposed our king like they have done to their other enemies. The Normans know this to be true. It is why they have taken up arms against their noble masters and have declared their independence. Not only as a state but as a people. What little remains of the Duke's army cannot contend with the power that the masses hold. The people of Normandy are rioting, rebelling against the rule of the nobles whose incompetence and perhaps outright malice has led them to such horrific conditions. And they are not the only ones. In the south, the Duchy of Aquitaine faces an unprecedented threat. Tens of thousands of Catholic refugees flee the Iberian Peninsula in search of religious freedom. They bring with them nothing but crime and poverty. And the good people of Aquitaine have had enough. Violent conflicts are occurring between these refugees and the local population as we speak. Who will win? Only God can decide. Flanders and Calais have been seized by the Reich, and with it they have seen a new age of prosperity. Within 100 years, the people of that territory will be no different from the Germans in Kufstein. Perhaps a slight dialectal difference, but make no mistake, they are converting to the German faith, culture, and language at a rapid rate. My friends, we were once no different from the Germans. Our ancestors emerged from the east of the Rhine and conquered this land from the Romans, creating a Germanic kingdom who was unrivaled in those years. However, the Catholic Church has done more than just drag us down with them. They have made us into an unholy offspring of Rome, and I think it is about time we rectify that. Francia, that was the name we once held when we were Germans. And if we wish to remain a unified kingdom and not a broken mess of smaller states, then we must revert back to the old ways. The old tongue, the old culture, and perhaps even the old gods? It is time for the French to perish from this world and for the Franks to reclaim their ancient glory. First, we must bring down this wretched king and this dynasty of blasphemers. Then we will throw ourselves at the mercy of the Germans and ask them to teach us in the ways of our ancestors so that we may reunite with our shared heritage. The crowd erupted in cheers and shouted their own slogans such as "Death to the King," "Down with France," "Restore Francia," etc. Among the members of this crowd were Lindy's agents who were quite surprised by this turn of events. The speaker was a native Frenchman who had been recruited into the service of the Kaiser. However, he was supposed to give a speech about the destruction of France and the rise of smaller independent states based upon shared culture and dialect. Instead, he had done a complete 180 and spoke about reclaiming their lost German heritage. However, before the agents could interfere, the speaker had continued his rant. "Take whatever weapons you may find and march with me to the castle. It is time we bring an end to this dynasty of sinners. Off with their heads." What started as a small crowd of curious peasants immediately turned into a giant enraged mob. Even the city's guards were on their sides as they took the front position, unafraid of whatever knights may be guarding Aubry. The angry mob marched through the streets of Paris heading towards King Aubry's castle with the intent of executing him and his family. As for the German agents, they stayed behind and quickly got on their portable telegraph, sending a distinct message back to Imperial intelligence. "Balkanization has failed, a just strategy for total Germanization of France." Within minutes, this message reached Berengar's desk as he gazed upon the entire correspondence in shock. He quickly called out to Linda, who had given him the message with a hint of fury in his mismatched eyes. "How did this happen? Weren't your agents supposed to ensure total Balkanization of the realm? Why now are the people of France marching to usurp Aubry and place a German king on the throne?" Linda held her head low, seemingly without an answer to this question. She quickly voiced what little she knew about the situation in an attempt to make up for her failure. For years, she and Berenger had planned to dismantle French identity and create a bunch of border states which could not pose a threat to the Reich under any possible circumstances. Though the Germanization of France posed some unique advantages, Berenger was not a fan of his plans, resulting in failure. Thus he was quite enraged by the very prospect that the French people could be returned to their Germanic heritage. As for Linda, she tried to persuade her husband to adapt to their current circumstances. My only guess is that the man we selected to give the speech of balkanization has betrayed us and instead sees a better fate for his people through re-Germanization. It's not entirely an unfounded concept. Many of the French territories favor Germany and its people over their own kingdom, especially after we seized Flanders and Burgundy, turning them into economic powerhouses. The only people who really care about the cultural identity of France are the nobility. If we can overthrow them and replace them with Germans, the people will quickly follow. Within a few decades, France will be speaking German and will have reclaimed their identity as Franks. Similar to what you have planned for Bohemia, Flanders, and Burgundy. It's not a bad alternative, though it is a bit unexpected. Berenger rested his chin on his knuckles as he contemplated what this meant. Theoretically, if the Franks were to re-Germanize, they could be incorporated into the German Empire within the next few hundred years as just another German state. Meaning the only threat his descendants would have to worry about in the West would be Al-Andalus, which would be ruled by a cadet branch of his dynasty. Perhaps the re-Germanization of France was the greatest vengeance the German people could ask for. After thinking upon this for several moments, Berenger sighed heavily before giving an order to Linda that she was not expecting. We must readjust our plans for France. I want you to arm these so-called Frankish rebels with whatever arquebus and muskets we have left in our stores. Meanwhile, you are to put out propaganda so that the Franks desire a member of the von Kufstein dynasty to be their new king. Perhaps one of my sons with Henrietta will one day be the king of the Franks. Either way, a member of my dynasty needs to sit on their throne when he comes of age. Linda scoffed when she heard this before questioning Berengar's mind. Sons? Currently, you only have a son and a daughter with your sister. Are you telling me you want more children with her? Berenger gazed at Linda as if the question was merely preposterous before responding to her. Of course, Heidi is my beloved daughter with my darling little sister, but Lucas needs at least one little brother from the same mother. Besides, Henrietta is still young, she can easily bear more children. Anyway, that's not important right now. Just make sure this little change of plans doesn't blow up in our descendants' faces. Linda took notice of the words "our descendants" and smiled before bowing her head with reverence. By what Berenger had just said, she could surmise that the man had already decided on Hans to be his heir even if it wasn't publicly announced. Though things could change at any moment, Linda would make sure that it was her precious firstborn that succeeded his father. Thus, she was in a particularly good mood after hearing this. I will ensure that the transition from France to Francia is smooth. You do not need to worry about a thing. After saying this, the red-headed beauty departed from the Kaiser's quarters, leaving the man alone with his thoughts. Chapter 861, Life in the German Tributaries. Within Windsor Palace, two men sat across from one another. Both were dressed in the embellished military uniforms of the German nobility. One of these men was none other than the Kaiser himself, who spoke up in a friendly tone towards the man sitting across from him. So, how goes the current state of affairs within the Kingdom of England? I named you my steward for a reason. I hope you have been able to salvage the situation here, like my other stewards have managed. The German nobleman who was sharing coffee with the Kaiser was a man by the name of Bernd von Zimmern. He was a noble by birth and was a promising talent in terms of managing the affairs of a nation. Berenger had chosen him to look after England and help it adjust to the new era. The man had a confident smile on his face as he spoke about what he had accomplished over these past 2 years. Since the English have submitted to the Reich, I have done my very best to repair the damage that has been done to this country. As you know, many of the England's young men died in the war, leaving few to work the fields. The aid from the fatherland has been essential in preventing widespread famine across the land. I feel pity for those French bastards as they have been excluded from the German support networks that you have established for the sake of your tributaries. With the food crisis resolved, I put what remained of England's young men to work in the fields. After all, the English people cannot exist solely by the good graces of Germany. They are using the agricultural practices you have set forth as a means to lessen the dependency on foreign food aid. Of course, they are entirely reliant on the importation of German fertilizer, but the four-field system, along with irrigation piping and the animal-powered machines that you have sold to England, has been instrumental in overcoming the issues that their agriculture faces. Within the next 10 years, I expect a boom in England's food surplus. The biggest issue that England faces is a lack of young men. Those who survived the war have married young women, however, the ratio of men to women is completely out of balance, leading to a problem where much of the female population is without a proper husband. I suppose this means that much of these girls will be heading to the Reich in search of husbands. But what is your policy on that? Berenger sipped the coffee in his cup before responding to this question with a smirk on his face. The Anglo-Saxon people share a common heritage with our own, one that foreign influence has yet to taint. Like the Nords, they are practically our cousins from an ethnic and cultural perspective. If you have an excess of young women that can bear children, then I can lessen the restrictions on immigration for them as well as the laws pertaining to citizenship for their offspring. So long as they marry German men and integrate into our culture, I will permit these young women to enter our lands. What else are you having difficulty with? Baron sighed when he heard this question before explaining his next biggest issue. It's the damned nobility. They are still French at heart and refuse to adapt to the Anglo-Saxon way of life. I don't know what to do with them. In response to this, Berenger merely scoffed before giving his opinion on the matter. The solution to this problem is simple: arrest them, eliminate them, and replace them with talented commoners. France shall lose its influence over England one way or another. I will not allow the Anglo-Saxon people to be Romanized. Do whatever is necessary. I truly do not care about these pathetic nobles who drove this kingdom into near collapse. The steward nodded his head in response to this. He knew that was the most effective solution, but he did not want to be the one who had to enact such a ruthless policy. However, it was necessary for England, thus after hearing Berengar's comments, he no longer objected to the idea. Instead, he switched the subject to something else. So how goes the progress in the other tributaries? The Kaiser once more took a sip from his cup before responding to this question. About the same as England. First, they must replenish their ability to produce food, so that they may eventually stand on their own 2 feet as a capable tributary. While I have prevented famine from spreading by supplying these states with an overwhelming surplus of food aid, I refuse to allow my tributaries to become entirely reliant on the Reich for their very survival. If they do not wean themselves off our support, the German people will be sending them food for centuries. Something that will undoubtedly drain at our national budget. Thus, I have sent all my stewards the same agricultural technology that I have given you. Within the next few years, my tributaries should be capable of providing for themselves even with the limited amount of young men at their disposal. It will take a generation or 2 before they have a large enough population to transition away from the fields and into an urban environment. Thus, for the meantime, my tributaries remain purely agrarian societies. However, compared to France, they are doing exceedingly well for themselves. Baron nodded his head in agreement. From what the Kaiser had said, it sounded like the other stewards were going through the same difficulties that England was enduring, thus he decided to change the topic once more. What about this threat in the Far East? Is it going to be a problem? Berenger finished his coffee and placed his cup onto the table while wearing a confident smirk on his face. He shook his head before revealing his thoughts on the matter. From what I can gather by current intelligence reports, Japan is considerably far behind the Reich from a technological standpoint. By the time my forces are ready to begin our invasion of the East, the enemy will at most be able to give us a flesh wound. However, they completely lack the means to win the war. You can rest assured we have supremacy over the seas and the air, and that is all that will matter. It is the dawn of a new era of warfare, my friend. Anyone who has to fight, even with the most modern weapons, against an enemy in complete command of the air, fights like a savage against modern German troops under the same handicaps and the same chances of success. We will emerge victorious, no matter what the cost. Berenger had just paraphrased Owen Rommel, but as far as this world was concerned, it was his own words. After all, the year was 1430 AD, and the desert fox would not be born for more than a few centuries. The confidence in Berengar's tone as he spoke about how important air superiority was led the steward of England to believe in the Kaiser's words. After all, he had not been wrong yet. Thus, the 2 men chatted for several hours before Berenger boarded his flight home. As far as the common citizen was concerned, life in the German tributaries was better than it had been under the reign of their previous sovereigns. And though they no longer had the ability to decide their own international policies, the wealth and luxury which entered their lands as a result of their submission to the Reich was well worth the price. Chapter 862, a guest lecture on air supremacy. Nearly a year had passed since Prince Hans von Kufstein had first entered the Aerial Warfare Academy within the capital of the German Empire. Though he was not far from his home, he was not permitted to visit his family except on weekends. Even then, he needed written permission to do so. Though he might be an imperial prince, he was still a cadet. In reality, Hans rarely visited his home as if to stay away from his most annoying fiancée. Instead, he spent most of his weekdays on campus with a beautiful young woman who seemed to share his passion for intellectual pursuits, while his weekends were reserved for flight school. Currently, the dynamic duo was sitting across from one another in the cafeteria. Though the table was large, only the 2 of them were seated as their high noble status was a deterrent to most other cadets. Though Anne was initially popular with the boys at the academy, the moment she started showing interest in the first prince, they cut their losses. How could they possibly compete with the boy who was most likely to become the next Kaiser? The young Bavarian princess had a pretty smile on her face as she inquired about just why Hans had signed up for the military academy. You know, we have known each other for close to a year now, and you still have not told me what exactly you want to do with your military career. Let me guess, you want to be a pilot? Hans had a smile on his face rather than his usual stoic facade. He appeared to be incredibly friendly with this girl, so much so that he let his defenses down around her. He nodded his head in agreement before sharing his views. I don't just want to be a pilot, I want to be a fighter pilot. I want to fly a Ta-152 into battle and intercept the enemy in the air. In response to this, Anne scoffed. The very idea that any other nation had access to aircraft was simply preposterous, and because of this, she was quick to label the young prince as an idealist. Who are you expecting to fight the other Germans? There is no nation on this planet that has access to aircraft besides the Reich. Besides, those planes are designed to provide air support. How would you even go about fighting other aircraft in the skies? Hans had a smug smile on his face as an imperial prince who was already undergoing pilot training in the AR-96 trainer aircraft. He knew a thing or two about the types of aircraft that the Luftwaffe used. He also knew quite a bit about Japan's current military capabilities. Though it was a closely guarded military secret, Hans had his ways of getting his hands on such information. And that was through his mother. Thus, the boy had a haughty smile on his face as he lectured the girl for her ignorance with a cryptic statement. If only you knew. Before the girl could question Hans on his words, the bell rang, signaling for the two of them to return to their classroom. They put their lunch trays in the proper bin before heading back to class, where the two cadets took their seats. Surprisingly, a figure entered the room alongside their instructor. When Hans saw this man, he immediately looked away with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Anne gazed upon his handsome visage with an excited expression on her lips, as if she had just met her idol for the first time. The rest of the class was in disbelief as the Kaiser took the chalkboard and wrote down his name while giving his introduction. My name is Berenger von Kufstein, though I am sure you are all aware of this already. Today your professor has asked me to give a lecture on the importance of air superiority on the modern battlefield. Though I may have been the first man to take flight in this world, there are many men among the ranks of the Luftwaffe who are more suited to the task of lecturing you all. However, I will conduct this lesson to the best of my ability. Now I am sure that each and every one of you has at the very least been properly instructed about the importance of air superiority on the modern battlefield, but allow me to pose a question. What is air supremacy? The class remained silent. Perhaps they were too shocked that the Kaiser was teaching them in person, or perhaps they simply did not know the answer, causing Berenger to chuckle before making another statement. Anybody? Anybody at all? Don't be shy. If one of you does not volunteer the answer, I will be forced to call upon you. Ultimately, Anne snapped out of her shock and raised her hand before anyone else could. Sir, while air superiority is the act of having an advantage in aerial warfare, air supremacy is the concept of having complete and total dominance of the skies over a battlefield. Berenger nodded his head with a smile on his handsome face before responding to this statement. Straight out of the textbook. Excellent, but do you understand why air supremacy is so important to not just a battle but warfare in general? Upon hearing this, Anna's proud smile wavered as she realized such a lesson had not yet been given to them. She began to stutter as she attempted to think of different reasons, but before she could reply, Berenger raised his hand and cut her off before beginning his lecture once more. Air supremacy is the difference between a war lasting 12 hours and a war lasting 12 years. If a nation holds complete and total command of the skies, then they have already effectively won the war. It is only a matter of time before the enemy is defeated. In a world without flight, artillery is the king of the battlefield. Even with the introduction of armored vehicles, artillery is still the single most critical component on the field of battle to obtaining victory. However, when you can bomb an artillery battalion from the skies of above with impunity, such a powerful weapon of war becomes effectively useless. Without being challenged in the skies, a nation can disrupt land-based operations, decimate entire armored divisions, land troops deep behind enemy lines, along with supplies for those forces. And they can even protect their coastlines against a hostile navy without the need for ships. Imagine, if you will, we find ourselves engaged in warfare with a nation that has no air-based capabilities whatsoever. Essentially, any country in the rest of the world as of this moment. Why would we bother sending in troops on land to move towards the enemy's capital in a bitter campaign, when we can simply drop a battalion of paratroopers onto the enemy's palace from the sky above? We now have the means to end a war within half a day. That is air supremacy. You will all graduate from this academy one day and enter the Luftwaffe. Some of you will be pilots, others will work behind the scenes. Either way, your objective as members of the German Air Force is to obtain complete and total dominance in the air. If we control the skies, then we control the battlefield, and victory is only a matter of time. Your fathers fought in wars on land against an opponent centuries behind them in terms of technological capabilities. You are different. Your generation will fight against a near-peer adversary, one which I have no doubt will be able to manufacture aircraft within the next few years. It is your goal to dominate the skies and obtain air supremacy so that our land-based forces can move forward without fear of a bomb falling on their heads. So, in a way, you have all decided to join the branch. That will be most crucial in achieving victory over the Japanese Empire when the day comes that we go to war with one another. To conclude my lecture, I will say this. The future battle on the ground will be preceded by battle in the air. This will determine which of the contestants has to suffer operational and tactical disadvantages and be forced throughout the battle into adoption compromise solutions. Once more, Berenger had channeled the spirit of Field Marshal Erwin Rommel from his past life as he concluded the lecture with a quote from the Desert Fox. The words Berenger had spoken inspired the class. Both Anne and Hans had taken his lecture seriously and had written them down for future reference. Though Hans was partially aware of how important air superiority was, after all, he had been training in flight for a year now. He did not fully grasp just how critical it was to the success in a war. When he thought about the concept of air supremacy, which was still foreign to a world where only one nation had the ability to use aircraft, he realized that this knowledge had to have come from his father's past life. After all, Hans was the only child of Berenger who knew the man's greatest secret. Thus, he made sure to ingrain this lecture into his mind, as these words were not spoken by a forward-thinking general but a man who had been involved in the conflicts of the future. Chapter 863, The Council of Wives. Berengar's wives gathered in a large meeting room within the imperial palace. Each and every one of them clutched a newborn babe to their breasts as they spoke about their husband and his most recent affair. Linda was leading the conversation, assuring the women that it was her idea so that they did not blame their husband for his infidelity. A red-haired, blue-eyed baby boy named Bruno von Kufstein was suckling at Lindy's teat as she began to speak. Despite the numerical improbability, all of Lindy's kids shared a variation of her red hair. It had pretty much become a symbol of Berengar's children who shared Lindy's lineage as a Habsburg. I gathered you all here to discuss something important. I must admit I have been keeping a secret from you all for some time now. However, I will say that I did so for the sake of keeping our family together, but I fear you will all find out sooner or later and blame Berenger for his actions. Berenger has fathered 2 bastards. Well, outside of Henrietta's children, no offense. Of course, he did so with my insistence that he spreads his seed among the world's many princesses, ensuring that his bloodline eventually rules over the earth. One of these children is with a woman some of you may be familiar with. The Aztec princess Tlexicli. I assure you their relationship is nothing more than friends with benefits, so you don't have to worry about his heart lingering. The other is with the Majapahit princess, who is more of a passing fancy than anything else. Though I don't doubt he will sleep with the woman while he visits her family's empire, I know for certain that he feels nothing other than physical attraction to her. The reactions on Berengar's wives' and lovers' faces were not what Linda was expecting. Their expressions appeared to be one of acceptance and understanding as they nodded their heads. Linda was about to question whether she was seeing things before Henrietta spoke up and confirmed her suspicions. I suspect my brother would sooner or later find another woman he wanted to pleasure himself with. He's not exactly a man who knows how to control his urges. In all honesty, I blame that aspect of his character on his previous incarnation. From the story he told me, it sounded like he was a very bitter virgin when he died. He is probably taking advantage of his good looks, wealth, and power in this life to sleep with as many beautiful women as he can to fill the void in his heart. I already know that I am nothing more than a mistress, one who naturally shouldn't have a right to sit on this council. But I really don't care if my big brother sleeps around, so long as he doesn't fall in love with another woman. Clutched to the princess's bosom was a young girl who looked like an infant variation of Henrietta herself, though she had Berengar's sapphire eyes. This girl was named Heidi and was the woman's daughter. Adela smiled and grabbed Henrietta's hand, reassuring her that she had every right to sit and speak with the rest of them about domestic matters. You may not be lawfully wed to Berenger, but you are every bit a part of this family. Something that can't be said for his other mistresses. I think I speak for us all when I say that I consider you to be one of my beloved sisters. As far as Berengar's infidelity is concerned, I must say that I have already accepted the fact that my husband has a harem. Honestly, what is the difference between having 4 wives and having 4 wives plus a few concubines? Besides, you all need to remember that Berenger is allowed 5 wives as per the laws in place within the Reich. And you just know he is going to take advantage of that. I suppose we should just be thankful that these are a few flings and not another wife who will cause needless drama. Though we should prepare ourselves for the worst. Perhaps one day he will find another woman that he actually loves. Clutched to Adela's breast was a blonde-haired and blue-eyed girl named Irene. Like so many of Berengar's other children, there appeared to be an intelligent gleam in her eyes despite her young age. Honoria was the next to speak up, causing Linda to be surprised when she heard the words that the Byzantine princesses uttered. There was a baby boy with dirty blonde hair and emerald eyes clutched her bosom named Constantinus. I'm in agreement with Adela and Henrietta. I'm already sharing the man with all of you and knew that I would have to do so since I first met him. If he sleeps around, so be it. As long as he returns home to us, I don't really care. As for the issue about his 5th wife, it is a bit tricky. Aside from Linda, all of our marriages been political in origin. For example, Berenger married me so that he could gain the land required to build the Kaiser's Pass. He married Yasmin so that he could gain access to the Strait of Gibraltar. We all know the reason Berenger agreed to marry Adela was so that her father could protect him from Lothar's wrath. But if you take a moment to think about this, there's no nation left on this earth that can offer Berenger something he doesn't already have. So wouldn't he marry his 5th wife for love? Or perhaps he will marry this Empress Atami Ryo of Japan as a way to hold control over her empire after we defeat them in the upcoming war. I hear she is quite the rare beauty. Yasmin finally spoke up as she nodded her head in agreement with this claim before expressing her views on the matter. I would much rather my husband marry this Japanese empress for political reasons than take another wife because he loves her. As much as you all, I value the relationship I have with Berenger, and though he loves all of us, I know in my heart that he loves one of us more than all others. I would honestly be afraid to see what happens if his final wife were to compete for his affections with that terrifying beauty. All eyes shifted over to Linda, who had a conceited expression on her luscious lips. Though she looked calm and confident, the very idea that some whore could replace her as Berengar's #1 wife deeply enraged the red-headed beauty within the depths of her heart. By the looks on the other women's faces, they could easily guess what dark and twisted thoughts were brewing in Lindy's mind at the moment. Thus, Henrietta began to shift the topic to something else. By the way, how many kids do you girls want? I know I want at least 5. The various women looked at each other with complicated expressions, thinking about how best to approach the subject. Yasmin, however, gazed at the floor in depression. She was now in her mid-30s, and the likelihood of her giving birth to another healthy child grew slimmer with each passing day. She could only admit her fate aloud. I'm fairly certain that little Ayan here will be my last. Isn't that right, my little cutie? Clutched to Yasmin's substantial breast was a brown-haired and blue-eyed boy named Ayan. Though the boy looked like a perfect blend of his mother and father, he had skin much lighter than that of his siblings. The other girls of Berengar's harem took a deep breath, realizing that sooner or later they would end up like Yasmin, incapable of having any more children. This sparked the intense desire in some of the younger women to perhaps take advantage of their youth. As for Linda, she bit her lower lip in displeasure. She had just turned 30 recently and knew that in a few years she would be like Yasmin. Ultimately, silence prevailed in the room for the next few moments. Eventually, Linda sighed before announcing a closure to their little meeting. On this depressing note, I hereby conclude the 7th meeting of the Council of Wives. You are all dismissed. After saying this, each woman rose from their seats and gave one another a hug before leaving the meeting room. Yasmin's words had left Linda much to think about in regards to who Berengar's 5th wife would be. Perhaps she should intervene so that the man did not marry another woman out of love. Linda knew deep within her heart that she could tolerate any number of women around her man, but only if he loved her most of all. If a woman were to replace her as Berengar's most beloved wife, she might lose her sanity altogether. Thus, Linda remained in the room for some time while staring out the window in silence with her youngest son clutched to her breast. Chapter 864, The Majapahit Empire Prepares for War. Princess Angrani sat within the Majapahit palace. In one hand was a German newspaper which was printed in the Javanese script. In the other was a cup of tea. This particular newspaper had the most recent intelligence gained from the Joseon agents and the Japanese traders who had fled to safety in the northern half of the Korean peninsula. Upon reaching Pyongyang, the Joseon agents handed the negatives over to the Germans, who quickly shipped them back to the Reich so that they could be processed into proper photographs and used in propaganda. At the request of Angrani, Berenger had ordered the propaganda to be translated into the Javanese script and sent to the Majapahit Empire so that its people could realize the threat that lay to the east. The Majapahit king sat across from his daughter, who was now visibly pregnant, with a hint of fury in his eyes. Though he had given his daughter permission to use whatever means were necessary to coerce the Germans into paying taxes, she had instead returned home with the news that the Germans would take over the region that would one day be known as Singapore. Though nearly 6 months had passed since the Majapahit princess first returned from her diplomatic visit with a foreign monarch's child in her belly, King Suratman had not forgiven his errant daughter for her infidelity, or her perceived betrayal. He could only glower at the woman as she seemed to enjoy her morning breakfast. This ultimately caused Angrani to chastise her father for his hostility. Father, what's done is done. I am pregnant with Berengar's child and my husband does not seem to care in the slightest. If it were not for your insistence, I never would have married that fat fuck to begin with. Besides, though we may have lost some land, what we have gained in these 6 months is simply immeasurable. Suratman groaned when he heard these words come from his daughter's lips. Internally, he had to admit the luxuries which the Reich provided were a nice bonus. However, the Majapahit king could not get over the fact that this stranger had violated his daughter's marriage and impregnated her. Thus, he was quick to voice his discontent. These are frivolous luxuries, nothing more. Our people do not need them to survive. When the king said this, Angrani looked at him as if he were an idiot before dispelling his words with some hard truth. Father, don't be a hypocrite. You are quite literally wearing a suit that was purchased from the Reich. You even went to Kufstein to personally have it tailored to your body. Do I need to point out the fact that you have even gone so far as to manufacture your own orders of merit so that you can dazzle yourself in prestigious awards like the German officers wear? These words caught the man off guard. He did not expect his daughter to speak to him so bluntly. However, the woman did not seem the slightest bit sorry for pointing out the obvious and instead took another sip from her tea as she read from the newspaper. This calm expression on his daughter's pretty face caused Suratman to change the subject. How goes the Germans' efforts to settle the Malacca Strait? I know you're in contact with them. Angrani gazed up from her newspaper with a confident smirk on her face before placing her teacup down and explaining to her father what he should already know. It's been 6 months since the Germans arrived and began constructing a military base in the region. They call it Singapore, don't ask me why. Anyway, from what I have been told, things are nearing completion. In another half a year, there will be 30,000 Germans permanently stationed at the naval base in Singapore and another 10,000 at the attached airbase. The Germans seem to have no intentions to invade our lands and steal our resources. They are merely concerned with the growing threat that is Japan. Something you should be more worried about. Tell me, father, how goes the training of our army? The Majapahit king gazed into his daughter's dark eyes and could tell she was testing him. Clearly, she knew about the current state of affairs. The Majapahit kingdom was not a centralized monarchy like the Reich. Most of its territory were vassal states. Because of this, he had to request young men be taken from villages in order to serve in the king's army, an idea that was not popular among his subjects. Still, the German Jag commandos who were dispatched to the area worked hard to train the Majapahit conscripts in the use of G-25 bolt-action rifles, 7.5 cm FK-25 artillery, and MG-25 static machine guns. Thus, after careful contemplation, the man sighed heavily before revealing his thoughts on the matter. In all honesty, things are going better than I thought they would. Though it bereaves me to align with the Germans, especially after their emperor forced you to carry his child. Before the man could continue, Angrani frowned while interrupting her father's assessment of his armed forces. He did not force me. I have told you 1,000 times I was the one who requested he impregnate me. Why must you malign him so? Suratman glared at his daughter once more, struggling to contain his hostile thoughts in his mind. However, he did not have the mental fortitude to do so and quickly began to verbally lash out at his own daughter. Because you have dishonored our dynasty with your infidelity. You have also dishonored me personally. I chose your husband for you, and yet at the first given opportunity you cheat on him with a foreign man and carry this man's child? It is simply wrong. If you weren't my daughter, I would have imprisoned you for your crimes. The Majapahit princess frowned once more while she listened to her father's passionate speech before asking him a simple question. Are you done? After taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, Suratman nodded his head in silence. Though his fists were still clenched with rage, he would not dare strike his daughter no matter how much he desired to do so. Upon seeing the king calm down, Angrani voiced her reasoning. The reason I cheated on my husband is that he is a fat old bastard with a micropenis who has never once shown any interest in me as a wife or as a woman. Aside from our honeymoon, he had not touched me once. Instead, he spends all day with his concubines, though I sincerely doubt they are pleased by him either. You wanted a grandchild, did you not? Well, that was not going to happen with that bastard. So, naturally, when I come across a man who treats me right and is actually interested in me as a woman, I requested he give me a child. In fact, I made it part of our negotiations. I refused to give the Kaiser a single inch of our soil until he impregnated me. And now you have a grandchild to look forward to and a powerful ally to help our dynasty against the Japanese Empire, and yet you continue to treat me like dirt. Perhaps I should flee to the Reich and have Berenger halt his support. Let's see how you deal with the Japanese then. Suratman was stunned by his daughter's response. She had never been so bold in her life as to chastise him, not until recently. Perhaps it was the fiery heart of the Kaiser's child within her belly that had caused her to act so brashly. Or perhaps Angrani had always been this way but was too fearful to show her true self. Either way, the Majapahit king could only bow his head in silence and receive his daughter's scolding as if he were a mere dog. When the Indonesian beauty realized that her father had been humbled into silence, she quickly followed up with her previous point by handing the man the newspaper. If you don't believe me, then take a look at what the Japanese have done to the Ryukyu Islands and their other subjected territories. Make no mistake, father, they are coming for us, maybe not today and maybe not tomorrow, but soon the Japanese soldiers will land on our shores and we will need the Kaiser in our corner if we wish to survive. The Majapahit king looked upon the content that was in the newspaper and was horrified at the images he was seeing. Slavery, murder, forced prostitution, and torture were common practice among the ranks of the Japanese army to their subjected peoples. The idea that the Majapahit kingdom could turn into such a state instantly froze whatever rage existed within Suratman's heart, causing him to sigh in depression before handing the paper back to his daughter. If what you say is true, I will have your marriage annulled. As for the Germans, though I disapprove of your relationship with their emperor, I must admit that trade with the Reich has benefited our kingdom in more ways than one. So, I will stop giving you such a hard time. A pretty smile appeared on Angrani's luscious lips as he nodded her head in silence. After 6 months of dealing with her father's shit, she had finally reached an accord with the man. As for the Japanese, she was not afraid, for she knew the German military base in Singapore would provide enough support for her people that even if the Japanese army were to invade, they would have a fighting chance. Chapter 865, The German Embassy in Ming China. In the city of Beijing, a German man dressed in a lavish suit sat patiently while drinking from the tea that had been provided to him by a rather beautiful Chinese woman. Sitting across from the man was the Ming Prince Zhu Ji, who had visited the German embassy, which had been established over the past 2 years as a means to maintain friendship between the two empires. The man in the exquisite suit was the ambassador that Germany had selected to represent their interests in the East. In truth, he was Adela's older brother Gerhard. Though Gerhard had once nearly sparked a conflict between his father and Berenger, he had since redeemed himself in the eyes of the Kaiser. Zhu Ji had a stern expression on his face when he heard the words that were spoken by Gerhard. He could only ask for the German ambassador to repeat himself, believing that perhaps he was mishearing things. I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you just said? Gerhard had a stoic expression on his handsome face as he finished sipping from his tea before placing it down on the small plate that was provided for it. He looked Zhu Ji square in the eyes before repeating himself. The Kaiser demands that the Japanese political refugees that you have taken custody of be handed over to the Reich. The Zhu Ji took a deep breath. Obviously, the last thing he wanted to do was hand over such valuable assets. After all, many of these political refugees knew things that could help advance the Ming dynasty. However, the Ming prince knew the lengths the Reich would go to in order to get what they desired, thus he tried to negotiate with Gerhard. What exactly do you need them for? I can't in good conscience hand them over to you if you intend to harm them? The expression on Gerhard's face was priceless, as if the mere notion that Germany harmed its prisoners deeply insulted him. He sat upright in his seat before lecturing the man on German hospitality. We are not savages. The Kaiser intends to offer them asylum within the Reich, far from the reaches of Empress Atami's agents. In return for his goodwill, all he asks in return is information. However, this is not a simple request, it is a demand. Hand over every political refugee you have taken from the Japanese Empire and all that you will gain control of in the future. The real reason Berenger wanted these Japanese refugees was simply so that they could not leak any industrial tech to the Ming dynasty. The last thing Berenger needed in this world was an industrialized China. Such a fearsome adversary would be difficult to deal with. Thus, if he could prevent them from industrializing until they naturally achieved it on their own, it would be best for everyone. Prince Juji sighed when he heard Gerhard's bullshit. He knew the real reason the Reich was making this demand, but there was not much he could do. If he were to refuse, Germany was sure to use some unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. Whether it was kidnapping or outright total warfare, the Ming prince knew from personal experience that Berenger would not hesitate to use whatever means was required to gain that which he desired. The official Ming policy in the Cold War between the German Empire and the Empire of Japan was one of neutrality. However, in secret, they favored the Reich, if not simply due to the fact that Germany and its Kaiser had no interest in the region, whereas Atami wanted to control the East as her personal domain. Berenger had even made some promises to the Ming Emperor that he would not interfere with the Ming dynasty's sphere of influence once the Japanese had been defeated in the upcoming war. To Berenger, it wasn't a matter of whether war would happen, it was a matter of when the fighting would begin. From his perspective, he was already at war with Atami and her Japanese empire. After thinking about Gerhard's words for several moments, Zhu Ji let out a heavy sigh and rested his forehead in the palm of his hand. Just why did the great Ming dynasty have to endure the whims and wishes of these two foreign empires? Had they really fallen so far behind the rest of the world? Ultimately, he nodded his head and submitted to the power of the Reich, even if he didn't want to. Very well, I will hand over the Japanese refugees to the Reich. To be honest, it has been an ordeal harboring them. Empress Atami demands that we hand them over to her so that she can execute them and is even threatening sanctions against us if we refuse to do so. In case you are not already aware, our people have become accustomed to Japanese luxury goods. If we were to suddenly stop receiving shipments, it would cause a great deal of civil unrest. All I ask is that when you take these refugees off our hands, you make it seem as if they voluntarily came with you. The last thing I need is Empress Atami cutting off trade. Gerhard scoffed when he heard this before taking another sip of his tea. There was a very obvious solution to this problem which he did not hesitate to voice. You know, anything the Japanese can manufacture, the Reich can copy. Hell, I guarantee you that we would be able to make a better product and in much larger supply. Why don't you just purchase these luxury goods from us? Zhu Ji shook his head, which was a bit unexpected to Gerhard, but the reasoning he used to reject the offer was solid, and thus the German ambassador could not be mad at the Ming prince. If I were to do that, the economy of Japan would crumble, which would cause their empress to become desperate. If you want to see what happens when that woman becomes desperate, just look at what happened to the Joseon kingdom. Or India, for that matter. You have heard the news about Atami's little puppet, right? Gerhard once more took a sip from his tea and nodded his head before responding to the man's question. The Reich's stance on Emperor Asha's atrocious actions within Southeast Asia is one of condemnation. However, the Kaiser has plans to deal with the man soon enough. Which is why I wanted to discuss something else with you. Something that will prove to be of vital importance to the Japanese Empire's defeat. The Kaiser wishes for the Ming to begin their expansion into South Indochina. I'm sure you can cook up an excuse that would validate your conquest of the region. Besides, it will give your troops the field experience they need to become proficient in the use of their new weapons. Zhu Ji raised his brow when he heard this. It was well within his power to reject this request. After all, the Ming were not a subordinate to the Reich, however he wanted to hear the reasoning behind this suggestion and was thus quick to inquire about it. What exactly is in South Indochina that is so important for you to request that our empire go to war? Gerhard wore a crafty smile when he heard this question and was happy to oblige with an answer. There is a rather vast deposit of a specific resource within the region, one that Atami will need if she wishes to contend with the Reich on the battlefields. Currently, she is making use of her Bengal puppet to import the mineral, but once the Indian subcontinent is under our control, she will be forced to look elsewhere for it. Currently, the only place in Asia that has this mineral, which isn't already under our sphere of influence, is South Indochina. Since you already control the north as a vassal, I figured you would like to take this opportunity to cut off the Japanese from this critical resource, one that could be the deciding factor in our future conflict. It immediately startled the Ming prince to hear this news. He had many questions and not enough time to ask them all. He was also fairly certain Gerhard would be rather obstinate if he were to actually press him on the matter. Thus, after several moments of silence, the Ming prince asked the most important question on his mind. If we do this, won't Empress Atami see this as a declaration of war? After all, we will be depriving her of this supposedly valuable resource, one that could determine the outcome of her war with the Reich. Despite this concern, Gerhard appeared to be completely calm as he raised his finger and wagged it as if lecturing the Ming prince for overthinking things. Not at all, Empress Atami has her eyes set on India. She believes that Asha can provide her with as much of this resource as she desires, and the fool would gladly do so. In truth, the Japanese have vastly underestimated our military might. Within 3 years, all of India will be under the control of our puppet and Asha will be dead. By the time she realizes this and begins searching for an alternative source, you will have already taken the last deposit. If she decided to call you out on this, you can simply deny any knowledge of this material, as I doubt you would understand what it is, let alone how to refine it. So how about it? Don't you think it's about time all of Indochina became your great empire's vassal? Yuji sipped from his teacup while he reflected on this notion. Ultimately, he sighed once more before giving his response. I will try to persuade my father on the merits of your suggestion. However, I can't guarantee he will respond in the way you desire. If that is all you have to discuss for the day, then I will see myself out. Gerhard merely smiled and nodded, allowing the Ming prince to return to his family's palace. As for whether the Ming emperor would agree to launch an invasion of South Indochina, Gerhard was fairly certain he would do so. The benefits outweighed the costs, and if the Ming emperor was as wise as he was said to be, he would surely act on this intel. Chapter 866, Flammenwerfers and Simonitions. On a distant frontier in Lindenheim, or what was once known as North America from Berengar's past life, a company of German infantry loaded their weapons from within their IFV as their radio operator called in an artillery strike on an unsuspecting native village. The thunder of the 15 centimeters guns echoed in the air before their shells landed on the villagers, blasting their longhouses to bits. Blood-curdling screams filled the air as the tribesmen cried out in agony. However, after a single barrage, the guns ceased their assault, allowing the infantry to advance into the village and clean up the survivors. Disease had ravaged the lands of North America over the past 2 years as the Germans withdrew their medical support of the native populations. Though the German settlers were unaffected due to the marvels of modern medicine, the native populace had taken a massive hit from the coasts of New Veen all the way to the shores of California. With Arnulf's death, Berenger had taken a far more hostile stance towards the native tribes and had elected to fully purge them from existence. Those who could escape the Germans' wrath fled further westward, while villages like this one suffered a cruel fate. The German soldiers quickly deployed from behind their IFVs as they opened fire with their automatic rifles into the village. With a spray of lead, those who had survived the initial barrage were quickly gunned down. Hiding behind a large rock was the chieftain who had in the past personally requested Arnulf to attack Barenwald. Miraculously, he had survived the initial purges and had fled with his people westward. Yet in the end, the German vengeance still caught up with him. It was because of this man that the native peoples of North America had suffered so much over these past couple of years. Just as the chieftain was about to make a break for it, he heard the voice of a nearby German soldier calling out to his comrades. Fritz, get the Flammenwerfer. As the man turned around, he saw a grinning golden-haired soldier with a peculiar device in his hands. The German said something in his native tongue, which the chieftain did not quite understand. However, if his translator was nearby, he would know that the German soldier had cursed him. Burn in hell, you savage bastard. After saying this, the German soldier spewed fire from the muzzle of his Flammenwerfer, a fire that was mixed with napalm coated the native chieftain. The man screamed in agony as his flesh cooked beneath the flames. He flailed about for several moments before falling to the floor, dead. Though he was deceased, his body continued to burn. The German soldiers shared a laugh as they watched the man named Fritz light the remainder of the village aflame with his Flammenwerfer. The era of peaceful coexistence between the Reich and the native tribes had come to an end. With Arnulf's death, followed by several incidents of raiding and raping of German settlers by the native tribes of Florida, the Kaiser had taken the gloves off, so to speak. This was just one village in Lindenheim among many which suffered a similar fate. There was simply no way for the primitive North American tribes to fight against a modern army. In the eyes of the Kaiser, who lost one of his greatest friends as a result of the natives' interference, no amount of blood could satisfy his rage. While the tribes of North America burned in the flames of war, the German military had begun hosting war games in 2 separate locations within the New World. The first of these 2 locations were within the jungles of New Schwaben, while the second was within the Caribbean. Supported by a fleet of ships, the German Marines and their allies from the army prepared to assault a chain of islands in a series of simulated battles. The German soldiers made use of special weapons that were converted to use the new non-lethal training ammunition. Simply referred to as simonitions by the soldiers, these specialty cartridges were designed to provide a realistic training scenario for the German army. The soldiers acting as the German Marines were known as Bluffer, and they were equipped with the latest weapons and uniforms that were issued to the German military, which was modeled after those used by German troops during the Second World War of Berengar's past life. As for the German soldiers who opposed the landings, they were known as Opfer and wore uniforms loosely modeled after those used by the Imperial Japanese Army during Berengar's past life. Despite the difference in appearance, these Opfer soldiers were still equipped with the same weapons as their Bluffer counterparts. While the landings were taking place, a fleet of Ju-390 transport planes dropped their false chargers from the skies above. A double attack designed to break the trench system on the shores while attacking from behind enemy lines. Much like what had been done on D-Day. Tank traps were established on the beachheads to prevent the German tanks from moving forward. Despite this, the landing craft were designed to carry tanks, IFVs and infantry alike, which they did. Even if the vehicles couldn't move forward, they could act as a means of cover for the infantry. When the first landing craft opened their hatches and revealed the armored vehicles within, the Opfer soldiers opened fire. Obviously, they were not permitted the use of Panzerfausts during this exercise, and because of this, they were focusing on the soldiers who hid behind the armored vehicles. MG-27s, which were modeled after the MG-42, sprayed their simunitions downrange and towards the bluffer soldiers who hid behind their tanks as if they were an all-protecting barrier. Though some men were tagged by the simunitions and fell down to the ground while playing dead, others continued to press forward with the tanks. If this was a real battle, the Panther tanks, along with their accompanying Martyr IFVs, would have fired their guns on the enemy defenses. But because this was a mock battle, they were not permitted the use of their main guns and instead used the machine guns embedded in the turret to spray the Opfer defenders. Eventually the tanks reached the tank traps and could progress no further. In the next moment, Lieutenant Hermann von Habsburg saw his men falter, too afraid to move forward. Though the men knew that these rounds weren't lethal, they still represented death, and the fear of facing a similar situation in East Asia had crippled many of those who had never experienced combat before. Upon seeing this, Hermann took the lead and courageously called out to his soldiers over the sound of gunfire. "Come on, you apes, you want to live forever?" After saying this, he charged past the tank that his platoon was hiding behind and rushed through the gunfire while unleashing a torrent of his own upon the enemy forces. The mere insinuation that they were cowards combined with their commanding officer's courageous actions caused the company of army soldiers to charge forward, igniting a chain reaction where every bluffer soldier on the beach rushed through the gunfire and towards the enemy's trench line. Those who were hit fell to the ground acting as if they had died. However, the overwhelming number of bluffer soldiers was simply too much for the Opfer defenders to handle. Before long, the trenches were breached and the bluffer soldiers ruthlessly gunned down the Opfer defenders, taking the beachhead on the first island for the bluffer faction. While the German Marines and soldiers worked together to take the beachhead, the false chargers dropped onto the island from the skies above. Thousands of men descended through the sky in a massive halo jump before pulling their chutes, where they continued to fall to the ground. After safely landing on the island, the German false chargers regrouped before making an assault on the beachhead. Thus, while the Marines assaulted the front of the fortifications, the paratroopers launched an attack on the rear. With a perfect pincer attack, the Opfer soldiers soon emerged from their tunnels waving the white flag. Though the initial defenses of the island had been taken in a matter of hours, there was still much more to this exercise that lay ahead. From the beaches, the bluffer troops would have to make their way to the enemy command post, which lay at the greatest height of the tropical island. All along the way, the Opfer soldiers would hamper the advance of their enemy and try to repel the bluffer faction from the island altogether. If bluffer succeeded in their objective, then they would be shipped off to another island to repeat their conquest. The overall casualties that existed among the bluffer soldiers from the initial landing were in the thousands, suggesting to the German generals and admirals who observed the operation that their troops would need to regularly undergo simulated events like this one in order to gain the most experience possible. Otherwise, they would see similar results when the war with Japan finally broke out. Chapter 867, Further Conflict in the Indian Subcontinent. Emperor Asha gazed upon the letter in his hand, which was written by the Japanese empress herself. As he read its contents, a slight shiver made its way down his spine. The following words were written by Itami as a means to condemn the Bengal army and ensure that they fell back in line as a proper puppet. Dear Emperor Asha Sarkar, I have learned that you have only recently began your conquest of Ava. The reason behind your delay is that your army spends more time looting and raping than it does fighting. I am most disappointed by your leadership. Perhaps I have chosen the wrong state to support in India. I am certain your neighbors would be most interested in the weapons I sold you. Correct your ways, accept the advice of my officers, and do not disappoint me again. Your empire will not survive the consequences of doing so. Sincerely, Empress Itami Ryo. While Asha may not be aware of the current difficulties that the Imperial Japanese army was suffering through, he knew enough about their capabilities to know that if he truly enraged the young empress, then his own army would not stand a chance. The Bengal emperor was also keenly aware that, without Japanese military support, he would not be able to fulfill his conquests, nor keep the lands he had already seized. Perhaps worst of all, he had enraged the woman he sought to take as a bride. Thus, with a heavy sigh, Asha accepted his fate. Though he would not free the prizes that he and his army had taken during their campaign, he would make sure that his troops were focused on what truly mattered. Thus, after careful consideration, the man summoned his officers as well as the military advisors that Japan had provided him with. Once they were all within his grand war tent, Asha began to speak of his newest orders. As of right now, any and all looting, slavery, and rape are strictly forbidden. Any man caught engaging in such activities will be summarily executed. Our men may keep what they have already claimed for themselves, but we have a war to focus on. I want our conquest of the kingdom of Ava to be completed within the month so that we may focus on our larger ambitions. The Japanese attaché was relieved to hear that Asha had begun to take things seriously, so much so that they let out a deep exhale. As for the emperor's personal military officers, they were rather upset by this news and immediately began to protest. You are saying that you will be denying our soldiers their rightful spoils of war? This is simply unacceptable. Our men fight hard for your glory and yet you refuse to allow them to take their share of wealth? Do you intend to keep them all for yourself? This insinuation deeply enraged the Bengal emperor, who slammed his hand upon his table and cursed out the general who had dared to accuse him of selfishness. You are relieved of your position, as is anyone else who dares to question my orders. Regardless of whether you agree or not, these are your commands and you will follow them, or I will find men who will. If you dare so dissent among my troops, I will have you shot. The Bengal general was absolutely horrified by what had just happened. He had lost his position in the army as a mighty general who knows what he would be demoted to now. As for the others, they refused to speak up on his behalf in fear that they too would lose the wealth and glory of being a general. With these orders, the Bengal army was forced to conduct itself in a better light as well as readjust their priorities. Without the overwhelming number of slaves to slow them down, the Bengal army would be quick to advance through the rest of Burma before turning west toward their true goal. While Asha and the Bengal army concluded their conquest of Burma, a council of Indian kings met together within the borders of the Pandya dynasty in the south of the Indian subcontinent. The only Indian kingdom that was not represented in this meeting was the Bengal Empire, and that was because their aggressive expansion was the topic of discussion. Emperor Chandra Tamara sat in the chamber where the meeting was taking place with a scowl on his face. Why was he in such a poor mood? Because all the other Indian kings were far wealthier than he was. There was one reason for this: trade with the Reich. While Germany had long since dominated the trade within the Mediterranean, it was not until the opening of the Kaiser's Pass where commerce with the rest of Asia could be easily established. Nearly 3 years ago, the Kaiser's Pass opened up and the Indian subcontinent was welcomed to the luxuries of Germany. The trade routes with Germany had made all of these kings exceptionally wealthy. All except one. After usurping the title of emperor from his nephew and forcing the boy and his sister to flee for his life, Chandra thought that he would be able to live out the rest of his days basking in what little wealth his family's empire still had. Instead, his nephew and niece had fled to the Reich, where it was discovered that Chandra had been poisoning the young girl. In response to this, Germany had enacted strict economic sanctions against the Anangpur Empire. At first, this was not too big of a deal because there was limited trade with the Reich. However, once the Kaiser's Pass had opened up, all sorts of luxurious goods made their way to the Indian subcontinent, yet because of his poor relationship with Germany, nobody was willing to trade them to him. Thus, when compared to the rest of the Indian kings within the chamber, Chandra appeared as if he were a beggar. As a man who wanted nothing more than to flaunt his wealth and power, this was the ultimate insult. He was still mulling over this loss when he heard something interesting be reported by the Pandya king. Recently, the merchants of the Reich have begun selling a rather peculiar article in my realm. These so-called newspapers shed some rather horrifying light on how the Bengal army is conducting their war in the east. After saying this, the man pulled out multiple newspapers which were written in Sanskrit. They contained images of multiple atrocities being committed by Emperor Asha's troops. The Pandya king then passed them around to his peers, who all read the contents in silence. The black and white photos in the papers surprised most of them. Some even confused them for rather poor paintings. It was not until the Pandya king cleared up the confusion did the various Indian monarchs realize the extent of the issue. These are called photographs. It is some new technology the Germans have invented that allows them to capture an instant in time. What you are looking at is not some artist's interpretation of the events that have unfolded in the East, but the actual scene of Asha's crimes as they occurred. If this is how the Bengal army treats their neighbors in the East, then how will our people fare when he marches his troops on the West? Make no mistake, Emperor Asha seeks to conquer all of our realms. Which means all of us are at risk of this happening to our people. My suggestion is simple. A defensive alliance between all our kingdoms. If one of us is attacked, then we are all attacked. At the very least, the sight of our unity against foreign aggression will be enough to send Asha a message that if he wishes to conquer all of our lands, he will have to fight us all at once. It took the Indian kings a few moments to properly comprehend the newspapers, but once the reality set in, they were all quick to join this defensive alliance. All but one. Emperor Chandra scoffed as he heard the so-called notion of unity before pointing out the hypocrisy of it all. So, when one of our neighbors poses a threat to one of you, you all decide to label him a foreigner and seek to come together against his aggression. However, when my empire is sanctioned by a foreign power in the far west, none of you come to our aid? You can take your defensive alliance and shove it up your asses. The Anangpur Empire has no need of your war. After saying this, Chandra Tamara stormed out of the room where the meeting was being held and in doing so had made the greatest mistake of his life. He was now all alone with no allies to speak of. While it was true that he may need to worry about the Bengal army, there was a far more ravenous wolf that had already set its sights upon him, and that wolf was Germany. Thus, two things occurred within the Indian subcontinent on this day. The Anangpur Empire, in an act of spite, had enacted a policy of isolation, while the rest of the Indian kingdoms formed a defensive alliance. both of which benefited Berenger and his ambitions for the region more than anyone else. Chapter 868, The Mines of Wildskana, Part 50. Berenger was currently sitting in a VIP booth within the Grand Concert Hall of Kufstein. The seats within the venue had been filled to the brim with members of every level of society. Though it was not a concert that would be entertaining the German public tonight, but rather a brand new type of media. Within the large VIP booth was every member of Berengar's family who sat with excited smiles on their faces along with buckets of buttery popcorn on their laps. A treat that Berenger had specifically invented for the complete cinema experience. That's right, today was the day that the world's first movie premiered. Soon, cinemas would be constructed around the Reich where this masterpiece of propaganda would be displayed for all of Germany to witness. The story was written and directed by a team beneath Adela's command. In fact, she had been instrumental in ensuring everything was just right. This caused Berenger to lean over and kiss the woman on the cheeks before whispering something in her ear. "Thank you for this. I know it must not have been easy, opening up old wounds." Adela merely smiled and nodded her head before shushing Berenger with a finger. She left behind a final remark before the movie began. "Shoo, it's starting. We'll talk after the movie is over." Berenger merely smiled and nodded his head as the lights darkened and the crowds fell silent. Within the next few moments, the movie was projected onto the large screen where the title appeared in black and white. The Mines of Wildskana. Immediately after the title screen passed, the movie opened with the sight of peasants advancing in ranks within a field outside the old castle of Kufstein. All the while, a middle-aged man yelled out his orders to them. "Prime. Load. Fire." After firing their shot into straw dummies a mere 100 meters away, the front line knelt down and began to reload their muskets. Once more, the haggard voice of the middle-aged man could be overheard in the distance. "Advance." The line behind them moves forward between the gaps of kneeling soldiers, and the older officer repeated his commands. As this is happening and the rank of soldiers advance closer to the targets, the scene cuts to a tall, handsome blonde man no older than 20. He continues to silently watch until the soldiers get close to the targets, at which point, after firing their shots, they pull out bayonets and equip them to their muskets. Where the officer gives one last order. "Charge." The soldiers break ranks and do an organized bayonet charge into the dummies, skewering their triangular blades through the straw torsos. Once the drill is over, the young man approaches the troops and says the following. "Good work, gentlemen. Go clean up and get some food. You have more than earned it." The militia all had excited smiles on their faces when they heard this. They would gladly train how to fight in return for an extra meal a day. After all, this was the feudal era and peasants rarely ate their fill. Before they departed, they saluted the lord with a fist to the heart, then dispersed. Immediately following their departure, the officer approached the young man and asked the following. "Well, my lord, what do you think?" The handsome young man gazed around the training grounds and witnessed the destruction wrought by the muskets. Straw littered the field and dummies, or what remained of them, were knocked to the ground. Upon observing all of this, he nodded his head eagerly with a smile on his face before informing the officer of his opinion. "Well done, Eckhard, you've turned this peasant rabble into an effective fighting force. The battalion will be more than capable of defending Kufstein against our neighbors should they turn on us." The old officer smiled and nodded his head in agreement with the young lord's assessment. "In truth, I did not do much. I was only following your instructions, sir. What should be commended is your invention. Though it lacks the range of a longbow, it takes a fraction of the time to train an able-bodied man in its use. It is truly a revolutionary instrument of war. But enough about that, I wanted to ask you something. I heard you will be heading out tomorrow. Is this true?" Berenger nodded his head and began to walk in the castle's direction. As Eckhard followed by his side, he explained in detail his plans for the next day. "Yes, it is. My little fiancée has returned with payment for the steel ingots which I sold to her father. After careful consideration, I have decided to use the money to expand our mining sector. Tomorrow morning, I will be heading to the mines near Wildskana to oversee the work. I should be gone for no more than a fortnight. In the meantime, you should continue your work with the militia. After witnessing today's events, I can confidently say that I trust in your abilities. The men are in good hands." Despite the compliment, Eckhard had a hint of worry in his eyes as he heard that his lord and master would be gone for so long. Even though the man would not be traveling far, Eckhard still felt the need to propose an escort, which he did not hesitate to ask. "Do you want me to arrange an escort?" Berenger immediately brushed off this idea with a smile on his face. It was clear by the expression he made that he was still filled with youthful wonder and trust towards others that only an inexperienced man could have in his heart. "No need for concern. The lord of the territory is a vassal of my father. He would never harm me. Besides, I feel like it would be inappropriate to take away from the men's training. They belong here with you. They'll be fine." Though Berenger said this with utmost certainty, the old man had clearly seen his fair share of betrayal in life and looked concerned for the lord's safety. Despite this, he sighed in defeat, knowing that his insistence would get him nowhere. Instead, he parted ways with a last bit of fair advice. Just be careful." Berenger smiled and nodded his head as he walked into the castle with Eckhard by his side. Just before they enter its gates, he leaves behind his final remark. "I will do that, my friend." Immediately after this, the movie transitions to the next scene where Berenger walks into his family's dining hall. Seated at the table are his entire family and a few guests, including a 12-year-old blonde girl who seems excited to see him. He pecks the girl on the cheek and sits down next to her. Immediately after this, the camera transitions to a beautiful young redhead sitting across from Berenger, who seems incredibly agitated at the sight of the man kissing his fiancée on the cheek. Berenger notices this and silently shakes his head, causing Linda to control herself, where she immediately lowers her head and bites her lower lip. As this is going on, Lambert is sitting by her side, glaring at his elder brother with a hint of hate in his ocean blue eyes. Adela is completely unaware of the tension in the room and breaks out into excitement when she sees the servants bring out the food. You wouldn't believe how much I missed the food of Kufstein while I was back home. Perhaps even more than I missed you. Berenger chuckles at this remark while dinner continues as the camera zooms out. We next see him walk into his room with a tall candle and sit down at his desk, where he begins to spread out some paper. A time-lapse follows showing the young lord working as the candle melts. He scribbles his signature on the last blueprint of a flintlock musket, then blows out the candle, which has melted, indicating it's been hours since he started. In the next scene, we see Berenger rise early in the morning and leave the castle at dawn. In the courtyard below, there is a carriage waiting outside for Berenger. As he steps into the carriage, he looks up and sees the redhead from dinner looking out the window at him. The girl smiles and waves at him, implying that there is a certain relationship between the two of them. Upon seeing this, the young lord smiles back before blowing a kiss in her direction. This causes the girl to panic and scurry out of sight. With this brief interaction out of the way, Berenger merely chuckles before entering the carriage as it drives away. The carriage then joins up with more from the town, forming a convoy which makes its way down through the muddy path toward Wildskana. Chapter 869, The Mines of Wildskana Part LL. As the movie was playing, Berenger reached behind his seat and into the lap of Henrietta, where she kept her popcorn. The spectacle of the film thoroughly enthralled the young woman. She was very young at the time that these events took place and thus was not fully aware of the story. After all, she had simply trusted Berengar's word and not investigated the matter with Lambert. As Berenger grabbed a handful of her popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth, she leaned forward and whispered something in his ear. So you were seeing Linda even back then? I did not know that your relationship had started so early. No wonder Lambert wanted to kill you. In response to this, Berenger merely smirked before correcting his precious little sister's thinking. Actually, he tried to kill me before I ever met Linda. If you want to know the truth, she tried to seduce me the night we met and make me into her plaything. However, it seems I somehow managed to turn that around. As far as I'm aware, when this film takes place, Lambert was unaware of our relationship. He only began to suspect things after this. The movie continued during their hushed conversation as the scene shifted to one where Berenger steps out of his carriage after arriving at his destination. There is a rather sinister-looking nobleman who greets the Baron's son with a smiling facade. Lord Berenger, it is my honor to host your visit to my family's lands. Is there anything in particular you would request of my household during the duration of your stay? Berenger shook his head. He had a confident look on his face as he pulled out a wad of papers and handed it to the man. Your generosity humbles me, but I'm afraid I will be spending most of my time at the mine. Maybe some other time. Ulrich quickly looked at the papers with a hint of shock on his face before requesting an explanation of what information was inscribed upon them. What is this? The Baron's son merely smiled and explained just what it was that he had given his father's subordinate. Nothing too impressive, just some basic information on how you can improve your crop yields. This news surprised the subservient lord, who hastily skimmed over the contents with an eager expression on his face. Though he knew little of agriculture, what was written at least made some sense to him. The minor nobleman practically fell to his knees as he thanked Berenger for his generosity. My lord, this gift is too great. How can I possibly repay you for your kindness? Once more, Berenger wore a charming smile as he gazed upon the fields and the peasants working in them. After a glamour shot of how destitute the common people were, the camera shifted back to Berengar's handsome face while he spoke his thoughts aloud. All I want is for my people to have enough food to satisfy their hungry bellies. Nothing more is needed on your part. This response seemed to have shifted the expression on Ulrich's face, as if this young man had said something utterly contemptible. However, Berenger seemed not to notice it, for when he next took a look at the minor nobleman, he had returned to his smiling facade. A noble gesture. I will see to it that these ideas of yours are implemented as soon as possible. Now, shall I escort you to the mines? Berenger proceeded to thank Ulrich before stepping into another carriage, which took them to the mines. The distance between the village of Wildskana and the mines themselves was significant enough that an impoverished shanty town was established at the base of the mountain. The miners appeared filthy, destitute, starving, and just generally woesome. Berenger noticed this and sighed deeply before speaking his thoughts aloud. When I have built a substantial enough treasury, I will make sure that these poor souls are properly looked after. No man should ever have to live in such horrid conditions, especially not my own people. The look on Ulrich's face was once more filled with contempt for only a second before it flashed back to being friendly. In the following scene, Ulrich introduced Berenger to the mines and the workforce before departing. Another brief montage of work takes place where Berenger is seen personally helping with the improvements to the mine until finally he is awoken at dawn by a particularly nervous individual. My lord, the mines have collapsed. Come with me quickly. Without hesitation, Berenger follows the man into the mine shaft, looking for the alleged collapse and the potential survivors. However, after delving deep into the cavern, Berenger has not seen another man. Befuddled by this revelation, he quickly interrogates the miner about his previous claims. "Just where is this mine collapse that you speak of?" A vicious smile appears on the miner's face as he says his farewell to the Baron's son. A hint of laughter can be heard in his voice as he does so. "Right here, my lord. Your brother Lambert sends his regards." Berenger is visibly panicked as he realizes what is about to happen. However, before he can make a run for it, an explosion occurs and the mine collapses around him. Immediately after this, the scene cuts to Lambert and Linda, who are back in the Kufstein castle. Lambert, in his arrogance, reveals his plot to the young red-headed beauty with a haughty smirk on his face. "My brother? Oh, did I not tell you? I have arranged for him to suffer a little accident in the mines. By now, that pitiful bastard is already dead, buried beneath a mountain of rubble." Linda immediately freezes, and it is apparent to everyone watching the film that her heart had just imploded. However, being the professional that she is, she quickly recovers her sense of calm and nods her head. Her voice slightly breaks as she withdraws from the room, leaving behind a pitiful excuse. If you will excuse me, I must go and write to my father so that he may hear the good news." From the corner of her eye, it is clear that the young red-headed beauty is struggling to contain her tears. However, she holds on just long enough to exit the room with grace. Once the door is shut behind her, the waterworks enter full effect as she covers her mouth so that her sobbing cannot be overheard by any unwanted ears. It takes Linda a few moments to overcome her pain. However, when she realizes the potential of Berenger still being alive, panic sets in and she sprints through the halls of the castle and out towards the village below where Ludwig's workshop is located. As Linda burst through Ludwig's doors, tears thoroughly stained the woman's pretty face, causing the old armorer to be a bit suspicious of who he knew to be Lambert's fiancée. However, before he could question just what this harlot was doing in his workshop, she blurted out her thoughts. "Berenger is in trouble." These words stunned Ludwig, who had become close friends with Berenger, leaving the man even more suspicious than he was moments ago. After interrogating Linda on her loyalties, the woman reveals that she is in love with Berenger and has been having an affair with him for some time. This response leaves Ludwig speechless but ultimately convinces him of the woman's allegiance. Ludwig quickly knocks on Eckhard's door and informs the man of what had transpired, causing him to rally the troops in Berengar's defense. The scene ends with the soldiers marching towards Wildskana as they sing the song Erika, which is contrasted with visuals of Linda praying for Berengar's survival while the man is alone, in the darkness, trapped beneath the rubble and losing all hope for survival. The next scene depicts Eckhard and his troops seizing control of the mines where they interrogate the miners while rescuing Berenger. The miners reveal that Ulrich was responsible for the caveat and that they had been paid to maintain their silence, cementing the Lord's guilt in the eyes of the haggard old knight. Despite all odds, the cave-in is cleared and Berenger is rescued, much to the joy of his soldiers. He is immediately treated for his wounds, while also given food and water. However, despite his injuries, Berenger quickly organizes the defense of their position, knowing that Ulrich will not allow him to leave the mines alive. The scene then cuts to Lord Ulrich, who is informed of Berengar's survival and the militia that occupies the mines. He knows he cannot allow Berenger to live, for his betrayal would instantly be revealed to the boy's father. Thus, he rallies an army of 1,600 men composed mostly of peasant levies and marches them towards the mines where Berenger lied in wait for him. An epic battle ensues where Berenger personally leads his troops to victory. The power of the muskets easily prevails over the heavily armored knights and the men-at-arms who followed them. Before long, Ulrich's elite troops force the peasants towards the front lines, under threat of death where they suffer heavy casualties. As the battle comes to a close, the villainous Ulrich panics, and just as he is about to order a full retreat, the thunderous echoes of cannons fill the air. The traitorous lord nearly has a heart attack as he witnesses 12-pound cannonball coming straight for him. However, before he could snap the reins of his horse, the projectile effortlessly barrels through his chest and claims his life. Those forces loyal to Ulrich who were not killed in the battle quickly routed following the death of their lord, leaving Berengar's militia with an overwhelming victory. The final scene starts after the battle is over, where Berenger is seen sitting on a rock in contemplation with a musket on his lap while he watches the aftermath of the battle. Eckhard observes the man's behavior from the side for a while before approaching him. It becomes clear that Berenger is still deep in thought, and thus to catch his interest, Eckhard tosses the man a coin before posing his question. "Pfennig, for your thoughts?" Berenger catches the coin and smiles as he inspects it. He is still in the process of gathering his thoughts and thus says nothing for several moments of silence. After a while, he looks at the bodies being piled up into a mass grave and speaks his mind. "Feudalism is dead. I just killed it. You saw that battle, Eckhard. No longer will mounted knights win wars, but it will be the common man armed with one of these who will determine the fate of nations. How long will they fight for their ungrateful lords as peasant levies? A restructuring of society is now inevitable, and without a guiding hand, it will be a bloody affair." Eckhard was surprised when he heard this, to say the least. Berengar's vision up until this point was to succeed his father and ensure that his family's lands were prosperous, but there was no great desire for revolution. "You intend to restructure our society, the nobles will resist it. The Catholic Church will name you a heretic. We will make many enemies. In response to this, Berenger merely smirks before turning his head to look at Eckhard and the camera, where he says the following. Then we just need a bigger army. With this said, the screen fades to black, where the words "the end" took the screen. The theater immediately broke out into thunderous applause and cheers of joy. As the credits rolled, the lights appeared and the actors who were present for the premiere took a bow in front of the entire audience. Berenger joined in and applauded them for their efforts. Though the film was in black and white, its quality truly impressed him. Perhaps it would go down as a genuine classic. A movie to be watched for generations to come. More than one member of Berengar's family had been moved to tears by the film, such as Adela, Henrietta, and surprisingly even Linda, who wrapped her arms around her man and cried in his shoulder. Overall, the world's first film was a monumental success, and the Department of Propaganda would continue to make use of films as a means to show off the grandeur of their nation and its ruler. Chapter 870, The Fall of Anangpur Part 50. A month passed by as quickly as it came, and in the east, the tides of war were rising. With the proclamation of a united defensive pact against the Bengal Empire and its bloodthirsty emperor, the forces of the Bengal army were left with only one option for their initial invasion of the subcontinent. Emperor Asha, with renewed focus, had quickly conquered what little remained of Burma and well within his estimated time frame. Currently, he was debating who to attack first, along with his ministers. Though the Anangpur Empire had foolishly isolated itself from the rest of the Indian kingdoms and would be the easiest territory to annex, the sheer insolence of Pandya and its allies had driven the Bengal emperor mad with rage. So much so that he was ready and willing to take on the challenge presented to him. Though the Japanese advisors who had been sent to oversee his campaign were far from agreeable with this foolish plan. So much so that one of them quickly pointed out his perspective with a rather stern tone in his voice. Only a fool would react to this blatant provocation with an invasion. Especially when there is another juicier lamb to be slaughtered in the west. The Anangpur Empire, in an act of spite, has isolated itself from their neighbors. This is the perfect opportunity to take a large chunk of the territory in which you claim. With little effort, the Anangpur Empire will submit to you, and from there you can conscript their men to serve in your armed forces. In doing so, you can more than double your army, allowing you to be better prepared for whatever paltry resistance the coalition has formed to defend against you. I implore you to listen to reason. Emperor Asha was just about to go on a tirade against his Japanese advisors who sought to undermine his authority at every turn when a messenger entered into the war room of the Bengal palace. The man had a panicked expression on his face as he kneeled before his emperor and reported the latest news, which he had received. Your Majesty, Emperor Chandra Tamara of the Anangpur Empire is here to see you. This news shocked both Asha and his Japanese advisors, and quite honestly neither of them knew how to properly react to it. Ultimately, after several awkward moments of silence, Asha cleared his throat before making a decree to the messenger. Send him in. The messenger initially thought that perhaps he had misheard, however after a moment's hesitation he could see the fierce glare that his emperor was giving him and scurried off to go bring in Asha's latest guest. A few moments later, Chandra Tamara appeared in the room. He had a smug smile on his face as he approached the Bengal emperor as if the two were equals. Though they had never met before, the shameless emperor of Anangpur acted as if they had been good friends for a long time. Emperor Asha, it is so good to finally meet you at last. After that nasty business with the others, I have thought about my position carefully and have decided that I am willing to form an alliance with you. All I ask is that you speak to the Japanese empress on my behalf so that I may open up trade with her mighty empire. Asha's brow twitched when he heard this nonsense. He could honestly not tell whether the man was mocking him or if he was earnest about his offer. After taking a few moments to calm himself, Asha walked up to Chandra and stared the man in the eyes before posing a simple question. What benefit do I gain by making an alliance with your pathetic little kingdom? Last time I checked, the Anangpur Empire was in decline, so much so that its true emperor fled its borders to go live a life of luxury within the Reich. Give me one reason why I shouldn't have you lined up against a wall and shot right now? You show up to my palace unannounced and demand that I not only make an alliance with you but go out of my way to make you look good in front of Empress Atami? The sheer audacity of it all. Chandra did not quiver in fear. Instead, he became rather angry. Perhaps he was unaware of just how powerful the Bengal army had become after gaining the support of the Japanese Empire. Or perhaps he was simply too proud to acknowledge the truth. Either way, his response was laughable and yet filled with contempt. You dare mock the lands of my ancestors? If they had not overthrown the Gurjara and united the Northwest into a mighty empire, you would be speaking Arabic right now. You should show me some fucking respect. Thoroughly enraged by this response, Asha broke out into a fit of manic laughter before pointing at Chandra and threatening him. You know what? I have come to a decision. I will save Anangpur for the last of my conquests. For the sheer degree of disrespect you have shown me on this occasion, I will allow you to return to your homeland alive and well just so you can sit back and watch as I unite the entire subcontinent beneath my banner. And when you are truly alone, with no friends to turn to in your time of need, I will set your petty little kingdom ablaze. The once proud history of your people shall forever be purged from this earth. So prepare yourself if you can, because one day soon you will feel my wrath. Guards, send this fool away. With that said, the Bengal palace guards dragged Emperor Chandra Tamara away from Asha's sight and cast him into the muddy streets. Though Chandra was enraged, there was nothing he could do about such an insult. He could only curse Asha's name and return to his homeland with his head held low. After Chandra was thrown out of the palace, Asha turned his sight to the map displayed on his war table and moved a figure representing his army into the position of his western neighbor, the Ganga. With a vicious smile on his face, he announced his intentions aloud. We will start our invasion here and move south until we have conquered the Pandya. From there, we will work our way up north until the entire subcontinent is under my banner. As for the Anangpur Empire, as promised, I will burn their civilization to the ground once I have annexed the others. Though Asha didn't know it, Germany had long since embedded spies within the Bengal Emperor's palace. More accurately, they paid servants to inform them about Asha's schemes. Thus, a young maid had overheard everything said in this meeting. The moment her shift was over and she was supposed to return home for the night, the young woman entered the docks where she covertly met up with a German merchant. The man handed her a bag of silver coins for the information she provided and sent her on her way. After which he got on the telegraph and informed the fatherland that the war in India was about to begin. More importantly, the agent reported to the fatherland that the Anangpur Empire had been spared Asha's wrath, for now at least. Though if the Reich waited too long, there would be nothing but ruins to rule over. Thus, after a single heated conversation between two monarchs, the fall of Anangpur had begun. Chapter 871, The Fall of Anangpur Part LL. Berenger stood in his war room with the exiled Anangpur Emperor Darya Tamara by his side. Aside from Berenger, there were also German officers from each branch of the military along with intelligence agents who relayed the latest information from the field. Emperor Asha Sarkar of the Bengal Empire had officially marched his army into his western neighbor, known as the Ganga dynasty. In doing so, he had proclaimed that the Anangpur Empire would be the last of his conquests of the Indian subcontinent, but the most brutal of them all. This gave Berenger the perfect opportunity to wage war against Chandra Tamara and place the rightful emperor back on the throne, but as a puppet beneath the control of the Reich. Berenger was now within his palace's war room discussing the invasion plan with his officers. Darya was permitted to attend since he was the man who would be established as the new ruler of the Anangpur Empire. The room was in chaos as locations were constantly being marked on the map that contained reported zones of conflict within the Indian subcontinent. While this chaos was unfolding within the war room, Berenger moved a bunch of figures which represented a carrier strike group and the attached landing craft near the shores of the Anangpur Empire. 3 years had passed since Berenger began his Pax Germania, and the first batch of Germany's carrier strike groups were now operational and deployed around the globe to project power in different spheres of influence. The one that was being dispatched to the Indian subcontinent was currently located at the naval base in the Malacca Strait. After moving his pieces to their correct locations, Berenger boldly states his plan for the invasion of the Anangpur Empire. We will dispatch the 6th Fleet to the shores of the Anangpur Empire, where our dive bombers on board the carrier will attack vital military outposts and garrisons from the skies above. As this occurs, we will send our Marines onto the shores who will make their way to the capital here in Anangpur. It will be a long trek, but by the time they arrive, the palace will have already fallen and the false emperor will be captured. Darya was in a state of disbelief when he saw the strategy Berenger had come up with. It took him several moments to understand everything that was in play, and when he did, he had one simple question in his mind. How do you intend to take the capital before the main force can plow their way through the half of the empire? In response to this, Berenger merely snickered before moving another group of models from the island of Cyprus straight towards the capital of the Anangpur Empire. These models were Ju-390s and were meant to represent troop transports. When Darya figured this out, he quickly asked another question but was cut off before he could finish. You don't mean to? Berenger smiled, nodded his head, and patted the young man on the back with approval before responding. It is exactly as you are thinking. I will airdrop 2 battalions worth of Jaegers into the capital who will secure the palace and the city while the Marines push through the rest of the empire. With such overwhelming firepower in their hands, along with the knowledge and experience to properly wield it, even your uncle's most elite soldiers will not stop them. A hint of excitement appeared on Darya's face as he realized after all these years he was finally about to gain his vengeance against his uncle who usurped his position and poisoned his sister. He gazed fondly upon the man in front of him before cracking a joke at Berengar's expense. My uncle always feared an ancient and obscure prophecy. He believed that the Anangpur princess would seduce a one-eyed devil from the west into invading her homeland and destroying it. However, looking at you now, you have 2 eyes, don't you? Berenger chuckled when he heard this remark before commenting on it with his fucked-up sense of humor. If you want, I can remove this eye and take your sister as my mistress. Would that make you feel better? Darya stared at Berenger in silence for a few moments, knowing the man's personality. It was entirely possible he would do something so outrageous just to add an additional layer of icing to the cake, so to speak. However, he simply shook his head in response and denied Berengar's solution to a non-existent problem. Nah, I think it would be best if you did neither of those 2 things. In response to this, the 2 men broke out into a shared laughter which lasted for several seconds. After calming themselves, Darya shifted to a more serious topic and asked the most important question on his mind. So, when do we begin? Berenger cocked a brow at the boy emperor before responding to his question. Didn't I already tell you? This is already in motion. Within 6 hours your uncle's reign will come to an end and your throne will be returned to you. You will be able to return to your homeland and restore your dynasty to its former glory. Daria had an excited expression on his face as he nodded his head in agreement. That is, until the moment the Kaiser opened his mouth once more. Of course, Priya will stay here in Kufstein with me. The moment the exiled emperor heard these words, his excitement turned to fury as he glared daggers at his benefactor, who had a smug smile on his face. Daria was not willing to accept this outcome and immediately rejected the very notion of Priya staying with Berenger. Absolutely not. I will never allow such a thing to come to pass. Priya belongs with me in her home. What gives you the right to keep her here under lock and key? It was at this moment Berengar's smug smirk turned to a frown as he walked up to Daria and stared down at him. There was a fierce glint in the Kaiser's mismatched eyes as his voice echoed with the authority of a tyrant. I swore to protect your sister from any and all threats. You may be emperor of Anangpur once more, but that does not mean that it is safe for your sister back in your ancestral home. If your uncle believes this prophecy, then how many of his followers do as I will? Will they not strike at her from the shadows as they have done in the past? I assure you, I will treat the girl the same way I have treated her for years, as if she were one of my loved ones. However, she's not returning with you to Anangpur. You can bitch and moan all you want, but in the end, we both know you will agree to my demands. You can think of this as assurance. Daria had always known that Berenger was never helping him and his sister out of the kindness of his own heart, but he never expected the man to make such an outrageous demand. If Berenger wanted Priya to stay in Kufstein, he should have married the girl like was once suggested to him. Yet he declined this offer, thus the exiled emperor could only ask the question that was currently plaguing his mind. What kind of assurance? A wicked grin appeared on Berengar's handsome face as he leaned over and whispered into Daria's ear. So long as your sister lives with me, I can be assured that you will toe the line. After all, the last thing I need is a puppet who does not obey his master. So long as you obey yourself, I won't coerce the girl into joining my bed. But if she just so happens to decide that is what she desires on her own, I won't reject her. After all, she has grown into such a beautiful young woman. As a man, how could I send her away when she's begging for my love? Daria clenched his fists in response to this. He had every urge in his body to strike the Kaiser, and yet his fear prevented him from doing so. All he could say was one simple phrase. You bastard. Berenger merely feigned offense as he corrected the errant youth for his poor choice of words. Bastard? No, I'm afraid I am something far worse. You really should have listened to your uncle. I may not be the devil, but I am the closest thing in this world to it. Now run along and let the men handle this operation. You just need to look pretty for your triumphant return. With this said, Berenger turned his back to Daria, leaving the young man to fume in his rage. Despite Daria's reservations, Berenger was correct in everything he said. In the end, the boy emperor did nothing and agreed to the Kaiser's demands. No matter how much he wished he could refuse. Chapter 872, Holding One's Generals Accountable. Itami sat at her dining table, feasting upon a delectable breakfast. However, her chopsticks had not moved an inch since she first laid eyes on the document in her hands. It was a copy of the newspaper that Berenger had shipped to the Majapahit Empire. The pictures in the paper were undeniable proof of her soldiers' war crimes within the Korean peninsula, Ryukyu Kingdom, and the island of Hokkaido. Piles of corpses, makeshift brothels, and literal slavery were all taking place across the theaters of war that the Imperial Japanese Army waged. An overwhelming sense of fury rose within the young woman's heart as she saw this. Without her knowledge, the soldiers of her army were committing atrocities left and right, and the Germans had documented it all, using her actions as propaganda to fuel the fear of the people she wished to subject to her influence. Learning from her failures in Korea, Itami had planned to move into the region one known in her past life as the Philippines, not as an overt military action but as an alliance of mutual cooperation. She had planned the same for Malaysia and Indonesia. Unfortunately, before she could enact this new strategy of conquest, her soldiers had given the Germans the fuel they needed to light a fire within the hearts of her targets. Itami did not know who to even hold responsible for these atrocities as they were being conducted in nearly every theater in which her soldiers operated. Aside from maybe her most trusted advisor, General Shiba Kayahiko, all of her general staff were guilty of the most heinous of crimes. However, if she were to execute them all for their actions, she would have nobody left to lead her troops. This issue with the chain of command had become something that was practically unsolvable. As she tried to reacquire her appetite, the young empress could only reflect on her past life and have a conversation with a man who had long since been deceased. Oh Julian, what would you do if you were in my position? A memory flashed in her mind, as if she were reliving it all over again, a conversation she had once had with Julian about the nature of war crimes. It is the threat of strict punishment that keeps soldiers in line, and the responsibility of the leadership to ensure that these punishments are enacted. Thus two things will prevent a large majority of war crimes from happening. The soldiers must both fear and respect the chain of command more than they trust their base human instinct to dominate the enemy after they have proven victorious. Itami repeated the words she once said aloud as if she were still Mizuno AI having this exact conversation with Julian Weber. But what if the generals are the ones who give the command to enact said war crimes? Who will hold them responsible? Julian sighed as he explained the potential scenarios where such a thing occurs, as if he were lecturing a toddler on the basic principles of the English language. Generally, war crimes are only enforced by two means. In the first scenario, a nation will hold itself to the same standards as the enemy, which throughout history is rare. By doing this, the military itself or the civilian government will try to convict their own soldiers for their crimes, no matter their rank. The second scenario is where the defeated nation is held accountable for their actions by the victors. This is the far more common scenario. This means that the winners of the war will use their might to punish those they believe to be responsible, such as the Nuremberg trials. In World War II, the Germans were heavily punished for their war crimes, while the Allies, who were just as bad in many cases, especially the Soviet Union, walked free without a single repercussion for their own atrocities. That's what they don't teach you in history class. Both sides of that war committed their fair share of crimes against humanity, but since we were victorious, we paint the conflict as a war between saints and sinners. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that you are in a position where you can punish your own general who commits some atrocity on the battlefield. It is not only your responsibility to inflict upon them the most severe penalty there is, as they are a high-ranking general who either ignored the crimes committed by his troops or outright commanded them, but it is also your duty to the soldiers beneath his command to hold him responsible, for if he is not punished, then they will continue to believe they can behave so horrendously. And if you truly believe in the concept of war crimes and/or crimes against humanity, then you must enforce them, for if you don't, then ultimately you are the one responsible for whatever suffering your troops cause. If you draw a line in the sand, you must enforce it, even if it means replacing your entire general staff with less experienced officers. However, such a thing can have disastrous effects, so you must decide what was more important to you as a leader: total victory or moral superiority. AI sighed in understanding as she nodded her head in agreement with Julian's assessment. With a wide smile on her face, she called out to him as if he were still in front of her. "Thank you, Julian, you are always there to help me when I need you." However, in the next moment he vanished, and Itami realized she was all alone in her dining hall. She immediately became overwhelmed with grief, knowing that during that conversation in her past life, she had cursed out Julian for implying that victory was the most important goal of a military and that war crimes were simply a part of conflict. It was only now, after living in a world where she was forced to undergo a similar situation, that she realized how right Julian was. However, because of this memory, Itami now drew a line in the sand. Disregarding collateral damage in pursuit of a hostile target and gunning down fleeing enemies was one thing. But rape, execution of POWs, murder of civilians, and outright slavery were simply intolerable. Because of Julian's advice, she had now gained the resolve to do what was necessary. She quickly got up from her seat and fetched the nearest servant. She was no longer in the mood to eat. After finding her target, she gave the woman an order. "Bring this command to the nearest telegraph station. Every general who is currently in the field, as well as every officer above the rank of major who is with them, is to be immediately recalled to Hyankyo. I must have a word with them all." The palace servant quickly nodded her head before rushing off to deliver the Empress' orders. In the time since Itami had regained control of her memories, she spent whatever time she was not overwhelmed with grief at advancing the technology of her society. Among these innovations were research into radio communications, radar, sonar, and other pieces of technology that were necessary for the function of a warship. After all, though her people may be able to manufacture the hulls to her warships, those vessels would still not be functional without these critical pieces of technology. The light of the divine mirror she had inherited from the previous dynasty provided significant benefits. The only problem was that it needed 24 hours to charge in the sun for every 12 hours of use. However, this was enough to allow her to complete the development and production of radio telegraphs, which she fielded in limited numbers across the Japanese mainland and her areas of occupation. With this order given, Itami returned to her room. Exhausted by the complicated emotions she felt, she immediately changed into something more comfortable before hopping into bed, where she hugged onto a large body pillow roughly the size of her long-deceased love interest. Itami immediately pulled the covers over her and smiled as she fell into a deep sleep. Her final words before her consciousness were a whispered pleasantry. "Good night, Julian." Chapter 873, The Fall of an Emperor Part LL. Sergeant Major Lochgraf von Wichten sat within the cargo bay of a Ju 390 heavy transport plane. For the past 8 hours or so, he and his company had been flying from Cyprus to Anangpur with a single purpose in mind: to capture the false emperor of the Anangpur Empire. As for the rest of the 2 battalions worth of Jaegers, their job was to secure the capital in an airborne operation. The battle-worn veterans stared stoically at the red light that was displayed within the aircraft's hangar bay. The moment it turned green, the hatch would open and he would jump out of the aircraft. It had been many years since he had been an average enlisted soldier, basking in the glory of the Kaiser's repeated victories. Now he was no longer so naive. He was a veteran Jaeger and a man who had seen his fair share of conflict. Hell, the scars on his face were proof enough about the action he had seen. Despite this, there was not a hint of emotion on his face. Why would there be? With the amount of men he had killed in war, to take another life was to add to a statistic and nothing more. As for his own life, he already swore it to the Kaiser. He lived and breathed for the glory of the Reich and nothing else. Though he had been given a noble title for his efforts, he did not desire it, nor did he crave for a large family full of useless descendants. His place was on the battlefield, and he knew it. Thus, despite the fact that he was about to jump out of a plane that was well over 6 kilometers in the air, there was not the slightest sense of dread in his heart, nor was there excitement, only mind-numbing calm. As the green light turned on and the hatch opened, the veteran sergeant major racked the charging handle of his suppressed MP-27 submachine gun, ensuring that a round was loaded before taking his place on the ramp. Before the captain of his company could even bother taking the foremost position, he had secured it for himself. This was not an act of disrespect. Rather, the captain relied on Locke to boost his soldiers' morale by charging into the fray, headfirst, on every occasion. The sergeant major glared at his company before nodding his head once. His words were short but to the point. For Kaiser and fatherland. After saying this, he turned around and leaped into the air without the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. Locke continued to fall towards his destination, focused entirely on his landing point rather than the men who had his back. Naturally, the rest of the company deployed, but he was too busy to see it. With every second, he fell a few hundred meters. The Earth's gravity pulled him closer to the ground as if it wanted nothing more than for him to turn into a giant pile of meat paste. While ordinary soldiers would pull their chute at roughly 185 meters. Locke continued to propel towards the Earth below. It was only when he was 60 meters in the air did he pull his chute, which caught him in the air and slowed his descent. It was the dead of night when the sergeant major landed in the Anangpur Palace's courtyard. Although he was the first to make his descent, he did not wait for backup. Immediately skulking in the darkness, he forced his way towards the palace gates where a troop of guards stood on watch. These men were dressed in medieval armor and armed with arquebus. They were the esteemed Tiger Guard who were once loyal to Daria. However, in the years of the true emperor's absence, their allegiance had been swayed towards Chandra with the promise of wealth and women. The legendary Tiger Guard did not even see death as it approached them. Locke merely aimed down the iron sights of his suppressed submachine gun and pulled the trigger. He held the trigger just long enough to send 3 rounds down range and into the chest of his first target. The muffled crackle of subsonic gunfire was not nearly loud enough to stir the nearby sentries, which Locke took advantage of as he rapidly shifted his target and plugged another 3 rounds into the next enemy. For this mission, his unit had all been equipped with suppressed MP-27 submachine guns along with specialized subsonic rounds. The noise signature fired from their barrel was not only hearing safe but only noticeable at close distance. Before the squad of Tiger Guardsmen could even react to this crackle in the darkness, Locke had rapidly shifted his targets and fired a small burst into each of their chests. The power of the subsonic 9mm round was more than enough to penetrate through their medieval armor and puncture their hearts. One man gunned these so-called elite soldiers of the Anangpur Empire down in the darkness before they even knew he was there. Following the spilling of first blood, the rest of Locke's unit made their way to the ground where they witnessed his work. They could not help but be impressed by the man's professionalism. After killing 5 guys with 3 bullets each, Locke still had 17 remaining in his magazine, which was more than enough to deal with a few more pests. The sergeant major did not hesitate, nor did he speak. He merely motioned in the darkness for the men of his unit to form on the door as he slowly picked the lock. While his company had landed in the courtyard of the palace, the rest of the 2 battalions landed throughout the rest of the city. Their jobs would be to silently eliminate the garrison. After silently opening the door, Locke took point where he'd lead the members of his platoon down one hall while the other progressed down the other. The moment they turned the corner, they witnessed a group of 10 sentries who they gunned down in a matter of seconds. The overwhelming volume of gunfire could barely be heard throughout the corridors as they made their way through the rest of the palace in search of the usurper. Like knives in the dark, the Jaegers dispatched every hostile they came across as if their god was the Reaper and he had bestowed upon them the gift of death. Not even the servants of the palace were spared in fear that they would run to their master and alert him to the invasion. Eventually Locke found the bedroom of the palace where the target was sure to be sleeping. He once more alerted his soldiers to form up on the door. However, instead of picking this lock, he merely pointed the muzzle of his suppressor towards it and fired a burst of rounds into it, which did the trick. As the Jaegers moved into the room, they witnessed Chandra Tamara engaging in an orgy with his wives and mistresses. The sudden intrusion of camouflaged men shocked the arrogant usurper, who immediately called out to his guards for support. "Guards! There is an intruder." Locke merely snarled as he approached the naked emperor and pinned him to the bed. Meanwhile, his soldiers zip-tied the women and tossed them into the corner of the room where they pleaded for their lives with tears in their eyes. The sergeant major had a completely stoic look on his face as he pointed his P-28 pistol to the back of Chandra's head and cursed the man out in his native tongue. "Emperor Chandra Tamara, your reign has come to an end. You are coming with me. Now you can either put some pants on and come willingly, or I will put a fucking bullet in your brain and drag your corpse out myself. Choose." Chandra did not realize who was threatening him. Their uniforms were alien and they masked their white skin with camouflaged paint. Thus, he foolishly tried to buy their loyalties. "I don't know who you are, but if you let me go, I will give you untold riches and however many women you desire. Did Asha send you? Please, I can pay you more than he ever can. Just let me go." This remark caused Locke to sneer in disgust as he pistol-whipped Chandra across the back of the head and tossed him over his shoulder. After doing so, he pointed his pistol towards the naked women and gave a command to his unit. Take care of them while I radio back to High Command that we have captured the target. With this said, the German soldiers silently nodded their heads before raising their submachine guns and plugging a few rounds into the heads of the naked brides of the false emperor, leaving behind no witnesses to their actions. Thus Chandra Tamara had been captured and nobody was any the wiser. As for the capital city of the Anangpur Empire, it was still under siege by nearly 2,000 airborne Jaegers. All the while, the shores of the empire were under assault by thousands of marines and their armored vehicles. Chapter 874, The Fall of Anangpur Part LV. It was the dead of night as one of two German U-boats lurked beneath the surface within the Arabian Sea. In advance of the 6th Fleet, Commander Arendt Taphart had been ordered to annihilate what few ships the Anangpur Navy had protected their territorial waters. The commander lit up a cigarette as he stood within the helm of the Type 1 U-boat, which was essentially an improvement over the Type XXI design from Berengar's past life. The sonar beeped continuously as it displayed several vessels in the distance. Judging from the size of these ships, they were no mere merchant vessels. After taking a large drag from his cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke, Commander Taphart gave the order to begin the assault. Launch the torpedoes. The German sailors nodded their heads and saluted their commander before doing as they were ordered. With the pull of a lever, the torpedoes were launched towards the unsuspected wooden sailing ships. Within seconds, the torpedoes struck their targets and blasted them into the smithereens. The fiery explosion illuminated the dark sky, so much so that those who dwelled within the coastal cities could see their light. With this, the Anangpur fleet was thoroughly obliterated, allowing for the carrier strike group to progress to the coastline unopposed. Despite sinking several vessels, the crews on board the two U-boats did not cheer. After all, sinking a primitive sailing vessel was no accomplishment. Instead, they radioed into the carrier known as the SMS Prinz Hans that the deed had been done. Once the news of the Anangpur fleet's destruction reached the admiral aboard the SMS Prinz Hans, he dispatched his orders to the fleet. Begin the assault. With this said, the German battleships and battlecruisers began to bombard the harbors within the coastal cities with their guns. While this occurred, 42 different Stukas took flight and headed deep inland towards the Anangpur Empire. Their objective was to strike the fortresses and garrisons that the Anangpur Empire had throughout its territory, allowing the Marines to progress to the capital without resistance. Under the cover of darkness, their attacks were simply unobservable by any third parties who might be spying on the German attack. All they would hear were loud sirens before the detonation of explosions. The Stukas took flight, while the landing craft, which carried 5,000 German Marines and their armored vehicles, prepared to hit the shores. The initial wave would land the mechanized infantry as well as the self-propelled artillery, while the secondary wave would land trucks filled with supplies such as biodiesel, munitions, and rations. Because the Anangpur Empire was not expecting an invasion, the German Marines landed unopposed where their armored vehicles began to progress deep inland. They would not stop their conquest until they reached the capital. Against such overwhelming military might, what little remained of the Anangpur army quickly surrendered their arms and were taken captive by the German Marines, who treated them with respect. After all, German military law strictly forbid the mistreatment of prisoners, and unlike the Imperial Japanese Army, the soldiers of the Reich were instilled with a strict sense of discipline. After speaking with Daria Tamara about the invasion plan, Berenger had taken the next flight to the Anangpur Empire along with his newest puppet. The two men were currently hovering over the coast of western India. Daria was gripping the edge of his seat in terror. This was the first time he had ever traveled on a plane, and the turbulence had practically made his skeleton jump out of his skin. While the boy was white-knuckling the journey, he saw the explosions occur beneath them through the windows. Daria could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the power of the German torpedoes which sunk his uncle's warships, and instantly expressed his shock. "My gods, what the hell was that?" Berenger merely chuckled when he heard this before responding with a confident smirk on his face. "That would be the destruction of the Anangpur fleet. Just you wait, things are about to get a lot more exciting." As Berenger said these words, even larger explosions occurred on the coastline. These were the devastating blasts of the 38cm guns on board the Linda-class battleships which destroyed the Anangpur harbor. The intimidating sight of his family's ports being blasted to bits by a single barrage had nearly made the young man wet his pants in fright. He decided at that moment to no longer look out the windows as he asked the Kaiser just what he had planned for their visit to an ongoing battlefield. "So tell me again why we flew nearly 12 hours from the safety of your palace to an active war zone?" A wicked grin appeared on Berengar's face as he racked the charging handle to his automatic rifle, ensuring that a round was loaded in its open bolt chamber. After doing so, he switched the gun to safe before explaining the purpose of this visit. "I want you to see with your own eyes what my military is capable of. I sent 2 battalions of Jaegers to the capital to secure the city for the Reich in advance of our invasion. Meanwhile, I dispatched a company of my jagged commandos to the coasts prior to our assault to establish an airfield for our planes to land. They have had the past 12 hours to construct this makeshift airfield where we are about to land. Once we hit the ground, we will regroup with a Marine mechanized infantry regiment where we will ride in an IFV and witness this campaign unfold. Daria had no idea what any of this meant, but he had never expected he would be riding into his family's capital on the front lines of war. This was not what he had signed up for, and he wanted to refuse. However, there was nothing he could do. He was already 6 kilometers in the air, and there was nowhere for him to escape to. The plane began its descent, which made Daria grip the edges of his seat even tighter, a sight which made Berenger laugh. In the end, the plane landed on the makeshift airfield without incident, where Daria quickly fled the vehicle before falling to the ground and spilling out the contents of his stomach. Berenger responded to the boy's pathetic state by kicking him in the back, which forced Daria to land face first into his puke. Daria was about to turn around in a rage when he saw the Kaiser glaring at him. "Get a hold of yourself, boy. This is an active war zone. The enemy could be surrounding us as we speak." Daria immediately tightened his grip over his automatic rifle and took a deep breath as he looked around into the darkness, searching for enemy troops. When the German JAG commandos approached the landing zone from the shadows, he pointed his rifle towards them in fear, where Berenger immediately kicked the boy in the back of the knee, sending him back into his vomit. "Oi, those are my men. Get your shit together, you fucking dumbass. You know what? I'm confiscating your weapon. You are liable to shoot my troops if you keep this shit up." After saying this, Berenger dragged the boy out of the filth and took his rifle away from him before slinging it around his back. When the JAG commando captain approached the Kaiser, he saluted him before speaking. "Sir, we will escort you to the landing zone if you will follow me." Berenger nodded his head before shoving Daria forward. As he did so, he responded to the Special Forces officer. "Lead the way, Captain." After saying this, a squad of JAG commandos led the Kaiser and the Anangpur Emperor towards the coast where the Marines were currently landing. By the time they arrived, the first and second waves would already have control over the shores of the Anangpur Empire and would be preparing to advance forward into the night. Chapter 875, Overwhelming Air Defense. Itami sat within the confines of her office. She had a depressed look on her face as she drank from a bottle of sake in one hand. The days seemed to have gotten longer while the nights appeared to have gotten shorter. Perhaps it was because of her depression, but she felt as if she could never gain enough sleep. Often going to bed once more shortly after waking up in the morning, where she would eventually awaken sometime in the afternoon feeling fatigued. Itami had recently recalled her generals from the field, but that was a process which took some time. Thus, at the moment, she was awaiting their arrival. Currently, she was looking at the intelligence report in her hand that her agents had observed from the Bay of Bengal. A German fleet had passed by the area as they sailed towards the Anangpur Empire. Though Itami did not know their destination, the overall design of the ships was well documented. The largest vessels employed by her adversary were obviously dreadnought-style battleships, although by the overall size described, she would say they were most likely super-dreadnoughts. She was intimately familiar with the ships employed by the Germans during both World Wars, as Itami often had arguments with Julian in her past life about the superiority of warships, and whether the IJN or the Kriegsmarine had the best overall designs. Though there was something off about this design. From the overall size of the vessel, it appeared to be a Bayern-class battleship, which was a World War I design. However, it was retrofitted with flak guns and quite a few of them of varying sizes. As if Berenger had anticipated her to have aircraft. Aircraft? Japan was years away from developing a solid plane. Itami still needed to introduce electricity and get her hands on a stockpile of bauxite if she wanted anything that could be considered a proper plane. She could not tell if this design meant that the Germans had already developed aircraft or if they were simply preparing for the future. Either way, she knew that the warships which were currently being developed were superior to those fielded by the Reich, which gave her some confidence. However, the idea that Germany was operating such powerful vessels in the Malacca Strait gave her some concern. In addition to these massive battleships, there was another vessel that was described in the report which filled her heart with an overwhelming sense of dread. As far as Itami was aware, there were no aircraft carriers ever deployed by the Kriegsmarine in her past life, and she would be right about that. However, in this world, Germany possessed at least one long ship with a flat deck that was described in the intelligence report that her agents had sent to her. Judging by the composition of the fleet described in this intelligence report and the presence of such a peculiar ship, Itami could accurately guess that this was not just any fleet but a carrier strike group. If that were the case, then she had a serious problem on her hands. If Germany was already manufacturing aircraft and carriers, then that meant Itami was decades behind them in terms of technology, and the gap between their two nations was growing larger with each passing year. She began questioning once more what Julian would do if he were in her position as her mind drifted into another memory. "Are you seriously asking me this? Isn't the answer a little too easy? You're just testing me, right?" Itami pouted when she heard these words and looked the other way before responding to Julian's voice, as if she were still in her past life. "Just answer the question, Julian." Julian sighed as he heard this and remained silent for several moments while taking a sip of his coffee. It was only after AI looked like she was about to scold him did he respond to her question. "Very well, if you insist. To put it simply, if your enemy is able to produce superior aircraft, there are two solutions to emerge victorious. Either spam the crap out of your inferior aircraft and train as many pilots as you can manage. Or the more simple method is to invest heavily into air defense. Whether that is in the form of surface-to-air missiles or AA guns such as the Vulcan, you must come up with some means to shoot down enemy aircraft from the ground if you can't take them out in the air. Not only that, but you should also be equipping your infantry with as many man-pads as you can manage. You have no idea how effective they can be. I mean seriously, whatever ground you are defending should just be covered in anti-aircraft weapons. Make it as difficult as possible for the enemy to fly above your territory. Did you know that the Germans came up with an early man-pads system at the end of World War II? Such a weapon could have been a game-changer if they had developed it earlier on. The Fliegerfaust, as it was called, was essentially a man-portable air defense system that fired 9 unguided 20mm rockets into 2 separate bursts to create a wide area of effect. The range was limited, but it was more than capable of taking out low-flying aircraft such as a close air support. If the Germans had covered every inch of the fatherland in flak guns and given every squad a Fliegerfaust, they probably could have defended their territory long enough to sue for a white peace. I mean, just look at what the Kurland pocket managed to achieve with limited resources and while being surrounded on all sides. So to answer your question, if I was in charge of an army or a nation during your proposed scenario, that is what I would do. Focus on air defense and manufacture as many of whatever aircraft I can manage to mass produce. I mean, if you think about it from a numbers perspective, 10 MiG-29s have a far better chance of shooting down an F-15 than a single Su-35, right? Itami came back to reality as the memory concluded. She could only smile bitterly as she nodded her head and wiped a tear from her eye before expressing her thanks. Thank you, Julian. After saying this, she activated the Divine Mirror and began to work on devising flak guns and a device similar to the Fliegerfaust. The divine light of the mirror enhanced her intelligence and understanding greatly, allowing her to work at a speed she had never thought she was capable of before. Unknowingly to Itami, Momo was on the other side of her door and listened to her imaginary conversation with Julian. The young woman felt deeply worried about her elder sister's mental state as she seemed to be progressing further and further into madness. However, she did not know how to help Itami, and thus she merely sighed in defeat before walking off, leaving the young empress to her own devices. Within hours, Itami had devised the blueprints for 2 different flak guns modeled after the Type 99 88mm AA gun, as well as the Type 4 20mm twin AA machine cannon. Once she had finished designing these weapons, she shifted her focus to a device similar to what Julian had described when he talked to her about the Fliegerfaust. Like Berenger, she had fixed the Fliegerfaust's range deficiencies by modifying the design to accept specialized 20mm unguided rockets rather than using rocket-propelled shells, which greatly extended the weapon's effective range to well over 1,000 meters. She called this device the Type 5 anti-aircraft rocket launcher. In the coming years, Japan would be sure to produce as many flak guns and Type 5s as possible, where they would litter them across their controlled territory in an attempt to disrupt any air-based operations the German military may conduct within her airspace. This would pose immense difficulties for the Luftwaffe in their goals of obtaining aerial supremacy. Ironically, it was the Kaiser himself who had proposed this strategy to the Japanese empress, albeit in their past lives. For the time being, Itami had put her depression aside and was filled with divine inspiration to advance her society so that it could contend with her enemy. However, the moment the mirror needed a recharge, she would fall back to her same depressive state. For the memories of her past life were too much for the young empress to handle for the time being. Chapter 876, The Fall of an Emperor Part 5. Berenger and Daria quickly regrouped on the beachhead where thousands of German Marines and hundreds of armored vehicles had landed without opposition. Opposed landings were always a rare phenomenon in history, as it was difficult to ascertain where and when the enemy would land. The Second World War of Berengar's past life was a notable exception to this norm, as there were plenty of famous battles where the Allied forces had to land against a heavily fortified region, such as D-Day and Okinawa. The Marines were a bit surprised to see the Kaiser already on the shores as well as the young Indian man by his side. However, Daria was dressed in a German uniform and thus they could immediately recognize him as friendly. Berenger met with the colonel of the Marine Combat Brigade, who was in charge of the march towards the city of Anangpur. Colonel, I hope you don't mind if we ride along in the back of one of your IFVs. I assure you, I will leave command of this operation up to you. We are only here to witness the carnage. The colonel immediately saluted the Kaiser and responded in the affirmative. It would be my honor, sir. The title Your Majesty was foregone during military operations, as Berenger was both the Kaiser and the Reichsmarschall. He preferred his soldiers treat him as another member of the military, and thus they referred to him with the same honorific as any other superior officer. Berenger smiled and nodded his head before pointing at the media who were filming the landing. Make sure they get a good shot of the combat. I want our everyone back home to know the glory of the Reich. The colonel nodded his head before responding in the affirmative. Yes, sir. After giving these orders, Berenger waved towards the cameras which were focused on him as the reporter who was equipped with a bulletproof vest and a Stahlhelm reported the news. As you can see, we have just landed on the shores of the Anangpur Empire. Thousands of men and hundreds of armored vehicles are preparing for the journey north. We are just waiting on the logistical support trucks, which are on their way now that the beach is secure. If you look over there, you can see that Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein has personally taken part in the invasion of the Anangpur Empire. Whether we will get to see him lead his forces into battle from the front lines like the days of old has yet to be seen. However, judging by the fact that the exiled Emperor Daria Tamara is by his side, I suspect that he will simply be taking an observational role in this conflict. Ultimately, we will have to wait to find out. In the next moment, a fiery explosion took place in the distance. However, the cause of it was unseen. In truth, the darkness had hidden the dive bombers and the planes were simply unobservable at this distance. The Stukas that were sent on this mission were painted black and were lacking the infamous sirens that they were known for during Berengar's past life, allowing them to stealthily conduct air raids on the Anangpur strongholds. The bombs that were used were filled with napalm and cooked the enemy alive within their stone fortifications. Blood-curdling screams filled the air as the enemy soldiers burned to death before the main German army could arrive to engage in armed combat. The reporter quickly voiced what he believed to be the cause of the attack. It would appear that our nation's JAG commandos have already deployed deep behind enemy lines and have begun to annihilate the enemy with their Flammenwerfers. Since that is the case, I suspect we will see little conflict on our path to the Empire's capital. For Kaiser and Fatherland. After saying this, the reporter was forced into a nearby 5-ton truck where they filmed the ongoing conflict from the rear of the armored column. As for Berenger and Daria, they had long since taken a back seat in one of the many martyr IFVs where they waited in silence for the conflict to begin. Berenger pulled out a cigarette and lit it before taking a long drag from it. After doing so, he breathed out a large plume of smoke while considering his options. After several moments, he unslung the rifle he had confiscated from Daria and handed it back to the young man. There was a stern look in his eyes as he gave a strict order to the boy. "You're going to need this. I swear to God, if you shoot one of my men by mistake, I will have you castrated. Do you understand me, boy?" Daria gazed at Berenger in disbelief as his hands trembled while gripping the pistol grip and handguard of the automatic rifle. He looked at the man in confusion before asking the question on his mind. "If you're so concerned about such a scenario, why are you giving it back to me?" In response to this, Berenger took another drag of his cigarette before responding. "Because you're going to need it. You've got to look good for the cameras, boy. That means doing your part in this war. Even if it just means firing randomly towards your uncle's troops." In the next moment, the chug of the 20mm machine gun that was the IFV's primary weapon could be heard within the passenger area, along with the detonation of artillery shells fired by the Hummels. A wicked grin appeared on Berengar's face as the hatch opened up from behind. "Looks like the enemy has decided to meet us in the field. Come on, boy, it's time to get your hands dirty." After saying this, Berenger grabbed Daria by the back of the neck and forced him out of the rear of the IFV along with the 8 other soldiers. The men took positions behind any cover they could find while Berenger and Daria stood on both ends of the IFV's rear. A series of flares had been launched by the German troops which illuminated the night sky and allowed the soldiers to acquire their targets. A couple hundred meters out was an army of some 3,000 men. They were clearly a medieval force who had gathered to stop the steel behemoths that were advancing through their lands. Among the piles of dead bodies that were obliterated by artillery and the main guns on board the IFVs was a man who was dressed in elaborate armor, most likely a local lord. The enemy forces had already begun to break ranks and flee when the Marines deployed from the back of their armored vehicles. As for Berenger, he was filled with adrenaline. Thus, he took aim with his ZFG-42 optic and fired a burst of rounds downrange and into the backs of the fleeing enemy. Blood splattered from the torso of the heavily armored soldier as his body fell to the ground, lifeless. Berenger was not the only soldier who had gunned down the fleeing soldiers. Every Marine was spraying lead downrange along with the hundreds of IFVs within the brigade combat team and the Hummel self-propelled artillery. The media personnel who were in the rear of the armored column captured the combat footage on their camcorders with great excitement on their faces. This was the first recorded instance of battle that was available to the German public, and it was exciting to watch. They could already imagine broadcasting it across the many cinemas that had been constructed in the past few months under the headline News of the World Today. The lead reporter was quick to comment on the footage. "As you can see, this brigade of German Marines has encountered a large force of enemy soldiers. However, despite the size of their army, they are but lambs to the slaughter. The overwhelming firepower in the hands of German troops, as well as the armored vehicles, ensures absolute victory on behalf of the Reich with minimal casualties. If you look closely, you can see the Kaiser and exiled Anangpur Emperor fighting side by side against the usurper's forces. Though the enemy may be retreating, German doctrine says to continue firing until they are out of range. To allow the enemy to flee is to allow them to regroup for another attack, and it is better to eliminate the threat at the first given opportunity." When compared to Germany's last armed conflict against the papacy, you can clearly see that the nature of warfare has changed. Soldiers no longer have to march for miles on end to the battlefield and instead can ride into it within the safety of armored vehicles while knowing that they are secure from any weapons the enemy may present. Shortly after the reporter concluded their statement, the battle was over, and what few forces the Anangpur Empire could gather were thoroughly massacred by the advanced German Marines. As for Berenger, he and Daria would re-enter their IFV and continue the long march to the enemy capital. Chapter 877, The Fall of Anangpur Part VL. The German Marines traveled for several days across the Anangpur landscape. After a few small-scale skirmishes, the local lords surrendered their territory willingly rather than risk fighting against the might of the German military. Before long, the armored column made its way to the capital, whose gates were wide open, awaiting their arrival. Since the earliest hours of the operations, the Jaegers had captured the city, eliminated its garrison, and put it under martial law. The entire campaign lasted under 72 hours, which was the quickest victory in a war that the world had ever seen. With a single fleet and a single brigade of Marines, the Anangpur Empire had fallen. Berenger and Daria departed from the back of the Ife, though the Kaiser was invigorated from days of combat on the front lines. Daria felt like he was going to puke. He had no idea if he had actually taken a life, as he simply fired randomly into the crowd of his uncle's troops. However, the very thought of doing so made him sick to his stomach. The moment they walked upon the steps of the Anangpur palace, Daria nearly hurled, which Berenger was forced to help him to his feet for the sake of the cameras. The last thing he needed was his puppet to be remembered as a gutless coward. Thus, Berenger grabbed hold of the boy and whispered in his ear while forcing him forward. "Keep it in and keep moving forward. You can throw up all you want after we have announced your victory." After seizing the palace, the German Jaegers had turned it into their forward operating base. It was also where they kept their high-value prisoners such as Chandra Tamara and his son, Ishvar. Berenger and Daria moved forward while flanked by Marines until they reached the Great Hall, where the usurper was kneeling with his hands bound behind his back. As for Ishvar, his eyes lit up when he noticed his cousin enter the building. Daria had grown up into a handsome young man, and he could not be more proud despite his father's fall from grace. The man attempted to get to his feet and greet the true emperor, but was quickly struck in the gut by a Jaeger and fell to his knees. The Jaeger cursed the man before making sure he knew his place. "Stay down, cunt." Berenger led Daria to the throne of his ancestors, where he motioned for the boy to sit down. The German media then entered the palace and recorded the scene of the usurper kneeling before his nephew. During their journey to the capital of the Anangpur Empire, Berenger had instructed Daria on what to say, and thus the boy glared fiercely at his uncle with all the hatred he could muster. Chandra's face was stained with tears after realizing that his wives and concubines were all slain. As for Ishvar's mother, she had died in childbirth, and thus he was not particularly close with any of the women who were silenced by the Jaegers. In fact, he was a bit relieved that he no longer had to call any of them mother. After glaring at Chandra for several moments in silence, Daria spoke the lines he had been given. "On this day, the 4th of August, 1430 of the German calendar, I, Daria Tamara, third of my name, hereby ascend to the throne, which was stolen from me by my uncle Chandra Tamara. With the support of the German Empire, I have brought the reign of the usurper to an end and hereby declare a new age of prosperity for my people. The Kaiser, in his infinite wisdom and benevolence, has promised to help me restore my lands, which my uncle has pilfered for his own profit. As for the usurper Chandra Tamara, I have decided to be merciful and place him under arrest, where he will live out the rest of his days as a prisoner of the Reich. To my cousin Ishvar Tamara, for the mercy you have shown me and my sister Princess Priya Tamara by helping us escape your father's sinister plot to the lands of the Reich, I will name you my successor, until a time when a true heir can be born by either my line or my sister's. With that said, I will now allow Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein to say a few words." Berenger gracefully stepped forward and took the stage, stealing Daria's thunder as he opened up his speech to all those present and to all those who would one day watch this event unfold. "I, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, first of my name, hereby lift the sanctions which I have imposed upon the Anangpur Empire in response to the sinister actions of the usurper Chandra Tamara. Not only am I ending the hostilities between our two nations, but am pledging my support both through trade and through military action to protect the borders of my new ally from those who would seek to take advantage of their weakened state. For the next 5 years, I shall provide a lend-lease which will allow the Anangpur army to be rebuilt into a modern fighting force capable of protecting their people against the atrocities of the Bengal Empire and their Japanese puppeteers. I will also provide military advisors to help establish a proper cadre of officers who can lead the soldiers of this new army to victory. In the meantime, as the Anangpur Empire reforms into a modern state, I will look after the Princess Priya Tamara, where I shall ensure her safety and security as I have done for the past few years. Once the Anangpur Empire has returned to its previous level of stability, I shall return the princess to the land of her ancestors should she so desire. I look forward to working with Emperor Daria Tamara to ensure a peaceful and prosperous future for the Anangpur Empire and all its citizens." After saying this, the media ceased their filming and began to take pictures. As for Chandra, he was quivering in fear of what might happen to him now that he was a prisoner of the Reich. However, Berenger merely ignored him before approaching Daria and shaking his hand. "To a better tomorrow." Daria forced a smile as he accepted the Kaiser's gesture. However, the words he muttered under his breath were far from cordial. "You just make sure to keep up your end of the bargain." Berenger continued to smile despite the boy's rudeness and even pulled him in close, where he wrapped an arm around his shoulder as if they were close friends. Where he responded to the boy's aggressive statement in a voice so low only the two of them could hear. "As I told you before, I'm a man of my word. You need not fear for your sister's chastity. I won't touch a hair on her pretty head unless she makes the first move. Daria's teeth clenched when he heard this. Despite the rage in his heart, he continued to force a smile as he once more whispered his vile thoughts. Priya would never fall for an old bastard like you. Berenger continued to smile and wave for the cameras as he leaned in close and whispered into the boy emperor's ear. I wonder. After saying this, he broke his grip over Daria's shoulder and distanced himself before the boy could take a swing at him, where he gracefully addressed the press. I thank you all for risking your lives to record this event in history. However, now that the battle is won, I have a flight to catch. I will be returning to the fatherland. As for the future of the Anangpur Empire, I have left behind the means to communicate with Emperor Daria here on a regular basis. So there is no need to fear the steady development of the land. Sergeant Major, if you will be so kind as to escort the prisoner to my transport. After saying this, Sergeant Major Lockgraf von Wichten grabbed hold of Chandra and forced him out of the palace and towards the makeshift airstrip that had been established to house Berengar's personal transport. Once they had all gathered inside the plane, Berenger sat on a rather luxurious sofa where a beautiful young flight attendant poured him a whiskey on the rocks. Berengar's personal aircraft was a modified Ju-390 which was equipped with 6 fuel-efficient turboprop engines. It flew at roughly 30,000 feet or 9 kilometers in the air at a cruising speed of roughly 400 miles per hour or 644 km/h. Unlike the standard transport variant, this aircraft had a range of 8,100 nautical miles or 15,000 kilometers. The interior was like one would expect of an ultra-luxurious private jet from Berengar's past life. After everyone was on board, the aircraft took off and began to head back towards the Reich. It was only after they reached their peak altitude did Berenger glare at Chandra and mutter his thoughts. So, what am I going to do with you? Chapter 878, Now What Should I Do With You? Berenger sat on his plane as it reached peak altitude with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a lit cigarette in the other. Kneeling before him was the former self-proclaimed Anangpur emperor. The man was bound while the muzzles of several loaded submachine guns were pointed towards his face. There was an intense fear in the man's eyes as he gazed upon the Kaiser's mismatched irises. It was clear that he was confused why Berenger was not one-eyed like had been previously reported to him. With a slight chuckle, Berenger took a sip from his drink before answering the question Chandra had in his mind. You're wondering if the prophecy you feared for all these years was wrong? I'm afraid not, at least not in its entirety. Until relatively recently, I did in fact have one functional eye, though it was still well contained within its socket. I won't bore you with semantics, but by the grace of God, my sight has been restored to me. However, before this happened, your little niece did, in fact, seduce me. At the very least, she attempted to do so in her own childish way. I have promised your nephew, Daria, that I won't seduce his sister, but he's entirely unaware that the little minx has long since set her eyes on me. I can say with some certainty that her attempts to win my favor did contribute in some small way to my decision to invade the Anangpur Empire. I have no doubt that it won't be long before the girl approaches me for intimacy, and when that happens a child will be born of our, what was it called? Ah yes, unholy union. Who will succeed your nephew onto the Indian throne, though by then the entirety of the Indian subcontinent will be united under his banner. Now the question that I have in my mind is just what am I supposed to do with you? Why should I keep you alive? After all, you are another claimant to the throne, which could pose some difficulty for me in the future. Chandra squirmed around in his bindings, hoping to break free from them. That is, until Berenger placed his glass on his end table rather forcefully. The sound instantly silenced the usurper, who quivered in fear of the mighty Kaiser. Berenger leaned in close and folded his hand together in contemplation while staring at Chandra for several moments in deep thought. While he did this, the flight attendant returned with the bottle of whiskey and refilled Berengar's glass. With a heavy sigh, he leaned back on his sofa and took another sip of his drink before taking a long drag from his cigarette. After releasing a large plume of smoke in Chandra's face, Berenger put out his cigarette on the ashtray and tossed it aside before pointing towards his Jaegers and giving them a command. Release him. The Jaegers did not hesitate to follow their orders. Where one of the men pulled out a gravity knife from his boot before unleashing the blade. He immediately cut the plastic zip ties which bound Chandra, causing the man to rub his wrists. The markings his bindings had left behind were visibly imprinted on his bronze skin. Despite his rough treatment, the man kowtowed before Berenger, going so far as to kiss his shoes before swearing his utmost loyalty. Thank you for your eternal benevolence. I swear from this day until my last, I will serve you faithfully, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein. Berenger merely sneered in disgust at the man's sycophantry before pressing his skull to the floor with the heel of his foot. Despite this, Chandra had a happy smile on his face which further caused Berengar's lips to curl in disgust. Eventually, Berenger kicked the man aside before explaining what he had planned in store for the usurper. Hey Race, what's going to happen? You will return with me to the Reich, where I will keep you under house arrest. You will have a villa of your own, where I will import wives, concubines, and servants from your homeland to look after you. I will keep you well fed and happy in the event that Daria betrays me and I need to place another puppet on the throne. My only rule is that you do not, under any circumstances, ever leave the house that will be provided for you. Officially, you will be serving a 20-5-year sentence in one of my labor camps. To escape from the quarters I have allotted to you is to break this facade, which will only make me look bad in the eyes of the public, something I will not tolerate under any circumstances. Do this and I will feed your corpse to the hounds. Understand me? Chandra had the appearance of an excited puppy as he nodded his head up and down in understanding of Berengar's words. All he ever wanted was to live a life in the utmost luxury, something that Berengar could easily provide to him, far more so than his own family's riches could. Upon seeing the man so obedient, Berengar silently motioned for the flight attendant to pour another drink, which she quickly did so before handing the cup to Berengar. Berengar then handed the cup to Chandra and spoke to him in a far more lax tone. Now sit down, have a drink, and explain to me the origin of this so-called prophecy. Chandra quickly did as he was instructed and took the sofa opposite of Berengar. He took one quick gulp of the 112 proof liquor and quickly began to hack up a lung. Berengar merely shook his head before commenting on the usurper's unsightly appearance. Fucking lightweight. After taking a few seconds to get himself together, Chandra began to spill the tale of the oracle who had predicted Berengar's emergence in this world. Centuries ago, the Muslims made their way east with a fury the likes my people had never seen before. It was only years later where we learned they were horribly defeated in a series of wars known as the Crusades, which saw Anatolia and the Levant fall back into the hands of the Byzantine Empire. Out of the ashes of this war, the Muslims invaded our westernmost borders, where our overlords the Gurjara dynasty utterly failed to stem the tide. In this darkness, a member of my dynasty, Kapila Tamara, overthrew our masters and united the western kingdoms of what you call the Indian subcontinent to fight against the Muslim invaders. It was a hard-fought battle, but in the end we repelled them from our borders and established the Anangpur Empire. This was only possible due to Kapila's older sister, Asiya Tamara. Asiya was born blind, but not without sight. She could see the world around her in ways that we cannot. If you believe the rumors, she could also see the past, present, and future. It was she who predicted every movement of our enemies and allowed us to easily overcome their invasion despite their superior numbers and equipment. After the war was won, Asiya made a series of prophecies, the last of which foretold the coming of a one-eyed devil from the west who would be seduced by a princess of the Tamara dynasty into invading and conquering the Anangpur Empire. It would be the offspring of this unholy union who would one day rule over the empire and bring forth its end. The reason I believed so heavily in this prophecy is because all the others have come true so far. Because of this, I shamefully poisoned my niece in an attempt to kill her. However, that was only after I learned of your existence. Before that, I was content with keeping her confined for life. Berengar sneered in disdain when he heard this before taking another sip of his whiskey. After doing so, he wagged a finger in the face of Chandra and lectured the man on his foolishness. The likelihood of me having a child with Priya increases with each day. Lately, she visits me in my study more often than not. It is only a matter of time before she begs me for my love. When that happens, I will happily oblige. The prophecy seems to be true. However, there is one fatal flaw with your thinking. The end of the Anangpur Empire does not necessarily mean the end of your dynasty. Chandra looked up with confusion in his dark eyes, questioning just what Berengar meant with his gaze. Berengar could easily understand this and quickly concluded his speech. The Anangpur Empire will fall, and in its place, the Indian Empire will rise. Under the leadership of my son with Priya, it will become more powerful and prosperous than you could ever imagine. You see, there is not a new dark age on the horizon, but a golden one. As for the child of our union, he may be a bastard, but that means he will be of your dynasty. In other words, your family will continue to rule for generations to come and will be a close ally of my own. Chandra gazed at Berengar in complete and utter shock. Never would he have guessed that the end of the Anangpur Empire would be a transition to a new and more prosperous state, which his family continued to rule over. In that moment, he wanted nothing more than to leap off the plane and fall to his death simply for his own stupidity. However, he didn't. Instead, he broke out into tears, praying to his gods in his native tongue for forgiveness. As for Berengar, he continued to sip his whiskey and enjoy the scene. Chapter 879, Nobody is Above the Law. Itami gazed into a hand mirror and examined her face closely. It had been 6 years since she first defeated the Ashikaga shogunate and rose to power. During this time, she had brought her people into the age of industry. Despite that, she was still decades behind the Reich in terms of technological capabilities. However, over the past few months, she had been using the divine light of the Yada no Kagami mirror to foster exceptional talents within her scientific community as a means of closing the gap as quickly as possible. With the political purges of the old conservative government nearing completion, a new generation of talented minds had taken over to fill her imperial bureaucracy. These men and women were loyal strictly to herself and would no longer get in the way of the war goddess and her plans for a mighty Asian empire. Currently, Itami was sitting within the war room of the imperial palace in the city of Hyankyo. Every one of her generals, along with the senior officers, was sitting around her in a large square formation. Itami continued to apply makeup to her immaculate face as she glared at everyone present. She was not dressed in the traditional Junahaido, instead she wore a female variant of the army uniform worn during the early days of her international conquests. Across her shoulder and down to her waist was a sash belonging to the Order of the Rising Sun. On her left breast were all the medals she had awarded herself for her years of battlefield exploits. Instead of trousers, she wore a rather short skirt with stockings and knee-high black leather boots. All in all, her appearance was very regal, but by a Western standard. As for her generals, they were all dressed in the new uniforms based upon the Imperial Japanese Army from the Second World War of her past life. On Itami's lap was a rather elaborate kogunto which stood as a symbol of her martial authority. As she continued to apply her makeup, one of her generals spoke up with a rather stern voice as he could no longer patiently wait aside as the woman prettied herself up. "Itami-sama, I believe we have waited long enough for your explanation. You forced us out of the field and ordered us to return home without the slightest bit of reasoning. As we speak, our soldiers could be putting down rebellions across our newly conquered territory. Instead, you have us sitting here in silence while you apply lipstick." The moment Itami heard these words, she ceased her activities and glared with her crimson eyes towards the man who had spoken up. He was an old bald man with a white beard, a previous member of the samurai class. He had been the man who had given the order to treat the Ryukyu people so horrifically after the Imperial Japanese Army had conquered their islands. Itami quickly put her makeup away and licked her cherry-red lips before addressing the malcontent. "General Chiba Fusatame, I am all too aware of the activities you have engaged in abroad, and I have to say I am sorely displeased with your actions and those of your troops." The elderly general felt a chill tingle down his spine as Itami pulled out photographs of his crimes and tossed them across the long table and towards his position. Before he could even speak to his defense, Itami's blood-red eyes practically glowed as she yelled at him with a voice filled with authority. "Sit down and remain silent. I am not finished." The man gulped down whatever words he had concocted to fake his innocence and did as he was told. Once Itami saw the fearful looks within the eyes of her generals, she stood up and slammed her fist on the table, nearly breaking it in two with her force. "It is not just General Chiba here. All of you, with the exception of General Shiba, have either engaged in crimes explicitly forbidden by my command or have looked the other way as your soldiers engaged in them. Do you have any idea what the result of your foolish actions has been? The Germans have used this as a means of propaganda about our empire to stir fears in the hearts of our neighbors. Nobody wants to trade with us, let alone align with us. Because of you all, our economy is facing a potential collapse altogether. This has forced me to completely rethink my plans for the annexation of the Philippines and the Majapahit Empire. It is one thing if our ally the Bengals behave in such an unscrupulous manner, but for my own soldiers to act as brigands in the field, I can only say the fault lies with all of you. For I know that I made it clear that such actions are prohibited by law. As far as I'm concerned, all of you are as guilty as one another. Consider your lives forfeit. From this moment forward, you shall all be arrested and publicly executed in front of your victims and your soldiers to live as a permanent reminder of what happens to those who violate the rules of war. I wanted to have the pleasure to tell you to your faces what your fate has become. Guards, arrest these men, all but General Shiba." Immediately after saying this, hundreds of Itami's personal guard entered the large war room and pointed their semi-automatic rifles and bayonets towards the various generals and senior officers. Even Shiba was surprised by the actions which Itami had taken on this day. He tried to climb out of his seat and dissuade her, but it was no use. "Itami-sama, I would advise against this. If you..." Before he could finish, Itami unsheathed her blade and pointed it towards Shiba's neck with a fierce glare in her crimson eyes. "Shiba-kun, sit down and know your place, or I will have you executed along with the rest of these war criminals." Shiba nearly pissed his pants upon hearing this and immediately did as he was instructed. As for Itami, she had one last penalty in mind which she was quick to voice. "As if at this moment every single one of you is stripped of all titles and honors that were previously held. Your families shall no longer be subject to the privileges associated with them. I want you all to reflect on your actions before the executioner takes your heads. Guards, take them away." It was only after the war criminals were no longer in sight that Itami sighed heavily and poured herself a glass of sake. It was at this moment that Shiba approached Itami and lectured her on her actions. "Itami-sama, what have you done? Those were our generals. Who shall lead our men into battle now?" In response to this, Itami merely scoffed before retorting to Shiba's words. "It is an entirely new generation of warfare. Believe me when I say having some fresh minds in charge will be a good thing. Less to forget, so to speak. The Empire of Japan is one of conscience or not at all. I refuse to tolerate such horrendous actions by the soldiers in my army. Let this be a lesson to the men beneath my command. Nobody is above the law. You are dismissed, Shiba-kun, have a nice night." After saying this, Itami left Shiba alone in the war room all by himself and returned to her room where she was quick to disrobe and hop in bed with her Julian-sized pillow. She wrapped her arms around the object and sighed heavily before whispering to it in a melancholic tone. "Julian, did I do the right thing?" Having said this, Itami drifted slowly into a deep sleep and would not awaken until the next morning. Chapter 880, Anuria's Present. Berenger awoke within his bedchambers the morning after he returned from the Anangpur Empire. In his arms were two of his beloved wives who were absolutely naked beneath the silk sheets. On the right was none other than the angelic beauty, Linda von Kufstein, Berengar's most beloved bride. However, on his left was the princess of the Byzantine Empire, Anuria Palaiologos. She stared lovingly at the man as he struggled to open his eyes. Though the sun shone through the windows, it had utterly failed to awaken Berenger from his slumber. In an act of passion, Anuria decided to awaken her man by kissing him on the lips. The soft and tender feeling of a woman's kiss had managed to succeed where the natural light of the sun failed. Berengar's mismatched eyes slowly opened to reveal the sight of his third wife, who gazed lovingly at him. With a wry smile on his handsome face, he greeted the woman. "Morning, love?" Anuria smiled and nuzzled her head in her man's broad chest as she enjoyed the warmth of his naked body. "Morning." Linda had witnessed the entire display despite concealing her eyes. She ultimately rolled over and into Berengar's other arm before scolding the couple on their overly intimate behavior. "Do you two have to do this every morning?" Berengar merely chuckled in response to this before rolling over on top of Linda and kissing her in a far more passionate manner. After he was finished, he whispered in the woman's ears something that made her cheeks flush. "What's the matter? You jealous that Anuria isn't waking you up with a good morning kiss?" Linda was left speechless as she tried to hide her embarrassment from her lover. Ultimately, Berengar did not wait for a response and tossed the sheets off the bed before climbing out of it. The two women's eyes lingered on his exquisite form as he covered his manhood with a towel. "You two hurry up, it's bath time. Once we're finished with our morning routine, I have a surprise for one of you." The two women gazed at each other in confusion. They did not understand what Berengar meant by his choice of words but were excited nonetheless. Both Linda and Anuria desired the surprise to be for themselves. The trio found their way into the large bathhouse that was used for Berengar and his wives, where they found Adela and Henrietta already inside bathing with one another. Upon seeing the man of the house enter through the doors of their soapy sanctuary, Henrietta jumped out of the water in excitement and ran after her elder brother. "Big brother." The woman's body jiggled in all the right places as she hugged her man and spread the suds that adorned her flesh onto his own. Berengar responded to this by lifting Henrietta into the air and kissing her on the lips. What was supposed to be an intimate moment shared by two lovers turned sour when he then tossed the girl into the pool of water before jumping in himself. Berengar would spend the next hour bathing with his women before emerging into the dining hall where he enjoyed a meal with his large family. After it was over, he approached Anuria and grabbed hold of her dainty hand before kissing it. He looked into her mint green eyes and smiled before posing a question to her. "Anuria, my love, won't you accompany me to the docks in Trieste? I have a present for you." Linda heard these words and pouted in her seat. It would appear the surprise was not meant for her after all. Then again, she had received the greatest gift of all when her man returned home from his last journey abroad. She was now unbound by the Abrahamic God, as were all the others in Berengar's family, meaning she could finally share an eternity with the man she loved. Thus, in that moment, the red-headed vixen decided it would be best to let Anuria have this one. Anuria nodded her pretty little head with a wide smile on her face as she followed her man out of the palace and into the car, which led the two of them to the nearest rail station where they boarded the royal train, which had been updated to make use of a diesel-powered high-speed locomotive. The two sat together on the large sofa where Anuria rested her head on Berengar's shoulder throughout the entire journey. It did not take long for them to reach Trieste, and when they stepped foot outside the railway, a car was already waiting for them, which quickly took them to the docks. Anuria could already guess what the present was based upon the fact that it was located in Trieste, but she decided to keep her mouth quiet and feign surprise. Still, when the two of them stood before the mighty vessel, she could no longer remain silent. With a burst of gleeful energy, Anuria shrieked like a banshee before hugging her man and kissing his face 50 times. Berengar sat back and laughed as his wife showed him such affection. When she was finally finished, he pet her on the head and looked her sternly in the eyes before voicing his concerns. "The upcoming war with Japan will be fought with weapons you have never encountered before. It will be more dangerous than you can possibly imagine, so much so that I could never permit you to take part. However, I know you are still young and have some adventure left in your heart. Because of this, I gift you this Corvette so you can have one last hurrah before retiring here in Kufstein. It is almost time for you to put aside your youthful self and become the mother that your children truly need. Before this happens, I have one last goal which I can only entrust to you and your crew. I want you to sail to Singapore where you shall refuel before heading to a distant land. I want you and your girls to plant the German flag on its soil so that I may claim it for our empire. This Corvette was specifically designed to be operated by a minimal crew with long-range capabilities and high speeds when you need them. You can sail up to 42 knots, but I would not recommend it unless you absolutely have to." The Corvette was an entirely new design. There was no real-life counterpart to it in Berengar's past life. Despite its compact size, it made use of two separate steam turbines along with two screw propellers. The ship used oil-fired boilers and was designed with long range in mind. The Anuria-class Corvette, as Berengar called it, had a 10 cm naval gun as its main armament and was supported with two 2 cm flak 38 cannons. It also carried 4 torpedo tubes in case its crew came face to face with a larger vessel. Anuria was utterly stunned by the vessel. It was truly a masterpiece of modern German naval engineering. She was still hugging Berengar as tightly as she could when she whispered the words in his ears. "Thank you." Berengar kissed the woman once more while he held onto her. The two of them admired the ship for several moments before Anuria made another comment. "I promise I will return to you both alive and well. Once I finish this mission of yours, I am done with the privateering life for good. Alexandros is no longer a young child and his sister grows by the day. I have not been in their lives as much as I should have. I won't make that mistake with Constantinus. Berenger merely wrapped his arm around the woman's shoulder and kissed her forehead before reassuring her that she would do fine as a mother. I know you won't. Besides, you can thank Linda for raising your kids as if they were her own. I don't know what I would do without that woman. In response to this, Anuria merely nibbled on Berengar's neck, not hard enough to break the skin, but forceful enough to elicit a response. When he shifted his gaze towards her, she prodded his chest with a single finger. You have some nerve talking about another woman on my special day. Berenger merely chuckled and kissed the woman on her forehead once more. After doing so, he lifted her up into his arms and carried her towards the car where he began to tease her for her choice of words. If today is your special day, then you're going to have to contain all of my lust yourself. Are you sure you're ready for that? A look of fear spread across Anuria's flawless green eyes. In an attempt to hide this, she looked away. She knew that Berengar's libido was practically superhuman, and if she were to bear the brunt of it herself, she would be sore for days on end. Thus she muttered beneath her breath in a tiny voice, hoping that the man could not hear her. Maybe Linda can join us after all. In response to this, Berenger chuckled once more before opening the car door for Anuria and setting her inside. Once she was safely belted into the seats, he took the opposite side, where the two of them returned to the palace together as a royal couple. Chapter 881, Family Reunion. While Anuria was preparing her crew for one last hurrah, Berenger was hosting a celebration inside his palace in the city of Kufstein. It had been 13 years since he first reincarnated into this world. During this time, many things had happened in his life. However, despite being reborn into a new body, he still considered his family in this world to be just as important as the one from his past life. Today was his mother's birthday, and like every year, he had his parents come out of the countryside and visit the city for the occasion. Gisela stepped out of the car that her son had provided for her and into the driveway of the imperial palace. Though over a decade had passed since her husband abdicated his position as Baron of Kufstein, she had aged gracefully and her beauty was still to be admired. As for Sieghard, the years had been kind to him as well. Though he had aged rapidly during his brief spout of depression, his years of retirement had helped rekindle his love for fishing and the more calm aspects of life. Upon seeing everything that his son had accomplished, he realized that he was never truly fit for the life of a nobleman. Everything he could ever ask for was provided by his son, a large villa with a lakefront property that was fitted with all the modern luxuries one could dream of. He had a staff of young women attend to his every need and spent his days with his lovely wife enjoying their marriage together. Berenger and his wives were standing in the driveway waiting for his parents' arrival. Though Gisela had first despised her many daughters-in-law due to the fact that they were in a polygamous marriage with her son, over the years she had come to accept them. However, when she gazed upon the red-headed beauty who she once hated most of all, there was not the usual passive aggression in the mature woman's blue eyes, instead a loving smile on her face. This confused Linda, who was even more surprised when her mother-in-law hugged her tightly and whispered in her ears some shocking words. I'm sorry for the way I have treated you all these years. If I had known earlier what you have done for my son, I would have accepted you as my daughter-in-law. Even if I don't necessarily approve of my son's womanizing ways. Gisela had seen the movie The Minds of Wild Skana. It shocked her to see that it was Linda who had saved Berenger from Lambert's sinister assassination attempts. The scene had moved the woman to tears and filled her with an overwhelming sense of regret. Berenger was equally surprised to see his mother apologize to his favorite wife. The two women had never been on good terms, partially because of how Linda had treated Lambert. Not only did she abuse the boy for sadistic pleasure, but she even cheated on him with his elder brother. To Gisela, who was a devout Christian, this was unforgivable. After seeing his mother be so friendly to Linda, Berenger smiled and approached Gisela, where he opened his arms for a hug. Happy birthday, Mom. It is good to see you and Father are doing so well. Gisela smiled and hugged her son for several moments. It had been too long since she had seen her baby boy. My son, words cannot describe all that you have done for our family and its lands. Everywhere I go, I hear people saying prayers for your continued health and that of your children. To think the sickly little boy I raised would become such a revered man. The chapel I attend has even begun to say prayers to you as the patron saint of the German people. I see you have even changed your coat of arms again. I must say that it is truly fitting. The tapestries that hung from the gates to the palace complex displayed the new coat of arms of the von Kufstein dynasty. The two crowns above the eagles' heads were replaced with saintly halos with a single crown above them. As for the shield within the eagle's chest, it was now surrounded by a chain which contained the Eye of Horus. When Berenger announced to the world that the Lord God Almighty had restored his sight to him, he established a new chivalric order that was ranked the highest among all honors within the Kingdom of Austria. This chivalric order was appropriately named the Order of the Golden Eye. Its chain was modeled after that of the Order of the Golden Fleece from Berengar's past life. However, rather than a gilded lamb in its centerpiece, it included a pyramid with the Eye of Horus within. It was similar to the symbol associated with the Illuminati, except the pyramid was surrounded by what can only be described as angelic wings. From now until the end of time, the head of the von Kufstein dynasty, or in other words, the reigning Kaiser, would hold the position of Grand Master of the Order. It was a symbol of imperial authority as much as it was a representation of the von Kufstein dynasty. Incidentally, this new coat of arms was updated on the flag of Austria as well as that of the German Empire. Berenger smiled when he heard his mother approved of his latest designs for the family symbols. He nodded his head in agreement before complimenting Adela on her efforts. I was just as impressed when Adela showed me the new design. She had an entire team work on it. However, it was her vision that saw it carried through to fruition. Gisela smiled and greeted her favorite daughter-in-law before hugging the young woman. Adela, is it nice to see you again? I hope you are doing well? Adela bowed her head with grace towards Gisela and spoke to her in a kind tone. The two of them had always gotten along well even when Berengar's other women had not. Mother, it is great to see you. Even after nearly a decade, your beauty lights up the room. I hope I am half as youthful as you when I am your age. Gisela spoke with Adela for some time before giving her greetings to the rest of the women in Berengar's harem. She also introduced herself to Berengar's latest batch of offspring. Despite treating many of her grandchildren as outsiders in the past, she seemed to have been much kinder to them this time around, as if she finally accepted them as part of her family. After saying her greetings along with Sieghard, Berenger led the way into the palace where he had prepared a feast for his mother's birthday lunch. The woman had a wide smile on her face as she chatted with her family members, though she noticed something out of the corner of her eye. For the past few years, Gisela had gotten acquainted with Berengar's many wards. Among them was the young Princess Priyatamara, who had grown into a beautiful young woman as time passed. With her ever-watchful eye, Gisela could tell the girl was interested in her son, which only caused her to sigh in defeat and mutter something under her breath. 32 years old and you're still catching the fancy of teenagers. What am I going to do with you, my son? Gisela did not know if Berenger was already in a relationship with the young woman, but by the way the two of them looked at each other, she could tell if they weren't already romantically involved. It was only a matter of time before they became so. Obviously, Gisela did not know just how many mistresses Berenger had. If she did, she would scold the man for his inability to keep it in his pants. Ultimately, the birthday celebration went on without a hitch. Family and friends surrounded Gisela, and it would appear that she had finally begun to accept her many daughters-in-laws as well as their plentiful offspring as members of her family. As for Sieghard, he looked on in envy at his son, wishing that he could live in the man's shoes for just a day. He was much too old to start a polygamous lifestyle, and his wife would never approve of such a thing. However, he admired Berengar's ability to keep his women in a sense of harmony, as they all appeared to be on better terms with one another than they had been in years past. The night ended with a share of drinks and a toast on behalf of Gisela, which was undertaken by Berenger. She and her husband would stay within Kufstein for the next week before returning to the countryside, where they would once more live out their days in peaceful tranquility, far from the hustle and bustle of the capital city. Chapter 882, Rise of the Golden Horde. Shagadai sat on horseback as he gazed upon the great plains of the Caucasus Mountains with a hint of greed in his eyes. Over the past few years, the Golden Horde had suffered from intense infighting, and now, after years of warfare, he had risen to the position of Khan. The collapse of the Catholic Church had overreaching consequences beyond the continent of Europe. The papacy had used its wealth to import mass quantities of saltpeter from India through their trade routes with the Golden Horde. In exchange for the critical component of gunpowder, the Church traded gold, silver, and muskets, which by now the Golden Horde had learned to replicate. However, when the papacy fell and the kingdoms of Europe submitted to the Reich, this lucrative trade vanished. Blaming the previous Khan for this disaster, various factions rose to power and assassinated the man in his sleep. From there, it was all-out warfare within the Golden Horde. From the Russian perspective, this was a good thing. It allowed the Rus states to once and for all free themselves from the influence of the Mongols, but from the perspective of the Golden Horde, this was just another disaster caused by the rise of Berenger. With Europe firmly under the boot of the Reich, Shagadai knew he had no chance of victory. Thus he shifted his focus southward. The Byzantine Empire was in a state of chaos. Vetranes had become massively unpopular, as had his eldest son, Quintus. The peace they had bought with the Catholic Church came at a massive price, and though it wasn't paid in full, enough gold and silver had been transferred to the papacy to thoroughly cripple their economy. However, that was not the worst of it. By agreeing to cede all of Egypt, including the Kaiser's pass to the papacy, the Byzantines had strained their relations with Germany, whose Kaiser seemed disinterested in helping them recover from their imminent economic collapse. With their armies defeated in the crusade for the Holy Land, and little money to rebuild them, the lands of the Byzantine Empire were ripe for the taking. Thus, Shagadai stared off the edge of the cliff which his horse stood upon, and gazed upon the lands of the Kingdom of Georgia with an avaricious expression on his face. An army of 100,000 horsemen rode behind him and down the cliffside. Each man was equipped with a matchlock carbine and a saber. Their goal was simple: conquer the Kingdom of Georgia and invade the Byzantine Empire. After looking upon the land he intended to conquer, Shagadai snapped the reins of his horse and rode down the mountainside, passing by his troops and taking the foremost position at the head of the column, where he met up with his younger sister, a woman by the name of Corrigan. The Turco-Mongolian princess was no older than 18 and still made use of a traditional bow and arrow rather than the newer firearms. Despite her young age, she was her brother's most trusted advisor. It was her instincts that convinced Shagadai to march his horde south. Korigin was a Tengrist shaman, and thus as part of her duties she conversed with the spirits of this world. Often she would seek them out in the wild for advice, which she lived her life by. It was these spirits who had informed her that the weakest of her brother's potential opponents would be the Byzantine Empire and their Georgian puppets. Despite this reality, Korigin seemed displeased. Though she had a look of concern on her face, she was far from displeasing to look at. The Turco-Mongolian beauty had long jet-black hair, which flowed down the left side of her heart-shaped head. The right side of her hair contained a set of side braids which showed off the barbarous side of her nature. Though the Turco-Mongolian princess had a slender build, she also had curves in the right places. Even then, her excellent body could not easily be observed beneath the thick lamellar armor that she wore. The fur-lined cloak which she adorned over her armor was doing her no favors either. Despite her beautiful appearance, no man within the army dared to look at her with lust. To do so would anger the spirits, or so she had told them. However, at the moment, she was concerned with none of this, and could only sigh as she voiced her worries to her elder brother. As I said earlier, dearest brother, if you fail to conquer Georgia and the Byzantium within a single year, a great calamity will befall our people, and you will be the last of the Khans. I implore you to head north and subjugate the Rus once more. Though they have overthrown the yoke of your predecessors, the winds are in your favor, and victory is certain, despite the difficulties you will endure in the process. Shagadai merely spat on the ground when he heard his sister's worries and dismissed them once more. The spirits had said that the Byzantines were the weakest, and thus they would be the first among his conquests. He was quick to voice these beliefs as he rejected his sister's notions. You said out of all our neighbors, the Byzantines and their Georgian puppets are the weakest. A year will be plenty to subject them to our conquest. After all, I have no intention of going south into the Levant. All I need is the Caucasus and Anatolia. From there, I will make my way west into Persia. Korigin gripped her hands with anxiety in her deep, dark eyes. Though she didn't say what she was thinking, she feared what the spirits had told her. If her brother failed to achieve peace within a year, a double-headed eagle would swoop down from the western sky and devour her people. The spirits did not speak directly. Their words were more like parables. It was up to her to decipher their meaning. Despite this reality, she had never been wrong. Korigin was an educated woman, and she knew about the current geopolitical situation, at least as best as she could manage in her position as a nomadic shaman. There was only one way to interpret a double-headed eagle, and that was the Germans. Though she had not personally witnessed the wars that Germany had waged across the world, she had heard rumors from those who traded with the Golden Horde about their invincibility. It was because of this that she had dissuaded her brother from marching on the Reich. After all, the Golden Horde had its fair share of grudges against the Kaiser. Of course, after taking down the Catholic kingdoms as if they were a mere ant colony. Even the nomadic horsemen of the Golden Horde learned to fear the Reich and its vast military might. Korigin was deeply afraid of Germany for two reasons: the threat they posed to her people, and the warning the spirits had given her when she became a princess. Beware the golden-eyed man. He will devour you. She had never told her brother about this warning, nor did she know who the golden-eyed man was until recently. As Korigin thought about this foreboding message from the spirits, she reached into one of her saddlebags and pulled out a hardcover book. The words were written in German and spelled the following: the Holy Bible. However, this Bible was different from all others in the world. Its cover was a painting of Saint Berenger the Blessed. This was a recent version of the Holy Book that included Berengar's golden eye, which supposedly contained the light of God. Korigin had recently acquired this book as a gift from a missionary who had recently made his way to their encampment. The man was giving Bibles away for free while preaching of the gospel as well as the achievements of Saint Berenger the Blessed, which had practically become their own book of the Reformist Bible. Naturally, as a curious woman, the Turco-Mongolian princess had decided to take one for study. Though she could not read the words, she often spent her time staring at the handsome man painted on the cover, and knew in her heart he was the one that the spirits had spoken of. Knowing that the golden-eyed man was the Kaiser of the German Empire, and that the Germans were the double-headed eagle that the spirits had spoken of, the Turco-Mongolian beauty sighed heavily before revealing her thoughts to her elder brother. Dearest brother, if you fail to achieve your goals within a year, I will be forced to flee to the east. I will not stand by and watch the Germans slaughter our people, nor will I allow myself to be taken captive. I will do what I can to ensure that you are victorious, but my abilities are limited. Shagadai did not pay the slightest bit of attention to his sister's ramblings. He was confident in his heart that he would emerge victorious and instead snapped his reins once more before propelling his mount forward, causing the young woman to watch his back with a sense of dread about what was soon to come. Chapter 883. Keeping the Russians down one bottle at a time. Berenger sat in his office with a glass of black spiced rum in one hand and a cigar in another. The German Empire had control over the world's tobacco trade, and because of this, there were many companies that had popped up over the years to produce cigarettes, cigars, and bunt wraps. The two most popular brands of tobacco products manufactured their goods on the island of Leinstadt, which was known as Cuba during Berengar's past life. Out of all the items that were produced on this island, tobacco and rum were among the most popular. Though the colony of New Haven was a city of vice run by Backer Entertainment, the agricultural fields outside of it were owned and operated by the Gunther Merchant Company. This, however, did not stop Henrik from sending his goons to seize native lands for his own uses. Because of this, a father and his son ran the two biggest competitors in the cigar market. Berenger personally favored the Gunther Merchant brand of tobacco products, but that was partially because he had a close relationship with the owner of the company. Sitting across from the Kaiser was his most favorite wife. Linda had a folder in her hand, which contained information she had recently collected. The red-headed beauty gently placed the documents on the table and passed them over to the man while wearing an expression of amusement on her pretty face. You know, when you suggested that we distill liquor from potatoes and ship it into the Rust States for pfennigs on the thaler, I thought for sure you were out of your mind. After all, how could we gain a profit on such a thing? However, I understand now what your intentions were all along. I must say, even I am impressed with how far you are willing to go to destabilize a region. A brief chuckle erupted from Berengar's mouth as he took a slight swig from his glass of distilled spirits. He had to admit the scheme he had concocted was fairly impressive, even by his own standards. Vodka, something so simple yet so destructive. Personally, I can't stand the stuff, but those Ruskies are addicted to it. It was the same way in my past life. Aside from the massive corruption that plagued their society, this simple drink was the primary reason they never achieved anything great without the aid of other civilizations. Their greatest contribution to human history was a failed state that survived as long as it did because of foreign material support and captured German scientists. I figured all I needed to do in this life to prevent the rise of Russia as a unified state is to sell a simple beverage to the Rus dirt cheap and leave them to their own devices. With the amount of vodka we are funneling down their throats, they will never become a threat to our dynasty. The strawberry blonde locks of the angelic beauty flowed in the air while she shook her head in feigned disagreement. A mischievously smirk appeared on Lindy's luscious lips as she made a rather crass remark about her lover's character. TSK, TSK, TSK. You are one devious bastard, you know that? A brief chuckle erupted in the room as Berenger leaned back in his chair and feigned a defensive gesture. He quickly pointed out that while what he did may have been morally bankrupt, it was not his initial intention. Hey, I'm not the one who carved a smile on the Grand Duke of Moscow's face. I had other plans for the Rus, but your little boy ruined them. So now I have no choice but to poison their population with more vodka than they can handle. A finely tapered brow raised on Lindy's exquisite forehead as she heard these words. While it may have been a jest on Berengar's part, she took the words rather seriously and quickly interrogated the man for a proper answer. My little boy, are you blaming me for what Hans did to that little bastard? With a sip of his rum, Berenger narrowed his mismatched eyes into a rather serious expression. What had started as a playful ribbing had turned into a full-scale argument, and he was quick to point out his perspective with a single question. Who else would he get it from? Linda could hardly believe the words she was hearing, and quickly reached over to a nearby desk mirror, and shifted it so that Berenger could look at his own reflection. She had a confident smirk on her pretty face as she pointed out who she believed to be at fault for their son's violent actions. I think you already know the answer to that. With a slight nod of his head, Berenger accepted the woman's statement. He had to admit that he set a certain example as a parent and thus took part in the blame. Even still, he refused to accept the entirety of the responsibility for this matter and quickly interjected. I suppose the little monster does take after me in some ways, but you still have your fair share of blame on the matter. The red-headed beauty continued to drink from her glass, not willing to dignify such a statement with a response. It was only after several moments of awkward silence that she switched the subject. So how is that little eunuch doing? Anyway? A slight gasp of air escaped Berengar's lips as he began to pour the two of them another glass of rum. After taking a sip from his own cup, he responded to his wife's question with a hint of pity in his voice. He's an androgynous teenage boy who has been castrated and forced into a labor camp filled with men. Men who no longer have women to abuse thanks to the treatment that little French harlot received. How the hell do you think he is doing? I bet he is real popular with the prisoners. Rather than what he expected, Linda simply giggled like a schoolgirl upon hearing about the horrific fate that awaited the young Grand Duke of Moscow. She was quick to voice her opinion on the matter. He deserves it after what he tried to do to Veronica. Berenger took another sip of his rum as he silently nodded in agreement with the woman's statement. He fully agreed with his wife. There was no place for rapists in his society. The price for such a crime was steep in Germany, and the Grand Duke of Moscow had suffered dearly for it. It was at this moment Berenger thought of something important and quickly voiced his concern. So, when was the last time you saw Hans? Anyway, I feel like he's avoiding us now that he's at university. Were we really that bad of parents? After taking a sip from her glass, Linda scoffed before correcting Berengar's perspective. She knew her firstborn boy better than he knew himself and could accurately surmise what the problem was that was preventing him from returning to the palace. First off, the boy is at that age where he is getting rebellious. So it wouldn't surprise me if he had some negative feelings towards us. Especially you, Mr. I'm going to go on a campaign every 6 months while my son is but a small child. But no, he's not avoiding us, he's avoiding Ingrid. I think it's about time we send the bitch home and break the betrothal. She has done nothing but cause problems for Hans and his girls. Why the hell did you even agree to that proposal in the first place? A feigned expression of offense appeared on Berengar's handsome face as he leaned back into his chair and spread his arms into the air in an attempt to defend his actions. The boy likes beautiful older women with big breasts. I thought they would hit it off. How was I supposed to know she was a spoiled cunt who wanted to turn Hans against his other girls? The next time I see the boy, I'll ask him what he wants to do about her. One thing has become clear to me, though. Ingrid is not worthy of the von Kufstein name. As for Astrid, she's a sweetheart. It's amazing the two are related. A sharp glint formed in Lindy's sky-blue eyes as she heard these words, causing her to switch the subject to something else once more. Speaking of sweethearts, what are you going to do about Priya? She's practically following you around the palace like a little puppy now. It would be wise of you to give her a son sooner rather than later. If Daria finds a woman and impregnates her before you put a baby in Priya's belly, the consequences could be dire. After taking a swig from his drink and a drag from his cigar, Berenger cast his woman an intimidating glare with his mismatched eyes while he responded to her question. I gave the boy my word that I would not touch a hair on his precious little sister's head unless she approached me first. She has yet to work up the courage to ask me to be intimate with her, and thus I will leave this matter be until she feels ready. I know it may not mean much to you, but as a man, when I give my word to someone, and I mean it, I must abide by it. I will not coerce the girl into my bed, nor will I force myself upon her. Judging from the puddle I saw outside my door this morning, I'm guessing she is close to making up her mind about what she really wants. She just needs only to reach out and ask. Fearing that an argument was about to occur about the foolishness of a man's pride, Linda swallowed the choice words she had in store for Berenger and instead decided to steer the conversation in a more constructive direction. She and Yas seem to be getting along all right. I see the two of them in the kitchen together every day. I think I have even caught the two of them in the bath together once or twice. Perhaps your Moorish bride can help move things along. Wouldn't that be the dream threesome for you? Two busty exotic beauties servicing you together? Berenger narrowed his eyes when he heard the woman's lewd suggestions before asking the question that was most immediate on his mind. Let me guess. You want to watch? A playful smile appeared on the busty red-headed bowtie's face as she licked her lips seductively. She leaned over across the desk and whispered into her husband's ears the words she knew that would entice him. Only if you'd let me. Chapter 884. Young Love. Christopher sat within a large room of the Kufstein Imperial Palace. This particular area of the palace housed a grand piano. He had grown up in this extravagant home since the day he was born, and his mother Adela had paid him the utmost attention and care as he progressed through childhood. If the first Prince Hans was said to have inherited his father's brilliance and his mother's cunning nature, then Christopher was known for his intellect and kind heart, which he undoubtedly received from his mother. At the moment, the boy was playing the piano to a masterful display. Since the age of 4, his mother had taught him how to play the musical instrument, and as the years passed, his understanding of it advanced well beyond his years. As he pressed the individual keys and played a joyful song that he had written himself, a doll-like figure appeared from behind the door, silently observing the boy as he played. Christopher did not notice her at first, as the girl hid her body and half of her face. Only one blue eye peered into the room, and observed the boy as he played the piano with a satisfied smile on his face. Eventually the song came to an end, where Christopher reached for a glass of water which was kept on a nearby table. He drank from the clear liquid and sighed in satisfaction before preparing to play the next song. It was at this moment he spotted the shy figure of his young fiancée hiding behind the doorway. With a friendly tone in his youthful voice, the boy called out to her in an attempt to coax her into the room. I see you, Astrid. Are you perhaps interested in the piano? The girl named Astrid immediately shivered upon hearing her name and hid fully behind the door. It had been 3 years since she had come to live in Kufstein, and despite being well acquainted with her future husband, she was still so reserved around him and his family. To Christopher, this timid nature was nothing but appealing, and thus he called out to the girl, as if she were a frightened rabbit, in an attempt to bond with her. You know, if you are interested in the piano, I can teach you how to play. With the twitch of her dainty ears, Astrid slowly peeked behind the corner and gazed upon Christopher, who had a kind expression on his youthful face. She slowly appeared in the doorway. The girl was roughly the same age as Christopher, meaning she was currently 8 years old. Astrid was as cute as can be. She had long platinum locks and round ice-blue eyes. Her heart-shaped face with a button nose gave her the appearance of a living doll who was sculpted out of the finest porcelain. Astrid was dressed in what can only be described as a Victorian Lolita-style dress whose color matched her eyes perfectly, further giving off the impression that she was not a living being, but a perfectly sculpted doll. Despite her adorable appearance, she was extremely shy, not willing to look Christopher in the eyes, instead gazing upon the floor while holding her dainty hands together in front of her. The German prince knew that if he made one sudden move, Astrid would bolt out the door like a jackrabbit who was fleeing a pursuing coyote. Because of this, he slowly scooted over on the bench where he played the piano, and patted the space he had made for the girl. There was a look of hesitation in the girl's ice-blue eyes as she questioned whether or not she should take Christopher up on the offer. With the slight bite of her lower lip, she decided to take a chance, and cautiously approached her fiancé before sitting down next to him. This caused Christopher to smile in appreciation before placing his hands on the keyboard, and showing Astrid the basic position to keep her fingers in while playing the instrument. Like this, follow my lead. Christopher spent the next hour teaching Astrid the basics of the keyboard before stopping. He figured it was not wise to overwhelm her with too much information, and instead smiled and complimented the girl on her quick learning ability. Well, stop here today. You did well. If you keep this up, I'm sure you will be playing like a pro in no time. Astrid blushed and looked away as she heard this compliment. Christopher had thought his eyes were deceiving him when he observed a slight smile on the girl's doll-like face until he heard her mutter in a voice so low that he thought perhaps he was hallucinating. Thank you. After confirming that the girl did in fact thank him, and smile for the first time that he had observed in the last 3 years, Christopher broke out into a beaming expression of his own before nodding his head and responding to the timid girl. It's no big deal. Anytime you feel like learning how to play, I will be here for you. Astrid's face became beet red as she heard this, and could no longer look Christopher in the eye. In an act of embarrassment she scurried off, leaving Christopher behind with a fat smile on his adorable face. He sat there in silence for several moments before Adela walked in and commented on the progress of his relationship with Astrid. I think she likes you. Snapping out of his daze, Christopher looked over at his mother, and instantly ran into her arms with a firm hug, all the while screaming in delight. Mommy. Adela had been busy with work recently and had not been available during the day. Seeing his mother home so soon brought great happiness to the young boy's heart. Adela merely smiled and hugged her eldest son, while stroking his golden hair in a comforting manner. How's my little boy doing? Are you getting along with your little fiancé? Christopher smiled and nodded his head thrice before responding to his mother's query. Yes, she's still really shy, but I think she is starting to warm up to me. Adela continued to hug her son and pet his hair, as she comforted him about his relationship with his fiancé. Astrid is a good girl. She is just a bit timid. You should make sure to take care of her. After all, she is your responsibility. One day, the two of you will be married, and it will be your job to take care of her. Christopher nodded his head in agreement with his mother's words, while having a wide smile on his face. He was quick to make a promise to Adela, one that he did not fully realize the gravity of. I promise I will make Astrid happy. Adela kissed her son on the forehead and released her hug, before kneeling down so that she was on his level. I am sure you will. Now let's go eat lunch. After saying that, the mother and son departed for the kitchen, completely unaware that Astrid had hidden nearby and heard Christopher's promise. Her heart was thumping like crazy, and her face was as red as can be. She had known the boy for 3 years, and he was among the kindest souls she had ever met. Despite this, she kept her distance from him. It was not intentional, she was just an incredibly introverted girl. However, even at her young age, she could be moved by the boy's words, and felt that she was beginning to develop a crush. Perhaps it would be best if she were to follow them to lunch. After a fierce internal debate within her mind, Astrid ultimately decided to take a chance of rejection, and ran after Christopher and Adela, where the two of them were surprised to see her. Before they could question why she had followed them, she spit out the thoughts in her mind, knowing that if she hesitated, she would not be able to speak them. Can I join the two of you for lunch? The girl shut her eyes when she said this and braced her heart for rejection. However, Christopher surprised her by walking over to her and grabbing hold of her hand before leading her towards the dining hall. She opened her eyes when she felt his touch and was surprised to see the kind expression on his face. With a slight nod of the head, Christopher accepted her request. Of course you can. I would be delighted to eat with you, Astrid. With this said, Astrid remained silent and followed Christopher and his mother into the dining hall, where the three of them shared a meal together. Though she was quiet and reserved as she usually was, she was not alone, and for the first time in a long time, she felt a genuine sense of belonging within the von Kufstein household. Chapter 885. Rebuilding the Anangpur Army. Deep within the lands of the Anangpur Empire there existed a makeshift military base which had been established by the German Army Corps of Engineers the moment after Emperor Daria Tamara reclaimed his throne. Though it was not a proper base in comparison to those used by the Reich, it was capable of fulfilling its current task, and that was to train a new generation of soldiers for the Royal Anangpur Army. In an act of mandatory conscription, Daria had made a legal decree that every able-bodied man aged 16-20 was taken out of the fields and forced into armed service. Though it did not aid with his popularity as a man who recently ascended to the throne, it was entirely necessary for the continued survival of his people. These youths were currently undergoing physical training via the methods that had been established by the German army over a decade prior. Push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, long-distance running. These were all things that thousands of young men were currently engaging in across the military base. Despite the fact that this was an Anangpur military base, the drill instructors were not Indian, nor were they German. Instead, they were from the Majapahit Empire. Due to a shared language, Berenger had requested his lovely little concubine to convince her father to send officers to the Anangpur Empire to train its newest recruits. After all, the Royal Majapahit Army was already 2 years into their training, and could easily fulfill this task. The Majapahit drill instructors yelled towards the young recruits in the Sanskrit language as they continued to perform push-ups to build strength, so that they could be fully capable of armed conflict in the months to come. While this was occurring, Emperor Daria Tamara watched the scene as it unfolded. He was no longer dressed in the traditional attire of his home country. Rather, he wore a military uniform loosely based upon those used by the British Indian Army during the Second World War of Berengar's past life. By the young emperor's side were the two generals who had been dispatched to oversee the progress of the Royal Anangpur Army. General Arnwald Gerwig from the German Empire, and General Budiono from the Majapahit Empire. The two men were giving Daria a tour of the facility. As they passed by the field where the recruits performed their daily physical training, Arnwald discussed the purpose of these exercises. Basic training is about building strength of mind, character, and most importantly, the body, while also teaching the soldiers to obey all commands given to them without hesitation. We also provide fundamental use of arms and tactics. Due to the fact that the enemies you will be facing are equipped with repeating firearms, the Kaiser, in his infinite wisdom, has seen fit to equip your soldiers with the G25 bolt-action rifle as the standard issue armament. Once the soldiers complete their basic training, they will be sent to specialized training based on their talents. Most of these men will be assigned to either the infantry or artillery. Come this way, and I will show you a presentation of the weapons your soldiers will wield into battle. Daria nodded his head in silence as he followed General Arnwald Gerwig to the range, where hundreds of his soldiers lie prone, firing their G25 bolt-action rifles towards the steel targets that existed 100 meters downrange. The explosive blast of the 8mm round as it broke the sound barrier crackled in the air as each soldier pulled the trigger to their weapon before racking their bolts and chambering another round. After doing so, they aimed down their sights and pulled the trigger once more after acquiring their target. Daria was impressed that the men scored their hits, and nodded his head in satisfaction. Arnwald continued to explain the training as they walked past the shooting range. The marksmanship training is split into different grades based upon how many hits a soldier scores, as well as the time it took them to do so. The best of your soldiers will be issued a rifle with an optic when they finally deploy to the battlefield, which should increase their lethality by a wide margin. Daria nodded his head as he heard the words that Arnwald had spoken. He knew little about managing an army. Luckily, he had the experience of Germany on his side, or else he would never be able to resist the might of the Bengal Empire. The tour of the facility lasted for some time before the sun began to set, and Daria grew tired. He had observed many things today that he never thought he would see. It was truly an enlightening experience. As an end to the tour, Arnwald led Daria into the officers' mess, where they cracked open a few bottles of German whiskey and began to speak about the facts of life. After several drinks, when the three men had enough alcohol in their bloodstream, Daria was quick to ask the Majapahit general about how his nation had come to align itself with Germany. So tell my General Budiono, as I am naturally curious. How did Berenger manage to get your king's support? The Indonesian general took a sip from the whiskey that had been imported from the Reich and sighed in relief. There appeared to be a conflicted expression on his face as he told the tale of how the Majapahit Empire had sold its soul to the Reich. Approximately 2 years ago, the princess of our kingdom visited the borders of the Reich. Her father, the king, had tasked her to negotiate with the Emperor of Germany in regards to taxes that were supposed to be enforced on all who passed through the Malacca Strait. Imagine our surprise when she returned home, pregnant with the man's child. claiming that the Japanese Empire intended to invade our lands and subject our people to the same atrocities they were committing abroad. Evidently she had some proof in her hands, as the woman managed to convince her father to agree to the Kaiser's demands. Over the past 2 years, the Germans have been training our army and selling us weapons so that we may resist the upcoming invasion. Though many of the nobles in our society are a bit skeptical, believing this to be a lie concocted by the king so he can centralize power in his hands. Regardless, there is nothing they can do, as the army is loyal to him alone. The reason we are here in your realm is that the Kaiser has requested we assist with the training of your forces. His reasoning is that we are more effectively able to communicate with your troops since we share a common language. Naturally, due to the nature of their relationship, our princess decided to accept this request, and so here I am. I must say that I am surprised by the audacity of the Japanese Empire, arming and supplying the Bengal Empire to conquer the entire subcontinent. If their empress was aware of the Reich, she should have known they would never let such a thing occur. Daria nodded his head in understanding as he heard this. It was quite a tale, and he was surprised that Berenger had not told him this earlier. Though he remembered the Majapahit princess visiting the palace, he was unaware that Berenger had slept with her during the visit. This in itself filled him with various worries. However, he quickly shook them out of his head and prepared a toast to this new alliance. To our alliance, may it stand strong in the face of Japanese aggression. The other 2 men clanked their glasses together in the toast before downing the contents. Though Daria was upset with Berenger for turning his family's empire into a puppet, as the weeks went by, and he was burdened with the responsibilities of leadership, he had come to accept German support, as he realized he would never be able to rule this land effectively by himself. However, after hearing that Berenger had knocked up the princess of the Majapahit Empire, he became increasingly concerned about his sister's chastity. Judging by the way that Berenger treated foreign princesses, it was only a matter of time before Priya conceived his child. Ultimately, there was nothing he could do about that, and so Daria decided to have his fair share of alcohol. The 3 men would continue drinking long into the night until they passed out at the bar. When they awoke the next morning, they would forget all the things they had discussed the night before. Chapter 886. A little bit of trolling. For the first time since the Cold War began between Germany and Japan, a representative of the Reich had sailed to the island nation with diplomatic intent. What was his purpose in this visit? Well, it was certainly not about ceasing hostilities. The man in question was a German lawyer by the name of Tillich Schaffhausen who was from the Kingdom of Austria, and he had a briefcase in his hands, as the passenger ship made its way to the port of Hyankyo. This was not a German ship, as such vessels were not allowed to dock on the Japanese mainland. Instead, it was a Ming junk. Tillich had sailed from the borders of the Reich to the Ming dynasty before taking a merchant vessel to the island of Japan. Upon docking in Hyankyo, Japanese authorities boarded the vessel in search of contraband or any other illegal content. When they witnessed the blonde-haired and blue-eyed Austrian man sitting on the vessel, they began to yell at him in their native tongue. The interpreter that Tillich had hired in the Ming dynasty quickly translated their words into the German language. "You there? What is your business here? Speak quickly." The law enforcement officers had their hands on the pistol grips of their revolvers. They were clearly showing hostility to the European man. As for Tillich, he smiled peacefully before stating his business in his native tongue. "I am Tillich Schaffhausen. I represent the interests of the Kufstein Royal Armory and am here to present a letter to your empress." The law enforcement officers gazed at each other with confusion for several moments before they decided to ask for support from their superior. Ultimately, Tillich was detained for several hours, where he and his belongings were thoroughly searched. It was not until Itami had personally granted him an audience was he allowed to depart from the police station and enter the royal palace, where he saw the beautiful young albino woman sitting on her throne with a rather intimidating expression on her pretty face. Before he could introduce himself, Itami spoke in an authoritative tone. "I must say, your Kaiser has some audacity to send a legal representative here to my empire. Tell me, just what reason do you have to visit the Empire of Japan? What were you hoping to accomplish by coming here?" Tillich bowed respectfully towards the foreign monarch before pulling out his briefcase and unlocking it, where he handed a document over to Itami with a stoic expression on his face. The words were written in the Japanese script. The beautiful young empress took one look at the title of the document and felt an intense fury in her heart. Despite her anger, she quickly skimmed through the rest of the document before asking the question on her mind. "Is this some kind of joke? Because I am not amused." The lawyer raised his head with a confident smirk on his face as he began to outline just what the document entailed. "I am afraid not. The Kaiser demands that you immediately cease and desist the production and sale of your unlawful domestic copy of our Mk2 Schmidt guns. As you can see in the documents which I have provided, the patents for this weapon were filed and approved as early as 1422, which was years before you copied our design. If you do not comply, we will be forced to seek legal reparations." which we will obtain one way or another. I suggest you agree to our demands, or else you might be facing a blockade within the Indian Ocean. Something I'm sure your Bengal allies would heavily disapprove of. The choice is up to you, but I suggest you think of your position before making a permanent decision. Itami's scarlet eyes fiercely gazed upon the smug bastard from the Western world. She could hardly believe this man was threatening her with military action in the safety of her own domain. She was so baffled by this behavior that she was forced to ask the man for clarification. Are you threatening me? The words the two exchanged were translated by the interpreter that Tilak had brought with him. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear as he responded to the Japanese empress' words. It is not a threat, but a promise. If you do not cease the production and sale of these weapons, which originate in the Reich and are still under patent by the Royal Kufstein Armory, then we will be forced to take matters into our own hands and blockade the Indian Ocean. That is all I have to say on the matter. If there are no further matters of importance that you wish to discuss, then I will be taking the next ship to the Ming dynasty. As nice as your empire is, I do not feel safe within your borders, and thus will be taking my leave. You have 30 days to respond with your answer, which you can deliver to the German embassy in Beijing via your own representative. Goodbye, Empress Itami Ryo, and good luck in your endeavors. After saying this, Tilak Schaffhausen left the imperial palace of Japan with a confident stride, leaving Itami completely speechless. Obviously, the German Empire could not force her to pay them for violating the patent, but they could very easily prevent her ships from delivering future aid to the Bengal Empire. After gazing at the cease and desist letter and reading its contents thoroughly, Itami spotted a coded message, which was hidden in the script by the first letter of every paragraph. After writing it down on a piece of paper, a single word followed by an emoticon appeared, which filled her heart with overwhelming rage. Tralalal XD. Immediately upon reading this, Itami ripped the legal document in half and cursed it as loud as she could manage in the modern English tongue. That fucking bastard. She could not believe that Berenger had the audacity to send a representative to her lands solely to troll her. She could tell by the hidden message that the Kaiser did not care in the slightest if she continued to supply the Bengals with Gatling guns. He simply used the coincidence that they managed to develop the same weapons as a means to antagonize her. It took everything Itami had not to order the beheading of the German lawyer who had just left her presence. Ultimately, she took a deep breath and sighed in distress as she leaned back into her chair and voiced her thoughts aloud. Julian, how do I get back at this cunning bastard? Unfortunately for her, Itami did not receive an answer, which simply caused her to pull at her snow-white hair in annoyance. One way or another, she would find a way to return this insult in kind, without provoking an armed conflict. After all, she knew deep in her heart that she could not yet afford a war with the Reich. After tossing the documents aside for the maids to clean up, Itami rose from her seat and departed for her hot spring. After being stressed out by the whims of the Kaiser, she needed a good soak. She would stay in the bath for another hour before returning to her room, where she would crawl into bed and lie with her Julian body pillow until she fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps tomorrow she would have the mental energy to deal with this mess. But for now, she wanted nothing more than to get some rest. After all, she had been using the divine mirror a lot lately, and it consumed a sufficient amount of her focus. Itami would ultimately fall asleep, while having dreams of a peaceful life with Julian as her husband. By the time she awoke early in the morning on the next day, she would be fully energized and prepared for another day's work, where she would eventually agree to Berengar's demands and cease the production and sale of Gatling guns. Chapter 887 Missile Testing. Berenger stood within the Kufstein Arms testing facility, which was stationed on the far outskirts of the capital city's limits. He was currently being led towards a restricted area by the engineers of the Kufstein Royal Armory, including Ludwig's son and prodigy Jacob von Thagau, who was apparently the lead designer on this classified weapons project. Though Berenger was busy preparing for Anuria's journey to the land down under, Jacob requested an urgent meeting to demonstrate the newest weapon that his department had devised. More specifically, this weapon was the brainchild of a promising young engineering talent by the name of Werner Kuhn. Berenger was not the slightest bit excited and was, in fact, quite irritated that he was forced to take time out of his busy schedule to witness the testing of a new weapon. Such things were no longer his responsibilities. However, Jacob was confident that Berenger would want to see this new weapon in action. Despite this, Berenger was scowling as he made a deliberate threat to the men who had forced him to come all this way. This had better be worth my... Before he could even finish his sentence, the doors opened to a shielded room, where he and the scientists gazed upon a large open-air facility. What Berenger witnessed in that moment truly astounded him as he gazed upon the magnificence of the large object which sat, prepped, and waiting. Berenger immediately halted what he was about to say and expressed his disbelief as he gazed upon the magnificent weapon which stood 14 meters tall. My God, is that a fucking rocket? The young man named Werner had a fat smile on his face as he saw the Kaiser enter the room. He quickly greeted the man and confirmed that this was a rocket. Yes, my Kaiser. This is, in fact, a rocket. More specifically, it is a guided missile which makes use of inertial guidance and active radar homing to lock onto its target. This is the third prototype, but the first functional model. Knowing your temperament, Jacob thought you would like to be among the first people to witness a successful rocket launch in our world's history, and we are all confident that you will enjoy the results. What can only be described as a visual copy of the V2 rocket was sitting in the middle of the facility, just waiting for its chance at explosive glory. Berenger could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the thing. However, his mind immediately shifted to the many possibilities that missiles presented on the battlefield. Among the many uses of this missile, and others that would be developed in the future, was to scale down and modify it for use onboard cruisers and destroyers. This would effectively make his battleships obsolete, allowing him to send such quaint vessels into fleet-wide battles with Japan's navy, while protecting his carriers with guided missile cruisers and destroyers. Despite just being a prototype, if this launch was truly successful, it could open up a new world of warfare. With surface-to-air missiles, cruise missiles, air-to-air missiles, and many other types of munitions that could effectively be used against his enemies. Why send in an armored division when you can launch a ballistic missile on an enemy stronghold from the safety of your own home? Berenger was truly shocked by what he was looking at, but had one immediate question on his mind, which he was quick to ask. Werner, is it? Just how long has your team been working on this project? The talented young engineer by the name of Werner Kuhn was about to answer with a satisfied smile on his face, when Jacob interjected with his own answer to the Kaiser's question. While a bit rude, he was the lead engineer on the project, and though his personal contributions failed in comparison to Werner's, he felt that he was the most capable of answering this question. Approximately 2 years, my Kaiser. As you can see, this is just a prototype of the weapon. However, it presents unlimited possibilities. Rocketry is truly a new era of warfare. With these, our enemies will live in constant fear of having a missile dropped on their heads from the sky above. If this test goes as planned, I would very much appreciate an increase in funding to the rocketry department so we can come up with all kinds of new weapons for your Grand Army. Berenger was still getting over the shock that his scientists had already managed to create a guided missile. Though he had spent an ungodly sum over the past 13 years raising and funding scientists in all fields of study, especially engineering, even he didn't know how to create a functional guided missile from scratch. That was a different path of engineering from what he had learned in his past life. For his scientists to create a working prototype of a guided missile truly showed how his money was well spent. With the near unlimited wealth of the Reich, combined with punitive anti-corruption laws, the vast amount of coinage that went into funding research and development provided results quickly, especially with amazing talents like Jacob and Werner popping up in each field of study. Berenger was no longer irritated in the slightest and actually felt a bit of childlike wonder in his heart. Rocketry and missiles were something that could achieve devastating results on the battlefield, but it was also the path to space travel. Though this was just a cruise missile with the right amount of funding and enough years of research, he could put a man on the moon within his lifetime. This was simply inconceivable to Berenger. Ultimately, the Kaiser had a wide grin on his face where he asked the most important question on his mind. What are we waiting for? Let's light it up. Werner had an equally emphatic smile on his face as he moved towards the launch button. He inserted his key into the device, which started an alarm signaling anyone within the vicinity to vacate the area. Once everyone was clear, he moved out of the way and asked Berenger the question he wanted to hear the most. My Kaiser, shall you do the honors? Berenger felt like he could die happy upon hearing this, and thus he quickly began a countdown before pressing the button. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, liftoff. After saying this, he pounded the button with his fist, causing the missile to ignite. The burning of the propellant, which was a mixture of ethanol and liquid oxygen, sent the missile into the air and off of its carriage, which was pointed towards the direction of the nearby Alps. After firing, the missile used its active radar homing to lock onto it an abandoned Panther tank, which existed some 320 kilometers into the mountains. The massive explosion of the 1,000 kilograms amytal-filled warhead created a significant blast that was visible from not only the testing site, but the capital city of the German Empire as well. The citizens of Kufstein gazed up towards the mountains where the explosion occurred in awe. In preparation for this event, a radio broadcast occurred throughout the Reich warning people in advance of the test so that they would not fear the impact when it occurred. In fact, many people had been eagerly awaiting it and saw the rocket take off into the sky and head towards its abandoned target. The room where the Kaiser and all his scientists stood was filled with utter silence for several moments before they all broke out into cheers. Berenger was so excited by the successful missile test that he approached Jacob and Werner before giving them the news they wanted to hear. Whatever funds you need to further develop missiles like these and whatever other designs you can think of, put in a request and it will be fulfilled. In fact, I have a few ideas of my own that you might be interested in. Upon hearing the Kaiser say this, both Jacob and Wernher were quick to bow their heads in respect before responding to Berengar's words. Anything you can think of, simply send your ideas our ways and we would be happy to see them become a reality. My Kaiser, on behalf of the Kufstein Royal Armory's Rocket Engineering Department, I would like to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule for being here today. Berenger simply chuckled as he gazed at the explosion in the mountains, which was still clearing up, before muttering the words on his mind. It was my pleasure. On this day, the German Empire had developed the first functional supersonic missile. In the coming years, endless funding would be funneled into the Rocket Engineering Department of the Kufstein Royal Armory, where they would produce many new weapons designs for use on the battlefield. As for Berenger, he would be quick to work on new ship designs that could act as proper escorts for his carriers. After all, battleships and battlecruisers were not the most ideal candidates for the task. Chapter 888, An Unexpected Rejection. Berenger sat at the personal bar that existed within his palace. The young bartender he employed to mix drinks for him leaned against the edge and gazed upon the handsome face of the Kaiser as he drank from a glass filled with 12-year-old rye whiskey. Her favorite part of her job was that she could be so close to the Kaiser. As the pretty young woman stared at him, Berenger silently swallowed the amber-colored liquid that was produced by a distillery which he owned a fair amount of shares in. As he did so, the sight of an incredible bronze-skinned beauty approached him. Priya was now a young woman, and though it had been years since she first started developing feelings for Berenger, she had never truly expressed them. However, in her heart, the young Indian princess knew that the man was a creature of habit, and because of that, he was downing the nicest whiskey he could find on this Friday evening. Usually Berenger was accompanied by one of his many women, and because of this, Priya had never found the right opportunity to approach the man. However, tonight he was all alone with only the company of his bartender. Because of this, she knew it was her chance to finally express the complex emotions she felt towards a man who was practically twice her age. Thus, she sat down next to Berenger with a pretty smile on her exquisite face. Berenger was surprised to see Priya sit down at the bar and quickly voiced his surprise. Never in my life would I dare to believe that the young and pure Nagpur princess who is completely devoid of vice would sit down at my bar and order a drink. Honestly, Priya, do you even know what you want? The young Indian woman could only pout as she heard this remark before gazing over at the bartender with fierce determination in her eyes and ordering the drink she desired. I would like a coconut daiquiri, please. There was a clear hesitation in the girl's voice. This made Berenger chuckle as he took another sip of his whiskey. In his mind, he scoffed to himself, thinking that, of course, the little girl would order such a fruity drink. The bartender didn't say a word and merely observed the way Priya was looking at the Kaiser as she prepared the girl's drink. After doing so, she passed the beverage to her guest before pulling out a lighter and a pack of cigarettes, where she informed Berenger of her intentions. Hey boss, I'm going to go take a quick smoke break. Is that all right with you? Berenger merely nodded his head in silence, signaling the woman that she was free to leave. He could tell by the exceptionally anxious look on Priya's face that there was something she wanted to tell him in private, and he was glad that the woman he hired to serve him drinks was socially conscious enough to take a hint. After the young woman left the two together, Berenger smiled before taking another sip from his whiskey, where he was quick to interrogate his ward and why she had approached him on this fine evening. So tell me, Priya, what's on your mind? The girl blushed slightly as she took a sip from her drink. Though there was a little taste of the rum within the drink, it was still strong enough to cause her to feel the effect of alcohol. Priya was visibly shaking. There was obviously something important on her mind, but she just couldn't voice the words properly. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol, or maybe it was the extreme anxiety she felt within her heart. Whatever the reason may be, the extensive plan that Priya had come up with to seduce Berenger into taking her as one of his many lovers immediately flew out the window as she bluntly asked the question that had plagued her mind for months now. I like you. Will you please take me as your mistress? Berenger nearly spat his drink out of his mouth upon hearing the girl be so blunt. However, he managed to only slightly choke on the burning liquid as it stained his esophagus with its overwhelming strength. After several heavy coughs, he placed his whiskey glass down on the bar, ensuring that he did not spill a single drop of the highly valuable substance. It was only after a few moments was he was able to fully recover his senses before asking the immediate question on his mind. A little blunt, don't you think? I mean, honestly, Priya, there were about 1,000 ways you could have asked me this question that would have been more romantic. Do you even know what you are asking? Priya had an innocent glint in her eyes as she placed a finger on her lips before asking another question in her mind. Despite her naive expression, there was a fierce determination on her pretty face. Of course I know what I'm asking. What, don't like me? I know that can't possibly be the case. After all, I see the way you look at me as I pass by in the halls. Won't you take responsibility? The final words that Priya had said caused Berenger to feel a headache. He did not know if this girl was deliberately being cute or was truly so pure of heart that she did not understand the depths of her request. However, one thing was clear to him. This girl was simply too innocent to properly comprehend what she was asking. If he were to pounce at this opportunity, even he felt like he would need to be locked up. Thus, he took another sip of his whiskey before responding to her request. You're going to give me a heart attack if you keep this up. I have to ask. You are aware of what your request entails, right? Perhaps it was the fact that the girl had downed a rather heavy drink for the first time in her life. But the moment she heard Berengar's question, a Nangpur princess immediately thought back to a few years prior when she witnessed Berengar receiving an oil message from his wives within his harem room. Her cheeks immediately flushed an even brighter red as she turned her head away and nodded in silence. The voice she used to respond to him was so faint Berengar practically didn't hear her. "You mean naughty stuff?" Berengar gazed upon the cute expression of this young woman who had just barely become an adult and could feel as if the police were going to drag him away from jail. He both had an intense desire to protect this girl and also a desire to play a trick on her. Perhaps it was because of this conflict in his heart that he made his next move. After finishing the contents of his drink, Berengar approached Priya and shocked the young woman by grabbing hold of her chin and placing a childish peck on her lips. Though the girl's heart beat heavily, she turned her head away, fearful of what was about to come next. Not even aware that the kiss she had received was far from one of passion. However, Berengar's next words truly shocked her. "You're still too young. You can't even kiss a man properly without being terrified. I mean, you may be an adult now, but you still have the mentality of the child and I won't take advantage of your naivety. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I did. Should the day come when you are fully aware of the depths of what you ask and you still desire to be my mistress, I will happily allow you into my harem. However, you need to mature a bit more before that becomes a possibility. I have neither the time nor patience to entertain a child." Priya immediately broke out into tears after hearing Berengar's rejection and quickly scurried off. Though her heart was beating like crazy, it was also filled with despair. As for the bartender, she walked in at just the right time to see the girl run away with tears in her eyes. She quickly approached the counter and poured Berengar another glass of whiskey before commenting on what she had just seen. "Damn. That was brutal. I never thought I'd see the day where you turned down a beautiful princess. I'm curious now. Why did you reject Priya?" Berengar had a confident smirk on his face as he heard this before responding to the young woman's question. "She's still young and I am in no hurry to take another mistress. When her mind matures and her character develops, I'm sure she will become a fine young woman. At the moment, Priya is nothing more than a child, even if she is physically an adult. Even I have too much of a conscience to corrupt such innocence." This response merely caused the bartender to chuckle. She could never tell what the man was thinking. Chapter 889, Designing a Guided Missile Cruiser. Berengar stood within the war room that existed within his imperial palace as he gazed upon the map which represented the ongoing war in the Indian subcontinent. In a corner of the room, an intelligence operative decoded a message that was sent by field agents regarding the movements of the Bengal army. They used an Enigma machine to properly translate the transcript before handing it over to the Kaiser. Upon seeing this news, Berengar sighed before pulling out a long stick which he used to push the wooden pieces which represented the Bengal army and their Japanese allies into place. The Bengal army had moved into the Eastern Ganga dynasty and within 3 months they had succeeded in capturing the territory. Currently, their forces had split into 2 armies, one moving towards the Kakatiya dynasty while the other was pushing into the lands belonging to the Chandrapur. To Berengar, who had subjected all of Europe to his influence, he knew how easy it was for a semi-modern army to trample over medieval dynasties. Thus, he was honestly surprised that it had taken them 3 whole months to defeat the Gangas. If he were in Asha's shoes, he would have finished such a conquest in a matter of weeks. This was not the only news he had received from the radio operator. After moving the pieces which represented the Bengal army into their newest positions, he turned to the Pacific Ocean where he shifted a few ships that represented the Imperial Japanese Navy. It would appear that they were beginning to establish contact with the region that was once known as the Philippines during his past life. The latest intel on the Imperial Japanese Navy proved that they had several destroyers in their fleets. Though they were completely lacking in larger warships, for the time being Japan had been able to produce a few small steel vessels, though what capability their radar and sonar had achieved that was still unknown. These destroyers did not at the moment pose a problem for Berengar's 6th Fleet, which was stationed at the German Naval/Air Base in Singapore. However, the presence of interwar-era warships was slightly concerned to the Kaiser, who felt an increasing desire to modernize his navy. It was because of this and the recent development in missile technology that Berengar decided to take a step back from the operation room and head towards his office. The look on his face was enough for any one of his subordinates to know not to interrupt him. After shutting the doors behind him, Berengar quickly got to work on the basic design of a new type of warship. He would submit these designs to his shipyards where his maritime engineers would work alongside his rocket engineering department to create the perfect guided missile cruiser. In his past life, the United States had begun producing guided missile cruisers shortly after the Second World War. However, these were big, clunky warships outfitted with large guns and surface-to-air missiles. These vessels were essentially nothing more than retrofitted heavy cruisers from the Second World War. Though Berengar could follow this path with his heavy and bulky battlecruisers, it was ultimately not the design he wanted. After all, those massive warships still had a role to play in the upcoming war with the Empire of Japan. Essentially, what Berengar had decided to use as the basis for his new class of guided missile cruisers whose intent was to act as escorts for his carriers was the Leahy-class cruiser used by the United States Navy during the Vietnam War of his past life. This was a steam-powered warship with 2 steam turbines, 2 shafts, and 4 boilers, giving it an impressive speed of 32 knots with an even more impressive range of 8,000 nautical miles. The large guns of earlier warships had been completely stripped away, allowing the vessel to be much more compact in size with an overall length of 162 m. Berenger designed the ship to make use of his nation's latest developments in sensors and processing systems, including a missile fire control radar. The armament of this vessel included 2 surface-to-air missiles, 4 anti-ship missiles, 1 anti-submarine missile system, 6 torpedo tubes, and 2-point defense systems modeled after the M61 Vulcan cannon. Though the ship was utterly lacking in Cold War-era technology like computer systems and weapon control systems, as Berenger had yet to invent such technology. Because of this, most of these weapons were manually operated in some way. Should his scientists develop such technology within the next 3 years, they would be retrofitted to include them. Berenger had decided to name this guided missile cruiser as the von Lotsen-class cruiser after his first Grand Admiral Emmerich von Lotziang, who was still a man of great renown within the Kriegsmarine despite retiring from his military position and taking a political role. Immediately after designing his von Lotsen-class cruiser, Berenger pulled out another sheet of paper and began to draw the blueprints for a guided missile destroyer. Like the previous design, this vessel was open to interpretation from his naval engineers, and any changes necessary to complete the requirements would be welcome. Germany had yet to transition away from steam turbines on warships. In fact, until Berenger's scientists invented nuclear power, he intended for all of his warships to continue to operate with steam turbines. Thus, the basis for this guided missile destroyer was the U.S. Navy's Charles F. Adams-class destroyer, which was also used during the Vietnam War of his past life. Destroyers were naturally smaller warships than their cruiser counterparts, and because of that, this vessel had an overall length of 133 m. Like the von Lotsen-class cruiser, it used 2 steam turbines, 2 shafts, and 4 boilers, giving it a high speed of 33 knots with a range of 4,500 nautical miles. Just like the guided missile cruiser he had just designed, this ship would make use of the most advanced sensor and processing systems that the German Empire had at its disposal. As for its armament, it made use of 1 dual-mounted missile launcher, which he intended to carry dual-purpose missiles capable of both anti-ship and anti-air roles. The other major armaments on this vessel were 2 5-inch guns modeled after the Mk-42 U.S. naval guns. This weapon had both anti-ship and anti-air capabilities, making it ideal for a carrier escort. This vessel also had 1 anti-submarine missile system as well as 4 torpedo tubes and 2 anti-submarine torpedo tubes. Berenger had marked this vessel as the Ritter von Bettinger-class destroyer after Admiral Wright's Ritter von Bettinger, who defeated the Crusader Navy on the coast of Naples during the German Catholic War. With these 2 warships, Berenger felt that his carriers would be well protected against any and all threats that Japan could possibly field against him. The best news about these vessels is they were much smaller than battleships and battlecruisers, and, because of this, he could produce many more of them during the same amount of time it took to build 1 Linde-class battlecruiser. This would essentially allow Berenger to create enough of these warships in time to replace his battleships and battlecruisers within his carrier strike groups, as his intention was to use his carriers to project air superiority over the skies of the islands that his Marines would invade, while using the older battleships and battlecruisers to annihilate the Japanese fleet. It was only after Berenger placed down his pen that he felt secure about the upcoming war with the Japanese Empire. The presence of interwar-era warships made him feel dread over the prospect of losing a carrier. Nothing would be more humiliating, as such vessels were built with substantial cost. In fact, there was a smug grin on the Kaiser's face as he leaned back into his chair and voiced his thoughts aloud. In 2 to 3 years, when this war begins, I believe Empress Atami Ryo will be quite shocked to see the power of my navy. As for what I should do with my old destroyers, I suppose they can escort my merchant fleets. Immediately after saying this, he stamped his approval on the designs and sent them to his various naval shipyards. It would be up to his shipwrights and his missile engineers to figure out how best to turn these blueprints into a reality. However, Berenger was certain that within 1 year, the first batch of these vessels would enter production across all shipyards. Chapter 890, Little Pilot. Hans sat within the cockpit of a Ta-152 fighter interceptor after nearly 2 years of private instruction by the best pilots of the Luftwaffe. He had now finally been certified to fly not only the Ta-152 fighter interceptor but also in the Ju-87 Stuka dive bomber. At the moment, he was in the air above the city of Kufstein. It was the weekend, and because of this, he naturally had flight instruction. However, today wasn't a simple matter of how to fly the aircraft, but how to fight in one. Though the weapons on board these planes were unloaded, they were very much military aircraft. The fact that a 12-year-old child was currently flying one of these machines of war was impressive enough on its own and was only possible due to his father's position. The first prince of the German Empire had already gained a fearsome reputation among the pilots of the Luftwaffe. The boy had a natural gift for flying, and because of this he had shot down many aircraft during simulated battles. So much so that even the most veteran of the Luftwaffe's fighter pilots did not dare to dogfight with the boy. However, today he was going head-to-head with his instructor, who was among the first people in this world ever to fly a plane. The two of them had taken off at the same time from the airfield and were now searching for each other at an extremely high altitude. Among the clouds, Hans gazed through his goggles but could not spot his target. Little did the young prince know that he had already been spotted by his instructor, who was coming up behind him. It was only after he looked towards the rear of his cockpit did he notice the rival aircraft tailing him. His instructor was in a hot pursuit and closing the distance fast. The moment he radioed in the words "I have you in my sights," the battle would be over. Thus, Hans began to serpentine his plane in the air as a hope of avoiding his instructor's optical sight. Hans had never lost a simulated dogfight before, and he did not intend to do so now. Just when his instructor was about to lock on target, Hans decided to take a gamble and immediately pulled on his joystick, causing his plane to rapidly accelerate vertically into the sky. He could hear the instructor's words as he cursed Hans over the radio. "Fuck." After saying this, the man quickly followed Hans into the sky, knowing exactly what the boy intended to do. He began to warn the prince as the two of them propelled vertically at a rapid rate about what would happen if he continued this madness. "Keep this up, Hans, and you are going to stall. If you have to eject and your plane crashes, it is coming out of your own pocket." Hans merely smirked as he continued to go higher in the air, avoiding the optical sights of his instructor as he responded in a single phrase. "We will see who stalls first." Despite the risk of not only the destruction of their planes but also potential death, neither Hans nor his instructor broke off, and the two men continued vertically in the air until their engines stalled. The propellers of both planes gave out at the same time, where the noses of the aircraft dropped vertically towards the ground below. As they were in free fall, the instructor desperately tried to kickstart his engine, fearing that he would be held responsible for the destruction of his plane. However, Hans had a different goal. The electrical optic system on board his plane lined up perfectly with the tail of his instructor, allowing him to confirm the kill. With a haughty tone in his voice, the young boy spoke over the radio. "I've got you in my sights." Upon saying this, the dogfight was won by the boy prince. However, the instructor had more things to worry about as he cursed into the radio. "Boy, I have bigger concerns than this stupid competition." After saying this, he finally got his engine to work. As the propellers quickly kick-started into action, he was able to salvage his plane while also allowing him to avoid a fatal mistake. As for Hans, he tried his best to start his engine, but no matter what, the thing continued to stall. 1,000 feet became 500 feet, and 500 feet became 200 feet. The young prince could hear the screaming voice of his instructor giving him a command as he desperately tried to start his engine. "Hans, eject. Now." However, the German prince was far too stubborn to obey this command, and just when his plane was rapidly falling from the sky at 100 feet, he managed to start the engine. With a fierce pull of the joystick, Hans barely managed to pull up the plane in time, so much so that the bottom of his aircraft skidded across the branches of a tall tree as he began to regain altitude. The look on the instructor's face was as if he had seen a ghost. The first prince of the empire, the pride and joy of the Kaiser, had nearly lost his life, all because he refused to admit defeat in a dogfight. He could hardly believe what this foolish child was thinking. However, the fact remained that he was now once more airborne, with the only damage to his aircraft being a scratch on the paint job. A sigh of relief could be heard over the radio before a childish voice spoke. "Phew. That was a close one." Despite being safe and sound, the instructor gazed at the prince's near-suicidal attempt at victory and sighed heavily before expressing his thoughts aloud. "Your father is going to kill me." This remark had caused Hans to chuckle over the mic, and though the instructor did not think it was funny, the boy's next words terrified him to the marrow of his bones. "You can relax. My father won't kill you, but my mother? Who knows the lengths she will go to in order to protect her precious baby boy." A beautiful image appeared in the instructor's brain as he continued to fly by Hans' side. He had once had the honor of seeing the second Kaiserin in person. He had to admit, despite the fact that Linda already had given birth to 5 kids, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. The gorgeous smile on her immaculate face was enough to make any man risk certain death just for a glimpse. However, he could never imagine that behind such flawless beauty was a sadistic mind that would not hesitate to engage in the most brutal torture as an act of revenge on behalf of her family. The very thought of such a thing was practically heresy to a man who figuratively worshipped Linda von Kufstein as if she were the goddess of the German Empire. As such, his response was far from the dread that Hans expected. "Fear your mother? You must be joking. The Kaiserin is the guardian angel of the Reich. How could she possibly be so bloodthirsty?" However, Hans merely sighed and shook his head before gazing down at the city below. Was he the only one in this world who realized just how terrifying his mother really was? Even his own father did not seem to understand just how frightening that woman could be. Luckily, his mother was obsessively in love with his father, or else Hans could only imagine the consequences the man would face if Linda were the jealous type. Ultimately, he decided to say nothing, but the prince thought to himself of one simple phrase. Ignorance is bliss. Chapter 891, Interrogating the Refugees. For quite some time now, the refugees who had fled the Japanese Empire, and more importantly Empress Itami Ryo's wrath, had found their way into the German Empire, where they lived a quiet and free life. Under the orders of the Kaiser, they were to be treated with exceptional kindness, and because of that, many of these refugees had come forward and volunteered the information they had about the Japanese Empire and its modernization efforts. This so-called conservative element of the Japanese Empire was the old samurai class, which refused to bend the knee to the new imperial dynasty. It was only after they entered the borders of the Reich did these traditionalists fully comprehend the threat that the Germany posed to Japan, and why their newest empress had practically gone crazy in her attempts to compete with a foreign power on the other side of the world. Among these newest refugees was actually a man who had been intimately involved with Japan's shipbuilding projects. Because of this, he was now sequestered by German imperial intelligence, who interrogated him on what information he knew. This man was named Ogura Yori, and he sat within the headquarters that belonged to the world's greatest spy agency with a rather anxious expression on his face. It was only after several minutes of silence that a particularly beautiful blonde woman in her mid to late 20s appeared in the room. Her hair was styled in a simple ponytail as she sat down across from the Japanese shipwright. By her side was a native Japanese woman who interpreted her words perfectly. Mr. Ogura, my name is Katharina von Neufern. It is my responsibility to welcome refugees into the borders of the Reich. I must make you aware, we do not often let foreigners into our country, and because of this you should realize that it is your most esteemed honor to reside within the fatherland. You do not need to worry about your family. They are currently being taken to your new residence in what we like to call Little Kyoto. In this community you will find many Japanese refugees like yourself. However, before I let you go, it is my duty to find out some information. Naturally, as someone who has escaped from the Japanese mainland, you must have had a certain degree of influence within the Japanese Empire. It is my job to find out what that is. So, if you don't mind, would you please explain to me what your occupation was in your homeland? Despite the cold tone with which Katharina spoke with, as well as the indifferent expression in her pale blue eyes, Ogura found her to be rather approachable and thus decided not to conceal the information that he knew. It took him a few moments to fully be comfortable enough to speak, but when he held nothing back. I was a shipwright within the Empress' foremost shipyard. It was my responsibility to help bring her designs to life. You have to understand, just a few years ago we were making ships out of wood, and the idea of making a steel-hulled vessel was simply a dream. It wasn't something that anyone ever thought was possible. However, in a few short years, the Empress introduced new steelmaking processes and new tools for our trade. By the time we started building her so-called destroyers, we barely knew what we were doing. The length of time it took us to finally complete a single vessel was beyond the Empress' expectations, and because of this, she became enraged. My superior was arrested, and I never heard from him again. After this, I was made the foreman of the shipyard and was given a great amount of pressure to build these ships on a tight schedule. It was because of this that I learned a great deal about not only the destroyers we were building, but the so-called battleships that should be under production as we speak. Luckily, I managed to take a few copies of these blueprints with me. Please, I don't ask for much, nor do I know much beyond these designs. All I ask is for me and my family to live a simple life in this magnificent city. The blueprints should be in one of the satchels you confiscated from me when I first entered your borders. Katharina nodded her head in understanding as she heard this and immediately pulled out the blueprints that the man had spoken of. Though she was not a shipwright herself, even she could tell the designs were similar to those of the Kriegsmarine's current fleets. However, Katharina had a confident expression on her face and did not immediately ask about just how capable these warships were. Instead, she stared at the man in silence for several moments, causing him to be filled with great discomfort. Eventually, he asked the question that was most present in his mind. Is there anything you need my help with? Contrary to his expectations, Katharina did not speak in the slightest about the ship designs. Instead, she instantly asked a question that was entirely unrelated to his expertise as a shipwright. Tell me, how did you escape from your homeland? As far as we are aware, there are tight restrictions regarding travel aboard. It appears that Miss Atami is doing everything in her power to keep people like you under her control. I know you must have smuggled yourself out somehow. I just want to know the specifics. Ogura shifted his eyes back and forth with a look of guilt on his face. It was apparent that he had paid a serious price in order to leave the island. Of course, Katharina never would have guessed by his expression that it was something she herself did not consider being of importance. Thus, his words somewhat surprised her. I was forced to interact with some smugglers from the Ming dynasty. Though it was dishonorable to associate with such criminals, I had no choice. We were behind schedule, and I feared that if I were to stay in my homeland, the Empress would call for my head next. I could not leave my family behind in this world by themselves. So I brought shame upon myself and my family. However, we are alive and safe, and that is what truly matters. Katharina's brow raised slightly as she heard this. Naturally, after interacting with so many refugees from Japan, she was aware of what the concept of honor meant to them. At least to some degree. However, by the looks on this man's face, he was indeed guilt-ridden by what he had done. Not that that was of any importance to the veteran agent. Instead, she quickly asked the next question on her mind. Is it possible for you to get in contact with these smugglers? If I were to give you the means to do so, could you arrange a meeting for me? Upon hearing this, Ogura looked slightly shocked, but after several moments of contemplation, he nodded his head thrice before responding. It's not impossible. Though I must warn you, my homeland has become incredibly paranoid and foreigners are to be viewed with suspicion. If you are thinking about infiltrating the empire, I would not recommend it. Such a thing would only result in certain death. A faint smile formed on Katharina's lips as she rejected the shipwright's advice before standing up from her seat. Her response was one that he was not expecting. All death is certain. I appreciate your cooperation. In the coming days, I will send someone to your new residence who will get the proper information from you regarding these Ming smugglers. As for your family's safety, you can rest assured, so long as you dwell within the borders of the Reich, no harm shall come to you. With that said, the federal interrogated left the man alone within the room where she quickly reported the information she received, along with the blueprints directly to the Deputy Director of Imperial Intelligence. Hema sat within her office as the ponytailed agent entered the room. She had a lit cigarette in one hand and a mug of black coffee in the other. One could tell by the bags under her eyes that she was suffering from overwork, but what else was new? With a slightly jittery tone, as if she had consumed too much caffeine, the woman snapped at her subordinate for barging into her quarters. What is it? This had better be important. The blonde-haired agent bowed her head in respect before giving a response to her superior's question. I found a way to infiltrate the Japanese mainland. One of the recent refugees appears to have a reliable method of smuggling our people into Japan. The deputy director took a long drag of her cigarette before exhaling deeply. As she did so, a large plume of smoke appeared within the office. It was only after she washed down the smoke in her throat with some coffee did she respond to her subordinate's statement in a somewhat crude manner. Is that all? The ponytailed agent nodded her head in silence, but before she could give an answer, Hema barked at her. Then get back to work. After saying this, the woman left, leaving the deputy director by herself with the copied blueprints on her table. Though she was not a naval engineer by any means, she had a deep sense of worry in her eyes upon seeing how similar these ships were to the ones currently employed by the Kriegsmarine. As she took another drag from her cigarette, Hema expressed her lament aloud. It appears this war is going to be a bloody one. Chapter 892, Visiting an Old Friend. Berenger sat within the castle of Marienburg with a wide grin on his face. The man across from him was none other than an old friend, one who he had not seen in some time. Eckhard sapped from a cup of a tea as his wife Martha sat beside him. No longer was there a look of disgust or disdain on her face as she gazed upon her much older husband. Nor was there any malice in her eyes. Instead, there appeared to be a deep sense of trust and loyalty. So much so that even Berenger was surprised. In the woman's lap was a small infant boy, the first of Eckhard's children to be born a male. Though the retired field marshal had several daughters over the past few years, this was well and truly his first son. Eckhard gazed upon Berengar's mismatched eyes as he took a sip from his coffee before making a comment about the man's peculiar appearance. So the rumors are true. The Lord has blessed you with the gift of sight. After all these years, I honestly thought you would be one-eyed until the grave. It's a pity the scar wasn't healed, though. Martha immediately disagreed with her husband in a playful manner as she commented on Berengar's unique appearance. I don't know about that. I rather like the scar, it gives him character. If anything, it adds to his handsomeness. Eckhard merely scoffed when he heard this before giving a stern glare towards his Kaiser. You always did have an amazing ability to bewitch women. So tell me, my Kaiser, what can this old king do for you? Berenger merely chuckled when he heard these words. He shook his head lightly as he took a sip from his coffee cup before responding to the man's question. I'm just going on a tour across my empire to see how much progress has been made in the last few years. To think that even Prussia now has electricity, it is truly a miracle. It is all thanks to the tenacity of the German people that we have accomplished so much over the years. In response to this, Eckhard raised his brow as he took another sip of his coffee. He was perhaps one of the few men on the planet who dared to question the Kaiser's words, let alone be informal with him. Oh, is that so? It's the tenacity of the German people who brought us this far? Are you sure you're not deliberately selling yourself short? You don't have to play the role of a saint with me. I know your character better than most. The fact that you amended your coat of arms to include a pair of halos over the eagles' heads is proof enough that you are not nearly as humble as you present yourself. Martha gazed at her husband in shock, though she knew the two men were on good terms in the past. It had been years since they had seen each other, and to be so rude to the Kaiser was simply intolerable. She immediately bowed her head and apologized on her husband's behalf. My Kaiser, please forgive my foolish husband for his words. He did not mean to offend. The worried look on the woman's beautiful face caused both Eckhard and Berenger to break out into laughter at the same time. When they did so, she instantly became confused until Berenger commented on the whole situation. You old bastard. You already have one foot in the grave and yet you dare to tease your wife in such a manner. Since when did you become so playful? In response to this, Eckhard narrowed his eyes in a feigned attempt at fury before responding to his Kaiser's words. You little prick. Don't you speak to your elders this way. They'll have you know with advancements in medicine I may very well live to be 100. How dare you say I have one foot in the grave when I'm not even 60? It was at this point that Martha simply gave up and sighed heavily. She could tell by the tone in the two men's voices they were not the least bit angry with one another. She decided to sit quietly and wait for their conversation to end. After that last remark, Eckhard quickly asked about Berengar's latest journey throughout the Reich. So, how goes your trip? If you've already made it to Prussia, then I assume you have been through Bavaria and Saxony already? Or did you skip those two kingdoms and come straight to me? Berenger shook his head as he heard this before responding to Eckhard's question with a satisfied smile on his face. I passed through them. Diecker is doing well, though I don't think he's yet aware of what his youngest daughter is up to. Such a response invoked a sense of suspicion in Eckhard's eyes, which narrowed in curiosity as he asked the question that immediately came to mind. Oh really? Do tell just what is Little and up to. Last I heard, she joined the Aerial Warfare Academy. Why are you so interested in what the Bavarian princess does in her spare time? In response to this, Berenger merely laughed lightly before giving his answer. Because she's seducing my son. I must say, from what Linda has been able to collect on the girl, she's certainly a better option for Hans than Ingrid is. Eckhard was not aware that Hans was studying in the Aerial Warfare Academy at his young age and quickly interrogated Berenger on what he meant by those words. How is that possible? Your boy should only be 12. How does he have contact with the Bavarian princess? It was now Berengar's turn to raise his brow as he heard this. There was a hint of shock on his face as he began to interrogate Eckhard. You don't know? Hans is the greatest genius in the history of the Reich. At the age of 10, he graduated from high school and is now attending the Aerial Warfare Academy where he is pursuing a degree in aerospace engineering. That son of mine is already halfway through his education and is a certified pilot. After getting his diploma, he will ship off to the Luftwaffe where he will be piloting a Ta-152 into combat against the Japanese Empire. This news shocked not only Eckhard but Martha as well. The King of Prussia was quickly able to deduce that the Austrian prince had met the Bavarian princess in the Aerial Warfare Academy and in doing so started a relationship with the girl. After realizing this, he shifted the conversation to something more dreadful. About the Japanese Empire. How far do you think they will be able to progress by the time the war starts? Berenger thought about this for several moments before declaring his perception of the Japanese Empire's strength. Right now, they are still years behind us. Though they have entered the era of industry, they are still utterly lacking in electricity. At least on a societal level. From my understanding, they have a basic understanding of batteries and can even power some electronic devices on their warships. However, their homeland is dreadfully lacking in power plants. It would honestly appear that Empress Atami has opted to put all her efforts on military production. If this is the case, then within the next 2 to 3 years we can expect a limited number of warships that are technologically on a par with our current fleets, if not slightly superior. However, this isn't a concern. I have already started the development of new warships that make use of our greatest technological assets to replace our existing escorts. As for the battleships, battlecruisers, and destroyers that we have put into production these past few years, I will send those obsolete warships to fight the Japanese Navy with superior numbers. While the dozens of destroyers we have built will protect the merchant fleet. So as far as a naval conflict is concerned, we can easily win by sheer volume of numbers. However, what worries me is that Atami is likely to very soon begin production of airplanes if she has not already. Obviously, they won't be as capable as our Ta-152s, but I fear the stubborn woman might focus on quantity over quality, especially if she is making them out of wood. If that were the case, she could have superior production capabilities over what we have. If she is able to produce several dozen of her warplanes, for every one we can produce, it could cause a serious problem. Though I'm not too worried, I have invested a substantial sum of money and effort into raising an entire generation of scientists and engineers. Their achievements thus far have even astonished me. I'm sure they will produce something to counter this potential overwhelming volume of aircraft very soon. Eckhard merely narrowed his eyes and nodded his head as he heard this before responding. I certainly hope so. Chapter 893, Fleeing Georgia. The invasion of the Golden Horde was as swift as it was deadly. Merely 3 months had passed since the Great Calamity had begun, and yet within that time more than half of the Kingdom of Georgia had been either ransacked or razed to the ground. Though Georgia was reliant on the Byzantine Empire for its protection, their allies had yet to mobilize a proper force to retaliate against the rampaging horsemen. Currently within the city of Poti, a German merchant by the name of Bernd Benzinger stood among the crowds of Georgian citizens who were seeking to flee the carnage of the Turco-Mongol invasion to lands that were safer and more prosperous. Under the command of King Bessarion Bagrationi, every man and boy capable of bearing arms was conscripted into his army in the vain hope of defeating the enemy invaders. However, the women, children, and elderly were free to flee the kingdom, and because of this, anyone who had any semblance of money saved up were chartering ships to sail to the Byzantine Empire in the hopes that they would be allowed refugee status. Those who would remain within the city were the poor and destitute. Bernd Benzinger had come to Georgia with 2 purposes in mind. The first was to sell a load of arms and armor to the Georgian army. The second was to take as many refugees with him to Constantinople on his journey back to the Reich. For a man who owned a Dominion II-class cargo vessel, a single round trip was an enormously prosperous business. His crew were busy unloading the weapons as the man met with an officer within King Bessarion's army who had the payment transferred onto the ship. The 2 men were in the middle of signing the transaction as Bernd inquired about the ongoing war effort. I heard the eastern half of your kingdom has fallen, is that true? The officer's lips curled into a frown as he silently nodded his head while signing away his name on the contract. As he gazed upon the refugees that were being taken on board the ship, he sighed heavily before giving the man a proper explanation. The East has fallen, more accurately to say it has been completely razed to the ground. Anyone and everyone who lived there prior to this invasion is either dead or enslaved. Though we have managed to halt the advance of the enemy, we have paid a severe price. You have no idea how much these arms mean to us. With the weapons and munitions you have provided us, we might be able to stem the tide of the Golden Horde until our allies arrive. However, King Bessarion has already given up on reclaiming the eastern half of the kingdom. Bernth merely smiled and nodded his head. There was no way that this petty German officer knew just how much of a profit he was making off of this arms deal. The German Empire had rapidly risen to prominence in the span of a decade, and within that time frame they had developed new weapons and replaced their old ones several times over. Because of this, they had entire warehouses dedicated to stockpiling old weapons that they often used to equip allied nations. However, with the defeat of the Catholic world and their subjection to the German Empire, these nations now faced heavy restrictions on military capabilities, and because of this, there were too many of these old muskets and muzzle-loading cannons in storage for the Germans to sell. Thus, in a stroke of genius, the Kaiser had decided to sell off bulk quantities of these massively obsolete weapons in auctions to private merchants who intended to sell them to regions that the German state had no major diplomatic interests in, creating a win-win scenario for private arms merchants and the German government. Bernth had previously served in the Austrian Royal Army as an officer, so he was entirely familiar with these weapons and preferred selling them to states like Georgia that currently found themselves embroiled in a massive war. This was the most military aid that Germany had provided to the Kingdom of Georgia, and it was not even the Kaiser himself who did it. After checking to make sure the weapons were in serviceable condition, the officer nodded his head and stamped his approval on the document as his men carried the crates off towards the training grounds where they had begun to instruct rapidly conscripted peasant levies in the use of these new weapons. After doing this, he spoke in a stern tone, but one could see a glint of hope in his eyes as he said the following words. "I look forward to seeing you again. Lord knows we need all the help we can get." A smile emerged on Bernth's lips as he nodded his head and tipped his hat to the officer. "Of course, I sail for the Reich as we speak. I will take a brief stop in Constantinople to drop off these refugees before returning to the fatherland. Once I arrive in Trieste, I have a crew of men waiting to load the next shipment on board the vessel. I do hope your army can hold on long enough for my next arrival." The Georgian officer nodded his head in silence before departing. There was nothing left to say between the two men, and thus Bernth approached the docking area for his ship and spoke into a bullhorn so that everyone could hear him. "We only have room for 1,600 people on board this vessel. All 1,600 places will be determined by the highest bidder. So step up and give me your offers." The ruthlessness of the man's statement was unexpected. Though carrying 1,600 people on board a single ship was unheard of outside of the German Empire, it was still not enough to put a dent in the number of people gathered in the harbor trying to charter their way out of their falling kingdom. For those who knew they could not afford such a price, they could only go elsewhere and hope to charter a much smaller ship like a caravel to flee the crumbling borders of Georgia. It was not Poti alone where such a sight existed. In fact, every port city in the Kingdom of Georgia shared similar scenes of panic. Luckily, Bernth was not the only German merchant doing business in the region, and because of this, several Dominion I-class cargo vessels were sailing through the Black Sea, regularly taking refugees to the Byzantine Empire for an exorbitant price. However, no matter how many ships made their way in and out of Georgia's ports, it would never be enough to carry the millions of women and children who sought to flee the wrath of the Golden Horde. Thus, if Bessarion's forces could not hold out against the threat of the foreign invaders, then even the western half of their country would bleed miserably in the coming days. While panic had spread across the western half of the Kingdom of Georgia, the east had fallen to the Golden Horde, and like the officer at the port of Poti had said, every living being was either killed miserably or enslaved by their new Mongol masters. Princess Korigin sat upon horseback and gazed upon the flaming wreckage of another Georgian town whose name would soon be lost to history. Piles of corpses littered the streets, and the fields burned in the background. But it was not this aura of death which concerned the young woman. Instead, her eyes laid west, towards the Black Sea, where she knew the enemy had entrenched themselves. The savage beauty could only let out a sigh of depression as she voiced her thoughts aloud. "It has already been 3 months. It would appear that we are doomed to fail." Despite the cheers of victory among her men, who had just triumphed over more of Bessarion's forces, Korigin appeared quite concerned about the pace that they had achieved. Despite having 100,000 riders at her brother's back, they had spent 3 long months conquering the eastern half of the Kingdom of Georgia and had not even stepped foot into the lands of the Byzantine Empire. From what the spirits had told her, she had a year before the Germans turned their attention to the Caucasus, and when they did, there would be no hope of survival for the Golden Horde. She did not know just what power the German army possessed, but in her heart the Turco-Mongol princess could feel the fear which the spirits contained. Since the day her brother had voiced his intention to march on the south, she had been overwhelmed by a sense of constant anxiety which grew with each passing day. Thus, despite their effortless advances, she feared for the worst. Yet she could not tell her brother, for he no longer cared for her advice regarding the matter. All she could do was witness what was to come. Chapter 894, Relationship Advice. For the past few days, Priya had held herself up in her room. There was a gloomy expression on her delicate features as she considered Berengar's blunt response to her selfish request. She did not know why the man had rejected her advances. It was obvious from the glint in his mismatched eyes that he was physically attracted to her, and yet the man had turned her down in a rather cruel manner. The teenage beauty clutched a stuffed elephant to her chest as she thought about what the man had said. Was she really so immature that he thought of her as nothing more than a petty child? Thinking upon this, she had only been in Kufstein for a few years and had rarely journeyed out among the public. Perhaps her emotional development was truly stunted? It was during this moment of reflection that a knock resounded on the door and an alluring voice was heard from the other side. "Priya, are you in there? I've brought some food for you." This voice belonged to none other than Berengar's fourth wife, Yasmin Al-Fadl, who had in a way become a maternal figure to the young Indian princess. Upon hearing the voice that had such a gentle and caring tone to it, Priya wiped the tears from her eyes and sniffled before responding. "Why, yeah." The door to her bedchambers slowly opened to reveal the curvy figure of the Moorish princess, who was now in her mid-30s. She had a heartwarming expression on her face as she brought in a tray of rouladen, schupfnudeln, and potato pancakes, which had quickly become the Priya's favorite meal. Despite the irresistible aroma that flowed throughout the large room, Priya merely sulked before voicing her thoughts. "I'm not hungry." Even though Yasmin had put quite a bit of effort into the meal, she simply smiled and placed the tray on the girl's nightstand before sitting next to her. There was a hint of pity on the woman's face as she expressed her apologies. "I'm sorry. I heard what happened from Berenger. Do you want to talk about it?" Priya sighed heavily as her eyes gazed blankly towards the doors that led to her walk-in closet. She could not help but bite her lower lip in contemplation before expressing her deepest sentiments. "I'm such an idiot, I should have known I wasn't worthy of him." A comforting smile appeared on Yasmin's immaculate face as she wrapped her arms around Priya's shoulder and dragged her head into her substantial bosom. "Don't talk like that. You are at the very least more worthy than that woman from the Majapahit Empire." Priya heard Yasmin's kind words but continued to sulk in her embrace as she muttered under her breath. "Then why didn't he accept me?" In response to this, Yasmin began to stroke the young woman's hair as she spun a tale about Berengar's past troubles with young women. "Berenger is getting to be at that age where women as young as you are more, how do I put this delicately, troublesome than their worth. You have to understand. By the time the man got married to Adela, she was your age and he was already in his mid-20s. The drama that erupted between Adela and his other women lasted for years and nearly ended their marriage. She was just too emotionally immature to handle such a complex relationship. I believe it is Berengar's fear that you will be the same way. I know how you feel, as I felt the same way when I first met him, and I must admit I did not have to wait nearly as long as you before we became intimate. However, I think it would be best for everyone if the two of you progressed your relationship slowly. You see, Angrani was just a one-time fling. She will never be able to live in this palace or have Berenger raise her kids. Tlexicli is the same way. But you, Berenger has raised you for the past 5 years, and because of that there is definitely a closer relationship between you and his flings. Though you may not hold the same significance in his heart as Henrietta, you are more than just a mistress to him, even if he doesn't intend to marry you. I think you just need to be patient and mature a little before he takes that final step with you." Upon hearing this, the tears within Priya's eyes suddenly dried up as she gazed upon Yasmin's caring expression with a hint of hope in her emerald eyes. "You really think so?" The mature beauty nodded her head with a smile on her face before responding to what she perceived to be a silly question. "Of course, if Berenger didn't intend to have that kind of relationship with you, he would have shipped you off to the Anangpur Empire after reclaiming it for your brother. You have nothing to worry about and all the time in the world. So be patient and work hard to prove to Berenger that you are capable of being in a proper relationship with the man." Upon hearing these words, a faint smile appeared on Priya's luscious lips as she gazed over at the food that sat on her nightstand with a voracious look in her eyes. Yasmin merely giggled when she noticed this before posing a question to the young woman who still clung to her like a child. "Are you perhaps hungry now?" Priya nodded her head silently, causing Yasmin to release her grip on the girl. After doing so, she brought the tray onto the bed and handed Priya the fork and knife that lay upon it. "Then enjoy yourself. I put a lot of effort into this meal, so I hope you enjoy it." After saying this, Yasmin turned around and headed for the door. It was only after she reached the entryway where she hesitated before turning around and gazing upon the sight of the young Indian princess digging into her home cooking. She smiled before departing with one final statement. "When you're finished, come and find me. There's something I want to show you." With that said, the demons that lie in the Anangpur princess' heart were quickly dispelled and a new determination rose in her mind to prove to the man she desired that she was worth his affection. As for Yasmin, she was just glad to help the girl that she thought of as her own daughter and quickly left Priya's room before heading to Berengar's office. Surprisingly, the door was open and the man was standing in front of the windows with his arms held behind his back. Yasmin did not even need to alert Berenger to his presence as he immediately questioned the Moorish beauty. "Is she feeling better?" Despite facing the other direction, all Yasmin needed to respond with was a silent nod of the head. which caused the Kaiser to turn around with a smile on his face. Good. I wouldn't want my little princess to be depressed for too long. I'm glad to see she's feeling better after your little chat with her. Yasmin could only silently nod her head in agreement as the couple sat down and discussed matters of importance. As for Priya, she would later seek Yasmin out as she was instructed, but that's a story for another time. Chapter 895, The Insurgency continues. Within the southern half of the Joseon kingdom, which was currently occupied by the Japanese Empire, a young boy no older than 13 stood in his village. This boy's name was Cha Jong-soo, and he was the son of a local rice farmer. However, despite his young age, the boy did not have the slightest look of innocence in his dark eyes. Instead, a glint of fierce determination unleashed itself upon the nearby Japanese soldiers who were conducting anti-insurgency operations within the village. Luckily for him, they did not catch a sight of the boy as he hid behind the exterior wall of a small house. In his hands was a submachine gun of crude manufacturing that had been developed in the borders of the German Empire as a means of armed support for the Joseon guerrillas. This submachine gun was modeled after the MP-3008, which was said to be the German variant of the infamous Sten gun, which was produced as a last-ditch effort during the final days of the Second World War within Berengar's past life. Strapped over the boy's average clothing was a harness that contained 6 MP-27 magazines, which also functioned with his weapon. He was not alone as he gazed across the street and saw grown men armed with similar equipment. The two sides nodded their heads in silence before the boy pointed his weapon beyond his concealment and aimed down the crude sights. With the squeeze of a trigger, the loud crackle of gunfire thundered across the skies, immediately alerting the Japanese troops that they were under assault. However, how could they possibly react faster than the speed of sound? The bullets hit their mark as the 5-round burst chugged away into the air and claimed the life of the officer who led his troops in a thorough search of each house within the village. The moment after Jong-soo fired his shots, the rest of the guerrillas hiding behind cover revealed themselves and sprayed lead down range and into the torsos of the Japanese soldiers. The entire squad was eliminated in a matter of seconds as their bodies hit the floor and their blood spilled onto the land. The moment after the smell of death spread throughout the village, the guerrillas moved silently through the streets while the rest of the company chased after them, no longer concerned about the lives of their comrades. Jong-soo ran through the alleyways desperate to avoid the men who were chasing after him, however he could overhear the gunshots ring throughout the town. The violent cries of Japanese soldiers and Joseon villagers alike caused a great sense of dread to fill his heart. As the boy rounded the corner, he came across a Japanese soldier who gazed upon him with shock. Both men raised their weapons at the same time, but Jong-soo was just a bit quicker. After all, his submachine gun was not only lighter weight than the semi-automatic rifle that the enemy was equipped with, but also shorter in length, allowing for greater maneuverability. Firing a controlled burst, the bullets impacted the torso of the Japanese soldier who appeared no older than 18 and ripped his chest apart as he fell back onto the ground, groaning as he lay on the brink of death. A single curse escaped the boy who had just recently entered his teenage years while he aimed his sights at the dying soldier's head and mercilessly pulled the trigger. Jap bastard! The 9mm projectile tore through the man's steel helmet with ease and splattered his brains on the ground behind him. After killing the Japanese soldier, Jong-soo quickly reloaded his weapon before scurrying back through the alleys until he found the house where his mother and sister hid in fear for their lives. Upon opening the door, a woman who was far too beautiful for her lowly position gazed in shock as her son slammed the door behind him. Just what was going on in the village, and why was her baby boy armed to the teeth? The mother of two could only scold her son as she saw the fear and panic in his eyes. Jong-soo, what have you done? Perhaps it was because of his age, or maybe it was because he did not have much time to waste, but Jong-soo ignored his mother's cries of shock and opened up a small hatch in the floor where he quickly unslung his submachine gun and unequipped his load-bearing harness. He hid them beneath a few blankets before closing the crawl space and covering it with a fur rug. It was only after he gazed upon the blood which soaked his clothing that he began to panic. It was not his blood but that of the soldier he had killed who was merely 3 feet away from him. Without regard for his mother and sister who were gazing upon him with extreme panic in his eyes, Jong-soo stripped out of his clothes and tossed them in the crawlspace before concealing it once more. Immediately afterwards he climbed through the laundry and adorned new clothing, perfectly concealing the fact that he had just engaged in an act of war against the mighty Japanese Empire. It took some time for the boy's mother to collect her thoughts, and just when she was about to scold her disobedient child for his horrific actions, a knock resounded on the door, followed by a Japanese voice. Though the family did not speak the same language of their occupiers, they were experienced enough with raids to know that they had come to search the house. The mother panicked once more, but Jong-soo quickly opened the door with a calm expression on his face as he gazed upon the Japanese officer who had a menacing expression on his scarred face. Jong-soo and his band of rebels had killed a lieutenant, but this man was the captain of the infantry company whose forces occupied this village. Flanking this captain's side were a few soldiers who had bloodstains on their uniforms. It was clear that they had killed several of Jong-soo's fellow rebels. However, when they gazed upon the boy, they did not have the slightest expectation that he was a part of the attack. Instead, the captain posed a question in the Joseon tongue. "Little boy, is your father home?" Jong-soo glared at the Japanese captain with an overwhelming sense of hatred. He merely spat on the officer's foot before responding to his question. No, you killed him. The Japanese captain spoke, nodded his head in understanding. He had taken the lives of many rebels in his brief time within the Korean peninsula, and because of this he could not remember each man he had killed. However, he did not think for a second that this boy, who stared at him with such hatred, could possibly have been a part of the attack just now. Instead, he ordered his troops in his native tongue to search the house. The Japanese soldiers pushed Jiangsu aside and barged into the building, where they quickly searched each room. It did not take them long, as it was a small farmhouse, and after finding nothing that pointed to an act of rebellion, they left as quickly as they came. Just when they were about to leave the area, the Japanese captain's lustful gaze fell upon Jiangsu's mother and older sister. However, before he could act upon such wicked intentions, he remembered the price that the generals who previously held a position of great esteem within the Japanese army had paid for their war crimes. The fear in his heart that he held towards his empress suppressed his evil nature and instead abruptly left the small home. It was only after the boy's mother was out of earshot did she violently slap her son across the face and scold him severely. Jiangsu, do you realize what you have done? You have brought great danger to our family. Your father never wanted this for you. You should be ashamed of yourself. Jiangsu gnashed his teeth in disdain before rebuking his mother's words with a gaze that could only be described as wrathful. My father is dead and those Jap bastards murdered him. Who the fuck cares what he wanted? Once a more loud smack resounded in the air as the boy's mother slapped him across the face and chewed him out once more. You are not going to step foot outside this house for the next 3 months. Do you understand me? Now go to your room and reflect on your actions. Though the Joseon guerrillas in this particular village may have succeeded in taking out a small echelon of troops, they were ultimately defeated, and it would only be in the coming days where Jiangsu realized he was the sole survivor of his cell. However, battles like these were a daily occurrence across the southern half of the Joseon kingdom, and this village was not the only one affected by the ongoing war to resist the Japanese occupation. Unknowingly, the region had become a proving ground for new troops of the Japanese army to become battle-tested, and this would not end anytime soon. Chapter 896, There Will Never Be Another Man Like You. While war was being waged across the other side of the world, the city of Kufstein, no, the entirety of the German Empire, sat in a level of peace and security that few civilizations could possibly understand throughout the history of human civilization. Though a small military action had taken place in India that lasted less than 72 hours, the Reich was enjoying a level of peace and prosperity that it had never seen before. New inventions came out every day, and the modern luxuries allowed for substantial ease of comfort. Today Berenger was sitting in his physician's office with his shirt off. His well-defined muscles spoke to the level of physique he worked effortlessly to maintain, despite his lean appearance. After only 3 years, his biochemists had come up with the world's first vaccine, and it was the cure to an especially nasty virus. With a slight nudge in the right direction, the brilliant minds of Aldo von Passa and his team of chemists were quickly able to produce a vaccine for the smallpox virus. After extensive human testing on those prisoners whose crimes were deemed so heinous that they warranted a sentence to a black site, the smallpox vaccine was now deemed safe enough for widespread inoculation. Naturally, the Kaiser was the first man to receive this vaccine, and he was confident enough in his scientists' ability to produce an effective countermeasure to the virus he feared the most in this world. Ewald prepared the injection before sticking the hypodermic needle into Berengar's left biceps. After distributing the vaccine into the Kaiser's bloodstream, he swiftly withdrew the needle and disposed of it into a proper medical waste bin. Berenger smiled as he moved his arm around, knowing that the smallpox virus no longer presented any danger to his life. He then gave an order to the doctor to prepare a dose for each of his family members. Now that I have been inoculated, it is time for you to inject the rest of my family with the vaccine. I will not feel at ease until we are all protected from such a horrific disease. Naturally, Ewald did as was instructed and began with the second Kaiserin. It was evident by her position in line how much Berenger was concerned over Lindy's safety. After her, the rest of his wives went in order of their position within Berengar's household, followed by all the Kaiser's children. Aldo watched as the royal family was bestowed immunity to the smallpox virus and commented on the miracle of vaccine technology. It may not seem like it at this moment, my Kaiser, but without a doubt this would have taken many more years of research if you had not pointed us in the right direction. The people of Germany have you to thank for this heavenly medicine which shall prevent the smallpox virus from claiming their lives. Berenger smiled as he heard this before shaking his head in disagreement. I gave you but a small hint. It was your efforts and that of your team which made this a reality. I suggest you work on a polio vaccine next. With the resources at your disposal, I have no doubt that in the coming years you may very well find the cure for many ailments which affect small children. So if you don't mind me asking, how long will it be before you can produce enough of these small vaccines for everyone in the Reich and its colonies? A smile formed on Aldo's lips as he heard his Kaiser's praise, causing him to bow respectfully before responding to all his questions. You honor this humble servant with your praise. I assure you, if you deem polio to be a concern, then we will work on curing that next. However, with our new understanding of virology and vaccine technology, which is all thanks to the teachings you have left us, I assure you we will be able to wipe out most of the heinous diseases that affect our population within the coming decades. As for your question regarding the manufacture and distribution of smallpox vaccines, within the next 5 years at the latest of our entire population will be inoculated. By the time the following decade comes around, the smallpox virus will be entirely ineffective against the German population. Berenger merely smiled and nodded his head as he heard these words. Though it was his basic understanding of human biology and disease that laid the groundwork for virology, it was the brilliant minds of the Reich's many scientists who had accomplished this monumental feat in human history. In fact, with Berengar's rise to power, he was able to bypass the centuries of scientific repression that were supposed to occur with the timeline and bestow upon his people an immediate understanding of math, science, and engineering that it would normally take a millennium to discover. 13 years ago, Berenger introduced the general population of his family's lands to an undergrad level of understanding within the core fields of academics. As time flew by, the exceptional minds of Austria and later Germany as a whole were able to fully understand this knowledge and expand upon their selective fields at an exponential rate of growth. With unlimited resources funneled into academic pursuits, along with the free sharing of all knowledge between the scientific community, the German nation was able to excel at a rate that was unimaginable. To think that not even 15 years after reincarnating into this world, Germany would develop the means to eradicate deadly diseases. It was shocking even to Berenger, who had laid the foundations for this rapid growth. He could only gaze in astonishment as his family received the first approved doses of the smallpox vaccine, which would make it so that the German people never again suffered such a horrific disease. Berenger struggled to imagine what this world would look like when it finally reached the era of his past life. Ultimately, Linda broke him out of his daze as she walked over to her man and wrapped her arms around his neck before passionately kissing him in front of his entire family. She had a sultry voice as she whispered in his ears. To think you would gain the power to eliminate disease, sometimes I wonder if you really are a god? For what mere mortal could possibly achieve all of this in a little over a decade? Berenger scoffed as he heard this. Though he was without a doubt the most powerful man on the planet, he was still just a man. If not for the aid of those like Aldo and Ludwig, he would never have accomplished a fraction of what he managed to achieve in this life, even if he lived to be 150. Thus, he responded to Lindy's statement with one of humility. I am just a man, even if I am an extraordinary man. Everything I have accomplished is not only thanks to myself, but the tireless efforts of the German people as a whole. When Aldo heard these words, he felt like he was about to cry tears of joy. Despite being the reason a man like him could develop such powerful technology, the Kaiser was still as humble as a man in his position could possibly be. Aldo could only sigh in defeat, knowing that even if a man more brilliant than the Kaiser were to succeed him, that man would never have the character which made Berenger so beloved by his people. The aging chemist could only mutter his thoughts beneath his breath, too fearful that his superior might react the wrong way. There will never be another man like you. My Kaiser. Chapter 897, Invading Indochina. Years had passed since the German Empire and its Kaiser first had contact with the mighty Ming dynasty, and during this time, trade flourished from west to east. In an act to deter the Japanese Empire from attacking the Chinese mainland, Berenger had agreed to supply the Ming with weapons that could sufficiently hold off the Japanese army. These weapons were the same that were supplied to the Joseon army, and though they were not as advanced as what Japan or Germany was equipped with, they were more than enough to prevent the Japanese from subjecting the Ming dynasty to their influence. By now, all the old armored frigates had been retrofitted and shipped to the Ming Navy, and though the Chinese were dependent on the munitions the Germans provided them, they had stockpiled enough that Japan did not dare invade Ming waters. As was previously suggested by the German ambassador to the Ming dynasty, the Ming army had spent the last few years painstakingly preparing an invasion into South Indochina in a desperate bid to cut off the Japanese from the precious mineral known as bauxite. Currently, the Ming army was operating in South Indochina. They had marched through the jungles without the slightest hint of fear in their eyes. Because they were fighting a primitive force armed with swords and spears, the Ming soldiers had not discarded their mountain pattern armor and instead were clad head to toe in such equipment. Despite their medieval armor, their weapons were considerably more advanced, with the G25 bolt action rifle being the standard issue weapon of the infantry. Perhaps in a moment of ingenious innovation, the Ming cavalry had cleverly mounted MG-25 machine guns on the back of horse-drawn wagons, creating a vehicle similar to the Russian Tachanka which was used by the Red Army during the Russian Civil War during Berengar's past life. Combining the rapid-fire capabilities of the bolt-action rifle along with the mobile firepower of a heavy machine gun, the Ming army had advanced through the jungles of Indochina with relative ease. Currently, Zhu Ji, who was the crown prince of the Ming dynasty, sat in the passenger seat of one of these Tachanka knockoffs as his army pressed forward into South Indochina. He could only sigh in defeat as he thought back on what had occurred these past few years. The Ming dynasty had found itself dealing with two superpowers who were at odds with one another. Though they maintained friendly relations with Japan and had long since established trade with the empire, the reality was that the Ming emperor was fearful of their neighbor's rapid rise to power. To combat this growing threat, he had sent his eldest son to the mysterious German Empire in the west. The result was a growing friendship, and despite the Kaiser's assurances that he had no ambitions for East Asia, the Ming still felt unsettled. This campaign was enacted as a means to counteract the Japanese Empire's rising industry by denying them a critical resource that the Germans had been particularly vague about its uses. Though the Ming had stayed neutral in the conflict between Germany and Japan, they had often covertly sided with Germany, seeing the Reich as the lesser of two evils. Thus, this invasion of Indochina that was yet to be seen as an act of hostility against Japanese interests could not be any more vicious. Once the Japanese empress came to this realization, it was likely that her fury with the Ming dynasty would not be easily curbed. As Zhu Ji was reflecting on this, he heard a shout come from the front of his marching formation, followed by the crackle of gunfire and the blood-curdling screams of the locals who dared to resist the invasion. It was clear that the Indo-Chinese had jumped out of the nearby forests and attacked his troops in an ambush. However, the moment the Tachankas shifted their guns onto the rampaging enemy, the battle was swiftly decided. The slow chug of heavy machine guns resounded in the air as the scent of blood overwhelmed the senses of all who could smell it. Zhu Ji swiftly pulled his revolver out of its holster and pulled back the hammer in fear that perhaps the enemy would make their way to his location. As he expected, his entire column was soon beset on all sides as thousands of Indo-Chinese warriors rushed through the jungles and attacked the Ming troops, who quickly fixed their bayonets and fired the cartridges which were loaded in their chambers. The Ming prince raised his revolver with one hand and gazed down its sights before pulling the trigger towards the oncoming opponent. The .38 special cartridge flew downrange and burst through the enemy's chest, tearing through his heart and ending his life on the spot. However, Zhu Ji did not dare to hesitate to shift the direction of his handgun before firing another round. While he was firing his weapon at the enemy, the gunner behind him pulled the trigger of his machine gun and sprayed lead towards the enemies which surrounded him. In a matter of minutes, hundreds of rounds flew into the chaotic battle and impacted the torsos of the enemy, blasting their chests apart, while splaying blood and bone fragments across the land. Several of the Ming infantrymen grabbed the stick grenades that existed on their belts before pulling the fuse and throwing the explosives towards the tree line where the enemy archers stood behind the cover of the thick foliage. The screams of those who were affected accompanied the explosive blasts as their limbs were torn apart. The bloody scene quickly faded away as those few Indo-Chinese warriors who survived fled for their lives back into the thick jungle. Despite this, the Ming did not pursue the enemy and instead treated their wounded. Zhu Ji let out a cold sigh as he reloaded his revolver, which had used up all 6 of its shots. It was a slow process which forced him to remove each spent cartridge with an ejection rod, but after nearly a minute of reloading, he had completed the task before stashing the revolver back in its holster. The general beneath his command quickly approached the Ming prince as he checked on the royal figure's condition. "Your Highness, are you all right?" The Ming prince silently nodded his head before asking the question in his mind. "How many men did we lose?" A frown appeared on the general's face as he answered the question to the best of his ability. "We're still counting the dead, but a few dozen at the most. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. If we continue like this, the rest of the region should fall in another half a year. It is clear that they are getting desperate, judging by their repeated ambushing tactics." Zhu Ji nodded his head once more before responding to the general's statement. "Half a year, huh? I wonder just how long it will take that man to bring India under his control. If we fail to subject the southern half of Indochina to our rule before then, the Japanese empress will know that we have conspired alongside her enemies. Though I have never met her, I must shamefully admit that I fear her. Just look at what she has done to my little brother." The general frowned once more, but he did not openly voice his belief on this matter, for such a thing would most certainly offend the crown prince. In the eyes of the general, the Prince Zhu Li was a wastrel who was not even worth considering in the same breath as his elder brothers. However, ever since the boy returned from the Empire of Japan, he had become absolutely obsessed with the Empress Atami, even if she had been excessively rude to him. So much so that the fool had never once slept with his concubines upon his return, as if the venomous words of the Japanese empress tamed his lustful nature. Judging by the woman's ambitious nature and her allegedly bewitching beauty, Zhu Ji was right to fear Atami Ryo even if he had not met the woman in person. Thus, even though he was given command of this campaign, he felt rather anxious as the days passed, fearing that perhaps the Japanese empress would discover the Ming's intentions within the region and declare war on the entire dynasty. Ultimately, the general bit his tongue regarding his thoughts and instead spoke words of encouragement to the crown prince, knowing that his actions had brought with them a successful deterrence that even the Japanese empire had to fear. "You do not need to worry so much, young master. Empress Atami will have to think twice before attacking our lands. After all, the Germans have guaranteed our independence, and to do attack us would be to invoke their ire. Something she is not yet willing to do. During this time, you should focus on the campaign and how to win it most effectively, rather than your internal dread towards that woman." Zhu Ji could only sigh and accept his advisor's words as truth. "Indeed, I will do as you suggest." Chapter 898, Living in Another World. Itami sat within the confines of her personal quarters. On the table was her latest invention, something that was incredibly easy for someone like herself who majored in mechanical engineering to create. What existed on this paper was none other than a basic combustion engine. With the light of the divine mirror, not only had Itami received inspiration, but so had the scientists beneath her banner. They were progressing at a rate far quicker than they had previously. Thus, she had decided now was the time to create a combustion engine so that she could advance her military's capabilities. There was just one problem with this, and that was the fact that she herself was severely lacking in means to power combustion engines. Whether it was oil or diesel, Itami lacked the means to power her newest invention, and this was of considerate concern. By now, the German Empire had enough biodiesel to fuel their cars, tanks, IFEs, etc. They had also begun pumping and refining gas to power their aircraft. In this manner, the German Empire was vastly superior to their Japanese counterparts. Itami was faced with a losing scenario. If she could not get her hands on a region rich in oil and natural gas, she would naturally fall behind the German Empire and would ultimately fail to compete with them. Since this had become her reality, Itami needed to advance her plans to seize the Philippines as quickly as possible. In her past life, there were an estimated 4.8 billion barrels of crude oil within the Louisiana Marsh, as well as 3.4 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. If she could seize this for herself, she would have no problems powering tanks and aircraft. The young Japanese empress had decided to make use of the distraction she had created within the Indian subcontinent to launch her invasion of the Philippines. Initially, she had desired to coax the local tribes and petty kingdoms into annexation with exceptional gifts, but after word had spread about what Japan had done within Korea, Hokkaido, and the Ryukyu Islands, few were willing to even accept her merchants, let alone submit themselves to her. If not for the fact that the Ming continued to exist as her largest trading partner, the Japanese economy would have tanked by now, especially since it had become reliant on the export of luxury goods to sustain itself. Thus, Itami could only sigh as she spent the next 6 hours drafting an invasion plan for the region that was known in her previous life as the Philippines. After she had finished devising her plans, she sent them to one of her newest generals, a man by the name of Saito Koronari, who she intended to lead the charge against the primitive populace of the Isles. With this order given and the stamp of her approval, Itami could finally relax as she placed down her pen and walked towards her bed, where she decided to finish the rest of the sweater that she had knitted for some time. During days like this, where her brain had trouble recognizing reality for what it is, she liked to close her eyes and fulfill a simple task while daydreaming about a life together with Julian as a couple. The vivid sights in her mind were practically another world that she was living in her own head. It was only after an hour passed and the sweater was finished that a smile formed on the albino woman's beautiful face. She quickly took hold of the finished product and placed it around the body pillow she had made to represent her long-deceased love interest. After adorning the pillow with the sweater, she smiled and hugged it before speaking to the inanimate object as if it were the man himself. "Do you like my present, Julian? I made it just for you." She could practically hear the man's words in her head and see his smiling face in her eyes as she said this. However, just when she was about to plant a kiss on the pillow, the door to her room opened and her little sister witnessed the scene. Itami's snow-white cheeks flushed red as she halted her actions and stared at her little sister, who had a concerned look on her face. The young woman could not help but question her older sister's sanity at that exact moment. "Wanchin, what's going on here?" An overwhelming sense of humiliation and fury rose in the young empress's heart as her blood-red eyes pierced into her sister's soul. With a shout that shook the room, she issued a command to the girl. "Get out!" Momo could only sigh as she heard this before shutting the door and leaving her sister alone with her rapidly deteriorating mind. A slight mutter escaped beneath her breath as she voiced her thoughts aloud in a voice so low even she could barely hear it. "Wanchin, you really need a man in your life." Once Momo had left the room, Itami sat still for several moments, glaring at the pillow which represented her deceased lover. As if she could see a smirk on its non-existent face, she simply pouted before voicing her thoughts aloud. "What the hell are you looking at?" After saying this, she struck the pillow with her fist and knocked it over, and in doing so, brought herself back to reality. After taking several moments to recover her state of mind, Itami realized that the boon she had received from the goddess Inari was actually a curse in its own right. She was wondering if she had become schizophrenic, as this delusion she found herself randomly dwelling in was becoming more and more intense. It took Itami several moments to fully re-enter the real world, and once she had done so, she climbed to her feet and left the pillow behind. She searched through the halls before she found her sister in the great hall speaking with their mother. However, the two women had yet to spot her presence, and thus she hid herself while listening in on their conversation. "Okay, Sen. Wanchin is getting worse. I'm really worried about her. What should we do?" Mibusaya sighed as he heard her daughter's words and nodded her head. She did not know what was going on with her eldest daughter, but it was something serious. Something that she held no power to aid with. The mature beauty could only respond with her best intentions as she came up with an excuse that would hopefully dispel her youngest daughter's worries. "Your sister is under a lot of stress right now. After all, she is the Empress of Japan. You don't need to worry too much. I assume what you witnessed was just her coping with things. It's probably nothing serious." Though Saya said this, there was a hint of worry in both her tone and expression. Even she was not convinced by her words, let alone Momo. However, this was a primitive world and the field of psychology was not fully developed. Nor were these two women aware of Itami's grief, so how could they properly understand how she processed it? Ultimately, they decided to let things be for now, but should things become more serious as time went by, Saya decided that she might have to find a Shinto priest to cure her daughter of whatever demons ailed her. Itami walked away without saying a word. She knew she was worrying her family with her actions, but there was not much she could do to control these delusions that plagued her mind. In the end, she went to her liquor cabinet and grabbed a bottle of sake before returning to her room in depression once more. She had to put the past behind her and focus on the present. What mattered now was invading the Philippines and seizing their natural resources. If she could not manage that, then no matter how hard she fought against Germany when the time came, she would lose miserably. The idea of admitting defeat made her blood boil, and thus the young woman found herself drowning her incessant rage with copious quantities of alcohol and getting back to work on her ambitions. Chapter 899, Poker Night. Berenger sat in his harem room with a serious expression on his face. In one hand was a bottle of beer and the other was a hand of cards. Sitting across from him were two of his women who were already topless. Despite this, they did not dare cover their bare breasts and instead grinned beneath their translucent blue veils. As Berenger took a sip from his beer, he looked at his own lack of clothing and felt slightly fearful. To think that his own sister would suggest a game of strip poker to liven things up. This was hardly the first time he had played such a game with Henrietta, but never before had Adela joined in on the gambling. Until now, that is. When Berenger really thought about it, it was a miracle that a woman who was once so pious now engaged in all the hedonistic pleasure that he had thrust upon her, and with a pretty smile on her face nonetheless. He himself was down to a pair of sapphire blue harem pants. Every other article of clothing he had already been discarded. Berengar's well-toned body glistened with his sweat as the two girls failed to take their eyes off of the man's abdominal muscles. Despite this merely being a game of foreplay, Berenger was determined not to lose. After all, there was one thing he hated most of all in this world, and that was losing. To calm his nerves, he pulled on one of the hookah's hoses, which sat in the middle of the poker table, and took a deep hit of the concentrated hash before puffing out the smoke into the air. After doing so, Berenger laid out his hand for the two girls to see with a sadistic grin on his face. "I'm sorry, girls, but you know the rules. You now have to take off an article of clothing. Which shall it be? Your veil or your pants?" Adela immediately frowned when she saw that her man was hiding a royal flush, but Henrietta behaved in the exact opposite manner as she smiled seductively before pulling off her translucent blue harem pants and tossing them towards her brother. It truly would have been no fun if the man had given up at the end. Shockingly, the girl wasn't wearing any underwear and was now completely exposed aside from her veil. Berenger gazed upon his own sister with lust in his sapphire eyes before shifting his sight towards his cousin. He was just about to mock the woman once more about her choice when Henrietta interrupted him. As if possessed by an amorous spirit, Henrietta immediately pushed her cousin onto the floor and stripped her pants off of her. Surprisingly enough, she wasn't wearing any underwear either. The spoiled princess took one look at her cousin's firm bottom before kissing the left cheek. In doing so, she left a mark from her cherry red lipstick. Adela did not fight back in the slightest and instead laid her head down on Henrietta's naked lap before taunting her man. "Are you sure you don't want to concede? We could be having so much more fun right now." Despite such tempting words, Berengar's spirit didn't break, and instead he dealt the next hand before pushing his chips forward and declaring his intent. It was not just strip poker, there was real money behind this game as well. Not that any of the three actually cared. By now, the von Kufstein family was so wealthy they would be considered worth trillions from the standards of Berengar's past life. A few million marks were practically worthless in their eyes. Still, it was the idea of gambling that turned Adela on, and thus she refused to do so without cash being on the table. Ultimately, the cards were dealt and Henrietta had the winning hand. She immediately jumped in the air, her body jiggling as she did so before screaming in excitement. "I won." This caused Berenger to frown. Though he was able to see a feast for the eyes, he was still rather sore about losing. But rules were rules, and he was about to take off his trousers when Henrietta leaped over the table and stopped him. There was a voracious look in her azure eyes as she seduced her elder brother. "Allow me." After saying this, Henrietta slowly pulled down the sapphire blue harem pants her brother wore. By the time she lowered it beneath his crotch, he was already harder than diamonds, which immediately caused the girl to get slapped in the face by her brother's shaft. Despite this, the golden-haired beauty did not react in shock, and instead she grabbed hold of the raging dragon and stuffed into her mouth. The moment Henrietta started sucking her brother's cock is the moment that Adela rushed over to help. The two young women pressed their lips on both sides of the shaft and rubbed them back and forth while licking it as if it were the sweetest lollipop on the planet. Berenger gazed upon the two beautiful women who serviced him and slowly sat back on the nearby sofa where Henrietta and Adela pressed their breasts against the shaft and licked the tip together. As the women became more excited, their perfect pink nipples leaked milk which combined with their saliva to create a tasty treat. The sensation of which brought Berenger closer to the edge, which he eventually spewed his seed all over their pretty faces. Despite this, the two women were not the least bit aggrieved and instead licked the semen off of each other with a great appetite. It was only after the two girls were fully clean did Henrietta push her brother back on his seat and straddled him. Without waiting for Adela's approval, she shoved his member inside of her moist twat and moaned out like a whore as it reached the depths of her womb. Adela merely pouted over the fact that she wasn't first but did not hesitate to tongue Henrietta's asshole as the young woman rode up and down like a beast in heat. Berenger was so enthralled by the pleasure that he barely noticed when his little sister wrapped her arms around him and kissed his lips as passionately as she could manage. After breaking away, she whispered something in his ear that stirred the animal in his heart. "Big brother, I love you." As Berenger heard these words, 1,000 thoughts went through his mind. Among them were just how he managed to end up in such a taboo relationship with his sister. If this were the world he came from, the entire world would surely shame him. However, it had been years since he entered a romantic relationship with his flesh and blood, and he had already had several children with her. He could not help but question whether or not he was a monster for breaking such a serious taboo. However, as his sister's insides wrapped around him tightly as if they were perfectly molded for his genitals, he no longer cared about such thoughts. No matter how many times he slept with Henrietta, he would have these concerns only for them to disappear mid-act. Perhaps it was the taboo of incest that made him so enthralled with the woman. Whatever the reason, among all of his women, Henrietta was without a doubt the one that stirred the lust within his heart the most. Eventually, Berenger came inside his little sister's womb, which caused the woman to climax herself. After doing so, he tossed her aside before grabbing hold of Adela. Though Henrietta was younger than her cousin by 2 years, she had grown much larger in height and bust size. Adela was petite in stature and had the smallest breasts of all his women. Even then, they were still impressive by the norm of the world. Thus, he seldom cared about such a trivial matter. He passionately twirled his tongue with Adela's as he inserted his shaft deep within the depths of her tight hole. Just like Henrietta, Adela moaned like a bitch in heat the moment her husband entered inside her. However, unlike Henrietta, she did not ride him. Instead, she laid back on the ground and allowed the man to drive himself into her as if he were a piston. Ultimately, Berenger would continue pounding the woman's twat until he could no longer take it anymore, where he finished inside her, just like he had done to Henrietta. After doing so, he allowed the women to rest as he walked back over to the table where his beer sat, where he downed the rest of the bottle as if he had been wandering through the desert for the past 30 years without a single drop of water. Once the man's thirst was quenched, he looked over at his 2 women and sneered before taunting them once again. "Oh? Do you think I am finished? It's time for round 2. With this said, Henrietta and Adela smiled as they prepared themselves for the night ahead of them. By the time the dawn rose on the next day, the trio were exhausted, and thus another poker night had devolved from simple fun to amorous pleasure. Chapter 900, The Fall of France Part 50. War had come to the Kingdom of France quicker than anyone had realized. Over the past 2 years, the Frankish Revolution, armed by the German Empire, had spread across the realm rapidly. Nobles were dragged from their homes and executed in public, while the last remnants of the Catholic Church fell into the hands of the German Reformation. In the city of Paris, blood and corpses filled the streets while the citizens starved and begged for scraps. Violence prevailed at every corner of the city. The Frankish revolutionaries killed in the name of their beliefs, while the soldiers who still swore loyalty to King Aubrey struggled to stem the tide. Nobody knew how much longer the war would go on for. Despite the revolution's best efforts, they had still yet to break into the palace where Aubrey and his siblings had secluded themselves. Their ancestral home had become the last stronghold of the royal family, and every knight and man-at-arms they could muster had been sent to protect it. If there was one safe haven that existed within the French capital aside from the palace, it was the Cathedral of Notre Dame. What had once existed as a bastion of Catholic power was now a symbol of the German Reformation and, by extent, the Frankish Revolution. Outside the entrance of this Gothic cathedral hung 2 larger tapestries which displayed the divine visage of Saint Berenger the Blessed. Nuns gathered within the astonishing interior where they distributed food and beer for free to the poor and unwashed masses of the French capital. Where did these provisions come from? Why, the German Empire, of course. Paid for by the Kaiser himself. Such kindness in an era of strife had turned many to the Frankish cause. The only price one would have to pay for a warm meal and a liter of beer was to hear the words spoken by the local priest, who spread the gospel of Berenger as if it were another book in the Holy Bible. Though the German priests acted with compassion, they were far from naive. The Cathedral of Notre Dame had been converted into a stronghold where a small militia composed of peasants and former men-at-arms alike protected the clergy with their muskets and 12 PDR cannons. This militia was known as the Order of Saint Berenger, and their solemn duty was to safeguard the clergy of the German Reformation who spread their beliefs to the French populace, as well as those who converted to the Frankish cause. A young French girl by the name of Eligia Vigorix, who was no older than 13, was dressed in the robes of a nun as she handed out the freshly cooked meal towards the patrons who had showed up today. In the pot, which simmered over a woodburning stove, was a delicious pot of soup that came in the form of Zwiebelsuppe, or in other words, German onion soup. 2 rolls of freshly baked brötchen were also provided to each patron. Eligia had a pretty smile on her face as she handed out a portion to an elderly man who thanked her with a phrase that had become all too common across the Kingdom of France. "Blessings of Saint Berenger be upon you." The young girl simply nodded her head and smiled. To her, this was her solemn duty as a nun of the German Church. Just as she was handing out the next serving, a group of men clad in 3/4 plate armor rushed into the room with their muskets in hand. The local priest quickly approached and greeted them with a stern expression on his face. He spoke in the German tongue as he did so. "What news have you? Has the palace fallen yet?" The leading member of the squad shook his head in disgrace. No matter how hard they tried, the enemy continued to hold on. He could only sigh heavily as he revealed the current status of the war effort. "Unfortunately no, Aubrey and his family of sinners are dug in there like ticks. No matter what methods we have tried, every advance into the courtyard has been quickly repelled. I don't know how much longer the enemy can withstand our assault. The loyalists should be running out of powder by now." The priest nodded his head in understanding when he heard these words. Though the Reich had provided arms and armor to the revolutionaries, they had not engaged in direct military support. For the Germany army, they could wipe out the French royal family as easily as waving one's hand. However, this war was designed to prove the determination and loyalty of the Frankish Revolution. If they could not eliminate their French masters on their own, then they were of no use to the Reich. Thus, the Germans had provided them with a similar level of hardware that the loyalists were equipped with. The priest did not seem entirely concerned with the slow results. After all, he was not a Frenchman, but a German who had been sent to the ruined city to help guide the souls of those poor citizens who were forced to endure this conflict. It was at this moment that the girl Elysia approached the priest. She bowed her head respectfully before speaking to the man. "Father, this humble servant knows a way to gain entry into the palace. After all, my mother was a handmaiden to the witch Sibylla before she passed. I grew up within those very walls. If you would permit it, I could show the faithful how to take advantage of the secret passages so that they may complete the will of Saint Berenger, the Blessed." The non-commissioned officer of the militia gazed with astonishment towards the young girl. He had never expected that such a useful pawn would present themselves at this moment. However, a look of pity appeared in the priest's eyes. He knew better than anyone why Elysia would volunteer this information so willingly. He could only sigh and shake his head before scolding the girl. "Elysia, what happened to your mother was a tragedy, but you should not risk your life just to gain vengeance on that sinful woman. You have saved many souls by simply giving out provisions these past years. Your mother would be proud of you." Despite his words of comfort, they appeared to fall on deaf ears as the girl shook her head and responded with determination in her narrowed green eyes. "It is not a matter of vengeance. With each passing day, this conflict claims the lives of more innocent souls. How much longer are we to sit by and allow our people to suffer at the hands of the French nobility who foolishly hold on to their heretical beliefs? If revolution can capture the sinner Aubrey and his family, then this conflict will be over and we can finally redeem ourselves in the eyes of the Reich. It is my duty as a faithful member of the German Church to save as many lives as possible." The non-commissioned officer of the militia nodded his head with a firm gaze. He admired the girl's passion and was quick to support her convictions. The girl is right. If she can lead us through the enemy's defenses, this war will be over soon enough and no man, woman, or child will have to continue to suffer the indignity that the nobility has forced upon us all. Please, Father, allow this child to lead the way." With a heavy sigh, the priest conceded defeat and nodded his head. The last thing he wanted was for any harm to come to this girl, but her thirst for vengeance was too great. He knew that no matter what he said, he would not be able to convince the girl of any other path. "Go with my blessing and end this war. May the light of Saint Berenger protect you during these troubling times. If you do return alive, know that your place in this chapel will remain the same." Elysia bowed once more while she responded to the priest with an earnest expression on her cute face. "Thank you, Father." After saying this, she followed the militia members out of the church and towards the royal palace. The priest could only gaze upon the smoke in the air and shake his head. He did not know whether the girl would survive or whether her vengeance would finally appease her troubled soul. He could only lower his head and pray for her safety. As for Elysia herself, she was protected by a wall of armored musketeers. Finally, after these 2 long years, the Order of Saint Berenger would do more than just safeguard the church. They intended to march straight into the heart of the French palace and eliminate King Aubrey and his family of sinners. As for the priest, after saying his prayers, he withdrew to his private quarters where he got a hold of his radio and sent an encrypted communication back to the Reich, informing them that the war in France was about to come to an end. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.